In the evaluation hall of the Xingnan Junior Academy in Nanhao City, a boy with striking red hair, fair skin, and thick brows, brimming with excitement, spoke to his companion, who had black hair, dark eyes, and a yellow complexion. Howren, you successfully passed the first two tests. The final one is undoubtedly the most challenging. You must strive diligently to clear the fourth level of Xingwu. If you succeed, you will progress to learn intermediate Xingwu techniques, allowing you to cultivate inner energy, which may lead to significant improvements in your physical constitution. The first three levels of Xingwu represent basic techniques, essential foundations that enhance physical capabilities through a series of boxing, body movement, and footwork practices, thereby laying the groundwork for inner energy cultivation. Levels 4, 5, and 6 comprise intermediate techniques, which generate inner energia, a unique form of energy distinct from the myriad energies in the material world. This extraordinary energy manifests from the human body through rigorous training and is regarded as a highly advanced biological energy, termed inner energy by scientists and referred to as Neijin in ancient China. Levels 7, 8, and 9 represent advanced techniques, serving as a progression from the intermediate methods, believed to transform inner energy into even higher forms, leading to profound changes in physical capability. However, only a minuscule fraction of individuals, 1 in 10,000 or even 1 in 100,000, are fortunate enough to attain the 9th level, making the higher levels increasingly rare. Steve, I barely managed to pass the strength and speed tests. I doubt I will succeed in the practical combat assessment again. Nevertheless, I will give it my all. You, on the other hand, will undoubtedly pass the 5th level of Xingwu. You have already cultivated inner energy, the boy named Howren calmly and rationally analyzed. Observing his childhood friend, who was slightly taller and much more robust, Howren felt a sense of camaraderie. For 16 years, Steve had been his only close companion. Although Howren consistently excelled academically in other subjects, his physical fitness was significantly lacking. In his pursuit of Xingwu, he felt akin to a fool, investing several times more effort than others, yet achieving only minimal progress in his physical abilities. In this vast interstellar era, physical fitness is often deemed more vital than academic knowledge. The demands for physical capability across various professions are exceedingly high. Even to board an interstellar spacecraft, citizens must achieve at least the 3rd level of Xingwu, otherwise, they are relegated to health preservation chambers. Industries typically require a minimum of level 5 for recruitment, implying that those below this standard are considered societal burdens, mere consumers of resources. The Great Galactic Federation is dominated by 9 prominent families, creating a chasm between the rich and the poor, akin to the heavens and the earth. Nonetheless, a comprehensive basic survival guarantee system for citizens has long been established to achieve a better life. One must strive and toil. Every citizen of the Great Galactic Federation, from ages 1 to 16, is mandated to attend junior Xingwu academies for compulsory education. The Xingwu training system is the focal point of learning at these institutions, serving as the foundation for unlocking each citizen's potential. Developed over millennia, Xingwu is a martial arts system designed for interstellar exploration, merging the essence of ancient Chinese martial arts with that of ancient Western techniques, aimed at enhancing the physical fitness of the populace. The establishment and refinement of the Xingwu system has spanned nearly a millennium, with a typical graduate from a junior academy achieving at least level 5 according to annual statistics from the Great Galactic Federation. 99.5% of students do so. Junior academies provide free compulsory education, but from the intermediate level onward, students must bear the substantial tuition fees themselves. The costs for advanced academies are even more prohibitive, rendering it impossible for lower to middle-class families to afford. Consequently, most children from such families enter the workforce immediately after graduating from junior academies. With only 1 semester remaining before graduating from Xingnan Junior Academy, Howren felt a wave of despair wash over him, having yet to pass the 4th level of Xingwu. Failing to do so would preclude him from learning intermediate techniques. And this was his 3rd attempt at the evaluation. He could only wonder if this time would yield a different outcome. Howren's parents were among the first builders on this planet. They met, fell in love, and ultimately gave birth to him. His father was a level 4 construction engineer, while his mother served as a level 3 surveyor, placing their family squarely in the lower middle class, especially given that they had more than 1 child to support. All right, cheer up. Believe in yourself, you can do this, Steve encouraged, patting Howren on the shoulder. He was well aware of the tremendous effort Howren had invested in Xingwu, Yet the results were consistently disappointing. Perhaps it was simply that Howren was not naturally suited for this path. They had been friends since childhood, their families close-knit, and residing in the same locality. "I will. Thank you, Steve," Howren replied gratefully, casting a glance at his friend, who was 2 months younger than him and would soon celebrate his 16th birthday. At the end of each semester, the Xingwu evaluations take place, turning the evaluation hall into a bustling and vibrant hub, particularly in the practical testing area. Within this hall stood 6 platforms, each approximately 50 square meters and 2 meters high, designated for levels 1 through 6. Certification for advanced Xingwu levels must be obtained from the respective martial artist associations. With Howren's goal set firmly on the 4th platform, strive hard, give it your all. Howren and Steve exchanged words of encouragement before parting ways to their respective testing queues. "Look, our class failure is attempting the 4th level test again. What a disgrace to our class. He can't even pass level 4 and gets knocked out each time." Voices of derision drifted over from the 5th and 6th level testing areas, accompanied by sharp whistles. "You lot, comparing yourselves to Howren is like measuring light armor theory. You wouldn't even qualify to lick his toes." Steve retorted loudly in defiance. "What good is that? If he graduates without passing level 5, he's just a useless waste." Came the louder jeers from the crowd. As Howren entered the queue for the 4th level assessment, he maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, though inwardly he felt an overwhelming sense of shame, wishing he could vanish into the ground. It was an undeniable truth that he had brought shame upon his parents. While they professed not to care, he had witnessed their disappointment and sorrow in private conversations. Should he fail to pass level 4 this time, the prospect of not succeeding in level 5 would loom large, potentially marking him as a burden to his parents and a societal failure. If it came to that, he would have no choice but to accept his fate. "I must pass the 4th level of Xingwu," Howren silently resolved, determined to endure, even if it meant facing dire consequences. Those who descended from the 4th level testing platform fell into 2 categories: ecstatic victors who ascended in rank and dejected failures. Since Howren's arrival, 5 individuals had successfully advanced to level 4, while only one had failed, a mere child of around 10 years, whose defeat was still met with honor. "Next 4th level tester, Howren, please prepare." "Next evaluator, Li Ji, please be ready," a crisp female voice, synthesized by the light brain, echoed. At last, it was his turn. Howren calmly stepped onto the testing platform, knowing he needed to endure for 16 seconds to pass the 4th level evaluation. In his first attempt, he managed 10 seconds, in the second, 12. Only an additional 4 seconds were needed. However, as he contemplated this, a wave of despondency washed over him despite exerting several times the effort of others. He had only achieved a fraction of their success. Was it truly a congenital physical limitation? Testing countdown begins. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 1, start. Faced with evaluator Li J's relentless onslaught, Howren felt like a leaf caught in a tempest, struggling to resist. Blows rained down upon him like a torrential downpour, striking his head, face, and chest. He managed to block a few, but most landed squarely on him. The skills he had painstakingly honed in footwork and body movement were only manifesting at a fraction of their potential. The opponent's speed was overwhelming. After barely 8 seconds, he had no choice but to shield his head and face with his arms, desperately striving to hold on, his feet involuntarily retreating. This guy has wasted his efforts. His physique is too weak. It seems he will once again fail. What a pity for all that theoretical knowledge he possesses. An elderly man with a white beard murmured to himself while observing the vast screen in the central control room of the evaluation hall. This young lad has unique insights into botany and agriculture. Many of his ideas surpass those of the experts. What a shame that without physical strength, none of it matters. If he fails to pass level 5, he won't even qualify for the free gene enhancement serum when he turns 16. Such a loss, a tall, lean middle-aged man lamented. I might persuade the Academy's Elder Council to keep him on as a specialist in light brain maintenance and virtual network upkeep. He's the most gifted mind I've encountered in that field at such a young age, a portly instructor added. After their exchange, the 2 men fell silent, both feeling a profound sense of regret at the thought of losing a promising talent. Yet, such is the nature of this era's metrics, everything must be earned through personal effort. Testing enters the countdown for passing. 5. The synthesized voice of the light brain rang out amidst Howren's fervent anticipation. Just 4 more seconds to endure. he thought, his mind fixated solely on that single goal as waves of pain coursed through his body. Yet, at that moment, Howard was unaware that he had retreated to the very edge of the testing platform with just 2 more steps. He would be knocked off. Rather than passively enduring for 4 seconds, it would be better to charge forward. An unexpected thought suddenly emerged. Without a moment's hesitation, Howard flung his arms wide open, revealing a face swollen and deformed from the blows he had sustained. A roar erupted from his throat as he surged towards Li Ji amidst the torrential onslaught of strikes. Li Ji was taken aback by the audacity of this individual, who had been on the receiving end of punishment from start to finish, now carelessly lunging at him, wrapping his arms around his waist. This is truly unexpected. How could I be seized by such a feeble opponent? How embarrassing, he mused, determining to swiftly incapacitate him. With that thought, Li Ji's elbow struck down with force against Howard's bony back. 3. How astonishing. He actually withstood that. Let's try again, Li Ji thought, delivering another powerful elbow strike to his back. 2. Damn it. This fool is courting death, a voice rang out from the audience. Indeed, even if he passes, he'll be bedridden for a month, another voice chimed in. Li Ji was beginning to feel anxious. Refusing to relent, he swiftly seized Howard by the shoulders, delivering a knee strike followed by another heavy elbow strike. 1. Testing time is up. Student ID XN 30116 Howard has successfully passed the Level 4 Star Marshal Assessment. The Star Marshal rank will be recorded in the Great Galactic Federation's central database and personal light brain. Student Howard, please release your grip. You have passed the Level 4 assessment, Li Ji called out repeatedly. All right, you've passed, please let go, Li Ji said, growing increasingly impatient. Chapter 2. Pain and Pleasure. Howard awoke from his coma 3 days later, having experienced a most peculiar and bizarre dream during his slumber. In this dream, he found himself in a strange realm, where an ancient black tower floated in midair and a small, withering sapling hovered at its center. Unlike his previous dreams, which faded into obscurity upon waking, this one remained vividly etched in his memory. As if he had truly been there and lingered for an eternity. I was knocked out again. I have failed once more, were Howard's first words upon regaining consciousness and seeing Steve. He sighed despondently, questioning whether his physique was truly unsuitable for the cultivation of stellar martial arts. Howard, you have awakened. Congratulations on passing the Level 4 Stellar Martial Arts Assessment. You can now practice intermediate techniques. Steve promptly replied. Yet, his heart felt heavy. Although Howard had indeed passed, he had become a legendary figure within the academy, the first ever to scrape through to Level 4. In his mind, it would have been better to not pass at all than to barely make it through. Nevertheless, he had cleared Level 4, and Level 5 now held a glimmer of hope. Why was it that his childhood companion, his brother, had such a poor constitution? Is that true? Howard asked, doubting his ears as he inquired. Lacking in confidence. Absolutely true. More certain than the fact that you fainted. If you don't believe me, just check your personal hollow brain. Steve chuckled in response. Mouse, check my stellar martial arts level. Howard commanded his hollow brain. Instantly, a holographic screen appeared, displaying his stellar martial arts level as Level 4. Oh, I really did pass. Howard exclaimed, leaping from his bed, exhilarated, dancing with joy. Passing Level 4 was akin to gaining a glimmer of hope. A dream. A possibility that perhaps his constitution would improve after practicing intermediate techniques. With improvement, perhaps he could even pass Level 5. All of this hinged on clearing Level 4, and he had finally secured that opportunity, which filled him with immense joy. He knew that his peers would mock him for this meager achievement, but he no longer cared. Steve's forced smile revealed his inner turmoil. With just 7 days until the break, you must hurry to the Academy's Stellar Martial Arts Department to select and learn the intermediate techniques. Or you'll have to wait until next semester, Steve reminded him, feeling a bit overshadowed by Howard's enthusiasm. Despite having passed Level 5 himself, thank you, Steve, that I fainted for a few days again. You didn't tell my parents, did you? Howard asked, finally calming down from his excitement. 3 dazed. No, I didn't. Otherwise, you'd blame me for a month, Steve replied, his expression reflecting the weight of their shared misadventures. Since childhood, the two had developed an extraordinary rapport, almost telepathic in its understanding. However, there were no secrets that could remain hidden forever, and they had learned many profound and painful lessons from their past. That's good. Otherwise, don't blame me if I accidentally slip up in front of Auntie and Uncle, Howard said, feeling a surge of relief. His mood brightened, and he resumed his usual demeanor, playfully threatening his good friend Steve to keep his lips sealed. Hao Ran could hardly contain his excitement as he pulled Steve towards the Academy's stellar martial arts department. Oh, I forgot to ask. Surely you've passed level 5, right? He suddenly inquired while they rushed. Of course, my inner energy test just barely hit the level 5 standard. The practical examination was a breeze. Luckily, I chose a combat technique. Otherwise, it would have been a real challenge, Steve replied confidently. His ambition was to become a battle warrior. Having chosen that character in the Interstellar competition, while Hao Ran aspired to be a light armor creator, designing, manufacturing, and repairing light armor. From level 5 onwards, one could measure the cultivated inner energy, known in China as Nali Orne Gene, through instruments. Each level had a standard established by the Galactic Federation. Though marketed as a game, the Interstellar competition was, in truth, a virtual reality environment designed by the Galactic Federation to cultivate and discover interstellar talent. Now undeniably a second world for humanity. The Interstellar competition also served as an online educational platform for primary, intermediate, and advanced academies, where every citizen had a unique avatar. Although appearances, height, and names could differ from reality, one immutable detail remained: the DNA code and hollow brain data from real life. However, these data were regulated and kept confidential by the Federation, meaning that only the highest authority of the Federation had the power to access one's true identity in the second world. Of course, these were merely surface realities, and the deeper truths remained unknown. I will definitely choose a non-combat technique. You know, my physical condition is far too poor to be a battle warrior. My goal is to pass the level 5 assessment by graduation, and then I should be able to repair your light armor, provided, of course, that you can afford it. Hao Ran replied eagerly, hoping to become a top-tier light armor creator to ease his family's burden and, in a grander sense, bring honor to his parents. Yet, his constitution had always been a bottleneck, a significant limitation. Look, our class's little cockroach has come back to life. Now he's quite the celebrity at the academy. Our class has undoubtedly benefited from his brilliance. A sharp voice suddenly rang out. In an instant, hundreds of eyes turned toward the pair of friends rushing by, with jeers and mockery echoing around them. Hao Ran's heart plummeted from the heights of elation to the depths of despair, his face paling to a ghostly hue. Since entering the academy, if not for the ancient spirit of AQ that supported him, he might have crumbled under the pressure. Having always been in a disadvantaged position, he was fortunate to have Steve protecting him. He had carefully shielded his fragile spirit, but the hurt was ever-present and omnipresent. Striking more fiercely and directly this time, he had once dreamed of becoming a dazzling source energy user, yet his abilities were hardly noteworthy. Why had heaven granted him a source ability only to deny him a higher level one? Was this some cruel jest? Hao Ran felt as though he were being mercilessly toyed with. Never mind. Life is often so unfair, yet it must go on. I must believe that I have my own worth, he resolved, seeking solace in the spirit of AQ's victorious mindset. Come on, ignore those petty people, Steve urged, glaring at their classmates as they passed by, firmly pulling Hao Ran along to hasten their escape from the malicious crowd. The shared indignation ignited a fire within him, especially as Hao Ran's brother felt the sting of the words. Once they had dashed into the Academy's stellar martial arts department, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. If Hao Ran ever achieved greatness, he vowed never to forget this loyal friend, silently grateful. All right, you go on and I'll head back now, Steve said, releasing his grip and giving Hao Ran's shoulder a reassuring pat, urging him to hurry inside. Gratitude was something Hao Ran never voiced to Steve. Their bond transcended mere words. Nodding, he turned toward the consultation desk. Hello, I am Hao Ran, here to learn intermediate stellar martial arts techniques. My student ID is XN30116, he stated, providing his name and number. Despite the unpleasant incident moments ago, he was filled with boundless anticipation, hoping for great things from the intermediate techniques. Oh, you are Hao Ran, the only genius in the academy to scrape through to level 4, exclaimed the woman behind the reinforced glass, her eyes scrutinizing him as if searching for something on his face. Hao Ran's expression shifted slightly as warmth surged from his head to his entire body. It seemed he had truly become a figure of notoriety within the academy, infamous and renowned. How splendid it was to bring glory to his parents. His tightly clenched fists trembled slightly, a wave of humiliation washing over him. Leaving his mind blank, room 13-6 virtual trial chamber. Here's your trial chamber card. While it may seem intrusive, The efficiency is commendable. The middle-aged woman quickly arranged the virtual trial chamber and handed the card to the still-dazed Hao-Ran. What? You can't even let me hear a good word about passing. A voice from within the chamber piped up, dripping with sarcasm as Hao-Ran stared blankly at the famed student. Thank you. He finally snapped back to reality, gritting his teeth as he took the card from the table, muttering a soft thanks before leaving with his head down. Whoever raised such a useless son is truly unfortunate. How will they manage from here on out? A comment that pierced through to how Rand's heart drifted into his ears. Chapter 3. Unforeseen calamity. With the trial card in hand, how Rand kept his head down as he walked toward the elevator. Too afraid to look up and face the scornful gazes and merciless taunts of others. Fortunately, with the holiday approaching, very few individuals were present in the stellar martial arts department, and he encountered only a handful of people. Stepping out of the elevator, he hurried to the 6th room, 13-6 virtual trial chamber. As he reached the door, he finally exhaled, feeling somewhat relieved. With a surge of excitement, he swiped the card, and with a chime, the door to room 13-6 opened effortlessly. The virtual trial chamber 13-6 spans merely 3 to 4 square meters, containing only a single quantum terminal for entering the virtual trial. Upon Hao-Ran's entrance, the door to the chamber automatically sealed shut, and the lights illuminated themselves without further ado. Without hesitation, Hao-Ran inserted the light card into the terminal's activation slot and reclined into the open quantum pod, connecting his personal terminal to the standard identification socket. Soon, numerous biological sensors extended from the pod, linking to various parts of Hao-Ran's body. Once the sensors were connected, the terminal initiated a countdown. 5, 4, 3. A synthesized female voice promptly announced, "Welcome, candidate Hao-Ran, numbered XN30116. You are now in the virtual intermediate star martial arts trial chamber 13-6. Please select the martial arts technique you wish to learn." In the next moment, Hao-Ran found himself in a spacious environment, a luminous screen materializing before him. The screen presented two primary categories of techniques: combat techniques and non-combat techniques, each with an array of over 10 specific methods listed beneath them, accompanied by detailed descriptions. Given his frail constitution, he deemed combat techniques unsuitable and thus opted for non-combat techniques. Within this category, 16 techniques awaited his selection. Hao-Ran meticulously reviewed all 16, ultimately selecting the intermediate star martial arts technique No. 13, specifically designed to enhance and improve physical constitution. Upon finalizing his choice of technique number 13, statistical data regarding the technique appeared. To date, a total of 13,245,563 individuals within the Galactic Federation had selected this technique, with 96 reporting an improvement in their physical condition, while 4 noted no progress. This indicated that the technique was not universally effective, nor applicable to every individual. The intermediate star martial arts techniques, also referred to as inner energy cultivation methods, are widely practiced throughout the Galactic Federation. Almost every citizen possesses some form of inner energy cultivation technique, typically designated by a number rather than a name. The achievements of such cultivation ultimately depend on the individual. Very well, this technique will suffice. A 96 success rate is quite commendable, Hao-Ran mused. After 3 hours of thorough study, he felt ready to return home for further practice. Exiting the virtual trial chamber, he promptly returned the light card and connected with Steve through his personal terminal. "Where are you?" "I've finalized my choice of technique," Hao-Ran inquired. The personal terminal serves as an identification card for every interstellar citizen. From birth, each citizen is issued a terminal by the Federation, which records their identity, martial arts level, energy source information, interstellar credit points, which have replaced currency, and welfare details. It is also each citizen's interstellar passport. Without it, one cannot accomplish anything or travel anywhere. "Hey, Hao-Ran, I have something to attend to and am not at the academy. You should head home first. I'll be a while," Steve replied hurriedly, seemingly concealing something. Yet, Hao-Ran caught a sharp female voice in the background. "It's that useless friend of yours again. This time the Star Martial Arts Level 4 test?" The latter part of the message was lost as Steve abruptly terminated the call. It appeared he was off to accompany his girlfriend. With the semester nearing its end and a vacation approaching, it was no surprise. This fellow seemed to have a new girlfriend with striking frequency. Hao-Ran muttered under his breath, shaking his head. However, with Steve's handsome appearance, it was understandable that he could easily attract girls as he approached 16. Hao-Ran had yet to even date a girl. let alone engage in anything more intimate. Nanhao City lies in the northern hemisphere of the Yanhuang number 8 star, where winters are particularly frigid. Exiting the martial arts department, Hao Ran raised his collar to shield a significant portion of his face. Having spent several hours within the department, the academy was now aglow with lights, yet only a handful of figures were visible. Just then, Hao Ran's mood lightened considerably as he leisurely stepped through the academy gates and boarded the floating bus home. He scanned his personal terminal at the bus fare window, and with a chime, 3 credit points were deducted from his account. Checking his remaining balance, he found only 380 points left. Riding the floating bus daily cost 6 credit points. Lunch could be managed with 4 points, and preparing breakfast and dinner at home required another 4 points. Thus, he calculated a minimum monthly expenditure of 420 credit points. His parents allocated him 600 credit points monthly, while his younger brother received 800. However, Hao Ran consistently transferred 200 credit points to his grandparents, as his brother lived with them and surely needed more than the allocated amount. Fortunately, he could also earn some credit points through interstellar competitions, allowing him to manage adequately. The floating bus was sparsely populated, with only 7 or 8 passengers aboard. Hao Ran quickly took a seat next to an elderly man at the rear. His home was merely 5 stops away from the academy, and at the floating bus's speed of 300 kilometers per hour, he would arrive in approximately 20 minutes. His parents were engaged in construction work in a new city over 10,000 kilometers away, while his brother stayed with their grandparents. Thus, Hao Ran was alone in their home in Nanhao City, maintaining contact with his parents through his terminal daily. Before long, the floating bus arrived at the next stop. Just as it was about to come to a halt, 4 disheveled men dressed in black rushed onto the bus, their expressions tense. Upon boarding, they quickly scanned every passenger. The mere glance from the 4 men immobilized the other 9 passengers, and Hao Ran, catching the gaze of one of the black-clad figures for a mere fraction of a second, instinctively lowered his head. The wave of terror washed over him, causing every hair on his body to stand on end, and cold sweat poured down his face. He had never encountered such a terrifying gaze before. It felt as though he were being targeted by some monstrous predator, leaving him trembling as if stripped bare in the frigid wilderness. Not just him, but the other passengers were equally paralyzed by fear, their faces etched with dread. "Captain, they're all ordinary people," one of the black-clad men whispered to another. "Captain, it seems the extraction team has encountered some mishap." Another slightly shorter man chimed in. "Who would have thought our foolproof plan would reveal such a significant flaw? Clearly, that link leaked information. Otherwise, we wouldn't be in this predicament," the captain muttered, his tone a mix of frustration and introspection. Yet his expression remained resolute. With heads bowed, they awaited the next stop. The usually brief journey felt interminably long this time. Mere minutes stretched into what felt like years. Trembling, Hao Ran was oblivious to the fact that the other passengers had already fled the moment the 4 men boarded at the previous stop, leaving only himself and the 4 figures that instilled such profound dread. As highly evolved beings, humans possess an instinctual tendency to avoid calamity. The adults on the bus recognized the ominous atmosphere and promptly exited. Escaping the grasp of the 4 terrifying figures, Hao Ran, enduring the anxiety, continued to await his stop, unaware that he was on the brink of a calamity beyond measure. "Hey, Xiao San, did you just swipe your credit points?" The captain suddenly inquired of one of the black-clad men. "Yeah, no big deal," the man, referred to as Xiao San, responded nonchalantly. As interstellar adventurers, this trivial amount of credit points meant little to him. He did not think twice about it. "Trouble! Get off the bus!" The captain's expression shifted dramatically, and he shouted. With a resounding crash, the tempered glass on both sides of the bus shattered simultaneously. 2 figures surged through the broken glass, lunging at the 4 black-clad men. The deafening noise jolted Hao Ran from his stupor, and he involuntarily raised his head, instantly stunned by the scene before him. His mouth agape as if he could swallow a cow, his eyes wide with disbelief. The 6 individuals tumbled and flipped in the confined bus, their movements surpassing anything Hao Ran had ever witnessed, far more exaggerated than the most extravagant action films he had seen. He was oblivious to the blood trickling down from a cut on his forehead caused by the shattered glass. As Hao Ran stood frozen in astonishment, the black-clad captain maneuvered to the front, resisting the onslaught from the attackers. Meanwhile, one hand reached behind him and flicked a small, pale yellow orb towards Hao Ran's gaping mouth. which promptly found its way inside before he could react, swallowed whole. In that instant, a shockwave struck his consciousness, plunging him into unconsciousness. You two captains are quite formidable, aren't you? You couldn't even handle 4 adventurers on your own for this long. I had to step in myself. A figure floated in through the shattered window, cursing at the 4 unconscious black-clad men. Take the 4 of them away, clean up the scene, and erase any trace. The newcomer ordered with a cold snort before floating out of the bus. Old 4, there's still an ordinary boy at the back. One of the 2 remaining figures remarked. Bring him along to the spaceship. Toss him on the second Baron star for old 2 to deal with. Let him toil there, using the waste for something useful. The other responded coldly, treating the boy as if he were an inconsequential object, revealing their utter indifference to life itself. That evening, the news in Nanhao City reported an explosion on a floating bus due to unknown causes. Fortunately, only a single passenger was aboard at the time, who tragically perished in the blast. A subsequent query through the quantum terminal revealed that the deceased was a student from the Xingnan Junior Academy. Chapter 4. Star Beast Corps throw this boy into the 3rd cargo hold and take him to the 2nd Baron star to be discarded for development. Even waste should be put to use. The individual referred to as Old 4 commanded the crew aboard the spacecraft, clearly indicating his significant status within the vessel. Lao Chi, you shall escort these 4 adventurers to the esteemed one. While I proceed to report this matter, it is imperative that those above are made aware. Should any mishap occur, it is beyond what you or I can bear. Having uttered these words, Lao Si departed without a backward glance. At this moment, Hao Ran found himself once again in the dreamscape he had visited previously. In the hazy expanse, a black ancient tower hovered in midair, and within the grand hall on the tower's first level, a diminutive sapling with merely 2 leaves floated at its center. What could this be? Surrounding the sapling was an indistinct 3-dimensional diagram of human meridians. Enveloping the little tree, a faint red emerged from a fist-sized space, traversing the meridian lines, flowing along them before eventually returning to the small space. It was exceedingly intricate and vast. Hao Ran scrutinized it carefully. Despite its complexity and enormity, he could discern it clearly. Between the junctions of each meridian, there were raised nodes, connecting 2 segments of the meridians. The entire meridian network resembled an immense web, with numerous circular nodes scattered throughout. From that vast and intricate network, Hao Ran recognized a few familiar pathways, mere fragments of the multitude of lines comprising the whole. The familiar segments he discerned were the operational pathways of the intermediate technique he sought to cultivate, yet he was astonished to realize they were but a minuscule part of the grand design. Unlike the meridian diagram he had learned in the virtual classroom, this one lacked circular nodes. What could this diagram be? Could it also represent a cultivation path of some sort? It was truly astonishing. Based on the positioning and orientation of this meridian diagram, it encompassed the entire body, including the internal organs, a concept he had never heard of before. This was indeed peculiar. The diagram wavered in and out of visibility. Hao Ran invested considerable time committing it to memory. After memorizing the diagram, he aimlessly wandered about, noticing that the walls of this black tower were engraved with numerous inscriptions, yet no matter how hard he tried, he could not decipher them. The more he strained to see, the more elusive they became. However, in a moment of distraction, he stumbled upon something on the wall, a curious sensation washing over him. Just as he resolved to abandon his scrutiny, he turned abruptly and discovered a faint green symbol floating beside the sapling. It resembled the previous meridian diagram, yet this green symbol was minuscule and faint, nearly invisible unless observed with great care. This place was indeed strange, and the dream was remarkably extraordinary. Though it was a dream, it felt strikingly vivid. That moment, an unusual force yanked him from the dreamscape. Where am I? Upon awakening, Hao Ran found himself not in the compartment of a vehicle, but rather in what appeared to be a storage room for goods. Another dream, the same place, he murmured to himself as he gradually stood up, instinctively reaching for the light brain on his left wrist. As Hao Ran surveyed the contents of the 3rd goods storage room, within a high-end personal quarters aboard the spaceship, the middle-aged man clad in a blue coat, referred to by Lao Si as the esteemed one, sat imperiously. Awaken the 4 of them, the middle-aged man commanded, his voice devoid of emotion, yet laden with an overwhelming authority and chill. Yes, esteemed one, Lao Chi replied, stepping forward to awaken the four individuals with a firm slap. The four figures clad in black stirred from their slumber, immediately rising to their feet, only to realize they were restrained by stellar martial rings. Helpless, they ceased their struggles, casting cold glances at the middle-aged man above them. The stellar martial rings were akin to ancient handcuffs, specifically designed to confine high-ranking stellar martial practitioners. Their strength was formidable. Even a 9th-level stellar martial practitioner could not break free, nor could they utilize their internal energy to escape. Be honest, answer my questions, and you may retain your lives. Otherwise, the middle-aged man's voice was cold, as if emanating from the depths of his nostrils, instilling a sense of dread. It was evident that this man had surpassed the 9th level of stellar martial and had ascended to the rank of star sovereign. His aura unmistakably potent, suggesting he might also be a source energy master. The four of them had been captured after being knocked unconscious by a formidable source energy attack. What color was that object? After a moment of silence, the middle-aged man inquired suddenly. Yellow. The leader of the four black-clad individuals responded, surprised that a star sovereign would ask such a question about color. Was there any mysterious pattern on its surface? The middle-aged man pressed. It seemed there was none. I didn't pay attention to that detail, the black-clad leader replied succinctly, finding nothing to conceal. How large was it? The middle-aged man continued, a flicker of disappointment crossing his expression. As it did not align with his attributes and bore no source energy mark. Slightly smaller than a pinky finger, the captain replied, feeling that there was no need to hide anything further. It might even lessen their suffering. One last question. Where is the object now? They had already searched their persons once without finding it. It was clear they had either not brought it with them or had handed it over to another group. It has been given to someone else, the captain replied vaguely, a response that could apply to anyone. He was not lying, as his demeanor suggested. Take them away, the middle-aged man sighed, feeling his effort had yielded no results. Esteemed one, may I know what that object was before I perish? The black-clad captain asked, turning back before being led away. A star beast core. The middle-aged man replied succinctly, a glimmer of appreciation in his gaze. Knowing such matters were beyond the comprehension of those at the stellar martial level. Even if he disclosed it, they would not understand. Star beast? Core? The black-clad captain repeated, bewildered, as his adventuring party had lost 8 members and had crossed paths with a star sovereign-level powerhouse. How Ran explored the entirety of the third goods storage room, coming to the realization that he had become an innocent bystander caught in a calamity not of his own making. How could he be so unfortunate? To encounter such events even while returning home was truly a stroke of ill fate, akin to having a splinter even while drinking cold water. He wondered anxiously how his parents must be feeling, and what Steve would think upon learning of his disappearance. Surely, his classmates would rejoice upon hearing of his absence. These thoughts occupied his mind. An unexpected surge of warmth erupted from his abdomen. Initially, it felt soothing, akin to soaking in a hot spring during the cold of winter. However, as the warmth intensified, so too did the accompanying pain. What could be causing this sensation in his belly? Suddenly, he recalled swallowing something before losing consciousness. Could it be that object? The warmth within him surged as if it were a flood breaking through a dam, unleashing a torrent of unbearable power that coursed through his body. How Rand felt as though he were a shrimp in hot oil, his entire being turning crimson with pain, curling up in agony. The immense heat felt like a wild beast trapped within him, rampaging through his body, threatening to tear him apart. The excruciating pain was all-consuming. He clawed at his hair and struck his head, his body thrashing violently within the storage room, just as he felt he might explode. A memory of the vast and intricate meridian diagram from his dream resurfaced. Perhaps this diagram represented a cultivation path. The clarity of the meridian diagram was astonishing now. Resolute in his determination, he braced against the pain and struggled to sit cross-legged on the floor of the storage room, endeavoring to channel the heat within him along the pathways of the diagram. Yet, the surging warmth refused to heed his will. Rampaging wildly like an enraged beast, gritting his teeth against the agony, he focused intently, imagining the heat flowing through the meridian diagram he envisioned. At last, a current of heat began to follow the pathway. And with that first surge, a second soon followed. How Rand remained utterly absorbed in guiding the energy. Time lost all meaning as he focused on directing the heat through the grand meridian diagram. Although the heat was eventually channeled into the diagram, the pain intensified. The powerful warmth, akin to a rampaging beast, cleaved through the once obstructed pathways of the diagram, slicing through him like a knife. Due to the diagram's vast intricacy, the immense heat gradually dissipated as it opened and nurtured the meridians. The small brown orb within him was slowly consumed, leaving behind only a faint yellow symbol that was drawn into his brain by a mysterious force. At the moment the pale yellow symbol entered his mind, Hao-Ran experienced an enigmatic sensation, as if he could manipulate gravity, akin to his innate ability to communicate simply with plants. It was a feeling that arrived suddenly and wondrously. After an indeterminate amount of time, the tremendous heat finally traversed the expansive and intricate meridian diagram, and the intense pain began to wane, transforming into a gentle flow that initiated a second cycle of circulation along the pathways. Upon completing the second cycle, the heat transformed into a slender stream, a delicate yellow flow that became soothingly calm. Hao-Ran gradually opened his eyes, feeling a peculiar sensation on the surface of his body. As a potent, unpleasant odor assaulted his nostrils, he sensed an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. Hao-Ran dared not continue his cultivation any further. After merely a week of practice, the flow of energy had diminished from a robust stream to a mere thread. Fearing that this slender current might vanish entirely, he ceased his training, unknowingly forfeiting a splendid opportunity to refine his physique. The moment he halted his cultivation, the thin stream promptly retreated into a minuscule space that intertwined with the meridian map, suffusing the area like mist. Could this be inner energy? By sheer happenstance, he had cultivated inner energy and even traversed the vast and intricate meridian pathways. This was truly unimaginable, a feat that had ultimately saved his own life. Chapter 5. Seeking Help. Old 7, go check on that boy in warehouse number 3. It's been 3 or 4 days since he arrived. He's just an ordinary person and should be awake by now. Bring him some food and water. We can't afford to let him starve. The desolate star is severely short on manpower, or we wouldn't risk bringing back a useless individual. Old 4 directed Old 7 through his holographic interface. Second brother keeps whining about the labor shortage at the mine, but who cares about this kid? Just dump him there and be done with it. The Interstellar vessel had departed from Yanhuang No 8-star 3 or 4 days ago, having traversed 4 or 5 wormholes. After all, that place was governed by the Li family, one of the 9 prominent families of the Federation, not an organization one could recklessly confront. It was only by the boldness of a revered member of the organization personally leading the expedition that they dared venture into the heart of the Federation's star domain, particularly on the territory of the formidable Li family. Hence, they would leave at the first sign of exposure. The repercussions of any unforeseen incidents would be too great, even for a revered figure, and would inevitably ensnare the likes of them. Every member of the space pirate organization was acutely aware of its rigid, ruthless, and merciless nature. Moreover, this was a critical period when the 9 prominent families were uniting to combat space piracy, allowing no room for even the slightest error, especially in maintaining the secrecy of the organization's infiltrators. If it weren't for the support of the embedded operatives, the operation would not have gone unnoticed, nor would they have managed to extricate themselves smoothly. 4 days had elapsed since Hao-Ran's awakening, and the warehouse had not a morsel of food, let alone any water. Parched and hungry, he resorted to cultivating his inner energy, which temporarily dulled his hunger and helped him sustain his physical condition. Had he forgotten himself? Cursing silently after completing a full cycle of cultivation, his stomach rumbled thunderously, akin to distant thunder, as he began to feel dizzy. His lips cracked, tasting faintly of blood, and he felt increasingly unwell. An unpleasant odor emanating from his body that filled the entire warehouse. At that moment, a series of footsteps gradually approached from outside the warehouse door. Someone was coming. Hao-Ran hastily stood up, filled with anticipation, anxiety, and trepidation as he gazed toward the warehouse entrance, uncertain of what fate awaited him. The heavy control panel of the warehouse door opened automatically. A tall, slender young man entered, followed closely by a culinary robot, an automatic device designed to provide nutritional meals commonly found in the academy. "What in the world is that smell? It's absolutely revolting," exclaimed the tall young man, pinching his nose in disgust upon entering the warehouse. "This kid is utterly pathetic, just a complete waste." His gaze was as piercing and cold as that of the 4 men in black, and how Rand dared not meet his eyes, overwhelmed by the presence of such formidable individuals. "Hey, little guy," the tall youth called out casually, his strength at the mid-level of star martial arts, making him an exceptional talent, though he paled in comparison to a star sovereign. The distinction between star marshal and star sovereign was indeed a chasm. A disparity not to be underestimated. Through millennia of development, humanity had made remarkable strides in biological science, particularly in genetic research, extending lifespans to 150 years, laying the groundwork for interstellar exploration. Citizens of the Galactic Federation typically graduated from primary academies at around 16, followed by 5 years in intermediate academies and another 5 in advanced academies before entering society. However, this was merely the standard set by the Federation. Only the offspring of affluent merchants, societal elites, or exceptional talents could complete such extensive education. Thus, true adulthood was not recognized until the age of 30. How Rand, at 16, was still a bit short of that mark. While the tall youth appeared to be in his 40s, so addressing How Rand as little guy was certainly unproblematic. Avoiding the young man's gaze, How Rand slowly approached, feeling as if he were the fish on the cutting board. Ready for slaughter, despite his frail physique, he possessed an intellect far exceeding that of his peers. The knowledge he had acquired over the years was by no means inferior to that of students from intermediate or advanced star martial academies. His knowledge of light armor, holographic interfaces, and plant communication was undoubtedly top tier, though he did not wish to stand out excessively, merely aiming to be slightly above average in class. Even this modest performance was enough to astonish his instructors, who regarded him as a genius. "Are you How Rand?" the tall youth inquired. "First, have something to eat. There's a restroom in warehouse number 3. I'll unlock it for you. You'll stay here for the time being. But behave yourself, or else." His cold voice carried an icy menace, especially the 2 disdainful snorts that seemed to cut through the AI. As soon as the tall youth departed, How Rand dashed towards the now-open restroom, feeling even more distressed than from hunger. When the cool water gushed from the faucet, he drank eagerly, then scrubbed away the thick, dark red grime clinging to his skin for over 10 minutes before finally achieving cleanliness. To his astonishment, his skin appeared even fairer and more delicate than before, radiating a healthy glow, leaving him to wonder if his inner energy had reached the 5th level. After washing, he dried and donned his somewhat tattered academy uniform. The rumbling of his stomach echoed once more as he rushed out of the restroom, where the culinary robot had already prepared a nutritious meal. Devouring the food ravenously, he felt a slight relief in his belly. Uncertain how long he would remain in the warehouse, he refrained from overeating, knowing the supply from the culinary robot was limited, and he needed to conserve it. Running out would spell disaster. If his suspicions were correct, he might be sold into servitude on a desolate star. Even with the speed of light and spatial jumps, it would take at least 3 to 5 months to reach such a place. The vast Galactic Federation spanned millions of light-years, and the areas explored by the Federation represented only a minuscule fraction of that expanse. Thus, it had become a paradise for interstellar adventurers. The Galactic Federation was merely the largest organization within this star system, while countless smaller groups proliferated like stars in the sky. Other than the relatively safe zones under the Federation's control, the rest of the galaxy was a brutal arena of survival, rife with chaos, where various factions and organizations intertwined, governed by an intricate yet obscure set of rules. The Skeleton Space Pirate Group was a secretive peripheral organization linked to a prominent family, having inadvertently discovered a star system in the vast expanse of space, where they had identified 2 class of desolate stars. Now concentrating their resources on development. It was estimated that there were over 300 billion planets within the Galactic Federation, yet humanity had explored fewer than 3,000. The unwritten law of the galaxy dictated that whoever discovered a celestial body would claim it, prompting countless adventurers and exploration teams to venture forth for myriad reasons, some striking it rich overnight, while others paid the ultimate price with their lives. In this boundless expanse of space lay infinite opportunities and challenges, alongside countless perils and enigmatic dangers, secrets yet to be unveiled by humanity. How Rand resolved to remain in this warehouse for at least 3 to 5 months, necessitating a well-thought-out plan. Awaiting him was an unknown fate, and he needed to seize this time to enhance his abilities, augmenting his chances of survival against the uncertainties ahead. His mindset began to shift. He could no longer afford to remain as ignorant and aimless as he had been in the academy. Seated atop a crate, Howran contemplated quietly. The meridian map from his dreams was now undoubtedly a schematic for a cultivation technique that he had inadvertently comprehended in its entirety, along with the ability to control gravitational sources. The forthcoming months would be dedicated to mastering his inner energy and the control of gravitational abilities, while the source of plant communication would have to wait until he reached the desolate star, where it could be put to significant use. Chapter 6. Arrival at the desolate star. At present, it seems that the only means of self-defense and survival available to Howran consists of the rudimentary star martial arts fist techniques and body techniques, as well as the intermediate techniques lodged in his memory yet to be practiced. These are commonplace skills within the Galactic Federation, almost universally possessed. After a brief contemplation, Howran resolved to devote the morning hours to further honing his basic skills. While in the afternoon, he would concentrate on mastering the intermediate techniques. He planned to forego sleep at night, dedicating all his time to cultivating his internal energy, with the hope of achieving a modicum of life-preserving capability within 3 to 5 months. While practicing the rudimentary star martial arts fist techniques and body techniques, Howran simultaneously applied a gravity spell at 0.5 times his weight. Through practical application, he estimated that he could manipulate gravity between 0.5 to 1 times its original force. Initially, when he attempted to combine the gravity spell with his martial practice, the two often interfered with one another, leading to a chaotic experience. However, after half a month of diligent effort, he finally managed to apply the gravity spell without hindering his training, allowing both to coexist harmoniously. Within another half-month, he transitioned from novice to proficiency in the intermediate techniques, enabling him to execute the entire set of movements fluidly. The difference in strength compared to the basic techniques was striking. His movements exuded a fierce momentum, instilling within him a profound sense of accomplishment. Although he had not observed significant growth in his internal energy cultivation over the past month and a half, he noted a remarkable linear increase in his physical strength. Previously, he could lift a maximum of 50 kilograms. Now, he estimated he could lift around 200 kilograms, an astonishing fourfold increase. This realization sparked a surge of achievement within him, and he longed for the day he could shed the reputation he had carried for over a decade at the Academy. Moreover, he stumbled upon an extraordinary phenomenon regarding his body's resilience. 5 days prior, while practicing his techniques, he tripped over some goods and fell onto a 1-inch steel nail protruding from a cargo container. To his astonishment, the nail failed to penetrate his skin, leaving merely a faint red mark that vanished within seconds, revealing his skin unscathed, stronger than leather. Somewhere between cowhide A and C. Later, he deliberately pulled out the nail and pressed it against his skin with all his might, yet it could only leave a transient red mark that quickly faded. Was this miraculous resilience a result of the mysterious techniques he had been practicing? From that moment on, Howran's dedication intensified, and he pondered whether he could also circulate his internal energy along the meridian chart while training. Once he determined his course, Howran acted decisively. During his practice, after applying the gravity spell, he simultaneously focused on regulating the flow of his internal energy within his body. Yet, after more than 10 days, there was no progress. Nevertheless, he remained resolute in his training method, believing that success would come eventually, and if it did, the results would be nothing short of extraordinary. After 3 months of relentless training, he had mastered both the rudimentary and intermediate techniques to an impressive degree, almost instinctively ingrained in his body. His flexibility had significantly improved, and his physical strength had reached astonishing levels, with his lifting capacity increasing from 200 to 400 kilograms. He had also grown noticeably taller, estimating his height at around 1.75 meters. To the casual observer, he still appeared somewhat slender, giving an impression of fragility. Howran was surprised to find that he had spent his 16th birthday in solitary training. Oblivious to his parents' potential sorrow, he wondered how his grandparents were faring and whether they were in good health. Shaking his head, he dismissed these unwelcome sentiments. The only regret he felt was the apparent stagnation of his internal energy over the past 3 months, a puzzling conundrum that vexed him greatly. On a brighter note, his gravity manipulation ability had improved, rising from a maximum of 1 to 1.5 times his weight, which was indeed commendable. He reflected on how his plant communication abilities had scarcely progressed in 16 years. Yet his gravity manipulation had seen such a remarkable enhancement in merely 3 months. An unexpected delight. He wondered how his current strength compared to that of a 5th or 6th level star martial artist. It should not be too far off, he mused, as he consumed his nutritional meal. As he indulged in his meal, a sense of confidence began to swell within him after 3 months of fervent training, accompanied by an impulsive yearning to test his abilities. Suddenly, the heavy electric steel door opened, and Howren hastily swallowed the last morsel of his meal, rising cautiously to observe the newcomer, none other than the tall, slender young man who had visited 3 months prior. This little fellow is quite impressive. His adaptability seems to have improved, the tall young man remarked, his eyes glinting with surprise as he noticed Howren's enhanced spirit. Without strong adaptability, one cannot survive long on the desolate star, especially not someone like him, an ordinary person. Howren sensed that the young man's gaze was less menacing than before, yet he quickly lowered his head, concealing any signs of his transformation. Prepare yourselves, follow me, the tall young man coldly instructed, scanning the cargo area for any anomalies before turning to exit. Howren hesitated for a moment, then quickly approached the food supply robot, ordering another nutritional meal to accompany him as he followed the tall young man outside. Since he was uncertain when he would next have a meal, it was prudent to eat more now. As he walked, he devoured his meal voraciously, recalling the knowledge he had acquired online, now applicable in real life. It seemed the wisdom gleaned over the years would not go to waste, for there would always be a time to utilize it. In adversity, individuals often reveal astonishing capabilities. Some are inherently suited for hardship. After years of stagnation at the junior academy, Howren's mind had been steadily evolving over the past 3 months. He felt transformed, calm, and composed, his once dormant intellect now wielding formidable power. The third cargo hold was situated in the lower tier of the starship, originally designed for the transport of goods. Following the tall young man through the personnel access corridor, Howren finished his second nutritional meal. This vessel was a small starship, with a crew numbering no more than 300. He estimated the number of people waiting at the end of the corridor, only to find that the 4 individuals clad in black were among them. A quick glance revealed that all wore a collar, their spirits visibly diminished and exhaustion etched upon their faces. Clearly, they did not enjoy the same privileges as him. Though surprised, Howren's expression remained unchanged. These individuals were no weaklings but rather seasoned star adventurers, now reduced to mere captives. The harsh reality of survival of the fittest unfolded before him, offering a stark lesson in the brutal truths of existence. In total, there were 28 individuals, with Howren as the sole ordinary person among them. Why was that? Howren bore no star marshal collar, a privilege reserved for high-level prisoners, one he had yet to earn. Star bandits would not squander quality equipment on someone they deemed useless. A pervasive atmosphere of gloom, despair, panic, and helplessness enveloped the entrance corridor, punctuated by the occasional sounds of suffering. Howren dared not utter a word, a tide of unprecedented anxiety swelling within him. The wait felt interminable until he finally sensed the ship's landing, a gentle jolt followed by the slow opening of the hatch, revealing a desolate, natural ambience that greeted him from outside. All right, one by one, step off. From now on, this will be your place of work and residence. Should you misbehave, it will become your grave. I hope you can survive. Spoke the fourth in a tone that was chillingly indifferent yet laced with cruelty, vividly illustrating the law of nature where the weak are devoured by the strong. Old 4, why have you brought only these few people? We've detected a significant mineral deposit that urgently requires a large workforce for extraction. A robust middle-aged man called out from a distance. Did you not recruit any pioneers? Old 4 stepped forward to embrace the tall man tightly before inquiring. Ordinary pioneers would struggle to endure the harsh conditions below. Outfitting them in work gear would not be cost-effective. Though fewer in number, this batch appears capable of meeting our needs, the middle-aged man observed, scrutinizing the 28 individuals. Except for that little one, the rest were merely captured in passing. The weakest among them is at least level 7. Without the esteemed one's intervention, we could not have seized such high-quality adventurers. Their personal data chips are here. You can review them at your leisure, Old 4 replied, his expression unchanging as he handed over the bag containing the data chips. I and Old 7 have other tasks. So we won't linger, he added, patting the middle-aged man on the shoulder before turning to reboard the ship. In a matter of moments, the massive vessel ascended, vanishing into the sky, leaving behind the 28 captives standing in stunned silence, awaiting their uncertain fate. Chapter 7. Freedom to combine. Get your act together. Don't look as if you've just lost your parents. The middle-aged man glared fiercely, his voice booming. Instantly, the gazes of the 28 individuals were drawn to him. Yet they regarded him with indifference. After all, they were not weaklings. Despite their capture and defeat, with the exception of Howren, they still retained their dignity and spirit. They had not been silenced, and as long as they were alive, hope remained. And I know you all feel disgruntled, but here, I am your sky. I am your earth. I hold your worthless lives in my hands. Behave yourselves, and you may live. With life comes hope. If you attempt to escape or resist, you will be executed on the spot. A cruel and vicious expression crossed the middle-aged man's face, his muscles twitching ominously, adding to his menacing demeanor. Zhang Chong, I entrust these 28 to you. Take them to the base and, according to protocol, split them into 4 groups. Tomorrow, they will work in the mines, he commanded the young man standing beside him, fully armed. Yes, Captain. But does that little brat count as one of them? Zhang Chong remarked, having already noticed the frail Howren, who was clearly just an ordinary, underage individual. By standard procedure, he should be sent to the pioneering group with the other ordinary folk, rather than remain with the mining crew, where he would likely meet his demise in the depths of the mines. We do not nurture the useless here. His life depends on his own ability to survive, the middle-aged man replied with a cruel indifference, as if the lives of these people were worth less than that of a dog. The base lay less than a kilometer ahead, constructed from steel as a standard interstellar pioneering facility. Its perimeter was surrounded by 5-meter-high barbed wire fences, both to prevent ferocious predators from entering and to deter the inhabitants from escaping. Zhang Chong led a team of fully armed men escorting the 28 individuals back to the base. After all, the area outside the base was not particularly safe. During the initial construction, they had been attacked by large, vicious beasts, resulting in the loss of over 10 fully armed brothers. This was the southern hemisphere of the second barren planet, home to exceedingly savage carnivorous creatures. Consequently, all vegetation and rocky formations within a kilometer of the base had been leveled. In contrast, the northern hemisphere had been cleared before the pioneers arrived, with a large number of recruited regular pioneers vigorously constructing a grand city. Once completed, the first batch of interstellar immigrants would arrive. This was also why the middle-aged man in charge of the base would not expend his efforts escorting an ordinary brat across half a planet. That was not the way of space pirates. Here, the lives of these captives were worth less than grass, let alone that of a mere child. Besides, these individuals had been captured. Allowing them to escape or leak information would be extremely detrimental to the pirates. As they approached the massive steel gates, which slowly opened, the 28 individuals entered the place where they would now reside. A vast square for the takeoff and landing of spacecraft was filled with numerous vessels, and busy miners could be seen bustling about. On either side of the central square stood 4-story integrated living quarters, each flanked by towering energy supply towers and guard posts, with high-level living spaces lining the entrances. Howren followed the group into a hall, where armed guards stood watch around the perimeter. Zhang Chong approached the front desk and scanned the 28 individuals below. I am Zhang Chong. From now on, you 28 are under my command. Your task is to mine in groups of 8, exchanging the minerals you extract for food and other benefits. The more you mine, the more you will receive, and thus your quality of life will improve. Otherwise, you will face dire consequences, potentially even death. After delivering his message, Zhang Chong put down the microphone and surveyed the crowd, waiting for their reactions. Very good. Everyone remains calm and recognizes the current situation. No one dares to interrupt, he noted, acknowledging the absence of any foolish attempts to rebel. Anyone who dared to speak out at this moment would face swift and brutal retribution, akin to the notorious punishment meted out in ancient China. Excellent. You are the best batch I have ever seen. Now, let us begin forming groups. You may combine freely, while I will randomly assign the remaining individuals. A well-coordinated team has undeniable advantages, which you already understand. Good team members will be your best insurance for survival. Now, let us begin, Zhang Chong concluded, casting a cold gaze over the 28 individuals. Before long, 3 small groups had formed. Surprisingly, the seemingly insignificant Howren was chosen by 4 formidable-looking individuals clad in black, while the remaining 4 were escorted elsewhere by the guards. All right, I need one representative from each group to come to me to collect the room access cards. Each room is equipped with standard gear and clothing, and all information you might need is available in the room's holographic computer, Zhang Cheng stated, clearly pleased. With the addition of these 28 individuals to his team, he was confident that their mining output would no longer be the lowest among all groups. As Zhang Cheng's words faded, Howren quickly stepped forward to retrieve the room access card for his group, promptly returning to his place. Being the weakest, he felt it was best to take on menial tasks to avoid being a burden. Being diligent and adaptable was preferable. At least it would keep him from being despised. Zhang Cheng observed all of this with a quiet sigh, noting Howren's cleverness, though he knew that in the harsh environment of the mines, survival was far from guaranteed. He wondered why those 4 black-clad individuals had chosen this child. Their room access card was B4-16, located on the 4th floor of Building B. Howren handed the card to the individual among the 4 in black who had chosen him, then silently followed them to room B4-16. This was a standard integrated 8-person suite for pioneers, complete with all necessary facilities. Each bed was equipped with a set of specialized mining tools. Everyone, please take a seat. Let us get acquainted and discuss our future lives and other matters. One of the 4 individuals in black said naturally upon entering the room, exuding an air of authority and poise. Howren quietly found a spot to sit, acutely aware of his status as the weakest among them. It was not his place to give orders. At the very least, he needed to embody the 4 essential qualities. Listen more, observe more, think more, and act more. For now, his priority was survival, followed by enhancing his abilities. He was uncertain if he had reached the 5th level of star martial arts yet. I just checked the room. There are no listening devices. Perhaps they don't find it necessary to eavesdrop on us. But I suspect they possess great power and confidence, he thought. Let us each introduce ourselves, preferably sharing our strengths so we can coordinate effectively. Only through seamless cooperation can we maximize our chances of survival. As you all know, this is a powerful pirate organization, and among them are formidable experts. To leave alive, we must leverage our individual strengths. One of the individuals began. I'll go first. My name is Chen Jin, a member of the Arc Adventure team, at the mid-level of Star Martial Arts 9, with strengths in strength and energy weaponry. By Dwoki, also from the Arc Adventure team, at the peak of Star Martial Arts 8, specializing in speed and piloting flying vehicles. Arnold, member of the Arc Adventure team, at the mid-level of Star Martial Arts 8, excelling in strength and as a light armor warrior. Gomen, also from the Arc Adventure team, at the mid-level of Star Martial Arts 8, proficient in speed and holographic computing. Bartle, from the Click Adventure team, at the mid-level of Star Martial Arts 8, with strengths in speed, hand-to-hand combat, and energy weaponry. Ulis, also from the Click Adventure team, at the initial level of Star Martial Arts 8, strong in strength and spaceship piloting. Dracula, from the Click Adventure team, at the peak of Star Martial Arts 8, skilled in speed, interstellar navigation, and mental calculations. Hearing the impressive capabilities of these individuals left Howren astounded. Yet, how could he introduce himself? Howren, a graduate from the Star South Junior Academy, approximately at Star Martial Arts 5. With strengths in holographic computing, he mumbled, lowering his head in embarrassment. His source ability was not something he could disclose. It would only reveal its true value in critical moments, and besides, his source ability was still at a beginner level, lacking significant impact. Now that they were gathered, a leader was necessary. I would like to nominate myself. I believe I would be suitable for the role, Chunjin suggested, scanning the 3 members of the Click Adventure team. In truth, all 7 of them had already formed a bond on the spaceship, having become comrades in adversity. Without any dissent, Chunjin was unanimously approved as the leader of the small group. In this era where strength reigned supreme, it was only natural for the powerful to command the weaker. Chunjin, as a verifiable strong individual, was still democratic in seeking everyone's opinion. In reality, Howren had been caught in an unfortunate circumstance, unwittingly dragged into their plight. Please accept my sincere apologies for this. I am truly sorry, Chunjin expressed to Howren, demonstrating remarkable humility for a level 9 star martial arts adventurer. Brother Chen, you need not feel guilty or remorseful. The world is unpredictable, and none can foresee its twists and turns. I appreciate you bringing this burden onto your team. I will do my utmost not to hold you back if it comes to life and death situations. Do not hesitate to leave me behind. I want to say a word, Howren quickly asserted, clarifying his stance to avoid putting anyone in a difficult position. Younger brother Howren possesses self-awareness. I like this quality. Gomen, One of the black-clad individuals remarked with a hearty laugh, appreciating Howren's straightforwardness. The young lad possesses such grandeur. I am genuinely astonished. On the surface, all 7 of us exhibit power levels akin to 8 or 9. Yet our strength is constrained by the star martial ring, limiting us to merely the capabilities of levels 5 or 6, which is comparable to yours, albeit with slightly greater physical resilience. The nearly 2-meter-tall Caucasian named Bidwoki clapped his hands, noting that their physical fortitude far surpasses that of an ordinary level 5 or 6-star martial practitioner, existing in a realm of its own, devoid of comparability. Such remarks were merely intended to encourage the young lad before us. Thank you, everyone. Howren stood up once more to bow to the group, realizing how fortunate he truly was to encounter such intrepid adventurers. All right, young Howren, you must understand that you are not significantly inferior to us. If you can endure, I believe you will become our beacon of hope, Chun-Jin stated, pressing his hand down reassuringly. I resonate deeply with Brother Chun-Jin's words. As long as you can persevere, you will be our hope, the towering black man named Dracula added, standing at nearly 2 meters tall. Chapter 8. Penetrating the light network. For now, we must thoroughly digest the information they have left within the light brain and meticulously analyze the next steps for our 8-person team. Henceforth, Howren and Gumin will be responsible for reviewing and collecting data from the light brain, ensuring that we study it comprehensively. If we could infiltrate their network from the light brain, it would be even better. Chen-Jin, our leader, assign the first task. I will handle this, Howren volunteered, stepping before the light brain to retrieve the pre-saved data. The 8 of them gathered around the light brain, examining the information Howren had extracted. There was not much data to peruse, and within just over an hour, they had finished reviewing it. Upon completing their examination, a profound unease settled over the group as anger surged within them. This was nothing short of a disaster. Each group was required to mine at least 800 kilograms of rare or daily to secure sustenance for the 8 of them. Otherwise, they would face starvation or have to venture outside to procure food. A perilous endeavor without weapons and with their capabilities restricted, stepping beyond the safety of the base to confront formidable beasts was akin to courting death. According to the data provided by the light brain, there were currently 3 rare mineral deposits being mined, located 200 kilometers east, 500 kilometers west, and 800 kilometers south of the base, with transport aircraft facilitating their transfer. Each aircraft was equipped with 6 guards, whose role was to prevent disputes and theft among the groups. However, conflicts among groups were surely unavoidable. Although no information was provided on this aspect, it was easy to imagine that bloodshed, even fatalities, would occur frequently. The adventurers arriving here were hardly paragons of virtue. Many were desperate individuals, a fact that could not be overlooked. The excess mined or could be exchanged for points, with 100 kilograms earning a single point, which could then be traded for items, medicine, food, and more. Each clause of the data was extracted and analyzed separately, discussed thoroughly, and only after every piece of information had been scrutinized did they finally sit down again. Their expressions heavy with gravity. There was no need to elaborate further. It was unnecessary to dwell on such matters today, as we still had one day of complimentary meals ahead of us. From then on, we would need to exchange our sweat and toil for the basic necessities of survival. In the afternoon, everyone's task was to familiarize themselves with the base's environment, explore the mining tools, and observe the transport vehicles. Tomorrow morning, we would head to the southern mineral deposit, which, according to the data, was recently discovered and was a large mining site. The middle-aged man had mentioned this upon our arrival. Chen-Jin's mood was somber, yet his face betrayed none of it, exemplifying the qualities of a leader: composure, calmness, rationality, and confidence. After concluding his remarks, Chen-Jin approached the first bunk, scrutinizing the configuration. Each bunk was equipped with a sleeping set, 2 sets of work clothes for exploration and mining, a set of mining tools, and a set of dining utensils. The 8 of them donned their outfits and exited the room. The accommodations for these captive miners consisted of 2 standard integrated buildings. Labeled A and B. Between them were 3 square structures, the first for transfer and point exchange, the second serving as a communal dining hall, and the third as an entertainment area. The 8 of them took a tour around the base, observing all that was meant for them to see, while anything deemed inappropriate for their eyes remained concealed. Chen-Jin held no illusions of uncovering any secrets. They enjoyed a complimentary Chinese meal in the public dining hall, which was vastly superior to the nutritional meals supplied by the vending machines. After 3 months of monotonous nutrient rations, their taste buds had grown weary. This was the first day in March that they had truly felt satiated. Relishing the flavors, a group of them made their way to the central square where the transport vehicles landed, frequently witnessing the arrival and departure of these aircraft. Just as one landed, a mining truck emerged from the ore storage facility to unload the minerals. Once the truck had completed its unloading, the 8 of them slowly returned to their quarters. I estimated that each transport aircraft could carry approximately 2,000 kilograms, though I wondered how many trips it made in a day. Dracula whispered to Chen Jin. Additionally, I noticed 2 injured individuals disembarking from the aircraft. Their wounds appeared quite severe, Bartle remarked quietly. Upon returning to their quarters, the Group's spirits were notably heavy after their brief observation. The information gleaned from their tour painted a rather bleak picture, revealing that casualties occurred monthly, albeit not in large numbers. Furthermore, it was evident that very few individuals exchanged points for other items, implying that exceeding task quotas was nearly impossible, leading to frequent instances of hunger. As each person contemplated their thoughts, Howren sat alone before the light brain, clearly aware that this device was connected to the main control light brain, albeit in a unidirectional manner. This meant that while the main brain could transmit information, this device could not actively send data back. Howren's task was to design a program that would allow him to hide his program within the control flow of the system during the brief moment when the main control light brain initiated data transmission, allowing him to retrieve the desired data from it. Though this sounded simple in theory, executing it was far more challenging than climbing to the heavens. IT involved delving into the lower-level hardware system coding of the light brain, requiring an intimate understanding of both software and hardware interface coding, as well as the ability to penetrate security protocols. On a nearly bare machine terminal light brain, one had to employ the most rudimentary data coding to complete the programming, an endeavor that seemed nearly insurmountable. Even Gummin, who considered himself a master of light brains, failed to notice Howren's activities. He was merely astonished that this seemingly frail young lad could code using pure numerical encoding, a testament to his vast knowledge of light brain technology and formidable computational and memory capabilities. Are you coding with pure numerical encoding? What purpose does that serve? Gummin inquired, still in disbelief. I'm attempting to see if I can penetrate the unidirectional light network. Howren replied without looking up, continuing his work. Gummin merely assumed Howren was experimenting. He felt he was far from capable of achieving such a feat. If this young lad succeeded, he would undoubtedly be a prodigious talent in the realm of light brains, a coveted asset for any organization. Yet, against all odds, Howren accomplished it, spending 3 hours coding the program using pure numerical encoding. Now, he awaited the moment when the main control light brain would initiate the unidirectional channel for data communication. What is going on? Arnold noticed Gummin staring wide-eyed at Howren, a look of astonishment on his face, and inquired, "A genius. We might have stumbled upon a treasure," Gummin muttered to himself. "What treasure?" Chen Jin, noticing the 2's unusual demeanor, approached to ask. Gummin recounted what he had just witnessed in a hushed tone, adding, "If he can succeed, we may very well escape." Chen Jin was overjoyed upon hearing this. If Gummin's words held any truth, their hope of escape had significantly increased. Immediately, the 7 of them gathered around. "I'm merely trying it out. I'm unsure if it will succeed or not," Howren explained, having just completed the program and seeing the hopeful gazes of the others. "We mustn't speak too soon before it's accomplished. All right, let us hope it works. It's time for dinner. Let us head down." Chen Jin understood the importance of not placing all their hopes on a single trial. With no space to practice martial arts, after dinner, Howren retired to bed early, determined to maintain his nightly cultivation. Sitting cross-legged on his bunk, he focused intently on guiding the subtle currents within his internal meridians along the vast operational pathways. For 3 months, he had spent each night in meditation, yet his internal energy showed no signs of growth, while his physical strength had markedly improved. Internal energy is a miraculous biological energy generated within the human body's meridians through the practice of intermediate star martial arts. However, it seemed as if his internal energy was merely a bead he had swallowed, not something earned through diligent cultivation. Was this the reason for its stagnation? Contemplation aside, he remained steadfast in his nightly practice. It was evident that while the overall quantity of internal energy had not changed, his physical form was becoming increasingly robust, and his strength had multiplied significantly to survive on this desolate planet. Cultivating internal energy was essential. Although he had diligently practiced without seeing an increase in internal energy, the undeniable enhancement of his physical constitution and strength was a source of great satisfaction. He believed that with perseverance, growth would eventually come. In the meantime, even if internal energy stagnated, the augmentation of his physicality and strength was indeed a cause for joy. The diligent efforts of Howren did not escape the watchful eyes of Chen Jin and the other six. This little rascal truly possesses remarkable qualities. To persist in cultivation under such challenging circumstances is commendable, indicating a commendable mindset and unwavering will. While the inner energies of Chen Jin and his companions were suppressed and rendered unusable, they could only muster a strength equivalent to levels 5 or 6 through sheer physicality. It would be prudent to offer guidance to this seemingly promising young lad in the future. A pale yellow inner energy coursed slowly along the vast and intricate meridian lines. Wherever the energy flowed, the meridians absorbed it with an almost imperceptible subtlety. Part of it diffused into the cells of the physical body and internal organs, while another portion circulated through the meridians in a mysterious manner, slightly enhancing itself before returning along the pathways. Thus, during this cycle of operation, the inner energy fluctuated between consumption and growth in a delicate balance. While the cells throughout Howren's body absorbed the energy, steadily strengthening themselves, during the initial month, a complete circulation of the energy cycle took over 4 hours. However, as cultivation progressed, this duration gradually decreased, stabilizing at around 3 hours. A single night could accommodate nearly 2 cycles, but without full commitment, even completing 2 cycles in one evening would be a challenge. Chapter 9. The third mining area that night, Chen Jin and the others found themselves unable to sleep. Every hour, he would rise to observe the takeoffs and landings of the transport vehicles in the central plaza. The transport vehicles had been in constant operation throughout the night. By day, for miners would oversee the vehicles. But by night, only 2 remained. The number of individuals returning to buildings A and B, where the captured miners resided, was few, indicating that they were tirelessly mining, making survival exceedingly arduous. The floodlights atop the tower shone particularly brightly at night, with electrical currents visibly coursing through the steel railings, accompanied by occasional crackling sounds. The nighttime defenses seemed even more stringent than during the day, perhaps a precaution against ferocious beasts or a measure to contain the captives. As dawn broke, the other 7 members of B4-16 rose, washed up, and awaited their leader Chen Jin's orders. All right, let's check our equipment and ensure nothing is forgotten. Then we shall head to the cafeteria for breakfast. Afterward, we will take our lunch with us. Chen Jin inspected his gear and assisted Howren with his, as he was still just a child. The 8 of them, fully armed, entered the dining hall, where they discovered numerous miners had arrived before them. However, it was rare to see groups of 8. Most were comprised of 2 to 4 individuals. More newcomers, a rough voice called from a nearby table. Hey, there's even a little brat among them. What a surprise. Just an ordinary person. The exclamations, curses, and taunts, both malicious and benign, filled the air, creating a cacophony of voices. Chen Jin swiftly scanned the room, analyzing potential allies and discerning dangers, ultimately settling on a quartet seated by the door. Conveniently near an empty table, Gumin, Howren, Dracula, Bartle, you 4 go get the meals from that table, he instructed, handing his light card to Gumin and gesturing toward the vacant spot. Their room's light cards served as identification, a database, and point cards akin to personal neural interfaces. Good morning, everyone, Chen Jin greeted casually once the 4 were seated, performing a standard adventurer's greeting. New here, are you? Where from? Inquired one of the burly men. Alan Starr. Arc Adventure Group, Chen Jin replied succinctly, his words as precious as gold. I've heard of it. It's an AAA-rated group, isn't it? The man pondered momentarily, evidently searching his memory, and soon recalled. How long have you been here? Chen Jin was surprised that the man recognized Arc Adventure Group and its esteemed rating in the vast galaxy. There were countless registered adventure groups, yet only the top 500 were widely known. Some groups registered one day and vanished the next, while others were merely fleeting whims of friends or scions of influential families. 2 years, came the reply. Well, we're done eating. Take your time, the burly man said. And with that, he and his 3 companions hurriedly departed. Chenggu, breakfast is here, Howren announced, carrying 2 servings. He noticed Chen Jin lost in thought, gazing after the retreating figures of the 4 men. All right, everyone, let's eat quickly. We need to be at the central plaza by 7, Chen Jin said, shaking off his contemplation to regain his usual calm demeanor. Aside from the fixed departure time for the first transport vehicle at 7 every morning, other timings were unpredictable. In the mining area, the vehicles departed as soon as they were loaded with ore. "Captain, someone just provoked us," Gomin said quietly while eating. "Oh? Who was it?" Chun-Jin was taken aback that someone would dare challenge them so soon. Did they truly think they could toy with them? The bald guy at the second table by the third window on the left, Gomin pointed out. "All right, let's remember this person. Once we settle in, we will teach him a lesson." Chun-Jin's eyes gleamed with determination. Before long, the 8 had finished their breakfast, packing their lunches as they left. They arrived at the central plaza just shy of 7 o'clock, where the transport vehicles to each mining area were stationed in distinct zones, clearly marked with mining area numbers to avoid confusion. The large mining area to the south, recently opened, was designated as No. 3. You all are headed to mining area number 3. As they approached the landing zone for the transport vehicle, a voice called out, "Hello, it seems fate has brought us together again. I look forward to your guidance in the future." Chun-Jin chuckled, not expecting to encounter the 4 men once more. "Are you sure you want to go to mining area number 3? The burly man asked again, this time with a serious tone. "Yes, is there something wrong?" Chun-Jin replied, sensing the man's gravity. "You newcomers should first acclimate in a relatively safer old mining area before coming to number 3. The conditions there are harsh, and it would be better to adjust before tackling such dangers," the man suggested earnestly, clearly impressed by the newcomers. "This elder brother, is mining area number 3 really unsafe?" Howren interjected, evidently unaware that this was not the time for him to speak. The 7 of them cast sidelong glances at Howren, recognizing his sensitivity and quick wit, though he still lacked an understanding of the nuances of the situation. "That little kid is quite sharp," the burly man mused, though he had intended to convey this more subtly to avoid bruising their egos. As interstellar adventurers, being too blunt could be misconstrued as condescension. Rather than struggling for survival in the old mining area, it is better to take a chance, Chun-Jin asserted firmly, brimming with confidence in his team. "Well, I won't say more. Just be careful not to act rashly. Surviving is paramount," the burly man advised one last time. "Actually, in mining area number 3, he hesitated, his words trailing off as he seemed to reconsider. Before leading his 3 companions towards a transport vehicle, "Thank you, we will be cautious." "Your guidance is greatly appreciated," Chun-Jin replied, boarding the vehicle with his 7 companions. With a resounding roar, the transport vehicle ascended. Swiftly departing from the base, an hour later, 5 transport vehicles landed in a vast valley within a colossal mountain range. Nearly 200 miners, fully equipped for excavation, poured out, disappearing into the mountains in no time, leaving only the 5 vehicles and their armed escort behind. According to the data provided by their neural interfaces, this expansive mountain range was mining area number 3, filled with countless naturally occurring caves where rare ores were either distributed or hidden deep within crevices, ravines, and riverbeds. Yet, this was also a paradise for ferocious beasts, ruthless, fierce, both large and small. The only defensive weapons provided to the captive miners were a single cold weapon and their mining tools. Chapter 10. Botanical Exploration. "Captain, where are we headed now?" Beiduochi inquired, gripping a 2-foot-long machete, on guard as he spoke. He had not anticipated finding himself reduced to mining, constantly facing life-threatening dangers. The vicissitudes of life were indeed unpredictable. "Let us venture deeper. Today, our primary objective is to scout the area, ideally locating a rich mining zone. We will proceed to uncharted territories, but we must not stray too far from the valley. Otherwise, transporting any discovered ores will require considerable effort," Chun-Jin replied, equally in the dark about the mining process, relying solely on his instincts and experience to navigate the situation. "Brother Chun, although we are unaware of the nature of this rare mineral, we can ascertain the mineral content of the region through a myriad of factors, such as the distribution of flora, the hues of the plants, and the coloration of their root systems. At this moment, Howren's vast knowledge proves invaluable. Oh, do you possess any understanding of this subject?" Chun-Jin turned his head in surprise to gaze at Howren, realizing that this young fellow seemed to possess considerable knowledge. "Even regarding such an obscure topic, I have a modest acquaintance with it. Allow me to give it a try," Howren declared confidently as he stepped forward. Indeed, he had some familiarity with these matters, but it served merely as a pretext to conceal his ability to communicate with plants. He held in his possession several specimens of rare minerals that had been sent down from above, which was his true foundation. Howren wore a dagger on the outer side of his thigh, a method of carrying that Tianjin and his companions had taught him. Practical, handy, and convenient, he made his way towards a lush forest on his left. Arnold, Bartle, you two lead the way. Gomin, Yuri's, Dracula, you three take the rear. Beidoki on the left, I shall remain on the right, he directed. The group dispersed around Howren, forming a standard protective formation within a 5-meter radius. Truly befitting the leader of the Ark Adventure team. The 8 members maintained their formation as they advanced towards the verdant forest, and soon, their figures vanished amidst the dense greenery. This was an untouched mountainous forest, never trodden by human feet. Other miners typically avoided the woods, seeking instead ravines, caves, and exposed cliffs for mineral deposits. Howren's 3 months of rigorous training in agility bore fruit here. He moved with remarkable grace and agility, feeling an unprecedented ease of movement, as if it were instinctual. Beidoki and Dracula, known for their speed, were taken aback by Howren's nimbleness and ethereal movements. Had this young lad descended from monkeys? It was as if he had transformed upon entering the forest. Tianjin and the others exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with astonishment. This young man was increasingly impressive, leaving them in eager anticipation of what else he might reveal. Howren nimbly ascended a tree large enough for 3 people to embrace. Pausing only when the other 7 could no longer see him, he pressed his palm against the trunk, and with a focused thought, he summoned his ability to communicate with plants. A profound, ancient, and tranquil sensation enveloped him as he gradually merged his consciousness with the ancient tree, absorbing its serenity, strength, and timelessness while imparting images of the rare mineral specimens he had observed. Time seemed to stretch, perhaps only moments passed, before he awakened from this communion, having vaguely gathered the information he sought. It was not entirely precise, but he believed that a few more communications in different locations would suffice. Achieving such results with a novice ability was commendable. The rest would rely on his existing knowledge base for judgment. He gracefully descended the tree and deftly maneuvered past some obstructing vines to reach Tianjin. Brother Chen, I have begun to grasp some leads, but we must traverse a few more areas to solidify our findings. Howren reported softly, mindful that revealing too much too soon could raise suspicions and serve as a means of self-protection, as his acquired knowledge gradually transformed into his own understanding and experience. Indeed, we are all novices in this realm, so we shall rely on you. Gathering more information is essential. Nothing is ever as simple as it seems. Having a lead is already a significant achievement, and we shall follow your lead while ensuring your safety, Tianjin responded, elated. He had not anticipated that they would indeed make progress. It appeared that the initially underestimated young lad was a true genius. He signaled to the 6 members on the periphery with gestures that Howren could not comprehend, and they surrounded him as they ventured towards another forest atop a nearby mountain. Throughout the morning, the 8 traversed 5 mountain peaks and explored 5 forested areas, encountering 3 large predators along the way, yet none raised the alarm. They circumvented them successfully. They also encountered numerous smaller feral beasts, evading them whenever possible, and swiftly dealt with those they could not avoid, resulting in minor injuries for Dracula and Beidoki, both adept in speed. Little brother, are you certain that the mineral content beneath this peak is significantly higher than elsewhere? Howren's performance throughout the morning had earned him the respect of the 7 others, whether through his knowledge of mineral identification via plants or his agility and bravery in facing feral beasts. Indeed, I am confident. Brothers, look here. This stone was collected from the stream in the valley beneath the mountain. It rivals the mineral samples we received. Compare them, and see for yourselves. With that, Howren produced the mineral sample from his pocket and placed it alongside the stone he had gathered. Remarkable. It is merely a fraction different. The 7 examined the stones meticulously before concluding that indeed, the disparity was minimal, eliciting joyous exclamations from all. What does this imply? If surface stones hold such a high concentration, what must lie beneath? Surely, the content will be astonishing. Ha ha, little brother, splendid work. Tianjin heartily clapped Howren on the shoulder. Indeed, this is truly excellent. The others echoed, their initial uncertainty transformed into elation as they now discovered a potential treasure. Let us fill our stomachs first and take a brief respite. This afternoon, our task will be to explore this mountain thoroughly. It is vast, and the undertaking will be arduous. I never expected to uncover a rich mineral area within a single morning. We are quite fortunate, Chen remarked, pulling out the packed meals they had brought along. The 8 shared their provisions and drank from their water supplies, climbing up into the tree branches to rest. In this primordial forest, where feral beasts roamed freely, caution was the paramount rule for survival, especially since everyone's abilities were limited to a relatively low level. In such untamed territory, it was best to avoid bloody confrontations with feral beasts, lest the scent of blood attract a swarm of predators and lead to disaster. Though lightly injured, Dracula and Beidoki bore wounds from the feral beast's claws or bites as they tended to their injuries. Both felt a peculiar tingling sensation, an unmistakable sign of viral or toxic infection. If not addressed promptly, it could prove life-threatening. Brother Chun, I know of certain herbs that could work wonders for the injuries of Dracula and Beidoki, effectively preventing infection. However, these herbs grow by the secluded valleys and ponds, Howren quietly informed Chen, seated on a nearby branch. Oh, I shall accompany you in the search, Chen replied, realizing that this young lad was increasingly intriguing and possessed a wealth of knowledge. That is precisely my intention. I can determine the location based on the growth patterns of the plants, so it should not be far, Howren added, subtly revealing that he had already gleaned the information from his earlier communion with the ancient tree while providing a more comprehensible rationale. Let us depart now. An hour should suffice, Howren said, skillfully descending from the branches and drawing his dagger from its sheath. You all wait here. We will return shortly, Chen instructed before following Howren as they stealthily made their way towards the mountainside. Although their conversation was hushed, the other 6 were keenly aware, astonished that this young brother possessed such capabilities. In less than 2 days, Howren's extraordinary qualities had genuinely earned the recognition of these seasoned interstellar adventurers, who no longer regarded him as someone to be protected. Unconsciously, they had placed him on an equal footing as a true comrade. Do you think it is wise for those 2 to venture out alone? Dracula inquired, a hint of concern in his voice. There is nothing to worry about. We are all well aware of our captain's strength. Did you not see how he performed this morning? He is likely even stronger than us now. Beidoki replied confidently. Indeed, he should be fine, Gomen concurred. Howren and Chen pressed forward towards the direction indicated by the ancient tree. In Howren's mind, he viewed himself as the weakest member of the group. Thus he exerted himself fully, without considering whether Chen could keep pace. Meanwhile, Chen found himself in a rather comical predicament. The longer he followed this young lad, the more he realized the latter's astounding prowess. He was now struggling to keep up, feeling as though he were merely a tail trailing behind, the gap between them widening. Chapter 11. The Battle of Tortoise and Snake. After half an hour of rapid movement, the 2 finally reached the mountain range indicated by the ancient tree. Howren mentally calculated that they must be nearing their destination, as the vague fragments of information he had received suggested that a sheer cliff lay between the 2 peaks, with a vast valley and deep pool situated below. Howren slowed his pace, consciously conserving his energy, knowing that they would soon need to descend into the valley. Where is Brother Chen? He suddenly wondered, glancing back to find Chen absent from his side. Perhaps he had encountered something along the way and had not had time to inform him. He would think on it later. Completely unaware that he had inadvertently left his esteemed companion behind. Moments later, a sweat-soaked Chen emerged from the foliage, panting as he caught up with Howren. Brother Chen, what happened? Howren asked in astonishment. Noticing the heat radiating from Chen body, I was chasing after you. It nearly exhausted me, Chen exclaimed, feeling a mix of frustration and amusement at the realization that his younger companion was oblivious to the fact that he had been left behind. You were chasing me, Brother Chen? In a moment of confusion, Howren found himself utterly disoriented, his mind struggling to catch up. You are too swift. I cannot keep pace, Chen finally managed to articulate with a smile. Is that so? I fail to perceive it, Howren retorted, feeling somewhat deceived, yet sensing that Chen's words bore a kernel of truth. How much farther? Chen asked, tapping one of his underlings. Now is not the time for flattery. It should only be a few minutes' journey. The cliff should be just ahead. Following the mountain's contours, Howren replied, pivoting to dive forward once more. Within mere minutes, an immense gorge unveiled itself before the 2. Shrouded in mist, its depths unfathomable, from within came the distant sounds of rushing waters and beastly howls. I sit down there. Jin inquired, peering over the edge, fully aware of the peril that lay below. Suspecting that ferocious creatures lurked in the abyss, there must certainly be some within the steep, craggy cliffs, Howren asserted confidently, convinced that the ancient tree's guidance was infallible. Brother Chun, I am the only one familiar with this herb. You must ensure the safety of the rope from above, Howren declared, his face devoid of fear, replaced instead by a sense of exhilaration. This herb, known as ziji, was not found just anywhere. It thrived only in places renowned for their rich spiritual energy and perilous nature. According to ancient texts, it required hundreds of years to mature, its benefits extending far beyond mere anti-inflammatory or detoxifying properties. Howren, drawing a connection between their wounds and this herb, had not anticipated receiving a memory of it from the ancient tree through their communion with plant energy. All right, my underling must tread carefully, Jin advised, acknowledging that without proper knowledge, descending would be futile. He secured one end of the rope around Howren's waist and the other to a sturdy tree at the cliff's edge, gently lowering him down. The rope merely served as a safety measure. The true tools for the task were the complete mining equipment. Step by step, Howren maneuvered down the cliff, which towered 3,000 to 4,000 meters high. Gradually, he descended into the mist, calculating that he was approximately 2,000 meters from the summit. With each few meters climbed, he meticulously scanned his surroundings, anxious not to overlook anything, yet the vast expanse of the cliff was beyond the reach of his sight, particularly given the fog obscuring his vision. Thankfully, no predatory birds were soaring above. Otherwise, there would be no means of concealment. Moments later, fatigue washed over Howren, and drenched in sweat, he decided to take a brief respite. He had not anticipated that climbing the cliff would so severely deplete his energy. He must hasten. Brother Chen awaited him above. With renewed determination, he continued his descent. Upon reaching a depth of over 3,000 meters, Howren's eyes lit up as he finally spotted his target. A 5-leafed ziji thrived in a small crevice of the cliff, its deep purple, plump leaves glistening like petals with an ethereal sheen. Truly extraordinary. With great care, he extracted the ziji using a dagger, clearing the soil from its main root before gently placing it into his food box and sealing it securely within his backpack. Taking a deep breath to calm his racing heart, he suddenly noticed tumultuous waves rising from a deep pool several hundred meters away, resembling boiling water. Straining his eyes, he discerned something churning beneath the surface. Indistinct yet compelling. What could that be? Should I venture down to investigate? After a moment's hesitation, curiosity overcame caution, and Howren resolved to descend, reasoning that whatever lay within the water could not scale the cliffs and was thus likely safe. Proceeding with caution, he reached a point just 200 meters above the pool, allowing him a clearer view of the submerged entity. The sight that greeted him left him astounded. Within the vast depths, a colossal 3-headed serpent, approximately 30 meters in length and as thick as a barrel, was engaged in a desperate struggle with an enormous tortoise. Their titanic forms sent waves surging high into the air. The 3-headed serpent attempted to ensnare the tortoise with its body, but the tortoise's slick, rounded shell rendered it nearly impossible to grasp. Conversely, the tortoise's claws were razor-sharp. Whenever they struck, a gory mark would appear. The furious serpent writhed swiftly within the water, evading the tortoise's lethal talons while its 3 heads lunged in an attempt to bite down on the tortoise's own head, yet always narrowly missing. The ferocity of the battle was evident in the water's hue, which had turned a pale red from the bloodshed. Slowly, the serpent began to maneuver the tortoise towards the shore, realizing that it could not best the tortoise in the water and hoped to gain an advantage on land. As the struggle shifted to the bank, the serpent's advantage proved illusory. The tortoise displayed remarkable speed and agility. As soon as it reached dry ground, the tortoise unexpectedly seized one of the serpent's heads. Using its massive body to pin the serpent down in an instant, the captured head was severed by the tortoise's formidable claws. The loss of one head significantly weakened the serpent, which struggled violently for a brief moment before the tortoise dispatched the remaining 2 heads. Ultimately, the tortoise emerged victorious, tearing open 2 of the serpent's heads and swallowing the precious orbs within before gracefully sinking back into the depths. Howren waited for a while, observing as the waters calmed. The tortoise no longer surfacing. The blood and gall of the serpent were highly valuable, and though fear gripped him, the adage of seeking fortune in peril spurred him on. After contemplating for several minutes, He resolutely made his way down to the bottom of the pool in a mere 10 minutes. He reached the base of the cliff, racing to the serpent's corpse with astonishing speed. He emptied his water flask and carefully filled it with the serpent's blood. Lamenting that with such risks, one flask seemed woefully inadequate. After a moment's thought, he boldly tilted his head back and drank the entire flask of serpent's blood, still feeling unsatisfied. So he filled another and drank that down as well, consuming a total of 2 full flasks before his stomach felt swollen. Once again, he filled a flask and capped it carefully. Drawing his dagger from his side, he recalled that the serpent's gall was his secondary objective for this venture. After several minutes of searching, he found a gall slightly smaller than a fist, swallowing it without hesitation. Earlier, from a height of around 200 meters, he had observed the tortoise breaking open 2 of the serpent's heads. Retrieving something from within, one head remained intact. Finding that head, he used his dagger to cleave it open, uncovering a small red orb, the size of a human finger, adorned with mysterious patterns. He felt a flicker of recognition. He had encountered something similar before, in the midst of his unconsciousness. A yellow orb had flown into his mouth, causing excruciating pain in his abdomen and inadvertently unlocking a complex web of dreamlike pathways within him. Undoubtedly a precious item. He carefully tucked the patterned red orb close to him, suddenly realizing how much time had elapsed. He had been down for over an hour. With urgency, he dashed to the edge of the pool. Washing the blood from his hands, dagger, and flask, checking his gear before swiftly beginning his ascent. Chapter 12. The divine efficacy of Ziji climbing upward seemed, paradoxically, somewhat easier than descending, albeit requiring more time, as Howren finally emerged at the cliff's summit. Sweat-soaked and breathless, he found Chen Jin pacing anxiously. "Thank goodness, little brother, you have finally returned. I was just about to come after you," Chen Jin exclaimed, rushing forward to grasp Howren's shoulders, his face visibly relaxing with relief. "Brother Chen, I apologize for the delay. Some complications arose, but I managed to locate the herb," Howren replied, touched by Chen Jin's genuine concern, which mirrored the care he had received from Steve. "I have faith in your abilities." "Little brother," Chen Jin responded, genuinely pleased. He admired Howren's competence and character, having gotten to know him in such a short time, and regarded him as a true partner. "We must hurry back. We have spent nearly 3 hours here, and Gu-man and the others are surely worried." With that, he took the lead, sprinting back without concern for Howren's pace, which he had witnessed firsthand. Upon returning to their starting point, they discovered Gu-man, Arnold, Bartle, and Yuri's huddled together, tense and anxious. "Captain, you are finally back." "We were nearly frantic with worry," Gu-man called out, rushing towards them upon catching sight of Chen Jin and Howren. "What has transpired?" Chen Jin asked, sensing something amiss as he noticed the troubled expression on Gu-man's face. "About an hour after you left, Dracula and Bedochi reported numbness and itching in their wounds. Before long, both collapsed, and now their wounds have turned gray," Gu-man explained hurriedly. "They seem to have been poisoned, and it is a potent toxin, Captain." "What should we do?" Arnold added, his face betraying his concern over the imminent loss of 2 teammates. Chen Jin felt a surge of alarm. He had initially thought the injuries were minor, but the rapid decline of the 2 men was alarming. "Where are they?" Bartle and Yuri stepped aside, revealing Bedochi and Dracula lying beneath a large tree, their faces ashen and frighteningly pale. "Little brother, their lives depend on you," Chen Jin stated after assessing the situation, realizing he could only make a rudimentary judgment about the poisoning or viral infection. He was no expert in this matter. His strengths lay in leadership and combat. As the crowd parted, Howren calmly stepped forward. He possessed a modest understanding of medicine, yet previously regarded it merely as an academic subject. Without delving deeply into its intricacies now, he found himself thrust into a situation akin to a duck forced onto a perch. Fortunately, his efforts were not in vain. Otherwise, the perched duck would have been sent tumbling down. Upon hearing Chen Jin's words, the onlookers turned their gazes toward Howren, who consistently shone brightly during critical moments. Howren examined the wounds of Bedochi and Dracula with meticulous attention, realizing that their afflictions were not merely due to poisoning. He decided to treat them as if they were living horses, trusting in the miraculous properties of the purple sap to save them both. "Gu-man, hand me your water flask," he requested, determining that the wounds required another cleansing, as his own flask contained snake blood. After receiving the water from Gu-man, He quickly cleaned the wounds of Bydwoki and Dracula, then retrieved a food container filled with purple sap from his backpack. Carefully, he sliced a leaf of the purple sap into 4 portions, mashing each one separately, and applied the mixture to each of their wounds. He then mixed the remaining sap with water and administered it to both men. Completing these tasks, he gingerly sealed the food container and returned it to his backpack, now awaiting the sap's effect. If the ancient texts proved deceptive, then the fates of these 2 brothers would rest entirely in the hands of Providence. From the beginning at the deep pool until now, Howren had not taken a single breath of respite. Once his tasks were accomplished, an overwhelming fatigue washed over him. After a brief moment, he sank down onto the ground. Time stretched interminably as the others anxiously awaited the outcome. Gumin and his companions maintained a vigilant watch, while Chen Jin stood quietly at the side of the 2 unconscious men, with Howren seated on the right and Yuri's crouched before the injured. Observing them intently, the 8 individuals resembled still statues, silent save for the rhythmic thumping of their hearts and the rustling of leaves stirred by the wind as it traversed through the forest. A quarter of an hour felt as though it spanned an eternity. Suddenly, Yuri's exclaimed, "Come look, there seems to be a change in the wounds." The 3 onlookers turned their heads, their expressions tense as they scrutinized the 2 men lying on the ground. Chan Jin quickly crouched to examine the wounds, while Howren sprang up to inspect them as well. To their astonishment, a faint gray vapor began to emanate from the pale wounds, which were rapidly turning red and gradually closing. Remarkably, within a mere 5 minutes, the wounds healed astonishingly, forming faint red scars. The 3 men stood agape, utterly dumbfounded, as if they could swallow a cow whole, hardly daring to believe their own eyes. Minutes later, Bydwoki and Dracula stirred awake in succession. In less than an hour, they were back on their feet, exuberant and lively. It was nothing short of miraculous, akin to a divine elixir. Once Bydwoki and Dracula had fully recovered, the gaze of the other 7 upon Howren shifted, imbued with something deeper, leaving him feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Following this event, the bond among the 8 individuals notably strengthened, their glances exchanged, now radiating trust, moving towards unity, harmony, and closeness. "Captain, it's getting late. Should we continue our exploration of this peak?" Dracula voiced, aligning himself with Gumin and the others and calling Chen Jin their captain, acknowledging his leadership in an adventuring party. Units are organized by teams, and not just anyone can assume the role of captain. First, he must be a formidable individual. Second, he must possess exceptional leadership qualities and keen insight. Finally, he must exude a compelling charm. By these standards, a captain is a rare breed of extraordinary talent. Chun Jin was indeed a born leader, having won over the 3 skilled members of the Kellic adventuring team in less than 2 days. Upon hearing Dracula address him as captain, Chun Jin briefly froze, then quickly regained his composure, believing wholeheartedly that this group would grow stronger and harness tremendous collective power. "We must thoroughly explore the entire mountain and its surroundings today. Ideally, we should locate a natural cave. If none can be found, we must choose a discreet spot to dig down," Chun Jin asserted resolutely. "After today, there will be no more free lunches, so we must find a mining site and identify any potential hazards on this mountain. Or else we risk our lives. I cannot afford to be ambushed by a ferocious beast while mining." With a command, the 8 formed a scouting formation and advanced forward. Howren found himself instinctively placed in the center of the formation, his status as the acknowledged junior now equivalent to that of a captain. As he walked in the middle, he attentively observed the various movements of the 7 older brothers, analyzing and mimicking their actions. Previously, he had been nothing more than a theoretical boy with no practical skills. Now, he was compelled to fight for survival. Life's encounters are indeed wondrous and unpredictable. At that moment, he suddenly felt a surge of heat coursing through his body. Could it be the blood of the giant snake taking effect? After all, he had consumed 2 full flasks of it. The heat within him surged higher and higher, quickly reaching a flooding intensity. Drawing from past experiences, Howren continued to search alongside the team while simultaneously guiding this heat along his meridians. Thankfully, his previous dedication to training had allowed him to channel his internal energy along his meridians during physical exertion. But he had never succeeded until now. After several attempts, he found himself capable of directing the heat to flow in conjunction with his internal energy. Howren's state was indeed peculiar. He followed the formation while guiding the heat along his meridians. After 3 months of trials, his efforts had not been in vain. Through the medium of the blood from the 3 giant snakes, he finally achieved fruitful results in his cultivation of internal energy while in motion. Chapter 13. Night vision. As Howren directed the heat generated by the blood of the 3 giant snakes through his meridians, a sudden surge of warmth arose from his abdomen, flowing directly toward his eyes. Instantly, this warmth surged into his eyes, causing them to undergo a marvelous and incomprehensible transformation. After merely 10 seconds, the warmth vanished from his eyeballs, leaving behind a fleeting silver glimmer before they returned to their usual state. Once the warmth dissipated, Howren suddenly perceived the world around him with unprecedented clarity and brightness. Colors appeared more vibrant and layered, and he could see far beyond his previous limits. His vision at least doubled. This adventure had proven worthwhile. Alas, he regretted not bringing back any snake meat, for the flesh of the 3 giant snakes surely held extraordinary properties. An impulse surged within him to return to the deep pool and retrieve some snake meat. The wonders of the snake blood and gall had delighted him immensely. What marvels would the unknown red snake pearl bestow upon him? He could hardly contain his anticipation. 3 hours later, the heat completed one cycle and began another as dusk fell. Yet, they had only searched a fraction of the mountain. "Captain, it's dark now, and visibility is poor." "The nighttime forest poses greater dangers," Gumin interjected. "During the day, most ferocious beasts hide in caves, emerging only at night to hunt. Turning on mining lights in the forest could attract these predators." It was now too late to return, but they soon discovered a cave halfway up the mountain where they could rest for the night, albeit facing the prospect of going hungry. Chun-Jin realized he had been too single-minded, neglecting the safety of his team and overlooking a critical factor. The starry weapons had significantly suppressed their abilities. A cold sweat broke out as he pondered this. They were not the same as before, their strengths diminished by over half, and future plans would need to account for this vital factor. The 8 soon found the natural cave at the mountainside, barricading the entrance with large stones and lighting a fire within, finally allowing them to relax. According to the information provided by the light brain, rare minerals typically resided in caves deep within the mountain, environments often harsh and inhabited by ferocious beasts. However, this cave was dry and free from such threats, though it did not meet the conditions for containing rare minerals, leading them to perform a cursory inspection and pay little heed thereafter. "Gumin, Bartle, you two take the first half of the night. Yuri's and I will take the second half. The rest of you should get some well-deserved rest," Chun-Jin instructed while seated beside the fire, assigning the night's responsibilities. Howren leaned against the cave wall, pondering whether they might find rare minerals within the cave. The internal heat he had generated flowed steadily through his meridians. The internal energy within him had noticeably increased, yet its operational speed had not shown significant improvement. Until now, he had refrained from fully withdrawing his focus, fearing that doing so would halt the flow of his internal energy. Now, no matter what he undertook, he had to allocate a portion of his attention to controlling the operation of his internal energy, ensuring that this continuously running energy, though it grew slowly, would gradually accumulate. "You truly harvested a miraculous herb, little brother. It is indeed a life-saving elixir." Gumin suddenly recalled the resurrecting purple herb, praising it. Upon hearing Gumin's words, the others turned their gaze toward Howren, their attention captivated by the notion of the miraculous. This was something they had all witnessed firsthand. Otherwise, it would have been hard to believe had they not seen it with their own eyes. Howren smiled faintly and retrieved the food container from beside him, opening it to reveal the 4 remaining leaves of the purple sap. This wondrous plant is called purple sap. According to the ancient Chinese text, Binchao Jing, it is a spiritual herb that grows 1 leaf every 100 years. This particular plant has 5 leaves, indicating it has been growing for 500 years. It is said to have miraculous effects on injuries and ailments, capable of restoring life. "Little brother, how long can this miraculous herb be preserved after being harvested?" Arnold casually inquired, yet his words struck at the very heart of the matter. Such a remarkable life-saving remedy, if preserved for an extended period, would undoubtedly equate to bestowing a lifeline upon everyone present. It seems that each individual here possesses an extraordinary depth of insight, adeptly analyzing situations with clarity and profundity. The Compendium of Materia Medica suggests that once harvested, this precious herb can be preserved for no more than a month, after which its efficacy gradually diminishes with the passage of time. After concluding his thoughts, Howren replaced the lid on the food box and stowed it away in his backpack, secretly pondering the notion of cultivating purple resin. Yet, he quickly dismissed the thought as overly ambitious, shaking his head. At that moment, he felt a sudden jolt in his head, followed by a wave of dizziness. Unbeknownst to him, while he contemplated the cultivation of purple resin, the 500-year-old specimen within the food box had mysteriously vanished. Was he simply fatigued? Why did he suddenly feel so lightheaded? Howren rubbed his temples vigorously with his thumbs, perplexed at the unusual sensation when mere moments ago he had felt perfectly fine. The cave was not particularly deep, measuring approximately 20 meters in length, divided into an outer and inner chamber. The outer chamber extended 5 to 6 meters and was relatively spacious. A straight path led to a right turn, followed by another left turn leading to the inner chamber. After securing the food box, he retrieved a spotlight, deciding to explore the inner chamber first, hoping to collect a few stones. "Brother Chen, I'm going to take a look inside," he announced. "All right, go ahead," Chen Jin replied, not paying much heed, assuming Howren was merely attending to a personal matter. The cave had been previously examined by the group and found to harbor no ferocious beasts. It was relatively dry and posed little danger. Upon turning right and traversing 2 meters, he prepared to illuminate the inner chamber with the spotlight when he suddenly realized he could see quite clearly within. Even without the light, it seemed that during their earlier inspection, the illumination was necessary to discern the inner chamber's features. How was it that he could now perceive everything so distinctly? Could it be the effect of the 3-headed serpent skull? He retreated to the outer chamber for a moment, then returned to the inner chamber, confirming that there was indeed no significant difference. Everything remained vividly visible. Overwhelmed with joy, Howren felt an exhilarating surge of excitement, nearly bursting into laughter. He had not anticipated such a revelation. The adage "fortune favors the bold" resonated profoundly with him, igniting an unwavering passion for adventure. Minutes later, he finally calmed down, sensing that his internal energy and heat flow were still steadily circulating along his meridians. Good. It was time to practice some martial arts techniques, having been interrupted for a day. Drawing in his abdomen and grounding his stance, he clenched his fists tightly, executing a sidestep as he gradually unfolded the basic star martial arts technique, transitioning from slow to swift. While guiding his internal energy and heat flow, he accelerated his footwork, slowly retracting his focus on directing the internal energy. Howren prepared to activate his gravitational source ability. This multitasking served as an excellent mental exercise. He initiated the gravitational source ability at a 1-fold increase, immediately feeling a significant surge in bodily pressure. Once he acclimated, he gradually elevated the gravity to 1.5 times. The internal energy and heat flow generated by the serpent's blood seemed to respond to the increased pressure, abruptly accelerating their circulation. As the internal energy and heat flow quickened, Howren felt as if his body had become much lighter, an indescribable explosive energy coursing through every cell. His hands and feet followed suit, quickening in pace, leaving him with a euphoric sensation as he repeatedly executed the basic and intermediate star martial arts techniques. Half an hour passed, then an hour, and finally 2 hours. Immersed in the exhilarating fervor of his training, he became drenched in sweat, steam rising from his body, oblivious to his own condition. "Gomin, could you check on the inner chamber? My little brother has been away for 2 hours, Chen Jin said after a brief rest. Noticing the absence of his younger companion, he instructed the night watchman, Gomin, to investigate. Gomin took the spotlight and returned within a minute, a smile gracing his face. "Captain, the little brother is practicing his punches in the pitch-black inner chamber. I didn't disturb him and quietly retreated. Excellent. If we can safely navigate this period, my little brother is destined for greatness," Chen Jin remarked sincerely, increasingly intrigued by the seemingly frail and delicate youth, who, in reality, was anything but. "Captain, we all underestimated him. He possesses far more than just a fragile exterior. He is a genius with technology, adept at utilizing simple devices to explore minerals based on plant life. And he navigates the forest with remarkable agility, capable of foraging for extraordinary herbs. Tio maintained such a resilient mindset in these circumstances and worked so diligently is truly impressive," Gomin reflected, a sense of admiration evident in his voice. "Furthermore, I haven't mentioned this to you, but while we were out gathering herbs, he left me in the dust, and no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't keep up. Though I'm not particularly swift, Even the speedster by Dwoki couldn't shake me off, yet he was completely unaware of his own speed and asked if I had spotted anything unusual. At the time, I found it both amusing and frustrating. Cheon-jin recounted, a self-deprecating smile playing on his lips. Oh, is that so? Gumin's eyes sparkled with intrigue, having never witnessed the captain in such a predicament before. It was quite astonishing. Chapter 14. The Dance of Winds and Clouds as night fell over the southern hemisphere of the desolate star. The mining base's conference hall illuminated as brightly as day. A long conference table was filled with attendees, and at the head sat a bald, middle-aged man, while everyone remained silent, fixated on a massive screen before them. Just 2 days ago, we discovered a grain-sized special mineral among the rare ores. To date, we have identified 3 such specimens. It is now confirmed that the second designated desolate star indeed harbors this extraordinary mineral with immense potential. This represents a monumental opportunity for our organization, the imposing figure on the screen declared, intermittently reprimanding certain individuals. Damn it. Everyone has heard the second-in-command's words. This situation presents both a tremendous opportunity and a ticking time bomb. It is perilously dangerous. You've been with me long enough to understand my temperament and know what is to be done, the second-in-command, known as Near Dong, remarked, his displeasure evident. As the third-ranking leader of the Blue Skull Space Pirates, a faction with a formidable and complex background, he found himself in a place he deemed unfit for his stature, being reprimanded so brazenly. He seethed internally, thinking that a few impulsive acts of destruction against several ships shouldn't warrant such treatment. The decision to send 2 esteemed individuals to his side felt like a clear indication of distrust. Near Dong glanced at his team, who were too intimidated to utter a word, fearful of incurring his wrath. Their eyes fixated on the ground like obedient monks. All right, if there's nothing further to discuss, let us disperse and return to our duties, he finally managed to say, a surge of violent impulses rising within him. The Li family base on Star Li, one Uncle Zhang. Where has the second young master been lately? Li Zhengji inquired as he perused ancient texts at his desk, casually addressing the elderly steward standing nearby. The second young master returned from his jurisdiction over Star 8 the day before yesterday, presumably for Miss Sun's commendable achievement of securing first place in the Intermediate Star Martial Arts Academy. Uncle Zhang replied, his eyes half closed, exuding a sense of fatigue yet speaking with utmost respect and diligence. Haha, that little girl Li Huan has certainly lived up to your nurturing and expectations, surpassing even the eldest young masters. Li Zhengji remarked with evident delight as he spoke of his granddaughter. The younger generation of the family seemed to pale in comparison to others, and he felt a sense of pride at having Li Huan bring honor to their lineage. Indeed, her accomplishments stem from her innate talent and hard work, Uncle Zhang acknowledged, having watched over the family for generations. The 3 young scions of the L family have made some discoveries with their space pirate group. Given our millennia-long relationship with them, it would be inappropriate to intervene overtly. However, they stirred some activity on Star 8, so I propose sending the second young master to join the fray. What do you think, Uncle Zhang? Li Zhengji's tone shifted as he sought the steward's counsel. While others assumed he was merely preserving old ties by retaining Uncle Zhang as the family steward, he understood that this seemingly frail elder was indeed a formidable figure within the family. More importantly, Uncle Zhang's unwavering loyalty and dedication made him a true member of the Li family. I believe it's a good opportunity for him to gain experience and prepare for more significant responsibilities, Uncle Zhang replied, a spark of vitality illuminating his eyes, revealing a spirit that starkly contrasted with his usual demeanor. Haha, it seems we are in for some excitement. I doubt those fellows will remain as docile as they appear, Li Zhengji chuckled heartily. At the headquarters of the Ark Adventure Group in the city of Alingsing, Wu Fangzhou stood before the expansive floor-to-ceiling glass, gazing at the densely packed hovering vehicles and the beautiful cityscape, with its towering skyscrapers reaching into the clouds. Yet, to him, it all felt devoid of life. A few months prior, he had accepted a seemingly straightforward and cost-effective mysterious mission. The organization had dispatched the most capable Captain Chen Jin, leading his small team to the Yinhua No. 8 star to accomplish the task. However, they unexpectedly lost the mission items, resulting in 4 fatalities and 4 disappearances. For 3 months, Wu Fangzhou had exhausted all avenues, yet he could not uncover which organization was responsible. This mysterious mission had cost the organization an exorbitant amount of credit points. But what pained Wu Fangzhou the most was the loss of a talent like Chen Jin. Such individuals are not easily found. Even among large families, he harbored a deep-seated belief that Chen Jin was still alive. Perhaps captured on some desolate star, enslaved and forced to toil. This was a common tactic employed by pirate organizations or certain powerful families to punish offenders or exile errant descendants. Pirates? As Wu Fangzhou paced back and forth, he seemed to grasp the crux of the matter. With Chen Jin possessing mid-level star martial arts 9 strength, at least 2 or 3 peak level 9 warriors, or a star sovereign level expert would be required to capture him alive. There are not many pirate groups with multiple peak level 9 or star sovereign level experts, thus narrowing down the investigation would alleviate the sense of searching for a needle in a haystack. As this realization dawned upon him, Wu Fangzhou felt a surge of clarity, as if the clouds had parted to reveal the sky. "Jelin, come to my office," he commanded, his decisive style necessitating the immediate presence of his deputy leader. Moments later, a tall black man, standing 2 meters tall, hurried into the office. "Captain, I have some leads," Jelin said without taking a seat. The organization's core members, including the 2 leaders, number only 26, losing 8 at once. Especially the most talented leader, is significant. It must have been one of the top 10 pirate groups. Wu Fangzhou relayed his deductions to his capable deputy. "I will pursue your direction immediately. We must retrieve Chen Jin," Jelin declared with unwavering resolve. "As long as we have a direction, we can make progress." Outside the city of Florang, one of the 3 major cities of Alangsing, in a vast mansion's secret chamber, the head of the family stood before a middle-aged man. "I have uncovered who is responsible," the short and stout man declared. "I suspect that the core of that star beast has already fallen into their hands." "Oh? Which organization is behind this?" the middle-aged man inquired, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. "The Blue Skull Pirates, and they have dispatched a top-tier star sovereign-level expert," the stout man responded. "I wonder how the family head will handle this. Swallowing it down or striking back?" "Leave. Keep a close watch on the movements of the Blue Skull Pirates, and report any developments immediately," the middle-aged man instructed after a moment of contemplation, waving his hand. When Howren finally came to a halt, 3 hours had elapsed, yet his internal energy and thermal flow had completed 2 cycles, effectively doubling his speed. Unbeknownst to him, his previously thin meridians had expanded more than twice their original width. Otherwise, the acceleration of his internal energy would not have been possible. His understanding of cultivation remained rather vague, with an abundance of knowledge still eluding him. Chapter 15. Solo Battle Against the Lion Wolf. Bare-chested, his well-proportioned physique appeared less frail than it seemed, with sweat cascading down his understated muscles, enveloping him in a steamy haze. Grasping his shirt and the spotlight, Howren stepped out of the inner cave. 3 hours of fervent cultivation had completely refined the thermal energy derived from the 3 giant snakes, broadening his meridians, fortifying his physique, and unbeknownst to him, enhancing his gravitational sourceability. He felt an overwhelming sense of comfort throughout his body. The outer cave was eerily quiet, save for the crackling of the fire. Jiu Man and Batel leaned against the cave wall, their eyes half open, observing Howren with admiration as he emerged. After greeting Gu Man and Batel with a gesture, Howren approached his belongings, lightly wiping his body with his shirt before donning it once more and sitting cross-legged on the ground. After a moment's thought, he drained a flask of blood snake essence in one go. Originally, he had intended to share it with his older brothers, but fate had led him to consume it himself. Though he felt a twinge of guilt, he acknowledged that an increase in strength equated to a greater chance of survival. Dismissing further thoughts, he closed his eyes and fully activated his internal energy. As time passed, the once silent forest outside began to stir with activity, the echoes of long beast roars resonating from beyond the cave. The firelight flickered through the stone crevices, drawing the attention of increasingly bold beasts seeking food. Jiu Man and Batel, captivated by the growing sounds outside, peered through the stone gaps and by the light of the stars. They spotted over a dozen ferocious beasts lingering outside, some even daring to approach the cave entrance to peer inside. "It's the lion wolf," Gu Man whispered. "This particular beast is social in nature, resembling a lion in head yet larger than a wolf in body, possessing strength and speed far superior to that of wolves, and displaying a ferocity several times more brutal. Many large predators dare not provoke them. This is bad. More and more are coming," Batel murmured. As the roars of the lion wolves summoned even more of their kind from all directions, A few were already using their forepaws to claw at the stones blocking the cave, indicating a level of intelligence among these lion wolves. If they had weapons, or if the group was not restrained by their star martial rings, even a dozen or several dozen of these beasts would pose little threat. However, the situation was different now. If it were only a few, the 8 of them could still manage, but it was clear they had exceeded their limits. Quickly wake up the captain and the others. We need to devise a plan, Gu-man said, anxiety creeping into his voice. When circumstances surpass one's capacity to bear, anyone would feel a twinge of anxiety or lose control, I understand. It seems the situation is becoming dire. Qianjin and the remaining members had already positioned themselves behind the stones blocking the cave entrance. Just one energy gun would suffice. These lion wolves are no stronger than street dogs, Duoki spat vehemently. Indeed, with an energy gun, one person could wipe out this rabble, Degula interjected, but unfortunately, we lack an energy gun. And all our once proud abilities have been suppressed. It's utterly frustrating. Now is not the time for idle chatter. Let's move the fire to the cave entrance and stoke it higher. Fire has a certain deterrent effect on beasts. We'll create a narrow opening that only allows one lion wolf to pass through at a time, luring them in one by one to eliminate them. Chunjin calmly strategized. It's more manageable to defend a single opening than the entire cave. Each miner had been equipped with a dagger and a machete for emergencies, which now proved useful. The 8 of them grasped their machetes, preparing for the impending life-or-death battle. Arnold, Ulysse, you two guard each side of the opening to fend off any lion wolves attempting to enter. The rest of us will deal with those that have already breached the cave, disposing of their bodies outside to distract the others. Chunjin organized meticulously. It felt as though they were being cornered by the lion wolves. A situation akin to a tiger being bullied in a flatland. Little brother, create a small gap, but take it slow. Once it's done, retreat immediately, Chunjin instructed, readying for what would be a bloody battle for the lives of the 8. Understood, Howren replied, gripping his blade as he approached the pile of stones blocking the cave entrance, slowly removing them and stacking them beside the cave wall. At that moment, several lion wolves were already clawing at the stones with their forepaws. Before long, he had cleared a gap large enough for a head to fit through. A lion wolf's head eagerly poked in, and Howren delivered a lightning-fast punch, having previously achieved a force of 300 kilograms aboard the spaceship. Coupled with the internal energy refined from the 3-headed snake's blood hours earlier, this punch unleashed at least 400 kilograms of explosive power. A conservative estimate. With a resounding crack, the lion wolf's skull shattered, and the initial gap was transformed into one large enough for a person to pass through. Arnold and Ulysse exchanged glances, their eyes widening in astonishment at the unexpected strength displayed by their younger companion. They were unaware that the flask of snake blood Howren had consumed was now surging with heat throughout his body. Little brother, retreat. Chunjin shouted immediately, taken aback by the size of the gap his younger sibling had created. Although surprised, there was no time for further contemplation. Upon witnessing their comrade's head explode, the lion wolf's ferocity surged, and 2 rushed in. While the roars of the pack reverberated throughout the mountains, in an instant, the battle between man and the pack of lion wolves escalated to a fever pitch. 2 lion wolves surged through the breach, with Arnold and Ulysse, 2 muscular powerhouses, standing guard at the opening. Despite the mounting pressure, the number of lion wolves that managed to slip through was limited, and the 6 individuals within the cave were able to hold their ground for the time being. However, as time wore on, the gap widened, and the strain on Arnold and Ulysse intensified, with an increasing number of lion wolves breaching their defenses. The 6 inside were forced to fight for their lives. Their bodies drenched in blood, uncertain whether it was that of the lion wolves or their own. This situation could not continue. Howren pondered, feeling that his physical prowess, strength, and speed were being stifled in the cramped confines of the cave. An overwhelming desire to fight surged within him, akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption, as the searing heat of his serpent blood coursed through him, filling him with a tumultuous power. With this realization, Howren consciously began to move toward the cave entrance. Though his body was splattered with blood, it was all that of the lion wolves, and he bore no wounds himself at last. He reached the mouth of the cave, which had widened to the size of an entrance. Arnold and Ulysse stood back to back, resolutely defending the threshold. Brothers, push into the cave. The pressure will ease once we regroup with the captain. Howren shouted as he approached. Very well, but you must be cautious, little brother, Arnold and Yuri's replied, noticing that Hao Ran seemed to handle the lion wolves with greater ease than the two of them combined. As they moved toward the cave's interior, still reminding him to be careful. The situation inside was dire, with the 5 individuals having split into 2 groups, one of 2 and another of 3. The urgency of the moment escalated. The cave entrance was just a few steps away. With a fierce swing, Hao Ran struck down a lion wolf before stepping out of the cave, only to be immediately surrounded by a throng of the beasts. Enough! Hao Ran muttered to himself, gripping his blade tightly, disregarding defense. Knowing that these lion wolves could not breach his formidable physique, he poured all his strength and focus into his weapon, swinging it with ferocity. The lion wolves that met his blade were either slain or grievously injured. Those that confronted him head-on were sliced in half by the edge of his sword. In mere moments, over a dozen lion wolves lay severed, while others were gravely wounded. Yet, the sheer number of lion wolves was overwhelming, their speed astonishing. It was not just 1 or 2 that managed to bite him. 2 bloody wolf heads hung from his legs. If only their speed could be diminished, Hao Ran mused, swinging his blade with all his might. Suddenly, a thought struck him. If he increased their weight, their speed would decrease. Gravity technique. Hao Ran bellowed, activating his gravitational abilities, which enveloped a 5-meter radius around him in double gravity, his maximum range. Instantly, the lion wolves within that radius found their speed reduced by more than half, while Hao Ran remained unimpeded. The effect of his suppression was starkly evident. As the lion wolves within the 5-meter zone became mere targets for his slaughter, in less than 10 minutes, he had dispatched over 50 lion wolves, though that was merely a fraction of their numbers. With the support of the serpent blood coursing through him, Hao Ran grew increasingly emboldened, and he noticed a faint red glow emanating from his blade. In a wonder it felt sharper. The internal energy had flowed into the weapon. With newfound exhilaration, he realized that he could consciously channel his internal energy into his blade, enhancing its potency. The blade glowed even brighter, making the act of slicing through the lion wolves feel as effortless as cutting through tofu. However, the consumption of internal energy surged significantly. He needed to drive back the lion wolf horde quickly. Capture the king first. The thought suddenly emerged in his mind, and of course, every beast pack has a leader. If he could slay the lion wolf king, the rest would scatter. With that resolution, Hao Ran continued to fend off the attacking lion wolves while searching for their king among the throng. Chapter 16. Slaying the lion wolf king. Arnold. Yuri's, hurry and regroup with us, Chun-Jin shouted upon seeing the 2 warriors moving in his direction. When the 7 finally formed a united front, Chun-Jin noticed that Hao Ran was missing. Where did the little brother run off to? Just moments ago, it had been Hao Ran urging them to approach the captain. Not the other way around, Arnold gasped, panting heavily. I believe he moved toward the cave entrance. He must have exited, Yuri's interjected. Brothers, we must fight our way outside. Chun-Jin exclaimed urgently. With a swift motion, he cleaved a lion wolf that lunged at him from the side. After several minutes of careful searching, Hao Ran had pinpointed the location of the lion wolf king and was now stealthily approaching, intent on launching a surprise attack. Just as he was about to close in on the king, it seemed to sense Hao Ran's intent, deftly shifting positions to maintain a distance. This was unexpected. The lion wolf king was remarkably cunning, evading capture. Hao Ran decided it was time to accelerate. He surged forward, plowing through the lion wolves, leaving a trail of carnage in his wake. A long howl echoed in the air, perhaps incited by Hao Ran's aggression. The lion wolf king ceased its evasive maneuvers and charged directly at him, prompting the rest of the pack to follow suit in a frenzy. Come at me, Hao Ran shouted as he delivered a diagonal slash that cleaved a lion wolf in 2, then pressed forward with swift strides to meet the oncoming lion wolf king with a powerful downward strike. The lion wolf king, facing the descending blade that radiated a faint red glow, opened its jaws to bite down, only for the 2-foot-long blade to be bitten down by a third of its length. The double gravity had scarcely diminished the king's speed. It was truly formidable. Hao Ran sidestepped the lunging lion wolf king, delivering a powerful kick that sent it flying. With a swift turn, he swept his blade, severing the forelimbs of 3 lion wolves. With a tiger's leap, Hao Ran lunged at the grounded lion wolf king, dispatching a lion wolf that had attempted to flank him, then raised his broken blade, channeling his internal energy into a downward strike aimed at the king's neck. The lion wolf king narrowly avoided the blow, pivoting to launch another aerial assault, its massive jaws agape, revealing sharp white teeth and emitting a foul stench. Lowering his head and taking a small, quick step forward, Howran evaded the Lion-Wolf King's jaws, his broken blade flashing as it sliced toward the king's hind legs. A resounding crack echoed as the blade, infused with all of Howran's strength and energy, severed the Lion-Wolf King's hind legs, showering him in blood. The fallen Lion-Wolf King could no longer maintain its balance, crashing to the ground and rolling several times, its anguished cries reverberating through the night sky. Ignoring the blood splattered across his face, Howran slashed left and right, sending the approaching lion wolves flying as he charged toward the fallen king, delivering a decisive blow that severed its head. As Howran decapitated the lion wolf king, the pack erupted in a cacophony of howls before scattering in disarray. Howran was unwilling to let them escape so easily, pursuing and slaying another 5 or 6 before halting his onslaught. At that moment, all the lion wolves had fled, leaving behind over 100 corpses at the cave entrance. Approaching the severed head of the lion wolf king, Howran cleaved it open, probing within but finding no orb. A thought struck him. If the Lion Wolf King truly possessed such an orb, it would not have fallen to him. He recalled the battle between the two colossal beasts in the deep pool. A chilling sight. "Little brother," came several anxious calls from behind. "Big brother Chun." Howran turned to greet them, suddenly feeling an overwhelming fatigue wash over him. His internal energy and heat had nearly been exhausted, reduced to a thin thread. The 7 members of Chen Jin's group rushed out of the cave, discovering the ground littered with the bodies of lion wolves, at least 100, while others lay grievously injured. Howling in agony, "Arnold, Yuri's, go finish off the remaining lion wolves. The rest of you, gather the lion wolf corpses and dispose of them," Chen Jin instructed, astonished but quickly regaining composure. "Little brother, did you kill all these lion wolves?" Guman asked, hardly believing his eyes. "Wow, our 7 barely managed to take down 30, and yet our seemingly weak little brother single-handedly dispatched over 100. It's truly incredible. Little brother, are you all right? Did you sustain injuries?" Chen Jin approached, noticing Howran covered in blood, a lion wolf head still clamped onto his calf. "A shocking sight that I'm fine, just feeling quite exhausted," Howran said, casually slicing off the lion wolf head still attached to his leg. Before long, Gu Man and the other 6 had disposed of all the lion wolf corpses, surrounding Howran with expressions of awe as if gazing at a monster. Incredible, unimaginable. The dim starlight cascaded over the 8 individuals, their tattered clothing drenched in blood, as though they had returned from the depths of hell. Aside from Howran, the other 7 bore varying degrees of wounds, yet they were grateful to have survived the onslaught of the lion wolves. Exhausted, they swiftly returned to the cave, stoking the fire and sealing the entrance more securely. The stench of blood would likely attract more ferocious beasts, and if another horde were to arrive, it could spell doom for them all. As they settled down, 3 hours remained until dawn. The weary group gathered around the fire, roasting lion wolf meat, their extreme hunger compounded by their injuries, leaving them utterly drained. Fortunately, it was my younger brother who vanquished the lion wolf king, prompting the retreat of the lion wolf pack. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. I had not anticipated the remarkable strength of my younger brother, which was starkly at odds with his outward demeanor. As Chen Jin roasted the lion wolf meat, he spoke with lingering trepidation, acknowledging that Howran's prowess was something none had foreseen, and it was almost comical that they had considered protecting him. "With your current strength, my younger brother, you must be no less than a level 6 in star martial arts, possibly even higher," remarked Gu Man, his expression one of astonishment at Howran's extraordinary abilities. "What level were you in the junior academy?" Baiduoki inquired, his estimation placing Howran at level 7 in star martial arts, for otherwise, he could not have slain the lion wolf king. "I barely passed level 4 in the junior academy and began to cultivate intermediate star martial techniques. Having just developed my internal energy, I'm unsure if I can now surpass level 5, Howran replied, a hint of embarrassment in his voice, as his ignorance of cultivation left him unable to assess his own level accurately. "Just past level 4? Arnold exclaimed incredulously. "Is that even possible? Did you experience anything unusual in the past few months?" Chen Jin suddenly recalled that in a moment of desperation, he had fed the star beast core to Howran, intending to cleverly preserve an item. Little did he know that they had all been captured, and now, 3 months later, It was likely that the core had long since been expelled from Howren's body. Nothing particularly unusual, Howren pondered briefly before responding. Could it be that Brother Chun has uncovered my secret? That's impossible. This is a matter of life and death. I wouldn't want anyone to know. Oh, so you're saying that you only know the common intermediate techniques and martial arts, and have not delved into anything else? Chen Jin mused, feeling skeptical. Indeed, Howren simply affirmed that it is as I said. The techniques I learned from my dreams are not to be shared with anyone, lest I become a test subject myself. If you have any questions in the future, feel free to ask us. I believe everyone will be more than willing to guide you, Chen Jin stated, casting a glance at the 6 others. All 6 nodded in quick agreement, united in their resolve, for any increase in one member's strength would serve to bolster the safety of them all. Especially for the younger brother whom they all cherished and admired. Before long, the lion-wolf meat was fully roasted, and the group devoured an entire lion-wolf with ravenous appetites, leaving only a heap of bones scattered across the ground. It was then that they noticed the contents of their backpacks were strewn about. Howren, startled, immediately searched for his food box, only to find it shattered into pieces, leaving the precious purple resin he had risked so much to collect entirely missing. Though they all felt a pang of regret, the thought of having salvaged their lives brought a sense of relief, and they shared a laugh. Chapter 17. The Rich Mine Cave. As the sun crested the horizon, Howren awoke from his cultivation, the weariness of the previous night evaporating as he felt invigorated and filled with boundless energy. Rising to his feet, a series of crackling sounds emanated from his body. Since the lion-wolf pack had retreated, no ferocious beasts had dared to approach, allowing the 8 of them to rest soundly for several hours. After packing their belongings and clearing away debris, they exited the cave. Except for Howren, the other 7 were seasoned veterans of countless battles, true masters of star martial arts and interstellar adventurers. From this day forward, life truly began anew, with every meal earned through their own toil. As they adjusted their mindsets to embrace a fresh start. Last night's battle nearly cost us our lives, but the benefit is that this peak will likely remain free of lion wolves for a long time. We must thoroughly search this mountain today and locate a mining site. Let us set forth, Chen Jin declared, shouldering his tools and leading the way down the mountain. Upon reaching the site where they had discarded the lion wolf carcasses, they found no trace of the nearly 200 lion wolves, only a pool of blood remained. Clearly, the carnivorous beasts were plentiful. The 8 felt a chill of surprise but managed to conceal their reactions. For the entire morning, they scoured the mountain from summit to base, successfully locating 2 concealed cave entrances, one leading forward and the other backward. They encountered 6 large ferocious beasts that occupied 6 distinct areas of the mountain and came across many smaller beasts as well. Perhaps the scent of lion-wolf blood clinging to their bodies had deterred any conflict. Perched on the branches of an ancient tree, they shared a midday meal of the remaining roasted lion-wolf meat, consuming half while reserving the other half for later. Brother Chen, are we planning to explore those 2 caves this afternoon? Although the lion-wolf meat lacks flavor without salt, it is certainly preferable to going hungry. Howren inquired casually. Indeed, this afternoon we must explore both caves and extract at least 800 kilograms of rare ore. Otherwise, we will have nothing to report today, Chen Jin calculated, contemplating whether they could complete the task. After a brief rest, he led the others to a cave concealed behind a massive boulder, obscured further by vines, making it almost impossible to discover without a careful search. After checking everyone's gear, Howren and Gu Man took the lead into the cave, with the remaining 6 following closely behind. As they ventured deeper, the cave grew increasingly warm, revealing abundant rare ores. Clearly, this was a rich mine with a substantial deposit of precious elements, far superior to the samples they had received earlier. Captain, look, Gu Man suddenly exclaimed, noticing numerous traces of beasts within the cave. The footprints are small, yet there are many of them. It appears this cave might be their den. Chen Jin's expression shifted slightly. The implications of mining and dwelling together seemed familiar, but he could not quite place it. He resolved to inquire with the seasoned miners upon their return about which ferocious beasts inhabited the mining area and their vulnerabilities. Perhaps that would jog his memory. Gradually, they discovered a greater variety of beasts within the cave, with deeper recesses yielding even more species. The cave's temperature rose, and the passageways became increasingly convoluted. It felt like an underground labyrinth. Had they not marked their paths at each fork, they might have easily become lost. Strangely, the air inside did not feel oppressive. "Captain, we cannot proceed any further. We are severely dehydrated, and the heat here is not suitable for prolonged stays," Dracula interjected, wiping the sweat from his brow, a testament to their arduous journey. Having consumed all their water, they had only ventured 2 kilometers into the cave, but that was sufficient. "Let us excavate at the outer entrance instead. We have enough or outside to satisfy our needs," Chun Jin acknowledged, sensing they had reached their limits. Soon, they returned to the cave entrance, each carrying 200 kilograms of ore, thus exceeding their daily quota. "We need not explore the other cave for now, but I believe it prudent to seal it with stones and conceal its entrance for future necessity," Chen Jin said, taking a deep breath. He dispatched 2 individuals to block and hide the cave entrance, confident that without their guidance, it would be nearly impossible for anyone else to locate it without detection equipment. When the 8 reconvened, the afternoon was drawing to a close. After a brief tidying up, they each filled their specialized bags with ore and began their journey back to the valley where their transport ship awaited. After nearly 2 days of harrowing trials, their hearts had bonded tightly, fostering a deeper understanding and coordination among them. After 2 hours of cautious traversing, they arrived at the valley entrance from which they had started, their tattered clothing stained with blood, and various bandaged wounds attesting to their harrowing ordeal. "Report to the team leader. The new group that departed yesterday morning has just returned, all injured and covered in blood, yet they have brought back 1,800 kilograms of ore." A guard relayed the situation to his leader via a holographic communicator. "Oh, so they really managed to reach the 3rd mining area," Zhang Cheng murmured upon receiving the information. Just the night before, he had been informed that the new team had entered the 3rd mining area and had not returned, leading him to believe they had perished at the hands of the ferocious beasts. To his astonishment, they had returned after 2 days, bringing back enough or to last for 2 days. Once aboard the transport ship, the 8 felt a temporary sense of safety and could not help but succumb to fatigue. Their exhaustion overwhelming after a day filled with peril and tension. As Howren diligently focused on cultivating his internal energy, he contemplated whether to revisit the cliff the following day in search of the elusive purple resin. Securing the resin could ensure that any injuries sustained would not prove fatal, and perhaps it held significant benefits for cultivating internal energy. It was a pity to have lost a 500-year-old specimen. Before long, the transport ship returned to base, and the ore was promptly recorded. Utilizing their points, they exchanged them for 2 sets of mining uniforms before finally heading back to their quarters. The immediate priority was to shower and change, as their clothes were drenched in lion-wolf blood. The high temperatures of the mine and their own body heat had intensified the stench, which wafted far and wide, drawing the attention of all those in the hall, causing many to cover their noses. Due to the fact that Howren enjoyed the privilege of being the first to wash, he vigorously scrubbed away the dirt on his body and suddenly realized that his physique had developed discernible muscle definition. Although he did not possess the bulging muscles of a bodybuilder, he no longer appeared so frail, and his facial features bore a hint of determination, shedding the childishness of his time at the junior college. The secondary refinement from the blood of the 3-headed giant serpent must have bestowed considerable strength upon his body. He estimated that the explosive power of his fists could now reach 400 to 500 kilograms. The internal energy within him now flowed effortlessly along the vast meridians without needing conscious guidance, albeit at a significantly slower pace than when deliberately directed. This was sufficient. Everything was progressing in a positive direction. And what he lacked now was merely time. A sudden surge of boundless confidence enveloped Howren. After finishing his shower and changing into fresh attire, he felt a refreshing clarity and sensed the immense power residing within his body once again, granting him a sense of security. After greeting his 7 elder brothers, Howren once more sat in front of the holographic computer in his room, activating it to check for any new incoming messages. But to his disappointment, there were none. He took the opportunity to further optimize the program he had written last time, adding new functionalities and enhancing its counter-surveillance capabilities, among other improvements. Before long, the other 7 had finished their showers, and Chen Jin led everyone to the dining hall, planning to dine before heading to the entertainment hall to gather some basic information about the mining area. Chapter 18. Gathering intelligence upon entering the dining hall, they found it packed to capacity, with not a single empty table in sight. Although some tables had only 3 or 5 occupants, no one preferred to dine with strangers. "Hey, friends from Alan Star? Over here." Chen Jin, having scanned the room and about to leave, was suddenly called out by a voice. He turned to see several familiar faces, including the tall black man and his group members whom he had encountered the previous morning. Gomen, Bidoki, Arnold, you four go get the food, he instructed, handing his light card to Gomen before leading the other three toward that table. It's truly a pleasure to see you again. The black man stood up, his eyes revealing a rare smile before adding, Tyson Gu, just call me Arson from now on. That's what everyone calls me. Please, have a seat. Qinjin approached and introduced himself. Thank you, just call me Qinjin. Once Qinjin took his seat, Tyson Gu settled down as well. He had not anticipated the return of the new 8 would create such a significant impact in the number 3 mining area. Naturally, news of it had reached his ears. I thought I would never see you again after you didn't return yesterday, Tyson Gu remarked calmly. We narrowly escaped with our lives. We were quite fortunate. Chen Jin replied with an air of calmness, as if it were a commonplace occurrence. That was not luck. It was the result of our fierce struggle to return. Have you located the mining area? Tyson Gu inquired with concern as he ate. Yes, but the mining area is fraught with dangers. It is exceedingly challenging. Chen Jin shook his head, his expression one of resignation. How is your mining area? It should be quite good, right? Chen Jin asked, feigning concern. The mining area they had found was likely the best, and Tyson Ji's first impression was favorable. He seemed friendly towards the newcomers, which could forge alliances and enhance their chances of survival. Alas, in a while, we'll have to search for new mining points again. Tyson Ji's expression darkened once more. Captain, Brother Chen. Shortly thereafter, Gomen, Bidoki, Arnold, and Howren joined them, each carrying 2 plates of food. Seeing his group gathered, Chen Jin introduced the remaining 7 members to the others, and Tyson Gu reciprocated by introducing his group as well, marking the formal acquaintance of the 2 teams. Captain, the bald man who provoked us yesterday is targeting us again, Gomen whispered to Chen Jin. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. Now someone has come looking for trouble again. Oh, let us deal with this matter shortly, Chen Jin replied in a low voice. Arson, are there any rules for resolving disputes here? Chen Jin casually inquired while eating, seeking to clarify the regulations for resolution. That old Diao's gang is causing you trouble? Do you need me to step in? I still have some standing here. Arson immediately asked. The old Diao's group was notorious as another gang of star pirates, known for their strength and their tendency to bully newcomers. Many miners had suffered casualties because of them, while the higher-ups turned a blind eye, regarding the lives of these individuals as inconsequential. If we cannot resolve this ourselves, it would be quite embarrassing. I have some standing in the Adventure Guild. Even if I have become a captive, I still need to maintain some dignity. The strong are respected, and I consider myself a strong individual as well. All right, but we must not cause any serious injuries or fatalities in the base. The resolution should occur in the entertainment hall next to the dining hall. They go there every evening, Arson said leisurely, keen to observe the strength of this new group, as it might present an opportunity for collaboration, thereby enhancing his own chances of success. Can it be interpreted as a means to resolve matters discreetly within the mining area? Chen Jin pushed aside his utensils, wiping his mouth with his hand. Yes, as long as you possess that capability. However, I must caution you that they have a strong group, so proceed with caution. Arson noticed a glimmer of determination in Chen Jin's eyes, leaning further towards forming an alliance with this new group. Why are these miners so docile? The higher-ups have surely infiltrated them with spies. Upon detection, those individuals will undoubtedly be eliminated in the shadows. It's possible that Old Diao's group is part of that infiltration. Just then, the bald man, accompanied by a group of followers, approached Chen Jin's table, causing an immediate hush to fall over the dining hall. Old Diao's gang was once again causing trouble, and everyone wondered who would be unfortunate this time. All eyes turning towards the direction of Old Diao. The sudden silence in the dining hall caught Chen Jin's attention as he was conversing with Tyson Gu. A quick glance revealed that the bald man, Old Diao, was indeed making a beeline for him and his companions. Oh, I forgot to mention that the other 2 groups of newcomers who arrived with you have already submitted to him, reportedly agreeing to deliver 1,000 kilograms of ore to Old Diao each month, Arson remarked, well aware of Old Diao's impending approach. In this base, Old Diao's gang was indeed a tyrant, with at least 1/3 of the mining groups paying him tribute. In varying amounts. Understood. I'll just observe from the sidelines. Chen Jin smiled faintly, as he had intended to gather some information before approaching Old Diao, but it seemed he could not wait any longer. Well, it's up to you now, Arson said, falling silent thereafter. Arson is here too. It's been a while since I've seen you around the side hall, Old Yao remarked upon noticing that this new group was seated at the same table as Arson. He chose not to confront them immediately, opting instead to gauge the situation first, as Arson was known to be a tough nut to crack. We're no match for Boss Yao. If you have matters to attend to, please do so. We'll just sit for a bit, and once he hinder your business, Arson subtly distanced himself and his group from the newcomers. All right, let us go have some fun together later. My treat. Old Yao laughed heartily, relieved that Arson had finally come around. Otherwise, he would have found it difficult to navigate the situation. After his laughter subsided, Old Yao turned serious, pointing a finger at Chen Jin and his group. You lot, you really don't understand the rules, do you? Arriving here without even greeting me first, it's like you're disregarding my authority. Now I have to come over here to extend my courtesies to you. What do you think we should do about this? Whose pants are torn? Did someone accidentally let their little bird slip out? This is quite disgraceful and unpleasant, don't you think? Are you even human? Is there any accountability here? Chen Jin stood slowly, first calmly surveying the surroundings, then transitioning into an indignant stance, embodying the demeanor of a concerned citizen, as if he were genuinely pained by the situation. Ha ha ha. As soon as Chen Jin finished speaking, the hall erupted in laughter. It had been a long time since anyone had dared to speak to Old Yao in such a manner. Who the hell dares to laugh? Old Yao was infuriated, shocked that a newcomer would dare to publicly humiliate him with such malicious words. Following his furious roar, the laughter in the hall diminished significantly, though a few individuals still struggled to contain their mirth. Boss Yao, my apologies, my apologies. It's just that this remark sounded rather novel, and I couldn't help myself. Arson hurriedly covered his mouth, chuckling as he addressed Old Yao, completely devoid of any embarrassment or contrition. Old Yao's face turned a shade of crimson, reminiscent of liver, yet he dared not unleash his wrath upon Arson or those still chuckling, his eyes wide with disbelief. You dare insult me? You truly wish to court death. Old Yao trembled, pointing a finger at Chen Jin, his voice rising in rage. Did I insult you? I merely inquired about the misfortunate individual who inadvertently exposed his little bird. Are you the little bird? Chen Jin's expression was one of innocent confusion. Feigning ignorance, I am not the little bird, Old Yao retorted defensively, flustered. Ha ha ha. The laughter erupted once more. Old Yao had unwittingly become the source of amusement, clearly walking right into a trap set by others. You. Old Yao was truly furious, struggling to articulate his thoughts as his finger trembled violently, resembling a person afflicted with epilepsy. What about you? Since you are not an old bird, why do you act like one? Chen Jin's expression darkened as he pointed at Lao Jiao with an outstretched hand and shouted loudly. All right, you have some nerve. I hope your skills are stronger than your words. The nearby hall witnessed this, and those who did not come were cowards. Lao Jiao was furious, realizing he was outmatched in verbal sparring, and with a flick of his hand, he led his group to the adjacent hall. Once Lao Jiao and his entourage exited the dining area, laughter erupted once more, filling the restaurant with a joyous atmosphere, which had been long absent. Particularly, the members of the mining team who had been oppressed laughed heartily. Brother, I didn't expect your tongue to be so sharp. It really brings relief, Asen praised, giving a thumbs up. Everyone in the restaurant followed suit, raising their thumbs in approval. At this point, it would be hard for Chen Jin's group of 8 to remain anonymous, which was something he had not anticipated. He had initially aimed for a low profile, but now that was out the window. Asen, do you know what kind of ferocious beast you encountered in the mine? Could you enlighten us so we can be better prepared? Chen Jin did not rush to the adjacent hall. That was merely a trivial matter. What he was inquiring about was the primary purpose of their visit today. The crowd speculated about Chen Jin's apparent indifference to Lao Jiao's actions. Was he inherently formidable? Or was he simply unaware of Lao Jiao's might? Or did he have some backing? Oh, no problem, Asen replied cheerfully. I was actually going to give them a heads up last time, but there wasn't enough time, so I didn't mention it. Fortunately, you brought it up this time. The information isn't available on the room's light brain. Those fellows up there don't take their lives seriously at all. Chapter 19. The points betting match, Captain. Lao Jiao's group is looking for trouble with Chen Jin and the others in the dining area tonight. They're likely to duel in the beast fighting hall shortly. Should we intervene and warn him? Zhang Chang's subordinate reported the events occurring in the outer hall via his personal light brain, making the situation as clear as if they were present. Fine, I'll take a few brothers to check it out. Zhang Chang thought, already simmering with frustration. Lao Jiao was supported by William's group. On the surface, they sought amusement, but it was actually the captain's directive. He had managed several groups of miners, repeatedly suffering from Lao Jiao's oppression, even losing a few miners in the process. This time, the captain handed him the data of 28 individuals without a glance, not expecting that 7 of them would possess such high levels. Aside from the young boy, who was merely a level 4 ordinary person, Chen Jin was level 9 in star martial arts, and the other 6 were all level 8, making their group the strongest among all the mining teams. It was no surprise that the other 2 groups had succumbed to Lao Jiao. It was truly unfortunate that Chen Jin's group had not returned until the previous night, but they miraculously came back. And with a stunning return at that, Zhang Chang was waiting for Lao Jiao's group to confront Chen Jin, but it seemed that would happen sooner than expected. It appeared that he would have to take the initiative to invite William for tea in the Beast Fighting Hall. Just as Zhang Chang was contemplating this, his light brain indicated an incoming communication request. To his surprise, it was a video call from William, who was likely looking to embarrass him again. "Hey, William," Zhang Chang greeted as he connected the call. "Captain Zhang, it's been a while since we've had tea together. Tonight, I'm treating you. See you in the Beast Fighting Hall." A virtual screen popped up, displaying William's enthusiastic demeanor. This fellow was a direct subordinate of the captain and had a penchant for bloodshed. Despite his handsome appearance, he had a narrow mind and found it hard to tolerate others. "All right, I'll see you soon," Zhang Chang replied, feigning a smile while inwardly cursing. The Beast Fighting Hall was established for these miners, where the women present were young girls casually captured during the Blue Skull space pirates' interstellar raids, kept here for their amusement and the gratification of these ravenous miners. There were rules even among thieves. The space pirates' business was to hijack ships, rob wealth, and goods without harming people. This was their code. However, the reputation of the Blue Skull space pirate group had been tarnished by their own members, who not only robbed but also kidnapped people, slaughtering ships at the slightest hint of resistance. Zhang Chang held this in disdain. He would never stoop to bullying those unfortunate girls in the entertainment hall. Even if he went, it was merely to sip tea and witness the so-called beast fights, which he found utterly tedious. It was only after gathering all the information he needed that Chen Jin finally stood up. "Asen, thank you. Brothers, let's go teach those guys a lesson." With a wave of his hand, he led Howren and the other 7 towards the restaurant's exit, contemplating whether to let Howren participate. Howren's own strength certainly exceeded level 7 in star martial arts. If he were to fight, victory would be assured. However, revealing Howren's prowess in front of everyone would offer no advantages to them. "Little brother," Chen Jin called gently. "Brother Qin, is there something you need?" Howren hurriedly stepped closer to Chen Jin. "From this moment on, you must not reveal your abilities in front of others, understood?" Chen Jin turned to him and whispered. Howren was meant to play a significant role at a critical moment, and there was no need for him to intervene in such minor skirmishes. Weighing the pros and cons, Chen Jin made a swift decision. "Understood, Brother Qin, I know what to do," Howren replied, immediately grasping Chen Jin's intent, aligning perfectly with his thoughts. "Everyone knows what to say, right?" Chen Jin instructed the others in a low voice. "Of course, the captain's decision is our decision. Little brother is an ordinary person who needs our protection," Gu Man chuckled from the side, as everyone was astute enough to understand immediately. "Let's all act according to the situation when the time comes. Do not use excessive force," Chen Jin reassured, confident in his brothers, who had been with him for a long time. Although he had only known the others for a few days, they had proven to be quite reliable. More than half of the patrons in the restaurant trailed behind Chen Jin and his group, eager to witness the spectacle that promised to be even more entertaining than the earlier verbal sparring. The entertainment hall was adjacent to the restaurant, spanning 5 levels. The first 3 floors were for the miners, while the 4th and 5th floors catered to the mine owners. The Beast Fighting Hall, as referred to by the mine owners, was situated in the center of the first-floor hall. Featuring a large independent square platform, As Chen Jin and his 8 companions stepped into the first-floor hall. The previously raucous atmosphere fell into an eerie silence, all eyes fixated on the composed group entering the venue. Were they unaware of the danger, or did they have some backing? "Humph, did you really think you wouldn't dare show up? I've been itching for a fight," Lao Jiao sneered, glaring at the Comm8. "Itching to tear them to shreds. Can't wait to get beaten." "Huh? You won't be disappointed." Chen Jin strode confidently towards the vacant seats opposite Lao Jiao, clearly reserved for them. "How shall we fight? Is it one-on-one? Or all together?" Chen Jian settled into his seat directly across from Lao Diao, observing the furious expression on his face with a smile. You should have inquired about the rules here. I won't elaborate. 8 individuals will challenge each other one-on-one, and as an additional stipulation, you must call out Grandpa 3 times, Lao Diao stated with malice. What did you say? Chen Jian pretended not to hear him, feigning ignorance. Grandpa, Lao Diao blurted out. Ah, how obedient of you to call out in advance. Seems the grandpas will go easy on you later. Chen Jian responded cheerfully. The previously silent hall erupted into uproarious laughter, cheers and jeers echoing throughout. On the 4th floor, William snorted disdainfully. What a fool. Who would have thought Lao Jiao could be so endearing? How did I not notice before? Zhang Cheng chuckled heartily, observing Chen Jin's talent in deflating the opponent's arrogance even before the fight began. This was indeed entertaining. You'll regret it. I'll make sure you suffer. Lao Diao's face twisted with anger, turning a shade of green, as he slammed his hand down, presenting the terms to Chen Jin. Everything else is fine, but we will only fight 7 rounds. As you can see, one of us is an ordinary person, barely level 4 in star martial arts and still underage. Chen Jin glanced over the terms, finding no issues, as making Howren's weakness known was the goal. Haha, afraid of losing? Scared to accept? Lao Jiao finally felt he had regained some dignity, laughing heartily. Only a coward fears. 7 rounds. Do you dare to accept? Chen Jin retorted, easily outmatching the brawny man in wit. Fine, 7 rounds it is, Lao Jiao conceded, knowing he could never outwit his opponent. The head of the hall immediately adjusted the terms on the public platform, excitedly signaling for the crowd to quiet down. Today's beast fighting betting match will be hosted by me. You now have 10 minutes to place your bets. Those with points, pay close attention. Now, let the betting begin. Oh, this is a new twist. Guman was somewhat surprised. It was their first time in this establishment, and they had not anticipated being able to wager points. Little brother, we have 5 points left. You should bet them all on our victory. Chen Jin promptly instructed Howren to wager the points they had earned today. Initially, they had gathered 9 points, using 4 to exchange for work uniforms. Tai Tu, place all our points on Chen Jin's group. Asen quietly instructed his teammate, Tai Tu, from a short distance behind Chen Jin. All of them? Tai Tu asked incredulously, confirming he had heard correctly. Yes, all of them. Asen replied in a low yet resolute voice. William, we also joined in the excitement. Zhang Cheng casually inquired about William. Of course, the old rule applies. I'll take the lead and wager 1,000 credit points on Lao Diao. William didn't bother to inquire about Chen Jin's situation. He trusted Lao Diao and his group. This time, since it's under this jurisdiction, I'll take a gamble on Chen Jin for 5,000 credit points. Zhang Cheng chuckled. This time we should be in for a profit. I'll bet 500 credit points on Lao Diao. Jinba interjected, just joining in the fun. The gambling scene on the 4th floor was much livelier today due to Zhang Cheng's bold intervention. Yet it paled in comparison to the points gambling on the 1st floor. Over 100 miners groups were engaged in today's points gambling, making the 1st floor hall extraordinarily bustling. Chen Jin quietly observed the situation in the hall. His initial estimation seemed a bit off, as he hadn't anticipated nearly 100 groups to have points. Brother Chen, Asen provided a small note, whispering, this was secretly passed to me by someone named Tai Tu from Asen's group. The meeting in the mine area is scheduled for tomorrow. We have matters to discuss, it simply stated. After reading it, Chen Jin swiftly tore the note apart, pondering what it could be about, but found himself without a clue. Chapter 20. Struggle. The lively 10 minutes had silently slipped away amidst the crowd's betting, with the chaotic fervor concealing the inner turmoil of anxiety and distortion that manifested in disheveled eyes. In the midst of countless gazes, Howren suddenly felt a peculiar gaze fixed upon him. Glancing up, he spotted a pair of sparkling eyes at the 2nd floor railing, resembling a clear spring, pure and infused with a hint of worry. With green hair, a red work cap, and a pair of bright, sparkling large eyes set upon a delicate, classical face, she appeared to be around his age. Why was she in such a place? When he looked up again, those expressive eyes had vanished from the railing, igniting an unexpected longing within him to see her again. Just one glance was enough to leave a profound impression. There were many girls in the academy, but none had evoked such a desire in him before. Staring blankly at the spot where her eyes had disappeared, Howren's mind suddenly went blank. Unbeknownst to him, in another location, those bright eyes were smiling as they watched him. Surprised that this boy had ended up in such a place, All right, the betting time is up. Beast fight begins now. Called out the main referee in the first floor hall. Gumin, you fight first and make it a good show. Chun Jin said softly, seemingly unconcerned. Gumin possessed above-average strength within their group, yet his cunning intellect contrasted sharply with his boisterous personality. The first participant from Lao Diao's side was already on stage, brazenly waving his fists around, provocatively staring at Chen Jin and the other 7. Go for it, brother Gumin. Hao Ran felt an inexplicable excitement. It was his first encounter with such a scenario, witnessing skilled fighters clash. Lacking experience in this realm, he hoped to learn something useful, especially fighting techniques. Keep your eyes peeled. Gumin patted Hao Ran on the shoulder and strode confidently toward the stage. Gumin casually positioned himself on stage. An aura of composure emanated from him. The tall black man from Lao Diao's side flashed a glint of malice in his eyes, and without a word, he lunged forward, throwing a straight punch at Gumin's face. With a slight bend of his waist and a sidestep to the right, Gumin dodged the incoming punch, swiftly countering with a left elbow aimed at his opponent's chest. Gumin was a speed-oriented fighter. Never engaging in a direct clash with his opponents, regardless of their strength, he always maximized his advantages, attacking the enemy's weaknesses, a principle taught by his first mentor, which he adhered to unwaveringly. The two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, relying solely on physical strength, without any energy support. Gumin's speed was remarkable, his footwork incredibly agile as he danced around the imposing black man. Completely taking the initiative, little brother, pay attention to brother Gumin's footwork. Your speed relies entirely on your physical strength and flexibility, Chun Jin advised Hao Ran quietly. Yes, Hao Ran responded, his full attention fixed on Gumin's form and footwork. His powerful memory captured every movement, silhouette, and step in his mind. You urgently need to learn a high-level footwork technique. Seek guidance from Brother Gumin, Brother Baidwoki, and Brother Dracula. Each of them has mastered a unique style of footwork. Learning from each other's strengths is the pursuit of every interstellar adventurer, Chun Jin remarked, observing the fight while slowly guiding Hao Ran. Watch closely. Brother Gumin is about to go all out, Chun Jin alerted Hao Ran. Having cooperated with Gumin for a decade, instantly recognizing Gumin's intent, a testament to their mutual understanding, on stage, Gumin had thoroughly assessed his opponent's abilities. He was a tier weaker in physical strength, not to mention speed, which was drastically inferior. Accelerating his pace, Gumin unleashed a series of powerful strikes, and after a few exchanges, he executed a sweeping kick followed by a throw, completely knocking his opponent to the ground. The first match ended with Chun Jin's decisive victory, executed with flair and elegance, captivating the audience with a display of skill. The subsequent matches featured Baidwoki and Dracula, allowing Hao Ran to observe 3 distinct styles of footwork and techniques. Gumin's style was light and ethereal, Baidwoki's was enigmatic and intricate, while Dracula's was straightforward and crisp. Hao Ran found himself immersed in the profound intricacies of their movements. He yearned to rush to an isolated place and practice these techniques himself. Yet he suppressed this impulse, realizing that truly mastering these styles would not happen overnight. Turning his gaze back to the intensely contested stage, he noticed it was already the 4th match. Arnold's muscular form glimmered under the lights with a bronze sheen. The fight was purely a clash of brute force. Each punch landed with a resounding impact. The audience erupted with roars of encouragement and jeers. Arnold's punches were sharp and powerful, leaving his opponent with no means to retaliate. Ultimately being knocked to the ground, unable to rise. Brother Arnold, that was powerful and exhilarating. Hao Ran exclaimed excitedly as Arnold approached. It's been a while since I had a good fight, Arnold replied, patting Hao Ran on the back before returning to his seat, feeling little satisfaction as his opponent did not match his level, compounded by the absence of energy support. It's my turn now. Chun Jin stood up, having already secured a victory of 7-4. Yet he was unwilling to relent until Lao Jiao was thoroughly defeated, nor could he satisfy the desires of the hundreds of spectators present. Lao Jiao, you've already lost, I'll give you one more chance. Let us have a match. If you win, it counts as a victory for you. Are you brave enough to accept? Chun Jin stepped onto the stage, pointing at the ashen-faced Lao Jiao, directly challenging him. Up. The crowd of miners roared in unison, their voices synchronized and rhythmically intense. Observing Lao Jiao's complexion fluctuating between shades of green and purple, the crowd's cheers grew louder, creating a tremendous atmosphere of anticipation. Gritting his teeth, with fierce determination in his eyes, Lao Jiao found himself compelled to ascend the fighting stage, his face flushed with tension. The leader of the Mine 1T even dare to throw a punch? Chun Jian laughed heartily, spreading his stance and waiting for Lao Jiao's attack. I'll tear you apart. Lao Jiao bellowed as he charged forward. With every punch thrown, Chun Jian countered, forcing Lao Jiao back with each strike. The disparity between a level 8 and level 9 fighter was evident, even with both locked in energy suppression. They were not on the same tier. Chun Jian dominated the exchange, leaving Lao Jiao with no capacity to counter. At that moment, Lao Jiao realized his opponent was indeed a tier above him. They were not comparable adversaries. Struggling to endure, he hoped for the fight's conclusion, and finally, his wish was granted as Chan Jin lost interest, delivering a decisive kick that sent him tumbling off the stage. From now on, don't let me see you bully others again. Otherwise, every time we meet, it will be a fight, Chan Jin warned, pointing at Lao Jiao and his entourage, before performing a gesture of respect to the audience and gracefully departing the stage. Chapter 21. Such rewards, thank you. Asen approached, patting Chen Jin on the back with a cheerful smile. How much did you win? Chun Jin promptly inquired. We earned a total of 55 points, 50 points from victories and 5 from betting, bringing our total to 60 points. It's quite meager, but better than nothing. 280 points. You've just covered our meals for over a month, Asen exclaimed, delighted. This trip was worth it. The experience was invaluable, and the winnings even more so. After speaking, he led his group away, turning back to softly remind, don't forget our appointment for tomorrow. Let us head back. We need to rise early tomorrow. Chun Jin waved lightly, finally releasing a breath of frustration. These past 3 months had been stifling. As the 8 individuals had scarcely taken a few steps, the head of the lobby intercepted them, stating that someone upstairs was requesting their presence, a request conveyed in a tone that brooked no refusal. Following this representative, Chun Jin led Howren and the other 7 to the 2nd floor, which was the true venue of entertainment. It was here that those miners who had accrued points gathered, some even ascending to the 3rd floor. The ultimate haven for men. Upon Chen Jin and his companions' arrival, the victorious miners frequently greeted them, some even extending warm invitations for a drink. Howren, sandwiched among Chen Jin and the others, discreetly scanned the waitresses, hoping to catch sight of the girl who had left an indelible impression on him. Alas, he found no trace of her. Here, you may enter on your own, the guiding man said, leading them to a quiet private room before retreating. Uncertain who had summoned them, Chun Jin took a deep breath, gently pushed the door, which creaked open, revealing a dimly lit interior yet still discernible. Come in, came Zhang Chang's voice. It turned out to be team leader Zhang, and Chen Jin, seeing only Zhang present, straightforwardly inquired. What brings you to call us here? His tone was direct and calm, devoid of any pretense. Have a seat. Firstly, to celebrate your victory over Lao Jiao and his gang, and secondly, to offer you a few words of caution. Lest you inadvertently jeopardize your lives, Zhang Chang replied, his tone revealing no emotion. Oh, thank you then, Chun Jin replied nonchalantly, and naturally took a seat, casually opening a bottle of liquor and filling the cups on the table. Gu Man and the others silently raised their glasses in gratitude towards Zhang Chang before drinking, leaving the management of prior matters to their captain, thus refraining from further dialogue. Here's to your triumph over Lao Jiao's gang. Zhang Chang raised his glass and downed the drink, signifying the celebration of their victory. Lao Jiao has backing. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so brazen. Exercise caution in your future endeavors. It's both advice and a warning. Take care of yourselves, Zhang concluded, rising to scan Howren, who sat in the corner, sighing softly, aware that he could only assist so much. All expenses incurred here today will be covered by me, as a reward for your assistance in securing 5,000 credit points. Zhang Chang remarked as he stepped out, not bothering to look back. Moments later, 8 beautiful waitresses entered in succession, carrying an assortment of fruits and snacks, carefully arranging them before standing there with a hint of fear. Helplessness and sadness in their eyes, their forced smiles evident even to Howren. Everyone, we can manage on our own. Feel free. Chun Jin acknowledged the intent and background of these individuals. Even though they had been captured, he was astonished that this pirate group dared to bring in so many innocent women. It could only be the infamous Blue Skull pirate group, capable of capturing them while also daring to seize these women. Such scenarios exist in every place, yet it was clear that these individuals were not willingly engaged in this line of work. While Chen Jin sometimes addressed his physiological needs, It was merely transactional. We shall not hinder you, nor will we intrude. Please allow us to remain here, one of the older girls cautiously stated. Since you are willing to stay, please do sit. Brother Chin and the others won't mind. Howren, who had never witnessed such a scene, interjected, Is it all right, Brother Chin? He turned to seek Chun-Jin's opinion. The younger brothers can decide. You are free to do as you wish, Chun-Jin replied, pleasantly surprised by his younger brother's kind-heartedness. Brothers, since team leader Zhang has extended such hospitality, let us not be overly delicate. Let us express our gratitude through action. Chun-Jin laughed heartily. Since we're here, let us indulge a bit. Such an opportunity is rare. Little brother, come, have a drink, Gu Man, seemingly particularly attentive to Howren, handed him a filled glass. Thank you, Brother Gu, but after drinking, you must offer me some guidance. Would that be acceptable? Howren stood up, accepting the glass while proposing a condition. Oh, little brother, you are quite stingy. You drink but still seek our counsel. Gaining insights from the brothers is quite simple. Just raise a toast to each one of us. Isn't that right? Gu Man pointed at Howren with a glass and encouraged him to toast everyone. Clearly putting in much effort, of course, as long as the little brother toasts each person. How could we hide anything? Baiduoqi chimed in, sensing the jovial atmosphere. Then you all must not cheat. The little brother will toast each one. Howren eagerly declared. Ha ha, of course. The laughter erupted in the small private room. Even the previously quiet 8 beauties stifled giggles, proving that laughter could infect anyone and allow them to momentarily forget their worries and sorrows. Let us first toast to our captain, Brother Chen. I raise my glass to thank you for your care and concern for the little brother. He raised his glass and gulped it down in one go. Cough, cough. The first-time drinker Howren was caught off guard, choking and bending over like a shrimp, prompting another round of laughter. Well, with such sincerity from the little brother, let us all drink. It would be a shame to waste such fine liquor. Chun-Jin chuckled, casually providing an escape for him. Little brother, why don't you drink some tea and have some snacks? Come, brothers, let us drink. Chun-Jin finished his glass, glancing at Howren, who was still recovering, and gestured for a few girls to assist him. After a while, Howren finally regained his composure, feeling warmth rising from his stomach. He accepted a cup of tea from a girl and took a sip. Feeling somewhat better, the liquor was clearly beyond his capacity, while the older brothers were happily exchanging drinks. Dear sisters, please sit and enjoy some food. The 7 brothers do not need to serve yourselves, he remarked, noticing the once restrained older sisters, deciding to invite them to join. Little brother, how old are you? The girl who had given him water asked, now seated beside Howren. I'm already 16. I'll graduate next year and can start looking for a job, he casually replied, placing his cup on the table and offering her a piece of fruit. Such a young age, not yet of legal age. Can you really find a job before that? Are you also an interstellar adventurer? Which planet is your home? The questions came in rapid succession, creating a lively scene with the 8 oppressed girls. Howren instantly blended into the group, and the lively chatter filled the room. Time passed unnoticed, and when Chun-Jin and the others had drained all the drinks served, it was already 11 o'clock at night. Little brother, let us go, Gu Man called to Howren, who was surrounded by the 8 girls. The young lad was indeed charming, captivating both men and women alike. He would surely be a heartthrob when he grew up. We're leaving? Howren quickly stood up in response, only to find the 7 older brothers staring at him. If little brother doesn't want to leave, he can stay here. With so many beautiful women accompanying him, haha, Degula teased with a sly grin. Dear sisters, I'm leaving. I hope to return to chat with you all next time, Howren said, feeling a twinge of reluctance as he followed behind the chuckling brothers. Little brother, you must come again next time. Don't forget the promise you made to the sisters. Several girls stood up, having not enjoyed themselves like this in a long while. Chapter 22. Enlightenment. The 7 older brothers, slightly tipsy, teased Howren, whose face was flushed with embarrassment. This young lad had such delicate skin. Just a few words made him blush. They imagined how amusing it would be if he encountered those worldly beauties. Upon returning to their room, Howren let the tipsy brothers take their baths first, while he sat before the holographic computer, checking for any new messages. Messages had arrived. As soon as he sat before the holographic computer, a system notification indicated new messages. Without glancing at the new arrivals, he quickly accessed his program to check the operational traces. And indeed, The program had successfully penetrated the optical network and entered the central computer. The next step was to prepare to receive information transmitted from the central computer. Howard immediately crafted a small program specifically designed to receive information sent from his hidden program, ensuring that when the central computer conducted routine checks on the terminal, his transmitted information would evade scrutiny. His personal holographic computer had long been modified. Typically, personal computers serve to store personal information and process data, while also functioning as a positioning and communication device. However, his holographic computer possessed capabilities far surpassing those of an ordinary central computer. Now, he hoped that the other party wouldn't destroy his personal computer. Among the functions of the program that accessed the central computer was an attempt to connect to his personal computer and transfer the frequently used programs onto this terminal. After handling the small program, Howard checked the messages sent by the system. It turned out to be an incentive plan to encourage the miners to enter the number 3 mining area. From the moment the system disseminated its message, any mining activities conducted within the 3rd mining zone would adhere to a fixed daily quota. Beyond this basic amount, for every 100 kilograms of ores mined up to 1,000 kilograms, 2 points would be awarded. For amounts ranging from 1,000 to 2,000 kilograms, 3 points would be granted per 100 kilograms, and so on. Brother Chun, there's news from the system. Come take a look. Once the elder brothers have completed their baths, Howard will call them over. What news? Chen Jin casually inquired before approaching. Upon reviewing the system announcement, the 7 of them furrowed their brows in unison, pondering the necessity of such measures. What could be the underlying motive? It left them utterly perplexed. Little brother, has that program penetrated the light network? Gu Man quietly asked, as this was his primary concern. Yes, we are currently awaiting the next system message, Howard replied candidly. Really? Gu Man's voice rose in pitch, unable to contain his excitement. What? Chun Jing glanced at Gu Man, surprised to see such astonishment on his face. Indeed, I have already retrieved the operational records, Howard added. Little brother, you are truly a genius, Gu Man praised wholeheartedly. Could it be that the program you developed last time has succeeded? Chun Jin suddenly realized, confirming his suspicion. Yes, Captain, our opportunity has arrived, Gu Man exclaimed with palpable excitement. The success of that program indicates that little brother possesses the capability to gradually control the central light brain, enabling the manipulation of various flying objects governed by it. What delightful news! Chen Jin smiled knowingly, recognizing the extraordinary talents of this younger brother. The others, gleaning insights from Gu Man's enthusiasm, also began to grasp the implications. Their excitement mounting. Who wouldn't wish to escape? Who wouldn't long to return home? The prospect had unexpectedly presented itself before them. However, we must proceed with caution. Just the 8 of us won't suffice. We need to unite with a few more groups. Chun Jin began to contemplate the next steps. It's best to rest early, he advised, aware that this was not the moment for exuberance. The situation was complex and required thorough consideration to maximize their chances. Though the lights were extinguished, the group, having indulged in drink and stirred by newfound hope, found themselves unable to sleep. Elders, could you share insights on star martial cultivation? My knowledge is quite limited, having just passed level 4 in the junior academy. Howard inquired, noting that everyone seemed restless. Since inadvertently mastering the intricate and vast techniques of energy circulation from his dreams, he had long sought to ask this question, but circumstances had never aligned. After a prolonged silence, it was Chen Jin who finally spoke. Little brother wishes to learn about that? Are the cultivation techniques for intermediate star martial arts all taught within the academy? Is there a technique that can cultivate the meridians throughout the entire body? In truth, Howard was curious about the efficacy of the technique he had developed, which encompassed his entire extensive meridian system, but he refrained from asking directly. Most individuals begin their studies in intermediate and advanced star martial arts from various academies. However, those techniques are merely foundational and widely accessible. The truly exceptional techniques are held by prominent families, esteemed clans, and military organizations. Of course, many advanced techniques can also be found within adventure guilds. The technique I am currently practicing was obtained through adventure points exchanged at the guild. Chun Jin elaborated. After graduating from the Advanced Star Martial Academy, he registered as an interstellar adventurer and redeemed a high-level technique upon accumulating sufficient points. The achievements in star martial cultivation are primarily determined by the quality of the techniques employed. A superior cultivation technique can elevate you to impressive heights, which explains why many experts emerge from esteemed families, clans, and military ranks in addition to the distinction between high and low-level internal energy cultivation techniques. There are also varying levels of fist techniques, body techniques, and various internal energy application secrets. The generic body and fist techniques taught at the academy are inadequate. It is virtually impossible to become a master with such training. Qian Jin chuckled softly at this point, reflecting on his earlier belief that diligence and hard work alone would suffice to cultivate mastery. Only after embarking on interstellar adventures did he realize the naivety of his previous assumptions and the harshness of reality. As for the inquiry regarding a technique that could cultivate all meridians throughout the body, to my knowledge, that is impossible. The internal energy circulation along the meridians has yet to be fully understood, and the exact number of meridians remains unclear. Currently, we rely on the ancient Chinese martial arts theories of the 8 extraordinary meridians and the 12 regular meridians, with each technique following specific meridian pathways. It is said that upon reaching the star sovereign level, one's internal energy will manifest one of the 5 elemental attributes. Qian Jin's face unconsciously illuminated with longing at this prospect. Attaining the star sovereign level signifies becoming a supermaster. Brother Qin, why is that impossible? Howren pondered momentarily before casually asking, Little brother, you must have cultivated some internal energy by now, right? The intermediate techniques taught at the academy only cover a few simple meridians, requiring at least 6 months to achieve full connectivity. The more advanced the technique, the more meridians it involves, making it increasingly difficult to cultivate and connect. Each technique's operational pathways are well established and reliable. Any random attempts could lead to problems. You must exercise caution in your practice, Qian Jin cautioned seriously, emphasizing the importance of careful cultivation, as any misstep could ruin a lifetime of effort. Aside from fist and body techniques, what other internal energy application techniques exist? Howren inquired, now understanding why the elder brothers employed different combat styles. He had previously thought there were only fist and body techniques. There is a vast array: fist techniques, leg techniques, claw techniques, body techniques, and so many more, each representing a specific method of internal energy cultivation. Each type encompasses numerous techniques and secrets. For instance, there are various styles of fist techniques such as Southern Fist, Northern Fist, Tiger Fist, Monkey Fist, and countless others. However, these secrets are not accessible to everyone. They are safeguarded by prominent families and clans. While there are some within the military and guilds, they are few. Much of this knowledge is available in the databases of adventure guilds, and I merely sought to familiarize myself with it, not anticipating its relevance at this moment. So, does that mean to obtain more advanced cultivation techniques, one must register as an adventurer and then diligently earn points to exchange at the guild? Howren felt immensely fortunate. First, he had acquired a vast energy circulation diagram in his dreams, then unwittingly ingested a yellow orb, and subsequently, the energy from that unknown orb had miraculously unblocked his extensive meridian pathways. Such extraordinary luck felt akin to winning the interstellar lottery. There are other avenues, such as aligning oneself with prominent families or clans, or joining the military. However, these families and clans often seek individuals with exceptional talent and aptitude, and their admission standards are quite high. Not just anyone can be accepted, Qian Jin concluded. Rest now. Starting tomorrow, the elder brothers will guide us. We must focus on escaping this place before contemplating anything else. Otherwise, there is nothing to discuss. With that, Qian Jin fell silent, seemingly losing interest in further dialogue. Indeed, at this moment, their very lives were not their own. What more could be said? Recognizing the cue, Howren refrained from further inquiries, feeling that this information was already ample. His journey ahead was still long. With this thought, he immersed himself entirely in the cultivation of internal energy. The mixed yellow and red internal energy surged vigorously under his full concentration, racing through his vast meridian system. Now, one complete cycle required only 2 hours, a full hour shorter than before, thanks to the benefits derived from the blood of the 3-headed giant serpent. His internal energy seemed to have increased slightly, though it appeared that most of it was acquired through external means, while the internal energy he cultivated himself was minuscule. Nevertheless, his physical strength seemed to be gradually increasing every moment. How many hundreds of kilograms could his explosive power in his hands reach now? He couldn't help but feel excited. While fully operating his internal energy, Howren also divided his focus to silently analyze the 3 body and fist techniques he had memorized that evening. Chapter 23. The Crystal After a Night of Cultivation. As dawn dispelled the darkness and a new day dawned, The two suns rose gradually over the horizon. The primordial second barren planet appeared to bask in a golden ocean, awakening the earth from its slumber. The land, forests, mountains, and rivers brimmed with vibrant life, as countless beings greedily absorbed the sunshine that nourished all growth. The Blue Skull pirate group discovered two planets, temporarily designated as Barren Star 1 and Barren Star 2, situated within a binary star system somewhere in the Milky Way. This binary star system was inadvertently uncovered by one of the many adventure groups aligned with their power, which stumbled upon a natural wormhole. Upon traversing the wormhole, they discovered that within this binary star system, there were dozens of planets that had yet to evolve life, but all were potential mineral-rich worlds. The two expanding stars illuminated each other, providing ample energy to the other planets in this system. Millions of years of evolution had rendered these two planets a realm of ferocious beasts and a fertile ground for countless rare plants. Controlling this wormhole was akin to possessing the sole key to unlock a drawer. Without it, no one could access its contents. Thus, this binary star system became the secret garden of the Blue Skull pirate group. Having satisfied their hunger, Howren and his 8 companions emerged from the dining hall, their backpacks laden with Chinese cuisine and sufficient water for the day. At precisely 7 o'clock, they boarded the transport spacecraft bound for the No. 3 mining area. It was evident that today's contingent of miners heading to the number 3 site exceeded yesterday's by 3 tiers, suggesting that the system's point incentives had spurred many greedy individuals to join. The journey from the base to the number 3 mining area would take nearly 2 hours. Since discovering that there existed a Star Sovereign level above Star Warrior level 9, Howren had been relentlessly seizing every possible moment to cultivate his skills. Although the progress within such a short span felt almost imperceptible, he believed in the adage that many drops make an ocean. Even the rarest stroke of luck, a billionth of a chance, warranted seizing the opportunity to transform his destiny. He sensed that the techniques acquired from his dreams were unprecedented, guiding him towards a path unlike any other. As he opened his eyes, the transport spacecraft had already landed at the designated point in the No. 3 mining area. After checking his backpack, he followed the crowd off the ship. "Let us go." Qianjian glanced at the 8 members of ASIN disembarking from another ship, exchanging a knowing look before leading his 7 companions deeper into the mountains. Gradually, the throng dispersed, leaving only 2 groups on the path, soon to be joined by ASIN's team. "You've certainly found a remote mining area, but I rather like it," ASIN remarked with a smile upon reuniting with Qianjin's group. "We haven't even reached it yet. We're only halfway there," Qianjin replied, also smiling. Fortunately, that mining area required no digging. Merely collecting the ore would suffice. "Really?" ASIN questioned, still skeptical. "Indeed. Do you have any good news to share?" Qianjin inquired, his face beaming with delight as they walked. As fate would have it, ASIN's team was on the lookout for a new mining area, and Qianjin's location was rich in ore, making the addition of this group a boon for their safety. "Do you know why those fellows are urging everyone to come here for mining?" ASIN countered, glancing over at In truth. Qianjin had inadvertently overheard this information and was unsure of its accuracy. However, ever since the system announcement on the brain interface the previous day, he had fully believed it. Only this could explain the situation. Could it be that the ore in the number 3 mining area contains something they desperately need? Qianjin mused, having pondered this question for quite some time without resolution. "Yes, a very rare crystal. I merely heard it by chance, but this crystal is exceedingly precious," ASIN speculated, growing increasingly convinced of his theory. "What kind of crystal is it?" Qianjin pondered aloud. "I don't know," ASIN admitted, shaking his head, his brow furrowed. "Hey, ASIN." Qianjin suddenly took a small step closer and whispered. "Really?" ASIN leaned in a bit as well. Howren applied double gravity upon himself, imitating some fragmented footwork and movements he had learned yesterday, while incorporating his own thoughts. Consequently, his gait appeared rather peculiar, occasionally tripping over his own feet, yet he managed to regain his balance just before falling. Behind him, Gu Man and the others watched with bemused expressions. Having temporarily added 8 more members to their ranks, they refrained from offering guidance, stifling their laughter and maintaining an air of indifference. However, the members of ASIN's group were not so discreet, observing the young lad's peculiar walk, which seemed laboriously heavy and unsteady, as if he had some ailment. They exchanged looks, seemingly unfazed, yet questioning whether the boy truly had a problem. Oblivious to the peculiar gazes behind him, Howren continued to stumble forward, gaining confidence with each step. "Captain, we VE arrived," Gu Man called out loudly from the front. The captain had been quietly conversing with Asen, and unsure of the captain's intentions regarding leading Asen's group to the mining area they had discovered, he used this opportunity to alert Chunjin. "Oh, Asen, up ahead lies the mining area we found yesterday. We merely conducted a cursory exploration and noted numerous traces of fierce beasts. In reality, our group's strength is rather limited. It would be wiser for our two groups to join forces for a thorough investigation," Chunjin suggested, emphasizing the strength in numbers. After all, Asen's group was presumably stronger, and more collaboration would foster better cooperation. "Excellent, let our partnership commence now," Asen declared, extending his large hand, his face radiating hope and sincerity. This was a promising beginning, as Chunjin readily accepted the gesture. "What fierce beasts? Limited strength? Those are mere pleasantries." Asen, having gleaned from the previous day's exploits that Chunjin's group had unearthed nearly 2,000 kilograms of ore, was confident they had discovered a lucrative mining cave. However, upon entering, they truly comprehended the extent of the riches within. The cave was brimming with ore, abundant in both quality and quantity, requiring no mining whatsoever. "Impressive. How did you find this cave?" Asen exclaimed, marveling at the discovery. The group paused in a more spacious area, clearly indicating that the leaders had matters to announce, having engaged in hushed discussions for some time, likely reaching some form of verbal agreement. "As you all have witnessed, with this cave, our two groups need not worry about or for the foreseeable future. From today onward, we shall unite our efforts to prepare for our escape from this planet." Chunjin began, echoing the consensus he and Asen had reached during their earlier discussions. Subsequently, Asen shared the information he had unwittingly overheard regarding the crystals and his deductions based on the system's announcement, outlining a preliminary plan for the upcoming tasks, ensuring everyone remembered their assigned roles. Each of the 16 individuals was assigned specific tasks. Escaping this planet and returning to the Galactic Federation was undeniably no simple feat. Nor could it be accomplished by just the 16 of them. They would need to collaborate with other talents. Howren's responsibilities were paramount yet relatively less strenuous, albeit tasks no one else could undertake. He was to control the central brain of the base, comprehend the entire bases and even the number 2 wasteland circumstances, locate the light card for the Star Warrior ring, commandeer an interstellar spacecraft, preferably a mid-level ship, and identify a route back to the Galactic Federation. It appeared that Howren had taken upon himself the entirety of the escape plan. Moreover, it was emphasized that all present should assist Howren in enhancing his own cultivation level, a sentiment that garnered unanimous agreement. After all, an improvement in Howren's abilities would prevent him from being a liability to the group, a notion shared by Asen's team. Everyone understood that this matter must remain confidential. Otherwise, they would all be risking their lives. Upon returning, the two groups would separate, avoiding encounters at the base and keeping any chance meetings to a minimum. Chunjin reiterated the importance of discretion, fearing that any hints of their plans might jeopardize their long-term ambitions. "Brothers, this is a long-term and exceedingly perilous plan, but for freedom, for life, it is worth the fight. It may take 3 to 5 months, perhaps half a year, or even years. I urge everyone to mentally prepare themselves, even if faced with death. We must keep this secret." Thus, they needed a secure mining area, one that truly belonged to them. "This is the mining area we seek. Our current task is to survey all existing beasts within the area and devise a strategy to deal with them. Ensuring our safety here," Chunjin articulated, envisioning the mining area as a mobile base, filled with numerous complex tunnels akin to a labyrinth, easily concealing dozens or even hundreds of individuals, in the days to come. Their mission would be to familiarize themselves with the mining area. As for the ore, it was abundantly visible. Each individual could simply carry a sack upon their return. Asen interjected, having communicated with Chunjin, which allowed them to understand each other's personnel structures and instilled confidence in Chunjin's plan. A team led by a 9th-level Star Warrior, accompanied by 6 8th-level warriors, bolstered by a genius with a brain interface, along with their own 8 skilled 7th and 8th-level fighters, should yield a success rate of around 50 to 60%. Once disheartened, Asen now felt a glimmer of hope for freedom, a cause worth fighting for. Especially for the brothers who had stood by him for so long, or were old friends. He yearned to fight for them and for the families that depended on them. "All right, everyone prepare to consolidate all mining equipment and anything unrelated to exploration in one place to lighten our load." We'll explore each tunnel one by one, Chen Jin instructed, subsequently stowing his exploration gear in a concealed crevice of stone. After their entrance, the entry point had been camouflaged, ensuring that no one would find it anytime soon. In no time, the 16 of them had gathered their temporarily unnecessary gear in one location, checking the provided illumination devices and cold weapons. This cave had 3 branching tunnels. They decided to proceed through the leftmost one. Shortly after, they encountered 3 forks, marking their path and choosing to advance through the leftmost entrance. As the 16 delved deeper, the temperature within the mining cave rose, and they noted that the light reflected off the cave walls indicated an increasing concentration of rare minerals within the ore. What is the current temperature? Chen Jin inquired cautiously as he felt his way forward. The temperature is currently 48 degrees Celsius, approximately 21 meters deep underground, Hao Ran immediately reported, positioned in the middle of the group, responsible for relaying relevant data regarding their entry into the mine and marking the route to create an underground map. Half an hour into their descent, they had yet to encounter a single beast. Have these creatures taken the day off? Gu Man complained, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Save some energy to converse with the beasts later, Bai Duoqi interjected with a smile, but the heat here is overwhelming. We will soon be dehydrated. I am confident we will encounter one soon. The signs are still fresh. It cannot be far, Asen remarked, possessing considerable experience with the mine-s creatures, having been here for 2 to 3 years. Traversing through mine areas 1, 2, and 3, far surpassing the knowledge of newcomers like Chen Jin's group. Captain, there's movement ahead, Dracula shouted loudly. Everyone be on guard, proceed with caution, and reduce your speed, Chen Jin commanded immediately. This was indeed a den of ferocious beasts, and negligence could prove fatal. Hao Ran divided his focus, channeling half of his internal energy to counteract the high temperature, enhancing his bodily awareness. He had sensed the noises ahead earlier. Thus deeply admired Asen's judgment skills. Such was the value of experience. It's a gold hunter, a predator of the gold-armored beasts. Wherever there are gold-armored beasts, it will appear, Iron Head shouted ahead. Everyone be cautious. The gold hunter is incredibly swift, and its most formidable weapon is its teeth. The best strategy is to keep it at bay. Asen explained the characteristics and defensive strategies against the gold hunter. Meister, you move to the front. They are, after all, novices, Asen instructed again, as Meister was the fastest in their group and a skilled hunter. Understood, Meister responded, immediately dashing forward without a moment's hesitation. Quick, gather the lights to the front. It seems there's more than one beast, Gu Man suddenly called out loudly. With a swish, 16 beams of light illuminated the area ahead, revealing 3 gold hunters towering over them, emitting deep roars. Positioned in a line, 1 in front and 2 behind, their eyes gleaming in the light, the red fur appearing exceptionally vivid, with one visibly injured, blue blood oozing from a wound on its leg. Captain, one of them has an injured hind leg, Gu Man said cautiously, addressing Chen Jin behind him. Asen? Chen Jin called out to the pensive Asen, who seemed momentarily stunned. Something is amiss. Gold hunters typically act alone unless they encounter a formidable foe. Prompting a brief gathering, Asen mused aloud. But what foe could that be? We must eliminate them quickly, Asen suddenly declared, sensing an ominous premonition. Engage. Chen Jin commanded, leading the charge forward, trusting one's teammates, especially when in unfamiliar territory, was crucial, for opportunities are fleeting. The 16 individuals swiftly surrounded the 3 gold hunters, forming 3 clusters. If a smaller group encountered a gold hunter, the best course of action would be to retreat. However, with 16 members, especially with 1 wounded, Asen advocated for a confrontation, uncertain of what other formidable beasts lurked behind. In an instant, the cave filled with the sounds of human voices, beast roars, and the clashing of cold weapons. Particularly the resounding roars of the 3 gold hunters echoing far and wide. Like the wind, the gold hunters ultimately proved no match for the 16, sustaining numerous injuries within minutes of confrontation. Though 3 or 4 among them also suffered minor wounds, as the saying goes, the struggle of a cornered beast is the most thrilling, particularly when the beast is injured, rendering it particularly ferocious and savage. Captain, it seems a large number of beasts are rushing toward us, Hao Ran suddenly alerted Chen Jin, as he and 5 others surrounded the injured gold hunter, observing his companion's movements and stances while remaining vigilant to the sounds emanating from the depths of the cave. Asen's analysis resonated in his ears, devoid of any unfounded claims. Indeed, the sounds grew louder, distinctly indicating many beasts were charging through the cave. Put in extra effort. Let us finish off these 3 gold hunters. Chen Jin expressed unwavering confidence in his junior, whose remarkable abilities had made a lasting impression on him in just a few days. Hao Ran accelerated, delivering a diagonal strike that cleaved the injured gold hunter in two. Jinba, a member of the same group, was taken aback by Hao Ran's sudden surge of speed. The strike was clean and decisive, akin to a divine intervention. Hao Ran dispatched 1 gold hunter. A thunderous sound of approaching beasts from the depths of the cave surged toward them. It was evident that a multitude of beasts was on the way. Chen Jin and Asen were startled by the sound, fiercely striking down the remaining 2 gold hunters, despite their injuries. "Are we ready to retreat?" Chen Jin called out loudly, recognizing the overwhelming number of incoming beasts. In an instant, the beasts emerged from the depths of the cave under the searchlights, their yellow scales reflecting dazzling light. They were shorter and stockier, with triangular heads and small eyes, slightly smaller than the gold hunters. "Such a large gold-armored beast," Jinba exclaimed, noting that those found in other mines were only half the size of this one and lacked such speed. No wonder the 3 gold hunters congregated, and with injuries. "This is the first time I've seen such a large gold-armored beast. It must have mutated for some reason. We need to retreat at once." Chan San marveled, relieved that even mutated, their speed would not be too alarming, given the short and stout legs of these gold-armored beasts. Chapter 25. The Value of the Stone. The 16 members swiftly shifted from the front to the rear, racing toward the cave's exit, none noticing Hao Ran deliberately lagging behind. Turning off the searchlights, Hao Ran quickly distanced himself from the group. In the pitch-black cave, his night vision rendered the darkness nearly indistinguishable from daylight. With only the resounding footsteps of the numerous gold-armored beasts behind him, channeling his internal energy into the long knife in his hand, it shimmered faintly, akin to a laser sword, glistening in the darkness. At that moment, several gold-armored beasts that had strayed from the group pursued him. Hao Ran sidestepped, delivering a powerful strike to one gold-armored beast's head, the sound resembling the severing of metal. The beast's head was cleaved clean off, and he swiftly executed another in a spinning motion. Hao Ran found himself ahead of the pack of gold-armored beasts, systematically dispatching each one that lunged at him. When too many approached, he activated his gravitational source ability to prevent being surrounded. In just over 20 minutes, he had slain over 100 gold-armored beasts, but the glow from his knife was beginning to fade, and he sensed his internal energy was nearly depleted, compelling him to withdraw it and rely solely on his arm strength to wield the knife. With a crack, he brought down a devouring beast. But it did not cleave it in two. Lacking internal energy meant he could only injure, not finish it off in one strike. "This is bad," Hao Ran exclaimed, hastening his movements, forcing a sliver of internal energy into the blade, swiftly dispatching another gold-armored beast that lunged at him. Grabbing the slain beast, he turned to flee. Without internal energy, even a single gold-armored beast was challenging, explaining Asen's fears. Desperately channeling the little internal energy he had left, he surged forward, soon hearing the footsteps and labored breaths of the dozen individuals ahead. Turning a corner, the beams of the searchlights came into view. After quickening his pace, Hao Ran finally caught up with the group. They continued to run for a while until the sounds behind them gradually faded. They were not far from their starting point. Upon returning to the cave's starting point, everyone sat down on the stones, panting heavily, wiping the sweat from their faces, feeling as though they had emerged from the depths of a river. "Hey, what do you have in your hand?" Gu Man suddenly noticed that Hao Ran was holding a dead beast, mistakenly thinking it was one of the 3 gold hunters they had slain. "Wait, it's a gold-armored beast." Asen quickly recognized the creature and approached. Upon hearing this, everyone gathered around to inspect the fearsome beast. "Junior, did you slay this one?" Qin Jin approached to examine the gold-armored beast covered in scales. "I tried to take one down and brought it back to see if it had any unique characteristics." Hao Ran cautiously replied, aware that disobeying the captain's orders was a grave mistake, especially in a team-based operation. "Be careful next time." Safety first, Chun Jin didn't scold him excessively, acknowledging that this situation was rather exceptional. Without internal energy, it was quite challenging to penetrate the gold-armored beast's scales. "Looks like we have lunch for today." Let us test our blades on it and gain some insight for future encounters. Asen remarked, genuinely surprised that the weakest member of Chen Jin's team had managed to slay a mutated gold-armored beast. Something quite unfathomable. I'll go first, Gu Man declared, swinging his right hand forcefully to strike the gold-armored beast. With a crack, it sounded as though he struck metal. The blade merely left a mark on the scales, failing to breach them. Wow, it's remarkably tough. Let me try again, Gu Man said, somewhat unconvinced, noting that he had only used 60% of his strength. Heh, this time I must summon all my strength, Arnold remarked with a peculiar grin, though internally he was taken aback. Gu Man gripped his knife with both hands and let out a mighty roar as he struck again. Crack! This time, he managed to create a small incision of about 2 to 3 centimeters in length. Damn it, how tough it is! Remarkable. Even with all my might, I can only create such a minuscule opening. It seems that if I encounter this again, my only option will be to flee, Gu Man said despondently, feeling a surge of fear. At that moment, he glanced at his younger brother with a strange look, pondering how he managed to slay it. Shall I give it a try? Chen Jin said, lifting his knife with one hand and delivering a full-force strike. Indeed, the scale armor is truly formidable. Even with my utmost strength, I could only inflict a wound of 4 to 5 centimeters. This strike, fueled purely by physical energy, must have been around 400 kilograms, yet it resulted in such a meager opening. I must re-evaluate the capabilities of my younger brother. You, my younger brother, skin this golden-armored beast so we can roast it later, Chen Jin instructed, eager to see how his younger brother had breached the armor. The others exchanged knowing glances with Chen Jin, silently acknowledging his intent. How had the younger brother managed to penetrate the armor? Very well, such a trivial task is certainly within my purview. I, being the youngest, should be diligent and contribute more, Gu Man replied promptly, rising to place the energy-devouring beast atop a relatively higher, flatter rock. His earlier strike had been a decisive blow to the creature's head, so he began the skinning from there, with both hands gripping the knife. He channeled his inner energy into the blade, causing a faint glimmer to emanate from its surface. Aiming the blade at the creature's head, he drew it back in a swift motion. With a hissing sound, the scale armor was effortlessly sliced open from head to tail, as the subtle glow radiated from the blade. The 15 onlookers were left agape, their eyes nearly falling from their sockets. Tio described their astonishment as dumbfounded would scarcely suffice. For among the 15 present, only Chen Jin, a 9th-tier warrior, possessed such prowess in a mere 10 minutes. Howren had completely skinned the creature and stood upright, only to notice the unusual stares surrounding him. The 15 individuals were like statues, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Howren quickly assessed himself, searching for anything out of the ordinary. Captain, he called out, puzzled as to why they were gazing at him in such a manner. Oh, please continue. Chen Jin finally snapped back to reality, hastily urging him on to mask his own astonishment. Indeed, continue, the others echoed, their disbelief palpable. Chen Jin? Chen San quietly pulled on Chen Jin's sleeve and whispered, gesturing for him to step aside. Chen Jin, understanding the unspoken cue, followed Chen San to a secluded corner. I didn't expect your younger brother's inner energy to reach the 9th tier so swiftly. Just 3 months ago on the hovercraft, he lacked any inner energy, and now, in such a short time, he has achieved the 9th tier. It appears you have been concealing a formidable talent, and perhaps a reasonable explanation is in order. Chen San whispered, fully aware that Chen Jin had likely just discovered this revelation himself, as evidenced by the expressions on their faces. I only learned of it moments ago. It's truly hard to believe. Chen Jin admitted, still struggling to process this information. So, that's how it is. Chen Jin recounted the events from beginning to end, omitting only what should not be disclosed. It seems this younger brother is either a genius or a miracle. Chen San thought, unable to fathom the occurrence. Captain, come over here, Dracula called out from a distance. Oh, what is it? The two responded as they made their way over. Captain, look at this, Howren exclaimed, presenting a small, irregular piece of metal, no larger than a finger, that he had cut from the golden armored beast's belly. High-purity rare metal. Both Chen Jin and Chen Sin exclaimed in unison. This metal is essential for crafting the core components of interstellar spacecraft and is among the high-priced items often sought by the Adventurers Guild. A piece this size is worth several thousand credit points and can earn us a few thousand adventure points. Is it really that valuable? How much is it worth in credit points? Howren quickly inquired. In the Adventurers Guild, this high-purity rare metal costs 5,000 credit points per gram, plus 50 adventure points. Dio, you think it's valuable? Chen chuckled, weighing the piece in his hand. This thumb-sized chunk must weigh at least 10 grams, yielding 50,000 credit points and 5,000 adventure points. Then we are truly in for a windfall. I just killed over 100 of these golden armored beasts, all of which I left in the cave. Howren exclaimed jubilantly, "We're really going to get rich. My parents earn only 3,000 to 4,000 credit points a month. Just imagine how much this will amount to." The 15 were once again taken aback by Howren's words. During their desperate escape, this young lad had single-handedly slain over 100 golden armored beasts amidst the throng. Truly a monster, a prodigy. Seeing everyone staring at him, Howren thought they were skeptical of his claims. If you don't believe me, you can check for yourselves. Chapter 26. Hidden treasures in the mine. All right, let us go now. This is a significant fortune that cannot be squandered, Qianjin interjected. Those golden armored beasts must have fled already. The cave should be safe now. Everyone felt a surge of excitement. The reason they called the stars their home was ultimately for credit points and adventure points. These two items were what they risked their lives for. The younger brother immediately transformed in their eyes into an embodiment of credit points, for only he could effortlessly dispatch the beasts they regarded as demons. Under Howren's lead, the 16 moved with unprecedented speed, soon discovering the cave littered with the corpses of golden armored beasts, each one severed into two parts, their pale blue blood splattered everywhere. Thankfully, these golden armored beasts had not removed the bodies of their companions. Otherwise, their credit points would have vanished. Howren sighed in relief, urging everyone to get to work. The previous high-purity rare metal had been found within the beast's innards, so this time, he would take the responsibility of slicing open the golden armored beast bellies while leaving the rest of the tasks to the others. Within an hour, he had eviscerated a total of 112 golden armored beasts in a stretch of cave over 2,000 meters long, uncovering 108 pieces of high-purity rare metal. Weighing approximately 12 to 1,300 grams, they were truly in for a windfall. Beaming with joy, the group returned to their starting point. The morning had flown by, and as excitement bubbled within them, they began preparing lunch. Having brought back another golden armored beast, the task of skinning naturally fell to Howren once more. After finishing, he found himself covered in blood. It seemed he needed to wash up outside and perhaps gather some mountain spring water in the process. "Captain, I'll wash up in the mountain stream outside and bring back some water." Howren now addressed Qianjin as captain, signifying both his respect for Qianjin and a recognition of his own status. "Very well, the sooner you go, the sooner you'll return. Be cautious on your way," Qianjin replied, confident that with such skills, Howren would face little trouble as long as he did not stumble into a horde of ferocious beasts. Howren politely nodded to Chen San before turning to exit the cave. He thought to check the deep pool to see if there were any more opportunities to seize. Upon exiting the mine, Howren carefully concealed the entrance once more before heading down to the mountain spring. After thoroughly washing himself, he decided to venture towards the deep pool, having already explored this mountain range with 8 others previously. They were well aware of the areas frequented by the larger beasts and cautiously avoided those regions. After a brisk half-hour run, he arrived at the cliff once again. Checking his gear, he began to descend the cliff using the path he had taken last time, even communicating with the local flora along the way. Unfortunately, he received no news of the purple resin. It seemed that only the single plant he had harvested previously remained. Upon reaching the deep pool, he found that the massive 3-headed serpent's corpse had been entirely devoured, leaving only a large piece of skin by the water's edge. These greedy creatures left not a single morsel for themselves. Howren muttered, standing by the pool in silent frustration. Nevertheless, the serpent's skin was still a valuable find, and he quickly rolled it up into a bundle, ensuring he did not return empty-handed. Not daring to linger by the pool, Howren slung the serpent's skin over his back and retraced his steps to the cliff, swiftly making his way back to the cave. By the time he returned, he was famished, and the golden-armored beast meat was perfectly roasted to a crispy golden brown, wafting an irresistible aroma. "You returned just in time, my younger brother. It's freshly roasted. What do you have on your back?" Gu Man inquired with keen eyes, a smile playing on his lips. "Just some snake skin I found." It should be quite valuable, Howren replied, handing over the skin. I couldn't even slice through it with my inner energy. So you can imagine how tough it is. It lacks the requisite softness and will need special processing. But it's definitely a valuable item for the Adventurers Guild, Gu-Man remarked, taking the skin and feeling its weight. Several hundred pounds. Really? Chen-sen approached, running his hand over the skin and slicing it with a knife. His expression shifted dramatically. Just how large was the serpent that produced such a massive hide? This could fetch over 100,000 credit points. He paused, choosing his words carefully. This little guy seems to have a knack for finding treasures. Ah, the others exclaimed, rushing over to see the skin that could be worth 100,000 credit points. I may not yet reach that figure, Chun-Jin remarked after reviewing it. Captain, I leave this in your hands. By then, my credit points will amount to around 8,000. Howran chuckled, handing the snake skin on the ground to Chun-Jin. Aren't you afraid I might keep these for myself? That's over 5 million credit points. Chun-Jin laughed heartily, secretly admiring his younger brother. The group erupted into laughter, the shared mirth drawing them closer together, an atmosphere of trust enveloping them. All right, let us eat. This afternoon, we shall continue our exploration. Asen had evidently taken on the role of the second-in-command within this group, a position recognized by all. The two fully armored golden beasts, along with the lunch brought from the morning, left everyone with full bellies. Resting on the stones, Chun-Jin and Asen needed to find a hidden cave to stash the high-purity rare metals and snake skins they possessed, for these were communal property. Shortly after, having hidden their belongings, Chun-Jin and Asen returned, whispering amongst themselves before joining the group. Today has brought forth many surprises, and I believe everyone has experienced this. These surprises are courtesy of our younger brother Howran. As you all know, the manifestation of internal energy is a hallmark of reaching the peak of Star Martial Level 8 or the initial stage of Level 9, regardless of whether our brother truly stands at Level 8 or 9. We must not allow those in the base to uncover the truth. Does anyone have a good plan? Chun-Jin surveyed the crowd and spoke loudly, recalling that Asen had raised this question upon his return, which he had not considered before. What, Captain? Are you saying I've reached Star Martial Level 8? Howran, momentarily in disbelief, quickly inquired. Your ability to channel internal energy into your blade signifies the transition from the peak of Level 8 to Level 9. As for whether you genuinely attain Level 8 or 9, that can only be confirmed through testing at the Adventurers Guild, Chun-Jin clarified, explaining that this was the conventional method of assessment, widely accepted among everyone. I stumbled upon this method inadvertently during our last encounter with the lion wolf, Howran confessed, doubting his own advancement to Level 8 or 9. How could that be possible? In truth, Howran's ability to channel internal energy into his blade stemmed from his unique cultivation technique. The vast network of energy from the dream flowed through all his meridians, many of which were not even cataloged in the light brain's database, belonging to the body's hidden meridians. Without the immense energy from the star beast's core, it would have taken decades, if not centuries, to unlock such extensive meridians. Oh, once we escape, I'll take you for a test to confirm. Chun-Jin added and glanced around the group. Captain, that's simple. Just don't let our younger brother return to the base. We can manage our meals and drinks, Arnold said, carefree. If our younger brother doesn't return, who will oversee the control center's light brain? Gu-Man immediately countered, aware that although he was a light brain expert, he was nothing compared to their younger brother. If even the captain cannot discern it, I'm sure no one else will, Bidwoki chimed in. Before our younger brother revealed his capabilities, no one noticed. Now, there's no need for concern. What if a star venerable individual appears? They would see through it instantly. We cannot take such risks, Dracula shook his head. Once, while exchanging points for techniques at the Adventurers Guild, I stumbled upon a nameless technique that conceals one's cultivation level. In this era, everyone aspires to elevate their cultivation. Who would think of hiding it? Pei Baoluo remarked, surprised that he would find himself in a situation where such a technique was necessary. The group engaged in a spirited discussion, yet failed to devise a foolproof plan. Howran, feeling it inappropriate to interject, let them brainstorm. Chun-Jin raised his hands, silencing the chatter. I believe this is a feasible approach. Let each group leave one member in the cave to accompany our younger brother and mentor him, allowing him to return to the base once a week, more frequently in special circumstances. This way, we can ensure the control center's light brain is monitored while maximizing the chances of him remaining undetected by those at the base. I think this idea is sound. Rotating among the groups would not raise any suspicions. Asen concurred. Chapter 27. The incomplete ethereal to protect Hao Ran. The arrangement for him to stay in the mine for 6 days a week was settled. Naturally, the party involved had no objections and secretly delighted, for there was still a red orb obtained from the three-headed giant snake waiting to be utilized. Wasn't this an opportunity for him? Once the plan was established, the group took a brief respite, and the afternoon's task was to continue exploring the mine. With Hao Ran, a great expert, present, their progress accelerated significantly. They advanced nearly 5 kilometers from where they had encountered the golden hunting beasts until the temperature soared above 70 degrees, halting only when they could no longer endure. After marking the spot, they began their return. On the way back, they encountered 2 golden hunting beasts and 10 flame beasts, all of which were vanquished by Hao Ran. However, they did not come across any golden armored beasts, which was quite peculiar. By the time they reached the entrance of the cave, it was already 4 in the afternoon. Qianjin instructed everyone to rest for a moment, allowing Asen to lead his group of 7 to collect approximately 200 kilograms of ore each for their return. Half an hour later, Qianjin, accompanied by 5 others, also prepared to head back. "We are leaving now. You two stay safe," he called out as everyone departed, leaving only Hao Ran and Gu Man within the mine. "Younger brother, let us exit the cave, wash up, and then grill a golden hunting beast. Afterward, I will guide you on footwork," Gu Man stated. "All right, whatever you say, brother Gu Man," Hao Ran replied, fully obedient. Although they had ventured deep into the cave that afternoon, Hao Ran had not perspired much, feeling invigorated as if his strength had significantly increased. He was unaware of how much stronger his hands had become, believing his physical resilience had improved considerably. After all, the teeth of the golden armored beasts could not pierce his skin. Once outside the mine, the duo quickly arrived at a mountain spring below the mountains, enjoying a refreshing bath. It felt as if they had grown a few centimeters taller. Hao Ran estimated his height to be around 1.80 meters, only 10 centimeters shorter than the 1.90 meters Gu Man, appearing much sturdier than before, free from his previous frailness. "Brother Gu Man, we cannot possibly finish such a large golden hunting beast. Why not hunt a few wild chickens to roast instead?" Hao Ran suggested after his bath, his confidence gradually rising with the internal energy coursing through him, no longer timid as before. Getting dark. "The primitive forest is perilous at night. Let us not take the risk." "Safety first," Gu Man replied as they walked back. Indeed, Hao Ran conceded, following Gu Man back to the cave. They moved large stones to seal the entrance from within, enhancing their security against larger ferocious beasts. The two shared half of a grilled golden hunting beast, feasting until they could eat no more. With a substantial portion filling Hao Ran's belly, he found it strange that his appetite had increased significantly lately. Yet he would feel hungry soon after. Was he entering a growth phase? This perplexed him. After lounging on the stones and engaging in light conversation, Gu Man finally sat up. "Younger brother, my most commendable skill is my footwork. The name of this technique, which I devised myself, is called ethereal, acquired from a once fallen individual, yet it is a fragmented version. Oh, the name is quite fitting. Brother Gu Man's footwork is graceful and agile." Making ethereal a most appropriate title, Hao Ran remarked, deeply impressed by Gu Man's technique. This footwork consists of 6 layers, each layer containing 6 basic steps and a form, totaling 36 basic steps and 6 forms. However, the fragment only contains the first 4 layers, 24 basic steps, and 4 forms. The latter half has been entirely torn away, likely in the possession of that individual's kin. Gu Man explained the origins and details of his footwork to Hao Ran. "Brother Gu Man, have you already mastered the first 4 layers?" Hao Ran inquired, curious about how powerful they were with only these layers. "Not quite. I have only practiced the first 3 layers and could not progress further," Gu Man replied somewhat regretfully. "Why is that?" Hao Ran immediately pressed. "Does it become exceedingly difficult to cultivate, or is there another reason?" The first 3 layers were relatively easy to practice with rapid progress. But from the 4th layer onward, it necessitates pairing with the family's techniques for effective cultivation. "Unfortunately, I can no longer locate that individual," Gu Man chuckled, acknowledging his own greed, perhaps a trait inherent to humanity. "Such a pity, but indeed, Brother Gu Man's footwork is beautiful and powerful." Hao Ran felt a tinge of regret, recognizing that perfection was unattainable in anything. "Today, I will impart this footwork to you in the future. Should you encounter anyone skilled in this technique, please inform me or find a way to acquire their cultivation methods. That is my only request, Guman said earnestly. Thank you, Brother Guman. If I ever meet someone who knows this footwork, I will do my utmost to obtain the complete technique. Haoran stood up, acknowledging Guman's wish. Now, no need for such formality, I mean. Now, let me teach you the ethereal footwork. Guman rose and moved to a spacious and even area within the cave. The first layer of the footwork is named Wild Goose Dancing in the Azure Clouds, with 6 basic steps. Step forward, turn right, rotate forward, side left. Guman began to explain, demonstrating each step as he spoke. Be gentle, be natural. When rotating, use momentum. Yes, just like that, he shared the essence of the footwork, correcting Haoran's mistakes and imparting his insights one by one. Well, it is essential for the body posture to harmonize with the footwork in order to fully unleash the miraculous potential of the latter. After an hour's diligent practice, Haoran successfully completed the first layer of the Yinwu Qingyun technique, managing to execute a round with minimal errors as per Guman's requirements. The second layer, known as Hawu Yunzong, consists of 6 fundamental footwork techniques. Once Haoran had mastered the first layer of footwork and body posture, Guman began to elucidate the second layer. With fluid movements, he demonstrated the necessary transitions, emphasizing the importance of the waist motion during lateral retreats. As he spoke and illustrated, he corrected Haoran's form. Remarkably, the second layer was grasped in just under 50 minutes, likely due to the foundation laid by the first layer, thus rendering the second layer significantly quicker to learn. Guman then seamlessly transitioned to instructing the third layer, Fengwu Yuntian, which he completed in half an hour. This left Guman in awe of his disciple's comprehension and learning abilities. It had taken him over half a month to master the first 3 layers. Yet this young man had achieved it in less than 3 hours. What remained was merely the refinement of skills and practical application. Observing Haoran diligently practicing under the beam of light in the cave, Guman felt a sense of accomplishment. Within 3 hours, he had imparted the first 3 layers to his disciple. Should he now also teach him the 4th layer of footwork and posture? After a brief contemplation, Guman resolved to proceed with instructing the 4th layer. Though it was merely a superficial structure, he believed his disciple might benefit from it. The 4th layer, Longting Sihai, comprised 6 fundamental techniques. Guman imparted the 4th layer to Haoran. Considering his task fulfilled, the master opens the door. The cultivation relies on the individual. From now on, it will be up to you. Practice diligently, engage in practical exercises, and experience is the best teacher. With that, Guman turned to leave, heading toward a small cave they had previously identified as their overnight resting place. Alone in the spacious cave, Haoran repeatedly practiced the basic footwork and body postures of the 4 layers, Yinwu Qingyun, Hawu Yunzong, Fengwu Yuntian, and Longting Sihai. Unbeknownst to him, he was channeling his internal energy into his legs and feet, causing his movements to gradually take on an ethereal grace, transforming into a dance of fluidity and elegance. Chapter 28. The night scale. As Haoran was immersed in practice, he suddenly realized Guman had departed. He promptly extinguished the 2 spotlights and, with his night vision, resumed his silent, diligent training in the pitch-black cave. In the interstellar era, fortunes do not simply fall from the sky. Every ounce of hard work yields a corresponding reward, especially now that he felt like prey in the jaws of fate. Gaining strength meant a greater hope for survival. Defying the whims of destiny was Haoran's most genuine aspiration. He must survive and attain freedom through his own efforts. This determination fueled his relentless training. A silent rebellion against 16 years of weakness, an unwavering commitment to become stronger. Gradually, the area where Haoran practiced unconsciously shifted deeper into the explored cave, Guman's words echoing vividly in his mind. The elusive footwork from the 1st to the 4th layers had firmly embedded themselves in his consciousness. His current focus was on the 1st layer, Yinwu Qingyun, recalling Guman's advice to master each layer sequentially. Only upon achieving mastery of the 1st layer could he progress to the 2nd. With his full concentration, he activated the flow of internal energy within his body, his legs and feet moving in a rhythmic cycle of the Yinwu Qingyun's 6 fundamental techniques, striving to ingrain these movements into his very instincts for battle. Suddenly, a shadow flitted before him. A small creature, no larger than a squirrel, darted past. Let us follow it. He suppressed his gravitational technique, restoring his agile form as he pursued the fleeting figure, the unknown creature. Sensing his presence, abruptly accelerated, darting deeper into the cave. Haoran summoned all his internal energy into his legs, propelling himself forward with newfound swiftness, his speed doubling without conscious effort. Ahead, he caught sight of the nimble creature once more. Perhaps it was deliberate, or perhaps it was an illusion. The little being turned its head and beckoned with its paw, as if challenging him. "Very well, let us see who is faster," Howren shouted, his voice filled with determination. To his surprise, the creature responded with a series of chirps before bounding away, its speed markedly increased. Thus began a chase through the labyrinthine cave, Howren exerting every ounce of strength as he poured his internal energy into his legs and feet. Fixated solely on the thought of catching it, oblivious to the perils around him, as he delved deeper into the cave, the presence of lurking beasts grew increasingly evident, yet they all seemed to flee from the path of the small creature, scattering in terror at its passage. Outside, the temperature had risen dramatically, surpassing the depths they had previously explored, nearing unbearable heat. Howren was compelled to channel his internal energy throughout his body to counteract the sweltering conditions. Sweat pouring from him as he felt his energy reserves deplete. Nevertheless, he persevered, his resolve to catch the creature intensifying. "I must catch it. I will catch it." At this moment, he paid no heed to his footwork. His feet instinctively executed the 6 basic movements of the first layer as his internal energy surged at an unprecedented rate. Suddenly, he glimpsed a light ahead. The creature vanished into its glow. And Howren followed, emerging into a different cavern entrance. "I can't believe I followed it through the entire cave," he exclaimed, realizing the 2 caverns were interconnected. This new cave was half the size of the one he had entered, allowing only a single person to pass through. Under a sky filled with stars and 3 luminous moons, the mountains sparkled as if draped in silver, with ancient trees swaying gently. The serene mountains echoed with distant roars of beasts, while the thundering sound of waterfalls accentuated the tranquil ambience, enhancing the sense of solitude. The small creature had vanished among the myriad stones and shadows of the forest, revealing the exquisite beauty of the night. A testament to nature's artistry. Howren's mind momentarily wandered in the vast, tranquil wilderness, his internal energy swirling at a pace tenfold its usual rate. The silvery moonlight seemed to be drawn into him, slowly permeating his skin, absorbed by his very being, a small portion merging into his meridians. From afar, the vanished creature observed this extraordinary phenomenon with keen interest. After an indeterminate time, a thunderous roar jolted Howren from his reverie. A colossal beast, towering over him, emerged into view. "Oh no, I forgot this is the territory of that ferocious beast," he thought, slapping his forehead at his momentary lapse in awareness. Feeling his internal energy surge coolly and powerfully, he sprang into action, charging at the beast, his footwork flowing with natural grace. The beast, irate, charged back, furious that such a diminutive creature dared to attack. "I'll tear you apart," it bellowed, lunging towards Howren. A fledgling's fearlessness met the fury of a forest predator. As the creature observed the unfolding chaos with a bemused expression, a formidable beast known for its size, speed, and ferocity, was among the most vicious of predators. Its thick hide rendered small laser weapons ineffective. While its speed surpassed that of a wolf, its weight comparable to over 10 wolves, averaging 1,000 kilograms. Its powerful jaws could easily crush a thick steel plate, and its claws could shred through ordinary metal with ease. Howren deftly dodged its snapping jaws, channeling his internal energy into his fists. With a powerful strike, he landed a blow on the beast's foreleg, generating an impact equivalent to 700 or 800 kilograms, causing it to stagger. Notably, the speed was slightly slower than Howren's, allowing him to narrowly evade its jaws and claws, landing punches that, though not devastating, caused enough pain to elicit furious roars from the beast. Enraged, the creature began to rampage, tearing apart nearby rocks and trees. In the confined space, the two engaged in a frenzied dance of combat, the furious beast's speed and strength increasing tenfold. Howren struggled to evade, but was ultimately struck by a powerful claw, sending him crashing 5 meters away into a sturdy tree, a surge of pain coursing through him. Rolling to regain his footing, he narrowly avoided another bite, enduring the pain while guiding his internal energy to circulate, checking himself for injuries. Fortunately, the claw marks had only shredded his mining suit, leaving 3 red welts on his skin. Channeling his internal energy through his muscles, the pain subsided quickly, and in no time, The claw marks vanished. The Wrathful was now 10 times more formidable than before. Its speed had surpassed Howren's, leaving him with no choice but to rely on evasive maneuvers. Increasingly overwhelmed as it struck him repeatedly, the first layer of footwork struggling to keep pace with his movements. Fleeing was imperative. Otherwise, should this continue, he would ultimately fall prey to the ferocious beast. With this thought in mind, Howren deliberately retreated towards the dense forest, gradually shaking off the beast's pursuit. After 3 arduous hours of struggle, he finally escaped the beast's clutches. Now, Howren was adorned in tattered rags. Covered in claw marks, drenched in sweat, and panting heavily like a bull, he ascended a towering ancient tree and perched upon a branch, slowly calming his racing heart. What a close call! He had not anticipated the formidable strength of the enraged, cracked-toothed beast. Thankfully, his physical prowess proved resilient, as the beast's foreclaws failed to breach his defenses. Otherwise, he would now be nestled in the beast's belly, a mere midnight snack. Seated on the tree branch, Howren immersed himself in cultivation. Yet the phenomenon of moonlight entering his body failed to manifest again. As 2 crimson suns rose consecutively from the horizon, a new day dawned. Chapter 29. The arrival of the star sovereign upon opening his eyes. The fatigue from the previous night evaporated. His exposed skin glimmered with an unusual sheen in the early sunlight, and he felt invigorated, as if boundless strength flowed within him. With that, Howren leapt from the branch high above. Landing gracefully on the ground, where he seamlessly transitioned through several steps of movement, alighting effortlessly amidst the thicket strewn with dry branches, he swiftly tore away the remnants of his tattered clothing, leaving only a relatively intact pair of shorts, and then executed the steps of the goose dance, disappearing into the woods with a series of flickering movements. First, he bathed in the mountain spring, then stealthily entered the mining area through a cave entrance. He donned a fresh set of mining gear he had prepared earlier. Noticing that Brother Gumin had yet to emerge from the cave, he began practicing the foundational and intermediate forms of star martial arts. The foundation of a year lies in spring, and the foundation of a day lies in the morning. Only through perseverance can one reap rewards. He recalled a great scientist from an ancient civilization within the Galactic Federation who once stated that success is equal to 1% talent and 99% hard work. Mastering martial arts while honing his gravitational source ability was a synergistic approach to cultivation. While the internet offered an abundance of methods for cultivating source abilities, many were likely fraudulent. Source masters represented the pinnacle of interstellar existence, and those who possessed secret techniques would be loath to disclose them. However, a few genuine methods existed, such as the continuous practice and application of one's source ability, which would inevitably lead to gradual enhancement. Howren's ability to communicate with plants stemmed from such cultivation methods within the online realm. Whenever he had the time, he would incessantly engage with plants, dedicating countless hours to this endeavor, which resulted in his somewhat rigid and unconventional demeanor before his peers. "Good morning, little brother." "Such diligence." Gumin's voice resonated from behind. Seemingly unaware that Howren had spent the night away from the cave. "Good morning, Brother Gumin," Howren promptly replied. Though his movements did not cease at that moment, he had begun to integrate the martial arts into the grace of the goose dance. "Excellent, to achieve such results in a single night. You truly are a genius in cultivation," Gumin remarked, recognizing that Howren had mastered the first level of the footwork, executing it with remarkable finesse that evoked a sense of fluidity and comfort. To attain the pinnacle of ethereal movement, one must comprehend and apply it in battle. The more perilous the confrontation, the greater the training and enhancement it provides, for ethereal movement is fundamentally a combat technique. Gumin was genuinely pleased. His little brother's talent was extraordinary. He eagerly imparted over a decade's worth of experience without reservation. After Gumin emerged from the cave and completed his morning routine, Howren finished his training and prepared to roast the half of the golden beast he had hunted the previous afternoon, waking Gumin for breakfast as they awaited the others' arrival. Chunjin and Asen's teams arrived punctually, and after inquiring about the previous night's events, the new day's exploration of the mine commenced. On this day, they unexpectedly encountered a small group of mutated golden armored beasts. 13 of these creatures fell to Howren's formidable assault, yielding 10 pieces of high-purity rare metal, by4 in the afternoon. The 2 groups departed in succession, leaving only Yuli's behind to guide Howren. Yuli specialized in the explosive fist technique, which comprised 3 levels: the flat fist, the rushing fist, and the explosive fist. Mastery of the explosive fist was said to allow one to channel internal energy into an object, causing an internal detonation that shattered the target into fragments, representing the most direct application of internal energy in martial arts. The 30 forms comprised 15 for the flat fist, 10 for the rushing fist, and 5 for the explosive fist, which Yuli's had acquired from the Adventure Guild for 30,000 adventure points plus 50,000 credit points. This was one of the few advanced martial arts techniques available within the guild. Currently, Yuli's was at the mid-level of the 8th rank in Interstellar martial arts, but had yet to reach the stage of externalizing his internal energy. Nonetheless, the explosive fist had become his most potent weapon in unarmed combat. In just 5 hours, Yuli's transmitted all 30 forms of the explosive fist to Howren, secretly astonished by his little brother's capacity for comprehension, as he flawlessly executed all 30 forms in a single demonstration. Albeit with some lack of refinement, an impressive feat nonetheless. Little brother, this set of fists is essentially a method of applying internal energy. In terms of martial arts principles, the explosive fist is a training technique that induces the externalization of internal energy. Practicing the explosive fist can establish a system of internal energy circulation and external channels, representing an advanced martial art that focuses on external training to refine the internal, Yuli's explained, pausing to articulate his insights on the explosive fist. Brother Yuli's, which form have you reached in your training? Howren inquired, intrigued by the remarkable nature of this explosive fist. I have only mastered the first form of the explosive fist thus far. But my internal energy has begun to establish a new circulation pathway within my body. I believe that once I reach the 9th rank of Star Martial Arts, it will naturally come to fruition. Yuli's replied proudly, little brother, since you can externalize your internal energy, practicing the explosive fist is most appropriate for you. However, I hope you will practice methodically and not rush for quick results, Yuli's admonished. Thank you, brother Yuli's, I will certainly heed your advice, Howren responded earnestly. Though he had known these brothers for a short time, their sincere support and trust were invaluable. Little brother, I have high hopes for you. Continue your practice, Yuli's encouraged, feeling a hint of fatigue after 5 hours of dedicated effort without the support of internal energy. The relentless exertion of pure strength throughout the day had indeed left him weary. After imparting a few more words, he took his leave. As Howren turned off the spotlight in the pitch-black mine, he once again immersed himself in the enchanting practice of the explosive fist. Time passed unnoticed until, with a mere turn, a small beast resembling a snow-white boxer suddenly came into view. In the creature's gaze, Howren sensed an inexplicable air of triumph, a demeanor of a victor, and a challenging glint in its eyes. Without warning, he accelerated and lunged at the little beast, replaying the scenes of the previous day. This time, the creature was even more audacious, continually turning to provoke him. Wearing an expression that seemed to say, "You can't catch me." Enraged, Howren exerted every ounce of effort to pursue the little beast using the first level of ethereal movement, only to lose sight of it once again at another exit. Finding himself back in the territory of the cracked-toothed beast, he intended to slip away quietly. Moo! A mighty roar echoed, and the massive figure of the cracked-toothed beast materialized before him. Well, meeting you again is better than a chance encounter. Let us have another bout, he declared, swiftly shedding his work attire and tossing it into a crevice of rock, then charging boldly towards the ferocious beast. The tremendous roar of the creature resounded through the night sky once more as man and beast engaged in fierce combat. Armed with the explosive fist, Howren fought with renewed vigor, inflicting agonizing howls from the beast in the initial exchanges, in the latter half, while the crazed cracked-toothed beast left claw marks all over Howren's body. He managed to retaliate occasionally, unlike the previous day. When Howren sensed that his internal energy was nearly depleted, he seized the opportunity to reclaim his work attire and once again evaded the beast, departing with a flourish, while the distant little beast returned to its lair without a care. After practicing on the tree branch until the sun crested the horizon, he returned to the cave. Following his morning training, he roasted the flame beast he had slain the previous afternoon, waking Brother Yuli's for breakfast as they awaited the arrival of the others. Chonjin and Asin's teams arrived punctually, and the cave soon buzzed with activity. Little brother, last night, the light brain received system information. Your light worm penetrated the light net and retrieved something, but it vanished in an instant. We didn't have time to act. Gumin and Chinjin approached, speaking in hushed tones. Oh, it seems there is good news. The light worm has begun to function. I need to return and check what information was transmitted to ascertain how to further refine the light worms, Howard acknowledged. Understanding that his light worm had indeed activated. Tio controlled the central light brain. He needed to undertake further actions, gradually placing it under his command. Another day passed, and by the end of the day, they had explored 2 more mine shafts. Inadvertently stumbling upon a den of golden beasts, 5 golden beasts were encountered. 4 were slain, and 1 fled, but it was of little consequence. As customary, 2 individuals remained behind while Qianjin led Howard and the others back to base. The 6 of them, after enjoying dinner together in the cafeteria, leisurely returned to their quarters. Upon returning to his room, Howard promptly accessed the information sent by the light worm from the light brain, spending 3 hours crafting 2 additional light worms that would traverse the previously established secret pathway. Captain, Howard called out to the 5 others who were seated, awaiting his update. What news? Qianjin and the others quickly gathered around, eager for information. Yesterday, 2 esteemed Star Lords arrived at the base, and 5 interstellar vessels have once again entered the protective space surrounding the desolate second planet. This was the very first pronouncement from Howard, and undoubtedly the most disheartening news. Chapter 30. Miss Shauna. What? Qianjin exclaimed in astonishment before plunging into contemplation. Are there any other updates? He quickly raised his head and inquired once more. The messages returned by the light worm are quite numerous. I will first relay what I deem to be of utmost importance. The other information can be reviewed later by you and the captain, as Howard has already organized and transformed the intel received from the light worm. All right, I hope for favorable news. Qianjin felt an inkling, albeit vague, as if a layer of paper obscured his thoughts. Yet he could not grasp the details at that moment. Firstly, the celestial body we inhabit is known as the second desolate planet, with our base situated in the southern hemisphere, which is exclusively occupied by our facility, currently housing 3 rare mineral zones. Secondly, this planet serves as a clandestine stronghold for the Blue Skull Space Pirate Guild, and within the vast galactic empire, the sole known wormhole leading to this twin-star system is under the control of the Blue Skull, which means that aside from our own escape, no one else can rescue us. Thirdly, I gleaned the names of the 2 Star Lords from their meeting records. One is named El Hao, while the other is Alastair. Upon hearing the name El Hao, Qianjin's heart trembled as a possibility dawned upon him. Why the notorious Blue Skull Space Pirate Guild ranks among the top 3 pirate factions? It turns out he is backed by the El family, one of the 9 great clans. How could this be? Yet the evidence lay starkly before him. Fourthly, hidden within this base is a significant individual, the daughter of the current head of the palace family. One of the 9 great clans, who was mistakenly captured, Miss Shauna, a prodigious young woman. Fifthly, the principal authority of the base, Neildong, is notoriously known as the evil wolf among space pirates. There are numerous other pieces of information contained within the light brain, which the captain may scrutinize at leisure. Howard expounded upon the 5 crucial points he considered important, all of which were undeniably pertinent to their predicament. Gee, man, take a look and make sure to note everything down. Qianjin instructed his companion, realizing that the situation was 100-fold, perhaps even 1,000-fold, more dire than he had initially imagined. In no wonder the base managed its miners with such laxity. They were but monkeys in the palm of Buddha's hand. Unable to escape the 5-finger mountain. Little brother, estimate when we might gain complete control over the central light brain without being detected by them. Qianjin turned to ask solemnly, sensing that their plans would need a complete overhaul, or perhaps a fresh start altogether. At least a month, and that is a rather optimistic estimate, Howard replied with gravity. If this base lacks superlative experts in this domain, we should be able to seize control within a month. However, one must always leave room for contingencies, as so brief a time frame is feasible. Qianjin expressed his surprise, continuing, do not rush. Take your time, as long as we remain undetected, there is no need for grand gestures. Understood, Captain, Howard acknowledged, then inquired, what about Miss Shauna? I happened to see her once on the 2nd floor. Should we attempt to make contact? That depends on the opportunity. Do not pursue her deliberately, as it may yield counterproductive results and jeopardize our efforts. Qianjin nonchalantly remarked. They themselves were in dire straits, and besides, the Blue Skull Space Pirate Guild likely would not dare to act against Miss Shauna, as even the El family would weigh the pros and cons. Little brother, convey to Gu Man the method of accessing the light worm returned information. Unless absolutely necessary, refrain from returning to the base. 2 Star Lords of such caliber could discern your status at a glance. It is too perilous. Chun-Jin gently patted Howren's shoulder, expressing his concern. The two Star Lords who had arrived at the base, Hao being the 85th ranked expert on the Star Martial Guild's leaderboard, were direct descendants of the L family. Chun-Jin furrowed his brow, his expression darkening. If this line of reasoning continued, it was likely that the top 10 pirate guilds were backed by prominent families. Which was truly alarming. A palpable despair enveloped everyone in the room. The prospect of escaping seemed more daunting than climbing to the heavens. Captain, under normal circumstances, such a secretive base should not deploy two formidable experts to oversee it. There must be an exceptionally significant reason for this, Howren suddenly queried, pondering what it could be. Could it be related to Miss Shauna? He mused. No, that cannot be. What could be of such paramount importance? Chun-Jin inadvertently echoed, and suddenly, a spark of realization illuminated his mind. Important items? The special materials that Arson overheard? Mineral reward incentives? Ha ha, brothers, an opportunity lies before us. Chun-Jin exclaimed with sudden exuberance. Captain, what opportunity? Yuli's inquired hastily. Consider this. Why are we here? Why did the system suddenly announce the incentive for the third mineral zone a few days ago? What does this signify? The special substances that Arson overheard? Chun-Jin prompted, guiding the group's thought process. The third mineral zone contains a certain exceedingly valuable mineral, Howren interjected, connecting the dots as per the captain's hints. It must be some exceptionally significant mineral or another substance. Indeed, it could be a mineral or some other material we are yet to identify. But why would they station Star Lords here? It is likely that this news has already leaked, warranting various factions to infiltrate. Chun-Jin asserted, his excitement palpable. If we can ascertain what this substance is and manage to acquire some, then our chance for escape will present itself. At this juncture, the group was invigorated, yet Howren remained troubled. Pondering what this crucial item could be, minerals? Rare metals? Crystals? Crystals? Howren suddenly exclaimed, rising swiftly to sit before the light brain, meticulously reviewing the information returned by the light worm. I found it, Captain. I know what it is. Howren shouted once more, as the mention of crystals had triggered his memory of some overlooked details from the incoming messages. What is it? The five of them asked in unison. Energy crystals. The third mineral zone has discovered and excavated energy crystals, several of them. Howren replied, his excitement palpable. Energy crystals exist in the third mineral zone. This is utterly unbelievable. Chun-Jin recognized the immense value of energy crystals, which had been discovered 5 centuries prior. Scientists had begun researching energy synthesis, hoping to artificially replicate them, but progress had been minimal, as energy crystals were exceedingly rare and sought after. Howren then relayed the method of accessing and reviewing the light worm returned information to Guman, noting that future returns would be significantly reduced. However, the light worm would transmit information every 3 days, encoded in a highly specialized manner, existing within the structure of the light brain system to prevent detection. Once all relevant matters were addressed, it was nearly midnight. Howren lay in bed, diligently channeling his internal energy, the dire situation serving as a tremendous motivation as the relentless pursuit of cultivation became an unchanging theme. At dawn, he organized his gear and retrieved the red orb, placing it close to himself, preparing to find a moment to utilize it. After breakfast, he exchanged points for several sets of work uniforms to carry with him. Before joining Chun-Jin and the others aboard the transport vessel bound for the third mineral zone. Chapter 31. Leg Tactics and Dispersing Techniques. The morning forest appeared exceptionally refreshing, with a thin veil of mist drifting like fine sand among the trees. The mountain spring flowed serenely, and the birds' calls resonated with a delightful clarity, while distant beast roars added an air of mystery to the woodland. Howren's mood soared like a liberated kite, dancing freely in the morning breeze, as nature seemed to infuse him with boundless vitality and hope, releasing his previously oppressive feelings. Chun-Jin and Arson's teams converged along a secluded mountain path, where Chun-Jin quickly relayed the information he had obtained, candidly sharing his analytical conclusions. Energy crystals have been discovered within the third mineral zone? Arson responded in astonishment, realizing the magnitude of the revelation. He had initially anticipated merely a rare mineral crystallization. The original plans were now rendered unfeasible, and they could only place their hopes on the energy crystals, perhaps seizing the moment amidst chaos to escape. Adaptability was key, and fortunately, they now had a reliable source of information, which was their greatest asset. Jin remarked, noting that the alteration of plans was a necessary course of action. It appears we have no choice but to proceed this way. Thankfully, we have reliable news. Otherwise, it would have been truly dire. Arson expressed his relief at having encountered Jin as he contemplated their next steps. Since the blue skeleton has acquired several energy crystals from the No. 3 mining area, it indicates that these energy crystals did not originate from our mining zone, but must have come from another location. We should split our team into several groups to investigate various old mining sites, examining where the highest yield of or can be found. Jin, while analyzing the situation, shared his thoughts with us. Senator. Currently, our combined group consists of merely 16 individuals, and the current mining area was discovered by our little brother through a new plant-based prospecting technology, which suggests a significant possibility of energy crystals being present. We shall divide ourselves into 4 teams, leaving one group to search this mining area while the other 3 groups explore different sites to gather intelligence. What do you think of this plan? Asin, being an experienced adventurer with considerable expertise in energy matters, was perceptive and resourceful. Thus, they organized their teams on the way, with 12 individuals forming 3 groups to head to other mining sites, while Hao Ran and Gu Man proceeded directly to the cave. Upon arriving at the cave, they reunited with Arnold and Badoki, who had remained behind, and shared the intelligence gathered from the previous night along with the plans devised by their captain. The current mission for the 4 of them was twofold: to continue exploring the various tunnels and to search for energy crystals. Gu Man, Hao Ran, and the other 2 briefly discussed how to effectively accomplish their tasks and decided to explore the tunnels together in the morning. Then split into 2 groups in the afternoon to meticulously search the already explored tunnels for energy crystals. In the morning, after successfully navigating through one tunnel, they encountered 2 flame beasts. With Hao Ran, the formidable beast slayer, they posed little threat to the group. The 2 flame beasts ultimately became their lunch. Each time they explored a tunnel, when the temperature soared to 60 or 70 degrees, they would retreat, marking that spot as the endpoint of their exploration. Hao Ran, having traversed the mountain's interior twice, had always moved at high speed and paid little attention, yet he was aware that he could endure much higher temperatures than that. Gu Man, during our last expedition, we discovered a den of gold hunters, but why did we not find a single piece of high-purity rare metal? Hao Ran suddenly recalled that the stones ingested by the gold hunters from the bodies of the armored beasts must have gone somewhere. Surely they must have excreted it, Gu Man replied without hesitation. If we could locate where the gold hunters relieved themselves, we might find a wealth of high-purity rare metals, Hao Ran naturally suggested. Really? Badoki interjected with surprise. Do you know where the gold hunter's bathroom is? Arnold lazily retorted. If we did, we'd be rich. It must be in this cave. Let us stay alert, and perhaps we'll stumble upon it. Hao Ran laughed and added. He resolved to be cautious if he encountered that little white beast again, recalling how he had been outsmarted by such a small creature on 2 occasions. If only we had a fire elemental master in this cave, we would surely prosper. The deeper we go, the higher the ore content, and they could easily refine some of it to obtain high-purity rare metals. There is no shortage of or here, Badoki remarked, resting his hands behind his head, his eyes gleaming with greed. Dream on. Do you think elemental masters need to toil like us? They have no need to worry about credit points, compared to us adventurers braving the dangers of the cosmos. They live like emperors, Gu Man said with a touch of self-deprecation, leaning against the cave wall. Most elemental masters are extraordinarily powerful, far beyond the capabilities of star warriors. Brothers, you possess vast knowledge. Could you enlighten me about elemental masters? I've only come across them on the Light Network and am uncertain about what is true and what is false. Hao Ran eagerly seized the opportunity to inquire. I do know a bit, though my understanding comes from internal guild resources. Let me share it with you so you can avoid inadvertently crossing paths with them in the future, Gu Man replied. Each registered interstellar adventurer has access to some complementary internal resources from the guild, designed to enhance their knowledge and experience. The Great Galactic Federation boasts 4 major interstellar guilds: the Interstellar Adventurers Guild, the Interstellar Elemental Masters Guild, the Interstellar Light Armor Warriors Guild, and the Interstellar Star Warriors Guild. Except for the Elemental Masters Guild, the minimum registration standard for the other 3 guilds is Star Warrior Level 7, meaning one must reach a high tier to qualify. Instead of discussing the Elemental Masters directly, Gu Man began with an overview of the 4 major guilds. The Elemental Masters Guild is likely the smallest, most prestigious, and mysterious of the 4, An entry into this guild signifies a status akin to that of high-ranking citizens. Elemental Masters are categorized into 3 tiers and 9 levels based on the type of elemental ability and strength, resembling the classification of Star Warriors but with greater rigor. They are divided into Celestial, Terrestrial, and Human Elemental Masters, with each tier further divided into 3 levels. Gu Man had only skimmed through the internal materials and felt that knowing this much was sufficient. What criteria determine the classification into Celestial, Terrestrial, and Human tiers? Hao Ran pressed for more details, recalling that Gu Man's previous statements were available on the Light Network, and he sought more in-depth information. This was not detailed, but the badges worn by the Elemental Masters differ by tier. Celestial Masters wear gold badges. Terrestrial Masters wear silver, and Human Masters wear bronze, Gu Man added, seemingly aware that his knowledge was limited. Thank you, brother, Hao Ran said, feeling somewhat disappointed that he had learned even less than he knew. After lunch, the 4 split into 2 groups. Hao Ran took one tunnel while Gu Man and the other 2 explored another, agreeing to reconvene at the front tunnel around 4 o'clock. Each pursuing their respective tasks. Finding energy crystals is not an easy endeavor. BY 430. All 4 had returned to the front tunnel, each bringing back some unique or notably high concentration ores. AT 5 o'clock. The 3 groups of 12 returned, consolidating their findings into a simplified map. Bartle and Hao Ran, along with 14 others, each carried a bag of ore as they made their way back to the base. After dinner, Bartle imparted his most prized martial arts techniques, the spring kick and the splitting muscle technique, to Hao Ran. According to Bartle, these techniques were acquired from an ancient bookshop on a distant planet, representing a form of leg technique and claw techniques passed down from ancient China, emphasizing agile and close combat skills, which had earned him the title of King of Close Combat. With such a dedicated mentor, Hao Ran was eager to learn, diligently practicing and asking questions whenever he encountered something unclear, as the teachings involved complex knowledge of anatomy. After acquiring the ancient text, Bartle had spent months studying the anatomical pathways and acupoints mentioned in the splitting muscle technique, and only after considerable exploration did he fully comprehend it, which he now passed on to Hao Ran. Bartle demonstrated through both explanation and practice, dedicating over 6 hours to ensure Hao Ran grasped the techniques. Mastery, he explained, was not something to be achieved in a day or 2. It required constant practice to fully command the spring kick and splitting muscle technique. Hao Ran relied on his remarkable memory to commit all that Bartle taught him to memory, planning to familiarize himself with the techniques gradually over time. Little brother, I've shared all I know. From now on, it's up to you. Feel free to ask me any questions you have. I spent considerable effort mastering these techniques myself. The best way to learn is through combat experience, as it will accelerate your progress. Now, reflect carefully and practice once more. I'm off to rest. Without inner energy support, I do feel a bit fatigued. Bartle yawned, patted Hao Ran on the shoulder, and turned to rest. Chapter 32. The best sparring partner. As he turned off the lights and contemplated the genuine care from his brothers, Hao Ran felt a warm current surging within him. The affection from his parents, though limited, was cherished, and growing up alone made the warmth of his grandparents' love unforgettable during the summer and winter vacations. He never anticipated that a simple ride would lead to such unforeseen calamities, altering his ordinary life forever. His life no longer belonged solely to him, yet he had oddly learned the martial arts from his dreams, gradually regaining control over his destiny. With his body in sync with his thoughts, Hao Ran's fingers danced, his steps agile, his form fluid. This delicate technique seemed tailor-made for him. The little white beast arrived like a spirit of the night, its bright eyes sparkling like luminous pearls. You've come! Hao Ran refrained from lunging at it this time, instead practicing with his hands and feet while casually inquiring, as if greeting an old friend. Squeak, 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 the little beast chirped, as if responding or narrating something. Can you understand what I'm saying? Hao Ran found the little creature remarkably spirited and adorable, and he asked with genuine curiosity, finding the interaction delightful. Squeak, 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 the little beast chirped again, seeming to comprehend. Perching playfully on a protrusion of the stone wall and waving its front paws as if to affirm its understanding. It seems you can truly understand. Hao Ran was astonished. Nowadays, many genetically modified pets can comprehend their owner's words, albeit merely a few specific sounds and simple gestures. Such feats still require extensive training from animal trainers, much like the obedient creatures of ancient circuses, which were the results of prolonged conditioning. This little creature, having encountered him only thrice, could truly understand him. What a miracle! He resolved to test again, pondering that perhaps the pet was merely responding to his voice, rather than genuinely comprehending. Let us play a game. I'll chase, and you hide, but you mustn't stray from this burrow, he instructed, gesturing earnestly to ensure the creature grasped his intent. With that, he lunged forward, prepared to chase it again if it failed to understand. But this time he would remember the route clearly. Miraculously, the little white creature merely darted about within the confines of the spacious burrow, not straying an inch. I can't believe you truly understand my words. Let us be friends. My name is Howran, he exclaimed, filled with excitement at the realization that the creature indeed understood him. Its form, however, did not cease its playful antics, as it continued to evade him throughout the burrow. In their game of cat and mouse, the creature always made Howran feel tantalizingly close yet perpetually out of reach, darting from stone walls to his very person, relishing in its playful prowess. Eventually, fatigue set in after an hour of relentless pursuit. Are you tired? Would you like a piece of roasted meat? Howran inquired, retrieving the smallest piece of roasted meat from his bag. The little creature hesitated for a few seconds before swiftly leaping onto Howran's palm to snatch the morsel. Perching on a nearby stone to sniff it, casting a glance at Howran before promptly devouring it. Once finished, it looked back at him, squeaking inquisitively. Would you like more? If so, make 2 sounds and nod. Howran suggested, demonstrating the gesture. The creature complied, squeaking twice and nodding its small head. All right, I'll fetch you some more, Howran said, elated at its cleverness, and promptly offered a chunk the size of his fist. This time, the little creature showed no hesitation, swiftly snatching the larger piece. Howran had intended for it to eat from his hand, considering its size was comparable to the meat it had taken. Yet he was astonished at its agility. Once again, the little creature consumed the fist-sized piece in an instant, its form showing no signs of change. Howran was astounded, unable to fathom where all that meat had gone. Though he himself could eat heartily, it would leave him feeling distended, shaking his head in bewilderment at the creature's extraordinary abilities. Do you want more? If not, make 2 sounds and shake your head. He reiterated, demonstrating the gesture once more, hoping to teach it some basic body language to facilitate their communication. The little creature shook its head and, with its tiny front paws, patted its belly before scurrying deeper into the burrow. The game was set to commence anew, and Howran followed, determined to pursue it with all his might. However, at every fork in the tunnel, he left a distinct claw mark at the entrance. Ensuring he could navigate his way back as he chased, he observed that any formidable beasts encountered along the way fled or cowered in corners at the mere passage of the little creature. After nearly an hour of traversing deeper into the cave, he sensed the temperature rising, compelling him to channel his internal energy into his bones and muscles, creating a tingling sensation as if his body were absorbing this energy. My, this cavern is vast, he mused, noting the numerous openings surrounding him. The little white creature vanished into one of the entrances, and as Howran turned to follow, he left another paw print at the entrance of the tunnel, which noticeably inclined upward, suggesting an exit might be near. After another hour, light flickered ahead. As Howran emerged from the cave, the little creature disappeared into the vast forest. I hope that giant beast isn't waiting for me again, he thought mischievously, glancing toward the area where the fearsome creature had previously appeared. To his relief, it was absent, he sighed, wiping the sweat from his brow, but was suddenly taken aback as he spotted the formidable beast. Its fist-sized eyes fixed on him. Dai Ti had returned. Hastily shedding his outer clothing, leaving only his shorts, he prepared for battle once more. The ensuing clash was tumultuous, the beast's roars reverberating through the mountains. As Howran felt his internal energy depleting, he once again donned his work uniform and retreated, leaving the enraged beast to thrash against ancient trees. After a night of rigorous training, Howran returned to the cave to commence his morning exercises. Marking the start of a new day, time passed swiftly, and before long, half a month had elapsed. During this period, Howran only returned to the base once, rewriting several light bugs to integrate into the central holographic core, gradually taking control of the system. The rest of the fortnight was spent in the mine, where the 7 senior members of his team took turns residing there. Howran learned the whip kick from Arnold and the unique ghostly movement technique from Dracula, who generously shared his knowledge. Chun-Jin also wished to impart his advanced internal energy cultivation methods, but Hao Ran declined, asserting that the best techniques were those most suited to oneself. Chun-Jin, lacking any extraordinary secret arts, instead shared his experiences and insights regarding techniques and the manifestation of internal energy in this half-month. The knowledge Hao Ran acquired regarding techniques, secret arts, and various related subjects was ample enough to keep him occupied for quite some time. Ensuring lifelong benefits. Chapter 33, Defeating the Crack-Toothed Beast. With the second layer of the ethereal movement technique, Crane Dance in the Clouds, and the eighth style of the Burst Fist, he struck the crack-toothed beast down once more. Hao Ran blew on his fist, observing the creature struggle to rise, a hint of fear evident in its demeanor. Seeing your effort in practice, I shall spare your life. This territory remains yours, but do refrain from being so noisy in the future. Over the course of more than half a month, Hao Ran had progressed to the second layer of the ethereal movement technique, while his burst fist had reached the eighth style. His skills in ghostly movement, rebound kick, whip kick, and the splitting muscle technique had all seen significant advancement, particularly his physical strength, which had reached an unmeasurable degree. The only lingering disappointment was the slow progress in cultivating his internal energy. It seemed that each time he trained, the energy was absorbed by his bodily cells, showing no signs of growth. He pondered whether to use the red orb from the three-headed giant serpent. Hao Ran hesitated, recognizing it as a rare treasure, one that could not be easily replaced. During this time, he had formed a close friendship with the little white creature, which he named Swift Wind, signifying speed. Every night, Swift Wind would come to the mine to play with Hao Ran, leading him through the entire mountain's depths to another exit before vanishing. Inevitably, the cracked-toothed beast awaited them there. And in their first 8 encounters, it had emerged victorious, forcing Hao Ran to flee. However, beginning with the 9th encounter, the scales of victory began to tip in Hao Ran's favor. Today marked their 19th duel, with the cracked-toothed beast showing no resistance and retreating in fear. Dressed in his miner-esque gear, Hao Ran observed the retreating beast. This mountain was home to 6 colossal ferocious creatures. Perhaps it was time to train against another one. Yet, today he intended to return to the base, as the central holographic core's final defense remained unbroken. He calculated that tonight would be the moment to seize control, granting him access to more vital information and resolving some pressing issues. The star combat rings of the captain and several senior members had long been psychological shackles for them. Swift Wind had a peculiar habit of disappearing without a trace once they exited the cave. Leaving Hao Ran bemused, departing from the cracked-toothed beast's territory, he arrived beneath a familiar ancient tree, using all fours to leap up to a branch several meters high. Leaning against the branch, he settled to meditate. Although the advancement of his internal energy cultivation was minimal, his physical strength was continually increasing, and the raw explosive power in his hands was astonishing. Was all his internal energy being directed toward enhancing his physique? Otherwise, where was all the energy he diligently cultivated going? As he focused his mind and channeled his internal energy, he sensed something light land on the branch beside him. His eyes snapped open to find Swift Wind holding a fiery red fruit in its paws. Standing before him, the creature squeaked several times, presenting the fruit. "Is this for me to eat?" Hao Ran inquired, mimicking its gestures. Swift Wind responded with a few more squeaks and a nod. "Thank you, but it's a bit small. It won't quite quench my thirst," Hao Ran replied, taking the fiery fruit and biting into it. Instantly, the fruit transformed into sweet juice, which he swallowed. As the juice cascaded into his stomach, it instantaneously transformed into a torrent of warmth surging throughout his entire being. "What on earth did you give me?" exclaimed Hao Ran, just as the warmth erupted into a deluge, churning wildly within him. Having experienced this sensation several times before, Hao Ran swiftly focused his mind, channeling all his energy to guide the explosive torrent towards his meridians, rapidly merging the internal energy within his channels. The incessant influx of this torrent relentlessly battered against his meridians, leaving Hao Ran acutely aware of a tremendous tearing sensation, as excruciating pain enveloped him in an instant. He gritted his teeth, enduring the agony as he directed the surging currents through his vast meridian network. This torrent was far more potent than the heat from the blood of the colossal serpent, and it rivaled the explosive force of the pale yellow orb. Under the tremendous onslaught of the torrent, every cell in his body felt as though it might burst, drenched in beads of sweat laced with traces of blood. Soaking his entire mineral suit, he could not afford to faint. Otherwise, he would meet a fate akin to that of a bursting balloon. Enduring the torment felt like an interminable winter, and after what seemed like an eternity, the immense pain began to wane, the searing heat dissipating without a trace. However, the subsequent muscle soreness was a stark reminder of the ordeal he had just endured, yet it felt as if he had ascended from hell to paradise. Gradually, Howren immersed himself in a state of cultivation where he transcended self and other. At that moment, the silvery moonlight was once again drawn in by some mysterious force, penetrating his skin and entering his body, mending the cells and meridians that had been torn asunder by the immense torrent. Swift Wind observed this extraordinary phenomenon with keen eyes, intently fixated on Howren, who sat in serene stillness, seemingly lost in contemplation. Time passed, though he could not discern whether it was a long while or merely a brief moment, until Howren emerged from that wondrous state, feeling a peculiar stickiness on the surface of his body, accompanied by a slight odor. Every pore in his body felt invigorated, and his internal energy had more than doubled. "Swift Wind," he called out, only to realize that Swift Wind had vanished without a trace. Leaping down, Howren swiftly navigated through the shadows of the trees, soon arriving at the foot of the mountain by the spring. Stripping off his clothes, he plunged into the water, scrubbing away the foreign substances and odors. Relishing the refreshing sensation, he was utterly perplexed by the fiery fruit Swift Wind had bestowed upon him. It was as remarkable as the earthy yellow orb, a truly wondrous discovery. After emerging from the water, donning his work attire, he felt lighthearted and invigorated, and he sought out a flat area to practice the ghostly movement technique. This technique was characterized by its ethereal nature, unpredictability, and unconventionality, making it nearly impossible to anticipate or defend against. Initially, Howren found it challenging and awkward, but the more he practiced, the more he appreciated the infinite allure of this movement style. The ghostly movement is divided into 4 realms: the realm of no steps, the realm of no trace, the realm of no shadow, and the realm of no form, each containing 16 fundamental footwork patterns. Howren had already mastered the first 12 fundamental steps of the realm of no steps. Today, he was determined to practice the last 4 fundamental steps of this initial realm. As the 3 suns rose sequentially above the horizon, Howren diligently practiced for 3 hours, finally managing to complete the realm of no steps. Albeit barely, it seemed he would need to exert further effort to truly master it. Stowing away his form, despite having been awake all night, Howren felt remarkably spirited. The fiery fruit had not only expanded his meridians, but had also more than doubled his internal energy. "I must head back to prepare breakfast for Brother Gumin," he thought to himself, promptly turning towards the mining area. It had become a habit for him to prepare breakfast for the brothers who imparted various adventurous knowledge. A small token of gratitude for their immense contributions. Upon returning to the cave, he found Brother Gumin still asleep, and hastily roasted the wild chicken he had brought back, practicing some leg stretching and muscle techniques before waking Gumin. "Younger brother, to what stage have you progressed in the ethereal movement?" Gumin casually inquired while enjoying the roasted wild chicken prepared by Howren. "It has been over half a month. You should have completed the crane dance in the clouds by now." "Almost finished with the crane dance," Howren responded uncertainly. During this period, he had utilized the first and second levels of the ethereal movement in his playful bouts with Swift Wind and in combat with the rib-toothed beast. Feeling quite competent. After breakfast, let us have a go at it, Gumin suggested, offering to guide Howren in his boxing techniques and practical skills, sharing some insights as well. "Sure," Howren replied enthusiastically. Although he knew the brothers were not his match in a real fight, he still enjoyed certain advantages. Chapter 34. Mysterious Disappearance? After breakfast, just as Howren and Gumin were engaged in a test of pure physical strength, Chen Jin, accompanied by others from their group, entered the cave. All grinning broadly as they gathered to observe. "Younger brother, your progress is remarkable. Just a few days, and you can overpower Gumin with sheer strength and speed." "Impressive," Bidwoki whispered to Chen Jin. "Indeed. I can no longer compete with you using just physical strength. Your training speed is truly astonishing," Chen Jin responded, a hint of admiration in his voice. Yet, they all wore a sense of pride, knowing that they had collectively nurtured Howren, sharing their unique skills without hesitation. "Haha, incredible, younger brother. Your first and second levels of movement are no less impressive than mine," Gumin exclaimed, leaping out of the combat circle, delighted. Truly, The student surpasses the master. How joyous! Good morning, Captain. Good morning, brothers. Howren paused to greet the captain and his brothers. Younger brother, well done. Younger brother, excellent. The cave erupted in lively chatter. Captain, what brings everyone here so early? Guman asked, puzzled. Typically, aside from the 4 left to guard the cave, others would arrive around 4 or 5 in the afternoon, making today seem unusual. Last night, the light worm transmitted a message from the central light brain that the base has obtained a sizable energy crystal. They plan to investigate all the caves in Mining Area 3 starting today in search of the precise source of the energy crystal. Chun-Jin explained. This task had been a collaborative effort among his group of 8, yet they wished to keep the base unaware of their mining area. He had discussed this matter with Ah-san on the way, but they had not devised a viable solution. Isn't that precisely what we are doing? Their assistance will save us a great deal of effort, Guman remarked, puzzled by the captain's concern. The captain is wary of exposing our mining area, right? Frankly, I believe there is a significant likelihood of energy crystals existing here. We just have not discovered them yet, Howren interjected. Yes, younger brother, do you have any good ideas? Chun-Jin's gaze fixated on Howren, impressed by his insight. Tonight, I will return to the base and send the final light worm into the central light brain, which will allow us to gain full control over it. This issue will become particularly simple. Howren replied calmly. The processing of ores is managed by the light brain, and merely altering a label would reveal which cave the ores originated from. Really? Chun-Jin asked, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. If that's the case, it would be easy to manage this matter. Yes, once the final light worm is in place, it should take about 3 days to assume control over the central light brain. Subsequently, the entire base's light brain will be under our command. Howren stated, exuding a commanding aura, a powerful display of confidence. Oh, there was another piece of good news in yesterday's briefing. 2 batches of visitors have arrived at the second Baron Star Point 1 group entered openly, while another infiltrated. It seems our anticipated opportunity is finally upon us, so we must hasten our search for energy crystals, Chun-Jin said excitedly. From today onwards, we will intensify our search efforts in this cave. Captain, is that true? That's fantastic. Damn it, the opportunity has finally arrived, Guman exclaimed, overjoyed, dancing with excitement. Don't get too carried away. If we don't find the energy crystals, the opportunity will slip away, Chun-Jin chuckled, recalling how he had nearly jumped for joy when he first heard the news. Chun-Jin then outlined the tasks for their group for the upcoming period, distributing assignments before everyone dispersed to attend to their respective duties. The 8 were divided into 4 groups, with Howren assigned to one alone. After the other 3 groups of 7 departed, Howren prepared to enter one of the unexplored branch caves. After organizing his gear, he retrieved the red orb hidden deep within his backpack, intending to use it in the coming days. However, he was surprised when Swift Wind gifted him a fiery fruit that had a similar effect, making him hesitate to use the orb. Holding the small red orb, Howren thought to himself, it was exceedingly unsafe to keep it in his backpack. If only he had a secure place to conceal it. Before that thought could fully dissipate, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and the red orb inexplicably vanished from his sight. Where did it go? Howren exclaimed, quickly glancing around. There was no one in sight. Not even an insect was present, yet the red orb in his hand had mysteriously flown away in an instant. Howren was overcome with panic. Suspecting that he had inadvertently dropped the red orb due to a momentary tremor in his hands. Consequently, he scoured every crevice and corner within the cave, yet the orb that he had clutched so tightly had vanished without a trace. The last time he had lost the purple fungus, he could rationalize it as possibly being devoured by that lion-wolf beast, but this time he was utterly alone, with not even a single insect in sight. The orb had disappeared as if it had been spirited away. Unwilling to accept defeat, Howren once more knelt to search the ground meticulously, but still found nothing. The orb he cherished had simply vanished. Amused yet exasperated, he ultimately resolved to compose himself, acknowledging his misfortune, and resigned himself to swallowing his disappointment. He hoisted his backpack and ventured into an unexplored cavern. Though he had lost his treasure, the task at hand remained imperative. With his right hand gripping a single-edged sword, he cautiously made his way deeper into the mine, ever vigilant for peculiar ores to shatter, occasionally pausing to strike the cave walls and dig into the earth. There were no restrictions to confine his search. He could pursue his quarry as he saw fit, striking where he felt compelled, and breaking any or that seemed extraordinary, though Howren felt as if he were searching for a needle in a vast ocean. Yet fortune is a fickle mistress, not to be calculated, akin to someone who buys interstellar lottery tickets their entire life without a single win, while another, with merely 2 credits, strikes it rich on their first attempt. Howren's current endeavor was a gamble of luck. Naturally, one could never win if they did not play. He considered himself rather fortunate, whether in adversity or prosperity, having encountered a fair share of both in the past 4 months. His pace remained swift, traversing nearly 10 kilometers of the mine within 2 hours. His portable thermometer indicated that the temperature within the cave had soared to 70 degrees. By past standards, it would be time to retreat. Dividing his focus, he urged his internal energy to accelerate its flow, acclimatizing to the present heat to avoid excessive perspiration and subsequent dehydration. Continuing deeper into the mine, he discovered that, when fully harnessed, his internal energy could withstand temperatures of around 180 degrees. Following Brother Tianjin's guidance to form a thin protective shield of internal energy around his body, he estimated it could withstand several hundred degrees without issue. Over the past half-month, Howren inadvertently uncovered a secret. When he concentrated his internal energy within his organs and muscles, an unparalleled sensation of comfort enveloped him, akin to soaking in a hot spring. His entire being radiating warmth and a tingling sensation, as if gently vibrating. Soon, however, this infusion of energy would gradually dissipate. This was the secret to enhancing his physical strength. It turned out his organs and muscles could absorb internal energy, slowly fortifying him. In a wonder, his internal energy seemed stagnant despite his training. Any energy cultivated was quickly absorbed by his organs and muscles, leading him to grow from a height of 1.70 meters to over 1.80 meters in under 4 months. If he was not mistaken, after a while, the internal energy from the fiery red fruit provided by Jifeng would gradually diminish until it reached a certain threshold, at which point his physical strength would ascend to a new level. In essence, his internal energy growth was exceedingly slow, and his star marshal rank would likely not exceed level 8, possibly even lower. The ability to project his internal energy outward stemmed from the uniqueness of his martial arts. Rather than meeting the standards of level 8 or 9, Chapter 35. Great joy and great sorrow having marked the bifurcation of the cave, Howren turned into another passageway, where he noticed numerous claw marks left by golden hunting beasts. Could this be yet another den of those creatures? He mused silently, yet he pressed onward without hesitation. As he ventured deeper, a strange odor wafted intermittently into his nostrils. What was that smell? It was truly unpleasant. He waved his hands in front of him, attempting to disperse the noxious scent. Never mind, he thought, I should leave quickly. The stench was growing increasingly potent. Straightening up, he quickened his pace. The nearly 100-degree heat combined with this foul odor was becoming unbearable, and he felt an urgent need to escape. After a few minutes of hurried movement, he unexpectedly encountered another fork in the cave. The dark opening bore no notable characteristics, and without much thought, Howren dashed toward the left passage, leaving a marker at the entrance, eager to make his exit. Strange, the odor seemed to intensify in his haste. Howren sensed something amiss. Suddenly, just 5 meters ahead, a pair of gleaming eyes emerged from around a bend. A golden hunting beast. It had just rounded the corner and appeared before Howren, its eyes glinting menacingly as it lunged toward him. With a swift maneuver, he sidestepped and executed a kick, sending the beast tumbling back into the bend. A nimble leap and he too entered the turn. To his surprise, this was a dead end. Upon rounding the corner, he found himself in a dark chamber filled with piles of excrement, the golden hunting beast's restroom. With a low growl, the beast charged at him again, indignant at the intrusion upon its privacy. With a resounding thud, Howren struck the beast, sending it sprawling several meters away, landing squarely in its own mess, rolling about in the filth. Amidst the debris, flashes of metallic brilliance caught his eye, momentarily glimmering before merging back into the dark excrement. Yet Howren's keen vision discerned the unique glimmers, high-purity rare metals. Howren's mind raced. He had inadvertently stumbled upon the golden hunting beast's bathroom. In a good mood that day, he decided to spare the creature, feeling rather magnanimous despite the circumstances. The golden hunting beast, realizing it had encountered a formidable opponent, tucked its tail and fled against the cave wall, vowing to warn its kin to avoid this restroom in the future. Fortune favors the bold. Having just lost his precious orb, He had unexpectedly found a restroom filled with immense credit potential. The foul odor no longer seemed so intolerable. He embarked on a thorough search, determined to collect every last piece. Seeing each mound of waste as a glimmering credit, for over an hour, he combed through the mess, ultimately amassing 283 pieces of high-purity rare metals. A bountiful haul. Though remnants of the beast's excrement clung to the metals, it hardly detracted from Howren's satisfaction. Emerging from the golden hunting beast's facility, the earlier distress of losing his orb had evaporated, replaced by exhilaration at the prospect of newfound wealth. Without a moment's delay, he resolved to cleanse this high-purity rare metal. He could not allow such a fortune to be sullied by the foulness of its origin, nor could he disrespect it with unpleasant odors. He retraced his steps swiftly, returning to the starting point only to find that his companions were nowhere to be seen. Undeterred, he exited the mine and hurried to a nearby mountain spring, washing the 283 pieces of rare metal until they gleamed. His parents worked tirelessly for a month to earn 3,000 or 4,000 credits. He had just stumbled upon a fortune in a single day. If he transferred this bounty to their account, his family would be set for life. Alas, he thought wistfully, if only he had a place to store it. It could truly be his yet, just as the thought crossed his mind. A sudden wave of dizziness struck him, accompanied by a fierce headache. With a cry of despair, he clutched his head and collapsed to the ground. Oblivious to the fact that the 283 pieces of rare metal had vanished into thin air, the intense headache and dizziness subsided after several agonizing minutes. He gasped for air and wiped the dirt from his face, only to realize that the immense fortune he had held moments ago was now inexplicably lost. Stunned, he searched frantically around him, but not a single piece could be found. They had vanished without a trace. For several minutes, he remained in a daze, reflecting on the whirlwind of emotions he had experienced in such a short span of time. He felt akin to a cosmic version of a rags-to-riches tale, where what belonged to him would not flee, yet that which was not his would slip away just as swiftly. Howren consoled himself, contemplating how it was merely a stroke of luck. Losing it was no great tragedy, as it was never truly his to begin with. There were still plenty of opportunities and resources with the team. One must not be overly greedy. Rising to his feet, he took a moment to gather his thoughts before heading back into the mine. He quickly returned to the cave entrance, repositioning a large stone at the mouth of the cave. As he raised his head, he caught a glimpse of a silver light flickering through the trees above. A flying object. His first instinct was to conceal himself behind the stone. Peering skyward, a small silver spacecraft materialized from the warped air, appearing atop the ancient trees of the forest. 3 figures ejected from the craft, vanishing instantaneously into the treetops, and the tiny vessel once again disappeared into the distorted space. Last night, I received the news, and today, the mysterious visitor has quietly made their entrance. How swiftly they have arrived. I must promptly inform the captain. In an instant, Howren cast aside the events of the prior moment, realizing that everything must hinge upon their escape from the desolate star. Otherwise, it would all be merely an illusion, like the moon reflected in water or flowers in a mirror. Unattainable and ephemeral, he cautiously concealed the cave's entrance once more, only proceeding to enter when he felt satisfied with his work. It seemed the captain had entered through this very opening. Howren discerned the captain's path and swiftly made his way into the depths of the cave. He unfurled his form, gliding gracefully for nearly 20 minutes, rounding a bend when suddenly, the fearsome roar of a beast echoed, intermingled with the startled cries of 2 individuals. The captain and his companions had encountered a ferocious creature. A surge of urgency coursed through him, and he channeled all his internal energy into his legs, propelling himself forward with lightning speed into the cave. After navigating a couple of tight turns, he beheld the scene before him. Chen Jin and Gu Man were perilously encircled by 3 hunting gold beasts, their bodies battered and bloodied, struggling to retreat towards the cave's entrance. "Captain, I'm here," Howren shouted, his figure darting like a bolt of lightning towards one of the beasts that had its back turned to him, raising his blade which shimmered with lethal light. With a resounding crack, the beast was cleaved in 2 before it could react, azure blood splattering across the ground. In a fluid motion, he pivoted, executing a leftward slide, and with a swift kick, exploded the head of another hunting gold beast. Lowering his body slightly, he launched into 2 rapid steps, slicing diagonally downward to vanquish the final beast, in the mere span of 3 seconds since Howren's cry. All 3 hunting gold beasts lay slain. A testament to the extraordinary prowess he had cultivated during his recent training. The blade clattered to the cavern floor as Gu-man, who had been leaning against Chan-jin, collapsed to the ground. He had reached the limits of his endurance while waiting for rescue. Elder brother Gu-man, Howren rushed to his side, cradling him and swiftly applying pressure to his wounds, using a technique to staunch the bleeding. Little brother, thank you for arriving in time. Otherwise, Gu-man and I would have become the beast's next meal. Chun-jin, leaning heavily on his blade, replied, his face pale as a ghost. Captain, please do not speak. Sit and rest for a moment while I attend to your wounds. He lifted Gu-man with one arm and moved to Chan-jin's side, pressing his fingers to seal the major wounds. Let me sit for a moment, Gu-man gasped, his voice exceedingly weak. Howren gently eased him down against the cave wall, quickly retrieving a set of mining gear from his backpack, tearing it into strips to clean the blood from Gu-man's wounds before carefully bandaging them. After tending to Gu-man, he attended to Chan-jin's injuries. Though the treatment was rudimentary, they needed water to properly cleanse the wounds before rebandaging. Captain, where did you encounter the hunting gold beasts? Howren casually inquired after finishing the bandaging. The third fork ahead. We faced a total of 4 hunting gold beasts. We managed to slay one, but they retaliated fiercely, leaving Gu-man severely injured. We were retreating in desperation when you appeared, Chun-jin replied with a bitter smile. We could handle 1 or 2, but 4 at once. It's remarkable we managed to hold out this long. Chapter 36. Mysterious Shadow Captain. I have discovered the mysterious visitors, Howren whispered to Chan-jin, while the 2 elder brothers rested against the cave wall. I must express my gratitude to those shadowy figures. Without them, we would not have sought out the captain, and the consequences would have been dire. What? Chan-jin, momentarily dazed, failed to grasp the situation and instinctively inquired. I discovered that mysterious individuals have infiltrated the desolate star and have conveniently landed in our mountain range. It appears they possess remarkably accurate intelligence, Howren explained, observing through the gaps in the ancient trees. Those 3 figures likely descended in the mountain range we are located in, even if my judgment is flawed. They cannot be too far off. Is that so? So soon? Chun-jin quickly grasped Howren's implication, recalling that he had only learned of this yesterday. Thus, the mysterious visitors must have arrived today. Let us go. Little brother, carry Gu-man. We should head to the front cave. I believe the other 2 teams will be returning shortly, Chun-jin noted, glancing at the time, around noon. He suspected Baidwoki and the others had returned. Howren hoisted the pale Gu-man onto his back, lending a hand to Chan-jin, and the trio made their way toward the front cave. After a trek of over an hour, they finally returned to the entrance, where Baidwoki and the others awaited them, their expressions shifting to shock upon their arrival. Captain, what happened? Did you encounter beasts? Arnold rushed forward to support Chan-jin, his voice urgent. Captain, how are you injured? Is Gu-man gravely hurt? A flurry of anxious inquiries erupted from the 5, their faces reflecting genuine concern and urgency, as they helped Gu-man and Chan-jin to sit in the spacious cavern. Everyone, there's no need for alarm. We merely lost a considerable amount of blood and feel a bit weak and dizzy. These are small wounds. Thankfully, my little brother arrived just in time. Otherwise, we would have become the beast's lunch. Chan-jin gestured for calm, then recounted the events briefly. For these interstellar adventurers, facing various perils amidst the vast cosmos had become a mundane reality, with the constant threat of losing their lives no longer a cause for astonishment. Elder brothers, I will fetch some water from outside the mine. The captain and elder brother Gu-man's wounds have only been superficially bandaged. They require thorough cleansing and redressing, Howren declared, grabbing the large water pouch obtained through points and heading toward the cave entrance. I have some exciting news for everyone. The mysterious visitors we learned about last night have infiltrated the number 3 mining area. According to my observations, the 3 guests landed in the mountain range where our mine is located. Chun-jin informed the group, his face alight with excitement. Captain, should we make contact with them now? Dracula interjected eagerly, clearly thrilled by the revelation. The group looked on with eager anticipation, awaiting Chun-jin's directive. We cannot rush into contact with them just yet. We should wait until they approach us, which will allow us to negotiate from a position of advantage, Chun-jin replied after a moment of contemplation. Our immediate priority is to locate the energy crystals, as that is the very reason these mysterious visitors have come. Energy crystals are the subject of intense research and investment among various families, clans, groups, and institutions. Whoever first masters this cutting-edge energy technology will gain the upper hand in exploring the cosmos. Currently, humans utilize a few common forms of energy, such as solar, thermal, wind, hydro, chemical, nuclear, and biological energy. Among these, solar and nuclear energy are the most prevalent, while thermal, wind, and hydro energies require specific environmental conditions. Biological energy is primarily employed in military applications and high-end personal devices for exploration. It was only 500 years ago, with the accidental discovery of energy crystals, that the attention of the entire Galactic Federation turned towards this stable, lightweight, and highly concentrated form of energy. Scientists have heralded this crystal energy as a potential replacement for mainstream energy sources such as solar and nuclear power, marking it as the most dazzling new star in the energy landscape. However, despite some progress in research since the discovery of energy crystals 500 years ago, the scientific community remains far from fully mastering and producing them. The reason? The availability of energy crystals for research is exceedingly scarce, making them a rare find. This time, the Blue Skull Space Pirate Group detected a rare metal mine in the core components of the second desolate star, utilizing captured adventurers for secretive mining operations. Unexpectedly, during the refinement process, they stumbled upon an exceptionally stable crystal, which, upon family verification, was determined to be an energy crystal that is desperately needed by the entire Federation. This news was leaked by agents planted by other families and clans, instantly turning the second desolate star into the focal point for various families, clans, and military forces within the Federation, of course. Only the major supergroups were aware of this, yet the Blue Skull Space Pirate Group controlled access to the wormhole leading into this TriStar system, believing their operations to be well concealed. Little did they know that their seemingly foolproof secret base had attracted mysterious visitors. In an instant, the outer space defense base of the second desolate star and the mineral base at its core fell into a state of high alert, with two elite star masters overseeing the affairs of the base. Naturally, the miners and their companions remained oblivious to these developments, continuing their relentless mining efforts to exchange for daily sustenance and points for indulgent pleasures, living a life of ephemeral enjoyment without hope or ambition. Wolf 1, 2, and 3 have successfully landed. Wolf 1 has returned, a figure called out to a personal holographic device, as 3 shadowy figures ejected from a small aircraft and vanished into the thicket with the swiftness of lightning. Received. Contact will be made within the specified time frame in 3 days. Proceed as planned. Over. A voice crackled through the earpiece. Number 2 and Number 3 are to act separately as planned, gathering here 3 days later at 10 o'clock in the evening. Communication channels must only be activated in dire emergencies, and energy weapons are to be employed solely in life-threatening situations. All engagements should utilize cold weapons. Caution is paramount as we adhere to the original plan. One fully armed masked individual addressed the other 2 masked figures, promptly gesturing for them to disperse in 3 different directions. Similarly, above the Number 1 and Number 2 mining areas, a small flying craft materialized from the distorted air, dropping 3 figures before vanishing without a trace. Howren swiftly entered through the cave's mouth, carrying a large water sack filled to the brim from the outside, and restored the entrance. Captain, the younger brother has returned. Arnold and I will prepare lunch, Bydwoki remarked upon seeing Howren emerge from the cave, turning to Chen-Jin to add, everyone can see the younger brother's progress. He has now undoubtedly become the sharpest blade in our team. Brother Gumin, bear with me while I clean your wounds and apply some herbs, Howren said as he crouched beside Gumin. Do not worry. This little pain is quite bearable for me. Proceed with your work. Gumin managed a faint smile despite his pale face. Having lost considerable blood, he felt extraordinarily weak and was in excruciating pain. Merely surviving was a significant comfort to him. Carefully removing the makeshift bandages, Howren washed over a dozen wounds of varying sizes with water and chewed the gathered herbs to apply them to the injuries. These herbs were the anti-inflammatory and pain-relieving varieties he was familiar with, gathered just moments prior. Lacking conventional medicine, he had to make do. Better to have something than nothing at all. After rebandaging Gumin's wounds, Howren approached Chen-Jin, whose injuries were significantly less severe, yet he still bore 7 or 8 wounds, 3 of which were critical. Captain, while foraging for herbs earlier, I discovered their landing point, just about 3,000 meters from our mine. within a forest on the hillside, Howren explained as he cleaned Qianjin's wounds. I communicated with the ancient trees outside the cave and gleaned the precise location of the three individuals. The indistinct images conveyed by the plants suggest they may regroup at this site. Oh, it seems they will soon discover our mine. Starting today, let us not conceal the entrance too thoroughly. We should expose it slightly throughout the day, allowing them to stumble upon it by chance. Qianjin replied, somewhat astonished at how close the mysterious visitor's landing site was to their mine, feeling a surge of relief that dulled the pain of his injuries. Chapter 37. Mastering the base's light network in order to bolster Qianjin and Gumin. Howren ventured out to hunt several wild chickens and unearthed a few roots of ginseng, combining them to create a nourishing dish known as ginseng stuffed chicken, employing the ancient methods he had learned from the light network. Of course, this sumptuous delicacy would not be lacking for the others as well. After the meal, Baiduoqi and the others, following Qianjin's instructions, spent some time near the cave entrance to attract certain individuals' attention. Following the feast of ginseng stuffed chicken and a few hours of rest, both Gumin and Qianjin appeared revitalized, their faces regaining some color. Little brother, this ginseng stuffed chicken is truly invigorating. I feel much better after eating. Gumin exclaimed with an exaggerated smile, cautious not to laugh too heartily lest it aggravate his wounds. Who would have thought? The younger brother's culinary skills are quite impressive. You possess a remarkable array of talents. Qianjin added, feeling increasingly appreciative of Howren's abilities as they spent more time together. This is my first attempt, simply following the procedures others shared with me, Howren replied with a shy smile. At the academy, he was often the subject of ridicule, considered a disgrace in his class and a laughingstock at the school, never having received praise, even for minor achievements in certain subjects. Having grown accustomed to independence from a young age, with parents rarely around, Howren learned to do everything himself. Coupled with his remarkable memory, he absorbed a wealth of knowledge from the Light Network and the library of the Junior Academy, much of which he had never applied. Now, with life taking a sudden turn, he found opportunities to showcase the knowledge he had previously acquired, or rather, to put it into practice, as the saying goes, knowledge is power, and skills are never superfluous. Initially, Howren had not contemplated this. It was simply that with more time on his hands, along with his extraordinary intelligence and memory, he could grasp in 10 minutes what others required 10 hours to learn. Over 16 years, his mind had become akin to a compact library, gradually accumulating a wealth of information. It was as if a professor from an agricultural university had arrived in a rural setting, where all his knowledge found practical application, demonstrating the true value of learning. In the afternoon, Qianjin, Gumin, and the other 5 refrained from further exploration of the mine, leaving only Howren to undertake the task of hunting golden beasts. Throughout the afternoon, he swept through 5 mining tunnels, slaying 6 golden beasts and coincidentally dispatching 10 mutated golden armored beasts, securing 8 pieces of high-purity rare metals. At 5 o'clock, Howren returned to the mine precisely, bringing back 2 plump golden beasts for sustenance. Captain, I encountered 10 golden armored beasts this afternoon and took them down as well. Here are the 8 pieces of rare metal, Howren said, handing over the metals from his pocket to Qianjin. The ones from this morning have already vanished. Better to keep them secure rather than risk losing them again. Qianjin accepted the 8 pieces of rare metal and instructed Baiduoqi and Arnold to skin the 2 golden beasts for dinner, deciding that it would be unwise to dine in the cafeteria that evening. When the 2 golden beasts were roasted to perfection, Asen and the other 8 returned to the cave in succession, taken aback upon seeing Qianjin and Gumin in serious condition. Qianjin welcomed Asen and his companions to sit and rest for a moment, then briefly recounted the events of the day before sharing the news of the mysterious guest's arrival. Upon hearing this, the 8 individuals were filled with inexplicable excitement, yet they also felt a sense of urgency. They still lacked any leads on the energy crystals, which represented the most significant bargaining chip in their dealings. Seated in a circle, the 16 individuals ate roasted meat while discussing their next steps. An opportunity had arisen, yet seizing it would not be straightforward, regardless of which faction had infiltrated the number 2 desolate star. Their target was the energy crystals. Without these crystals, no one would assist the adventurers ensnared by the Bone Skull pirate gang without ulterior motives. There is no such thing as a free lunch, nor can one expect fortune to fall from the sky. Everything must be created, fought for, and earned. If you possess the rare energy crystals, assisting in leaving this place is merely a trivial return. A mere incidental act of kindness. Your conditions could be elevated 1,000-fold compared to that. After dinner, once Asen and his companions departed with the ore, Howren and the others began preparing to return to the base. Chenjin and Gumin were carried by Howren and Arnold, while the other four each bore over 200 kilograms of ore. Upon returning to the base, Baidwoki exchanged the ore for essential medicines before returning to his quarters. He then assisted Chenjin and Gumin in thoroughly cleaning their wounds and applying the acquired proper medication, confident that they would feel significantly better by morning. After taking a bath, Chenjin, Gumin, and the other five retired early to rest, while Howren settled in front of the light computer to continue his work. Today marked the time to breach the final line of defense. After more than 4 hours, Howren successfully coded 3 light insects and sent them through the concealed light paths established by the previous light insects. Once the 3 light insects returned with normal operational feedback, he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the base lacked experts in light computer technology, or they might have been discovered. Their overconfidence in the light network they had set up was indeed their folly, and no longer needing to wait idly in front of the light computer. All tasks would be carried out in the shadows by the light insects. Now, it was merely a matter of time. When the final line of defense was breached, the central light computer of the base, along with the entire light network, would fall entirely under his control, laying bare all equipment and facilities governed by the light computer and network, devoid of any secrets. Turning off the lights and getting into bed, Howren practiced his inner energy while also dedicating part of his mind to reflect on the techniques and related matters he had learned during this time. The night passed swiftly in meditation, and he felt a sense of discomfort as he departed from the cave and the constant companionship of the fierce winds. As dawn broke, heralding the beginning of a new day, Howren arose early, a habit cultivated in the mine. After freshening up, he promptly went to the cafeteria to procure breakfast for Chenjin and Gumin. Due to their severe injuries, they were not fit to enter the mining area. Thus, after breakfast, Howren and the other 6 boarded the transport ship to the number 3 mining area on schedule. With the base having intensified its incentive measures for mining in the number 3 area, the number of individuals heading there increased daily. Since returning the previous night, Howren had been paying close attention to the base's security checks, yet he had not observed any significant changes. Was there truly nothing to note? Or was it a deliberate facade? Or perhaps an outward laxity concealing inner vigilance? The mysterious guests had arrived, yet they had no information about the energy crystals. Yesterday, Chenjin and Asen had decided to amplify their search efforts for this particular mine, as the likelihood of discovering energy crystals within it surpassed that of other mines based on comparative analysis. On the way, the 2 teams merged into one, hastening toward the mine. Upon entering, due to Howren's specific assignment, the 13 individuals divided into 2 groups to ensure the safety of their search. Howren's task was to closely monitor any unusual activities within the mountain range housing the mine, while also continuing to hunt golden beasts within the cave. The hours of a busy day swiftly slipped away, and that evening, Howren returned to the base alongside the others, estimating that the final barrier would soon be breached within a day or 2. Around 10 o'clock at night, a low chime emanated from the light brain, prompting Howren to spring from his bed and rush to the light brain with great urgency. At last, the entire base's light brain and network were wholly under his control. Without delay, Howren conveyed this news to the 7 others, and they all gathered around the light brain, confident to utilize it freely. This light brain temporarily became the control terminal for the entire light network. With his fingers flying across the interface, a large light screen materialized before them, gradually unveiling the base's information to the 8 individuals. From this vantage point, they could observe all monitored areas of the base, including various conference rooms and secure chambers. They are currently in a meeting. Let us listen in, Howren suggested, switching the feed to the base's conference room, where the key personnel had convened, indicating the significance of the discussion at hand. Chapter 38. Surveillance upgrade. As the meeting concluded, Chenjin and the others were drenched in cold sweat, their previously elated expressions now a blend of joy and concern, fluctuating like the weather. It turned out that the Star Warrior rings around their necks possessed capabilities beyond merely suppressing the innate energy of Star Warriors. They also featured functions for positioning, detection, and eavesdropping. This latest generation of Star Warrior rings included these additional functionalities, which the base had deemed unnecessary until now. One of the meeting's decisions was to activate the positioning, detection, and eavesdropping features of the Star Warrior rings. Fortunately, they had fully gained control of the light network today. Otherwise, they would have been oblivious to the imminent danger posed by the Blue Skull Star pirates, whose cunning was truly treacherous. Captain, brothers, do not fret. I have a method to render these additional functions of the Star Warrior rings mere decorations. However, it can only be applied to our second group for now. We must avoid large-scale deactivation, lest they discover it within a day. The specialized equipment for the Star Warrior rings is located in the secure chamber, and I cannot access it at this moment. We will have to wait for an opportunity, Howren assured confidently, knowing that controlling the light network rendered this issue trivial, albeit requiring caution during the operation. Speak up, little brother, Chun Jin inquired. If we truly render all these functions decorative, the base will soon notice, even if it's just our dozen or so individuals. According to their plan, they intend to summon all the miners back tomorrow night under the pretext of a routine inspection, activating the Star Warrior rings on each individual neck. The day after tomorrow, as long as we refrain from discussing anything significant, I will control the light network to record our conversations and detection results throughout the day. Then let the light brain replay them at random. This way, the only function remaining on our Star Warrior rings will be positioning, while the other functionalities will be rendered ineffective. Howren laid out his strategy. That's an excellent plan, and it should not fail. However, for safety's sake, we should re-record the conversations weekly to ensure security, Chun Jin added, suggesting that this precaution would prevent any potential leaks. The following day, Chun Jin and Gu Man continued to rest, while Baidwoki informed Asen and the others, urging them to adhere to the plan. The base began issuing system announcements from morning, mandating that everyone must return by nightfall, during which they would activate the additional functionalities of the Star Warrior rings under the guise of a routine inspection. On the third day, a slightly better Chun Jin and Gu Man accompanied their group into the No. 3 mining area. Throughout the day, Chun Jin and Asen's teams engaged in both mining and idle chatter, frivolously boasting about their exploits. The previous night, Howren had entrusted Gu Man with control of the light brain, and that morning, Gu Man began monitoring the base's various dynamics from their designated room. Meanwhile, Chun Jin, alongside Howren and 6 others, partook in breakfast before heading to the number 3 mining area as usual. To avoid a repeat of previous incidents, the 15 individuals were divided into 3 groups: Asen's group of 8, Chun Jin's group of 6, and Howren, who, aside from occasionally dispatching ferocious beasts lurking in the cave, devoted most of his time to vigilantly observing mysterious visitors from a concealed location outside the mine. To monitor the mountain range housing the mine, Howren maintained constant communication with ancient trees and other plants. As he was perpetually in a state of cultivating his innate energy, he initially did not perceive any anomalies. However, as time passed, an extraordinary and delightful phenomenon unfolded. A subtle, cooling energy began to emanate from the trees and other plants, so faint that it would have gone unnoticed without concentrated attention. Once this delicate energy entered his body, it was swiftly absorbed by his muscles, imparting a refreshing sensation akin to drinking ice water on a scorching summer day. As his connection with the forest's flora deepened, this energy increased incrementally, gradually merging with his meridians and innate energy. When this energy coursed through his meridians, a refreshing sensation enveloped him, reminiscent of the cool breeze of early spring. Invigorating to the core, regrettably, his ability to communicate with plants could not be sustained for long. At most, it lasted an hour before the connection would sever autonomously. Descending from the great tree, he gleaned some vague information regarding 3 mysterious individuals from the plants of the mountain range. Although the details were unclear, he could ascertain that they had crossed paths once before and had swiftly departed thereafter. It seemed imperative to enhance his communication ability with plants, as the transmitted information was still too nebulous and fleeting. Howren mused quietly, swiftly making his way toward the mine. Fortunately, during his time at the academy, he had validated the notion that regularly engaging with flora would enhance his source abilities. Had it not been for this practice, the information obtained would have been chaotic and indecipherable. Thus, it became evident that no source ability was entirely without merit. Since fate had bestowed this ability upon him, it must serve a purpose. Howren suddenly grasped this truth, realizing that his source ability was not entirely futile. Upon returning to the mine, he encountered the 14 others as they emerged from the cavern. Judging by their expressions, it was evident that they had once again returned empty-handed, and Asen's group had encountered 4 hunting beasts, with 3 sustaining injuries, albeit not severe. Asen, did you encounter any ferocious beasts today? Howren inquired upon seeing the 3 injured individuals. surprised at the prevalence of hunting beasts in the mine. I had not anticipated the ferocity of the hunting beasts in this mine. Compared to other mining areas, the beasts here are far more savage, larger, and swifter, further indicating the extraordinary nature of this mine. I have a feeling we will discover what we seek, Asen proclaimed, displaying a hint of excitement rather than despair. After resting for a brief moment, Asen's group departed first, followed closely by Chen Jin and the others, who offered Howren a few parting words of advice. One by one, they left the mine, bearing the ore back to the base. For the first time, Howren remained alone in the mine. Since receiving a miraculous red fruit from Jifeng, he had not seen his superb training partner and joyful companion for 3 days, and he found himself missing him. To express his gratitude for Jifeng's generous gift, Howren ventured into the forest to hunt 3 wild chickens and unearthed several mature ginseng roots. Although these were not abundant, they could still be found with diligent searching. He meticulously prepared 3 ginseng stuffed chickens, intending to consume 2 himself and offer the third to Jifeng in return. Howren gradually developed an affection for this wild lifestyle. Unfortunately, lacking pots, bowls, or any cooking utensils, he discovered many rare treasures within the primitive forest mountains, capable of yielding various delectable and nutritious dishes. During this time, Howren did not neglect himself. He was in a period of rapid growth, requiring a substantial intake of nourishing food for both physical development and energy replenishment. According to the older brothers, enhancing his innate energy also necessitated a significant intake of high-nutrition food, preferably rare and high-grade supplements, such as mature ginseng. From the Light Network, he had also learned of ancient remedies that could assist in cultivating innate energy, yet these items were far beyond the means of his modest household, being exorbitantly priced and difficult to procure. Fortunately, he had discovered many of these rare supplements and herbs in this area, albeit the conditions were not conducive for their use, which was a significant regret. However, he currently consumed mature ginseng as if it were a mere carrot, experiencing notable improvements in both his physical growth and innate energy cultivation. It was no wonder those ancient remedies were so costly. They truly facilitated the cultivation of innate energy. Chapter 39. The mysterious tower. Having devoured 2 ginseng-stuffed chickens, the last rays of the setting sun quietly slipped behind the mountains, signaling the onset of night. Patting his distended belly, Howren focused intently on circulating his innate energy to aid in digestion. Recently, he had felt as though his internal organs were functioning with remarkable efficiency. Any food consumed was quickly processed when he fully activated his innate energy through his organs, yielding remarkable results. After a brief respite, Howren commenced his evening training. Training was akin to rowing upstream. Without progress, one would regress. He began by practicing the ethereal body technique and the phantom body technique for half an hour each, followed by explosive punches, snapping kicks, whiplash kicks, and splitting muscle techniques. Throughout the practice, he did not forget to apply gravity techniques upon himself, thus reaping multiple benefits simultaneously. Howren was drenched in sweat. The snow-white creature, swift as the wind, arrived with remarkable speed, perching gracefully on a protruding rock along the cave wall. Its pair of lively eyes fixated on Howren, who was engrossed in his cultivation, exuding an air of contemplation and intense concentration. "When did you arrive, swift wind?" Howren mused, realizing after nearly 3 hours of oblivious training that it had been quietly observing him, its eyes reflecting a semblance of human-like expression. Intriguing in nature, with a series of squeaks, Swift Wind leaped onto Howren's shoulder and then scampered up to his palm. "Are you inquiring why I haven't been here these past few nights?" Howren replied. As if he comprehended the creature's chirps, he found himself growing increasingly fond of this little companion, akin to the joy Steve brought him, providing delightful company and conversation. Although the captain and several elder brothers were deeply concerned for him, their care felt somewhat akin to treating a child. Swift Wind continued to frolic on Howren's shoulder, hand, and head, seemingly thrilled to understand his words, perhaps due to their recent separation. "I've been occupied these past few days, but starting today, I won't be leaving," Howren expressed with genuine joy, relishing the fact that he was once again in his own domain, free and unrestrained. "I in appreciation for your miraculous fruit, I have prepared a ginseng-stuffed beggar's chicken for you," he declared, moving to retrieve the dish from where it lay amidst the still warm embers. He cracked open the hardened clay. An exquisite aroma wafted through the air. "Here, enjoy it," It's delicious, he urged, holding the ginseng chicken with his right hand, feeling his mouth water as his stomach grumbled in hunger. Once again, he marveled at the extraordinary phenomenon as he consumed a ginseng chicken. Its size several times larger than Swift Wind, in mere minutes, with no discernible change to his form. Truly wondrous. After devouring the meal, Swift Wind darted down from Hao Ran's palm and scurried towards the inner cave. Ah, here we go again. Perfect timing, as I was just about to practice another source ability outside the mine, Hao Ran thought. Ever since he discovered that he could absorb the chilling energy while employing his plant communication ability, he resolved to intensify his training in the latter half of each night, striving to enhance his skills further. With a swift motion, he followed Swift Wind into the inner cave, alternating between the ethereal basic footwork and the ghostly basic footwork. What would happen if I could blend these two techniques together? He pondered whimsically, attempting to experiment in that direction. However, no matter how hard he tried, merging the two techniques proved impossible. Instead, they clashed and stumbled against one another. It became evident that practicing them separately yielded better results, enhancing each technique's progress. Confounded, Hao Ran decided to clear his mind entirely. Having traversed this mind path nearly 20 times, he was familiar with it. Yet each time he had rushed through, he resolved that on a bright day, he would meticulously explore this route, particularly the several large openings that faintly glimmered with a dark red light. Before long, Swift Wind darted out of the starlit cave entrance, closely followed by Hao Ran, who emerged into the night, where Swift Wind vanished once more. This occurrence was no longer surprising for Hao Ran. He had grown accustomed to it. Casting a glance at the area where the cracked-toothed beast had previously appeared, he mused that it likely would not linger there to seek revenge. With a flick of his clothing, he welcomed the cool moonlight, allowing the sweat on his body to dissipate. The forest, with its rustling tree shadows, echoed with the roars of beasts, adding an air of mystery and desolation to the mountains. With a sudden movement, Hao Ran vanished before the mine's exit, for the night was the prime time for mysterious beings to roam. Most of the mines in the third area lay abandoned, with only the predatory creatures emerging to hunt during the night. He soon reached the ancient tree where he practiced at night, connecting with the entire forest through his plant communication ability while diligently channeling his inner energy. In a short while, a refreshing energy began to flow from his palm against the ancient tree, coursing through his arms and into his body, mostly absorbed while a small portion merged with his meridians, intertwining with his inner energy and continuously nourishing the channels along the way. The flora of the mountains gradually revealed themselves within his hazy perception, evoking a sense of distant, rugged, ancient memory that enveloped him. The tranquil, steady, and harmonious state elevated Hao Ran's spirit, dissipating the restlessness and negativity that had plagued him during the day, ultimately vanishing without a trace. The cool energy was absorbed by his muscles and bones, undergoing a subtle transformation in ways unknown to him. As the energy flowed through his meridians to his brain, it seemed to be drawn by an enigmatic force into a realm yet to be understood by humanity, the realm of the soul. Feeling this rare tranquility and ancient depth, Hao Ran's heart gradually submerged into a state of selfless contemplation, as memories from his childhood drifted by like a flowing spring, each moment unfolding like a painting. Gradually, he felt as if he were floating, traversing the vast misty clouds into an expansive, serene space. As he passed through layer after layer of delicate fog, a dark, ancient, solemn, and mysterious tower emerged before him. Strikingly familiar, floating in the void, Hao Ran felt a spark of recognition. Ah, is this not the towering black structure from my dreams? He pondered, sensing that he might be in a dream once more. Though he could not see his own body, he could distinctly perceive the enigmatic tower before him. A faint green light shone through the mist, connecting to the tower's apex. What is this green light? I don't recall seeing it before, he mused. Upon entering the tower's first hall, he noticed a small sapling suspended within a translucent gray mist, seemingly regaining vitality. The faint green light intertwined with the gray mist enveloping the sapling, while two symbols, one green and one yellow, spun around it, radiating profound mystery. Reflecting on this, Hao Ran recalled that previously, there had only been a faint green symbol. Now, the addition of a yellow symbol might signify gravitational source ability, while the green one represented plant communication ability. Could this be a manifestation within my body? But why would a mysterious black tower reside within me? He wondered, feeling a sense of clarity amid the fog. Only to be engulfed in obscurity once more, he scrutinized the hall's walls, recalling that he had observed something during his last visit, albeit in a hazy state. This time, it appeared clearer. Symbols adorned the walls, yet he still could not decipher them. How does one ascend to the second level of the tower? He pondered, having found no visible staircase leading upwards, despite the tower's evident 8 layers. Suddenly, the scenery shifted before him, transporting him to an unfamiliar location. Could this be the second level? He mused, observing the octagonal tower surrounded by 8 distinct faces, each etched with different patterns. 2 of the walls appeared illuminated, their designs hinting at something concealed within. Howran leaned closer, eager to unveil their secrets when the scene abruptly altered, and he found himself in a modest space resembling a flower garden, where a purple herb he had lost was growing anew. Is this not the precious purple herb I misplaced? A new sprout has begun to emerge where I had taken a leaf, he exclaimed, bewildered by how it had come to be there. How do I return? He thought, only to be whisked back to the second level. Approaching another illuminated pattern, he was swiftly transported to yet another place where he discovered the red orb of the 3 giant snakes he had lost, along with 283 pieces of high-purity rare metals. The unilluminated patterns remained inaccessible. However, with a mere thought, he could traverse between the first and second level spaces and the area where he stored items. Am I dreaming once more? Howran pondered, unable to rationalize the implausible nature of these events. Was it true that daily thoughts manifested into nightly dreams? This entire experience felt like a dream, surpassing the boundaries of his understanding of the contemporary world. Chapter 40. The night battle on the desolate mountain. Just as Howran regarded this bewildering encounter as a mere dream, the green light suddenly exerted a pulling force, dragging him from what he believed to be a dreamlike state. Unbeknownst to him, he had fallen asleep during his cultivation, awakening only when his plant communication ability was exhausted. Severing his connection with the plants, shaking his head, he mused about the absurdity of this dream, though he wished it were true. Still dazed, Howran did not delve deeply into his thoughts and immediately resumed his inner energy cultivation. 2 hours later, he once again employed his plant communication ability, linking himself to the mountain's flora, allowing them to serve as his eyes. This time, do not succumb to slumber, Howran admonished himself. Little did he know how rare and elusive that previous state was. Far more difficult to attain than his prior unintentional absorption of moonlight, by thousands or even tens of thousands of times. He was wholly focused, merging with the flora of the mountains, closely observing every movement of the entire range. It was astonishing to discover that a plethora of large and medium-sized ferocious beasts emerged at night to hunt. However, he could only discern their silhouettes, unable to distinguish their features. At that moment, Howran's ability to communicate with plants allowed him to cover only this section of the mountain, which was approximately 1/3 the size of the third mining zone. Yet this was sufficient. It seemed imperative to invest considerable effort in enhancing this source ability in the future. This vague state was truly unsatisfactory. If only he could see clearly, it would be nothing short of extraordinary. A natural expression of amen appeared on Howran's face. While he was lost in thoughts of wondrous possibilities, 2 humanoid figures suddenly intruded upon the mountain range he was monitoring, one pursuing the other. How intriguing! They even wielded laser swords and laser weapons. The distinctively colored beams they held were unmistakably laser swords, and the fleeing figure intermittently fired beams from a laser weapon. Although Howran had never seen these items in reality, they were abundant on the internet and commonly seen in holographic images. Through the plant's perception, he could only see the various colored lights. Curious, Howran moved with agility surpassing that of a monkey, darting from one tree to another, swiftly heading towards the direction of the pursuit. As he neared the scene, he slowed his movements and stealthily advanced. On a slightly open grassy slope, the 2 figures stood in confrontation. It was the individual known as Eris, whom Howran recognized from a distance as the tall, thin middle-aged man without a mask. It appeared that the masked individual was at a disadvantage, though fortunately, he was well equipped, compensating for his lack of physical prowess. You cannot escape. Do not expect your companion to save you. Surrender, and you may yet preserve your life. Otherwise, the consequences are all too predictable. The tall, thin middle-aged man spoke in a chilling tone. A few days prior, they had detected several signals from the third mining zone through a light frequency scanner. prompting Lu Hao and Howren to monitor the area discreetly at night. Today, they had unexpectedly captured one, but it remained uncertain whether others had already infiltrated the third mining zone beyond the three they had monitored. Is that so? Do you truly believe you can keep me here? Reese replied with an outward calm, though inwardly he worried for his two old subordinates. He had not anticipated a star-level individual guarding the area. And moreover, this person's level exceeded his OW and not think that your mere star-level status, even if you were 2 or 3 levels higher than I, would guarantee your survival. Surrender? Eris replied with disdain. Not only was he a star-level individual, but he was also an exceedingly rare Tier 1 source energy master, confident that he could vanquish a Tier 5 opponent despite being only Tier 2 himself, thus enjoying the privileges of an elder due to his status. Let us see your true abilities then. Reese understood the urgency of the situation. He was unaware of how many star-level individuals were stationed in the mining zone and needed to find a way to rescue his old subordinate. Sali, first, let me unveil your true identity, Eris declared, and in an instant, he vanished from his original position, reappearing before the masked man, tearing off his mask before swiftly returning to his place. From a distance, Howren believed his eyes deceived him. It seemed that teleportation was indeed a remarkable source ability, leaving him utterly astonished. Teleportation. The man, whose mask had just been removed, gasped in surprise, having not anticipated such a swift action. Fortunately, this individual had merely sought to intimidate him rather than take his life, though his expression was now grave as a faint yellow light flickered around him. Oh, Earth attribute inner energy, impressive. It boasts the strongest defensive capabilities. Yet it cannot withstand my celestial wolf spike, Eris said, producing a golden spike resembling a dagger in his palm, a weapon bestowed by the ancestors of the Lu family. No star-level individual below 3 levels, higher than himself, could withstand a strike from it. Given that mid to high-tier star-level individuals were exceedingly rare, normally, I would not deign to use my celestial wolf spike against someone like you. But this instance is different. Prepare to meet your end, Eris declared, his form moving like lightning towards the robust middle-aged man. Teleportation was not an ability that could be used without limit. Currently, he could only perform it 18 times within a 50-meter range each day, having already utilized it once. However, based on his experience, this next move would be sufficient to shock his opponent into a defensive state, rendering him unable to act freely. Moreover, his adversary's level was lower than his own, making it unnecessary to squander his source energy. The psychological intimidation combined with his superior inner energy should ensure an easy victory. Reese was compelled to concentrate his inner energy primarily on his defensive shield. The semi-transparent armor would undoubtedly fail to withstand several strikes from Eris's celestial wolf spike. This mission was merely to ascertain the authenticity and quantity of the energy crystals. If they proved genuine and abundant, acquiring one would be ideal. The Desolate Star indeed belonged to the Lu family, one of the 9 colossal families of the Interstellar realm. Although the federal military nominally fell under the jurisdiction of the highest military council, many scions of the Lu family occupied high-ranking positions in the military and had clandestinely forged alliances with numerous upper echelons. Nevertheless, the 9 great families, various clans, and conglomerates operated independently, each aware of the other's dealings. The military, in name, was the force of the Federation, not belonging to any particular family or clan. Yet the intricate web of power struggles and connections within the military was beyond the comprehension of a mere brigadier like himself. Such matters could not be exposed to other factions, nor could they be allowed to come to light. As he faced the advancing opponent, Reese adopted a cautious demeanor. His original confidence had been shattered by the opponent's teleportation ability, leaving him to act opportunistically and resort to risky maneuvers. The two engaged in a flurry of strikes, one wielding a laser sword while the other brandished the celestial wolf spike. The clash intensified. Yet it was evident that Reese was being thoroughly suppressed, rendered entirely passive. Howren found himself captivated by the fierce battle between the 2 star-level masters, each move executed with unparalleled speed and simplicity. Devoid of any superfluous actions, it became clear that at a certain level of cultivation, speed, strength, and inner energy were the ultimate determinants of victory. Various martial arts techniques, enhanced by inner energy and strength, multiplied their power exponentially, moving with the swiftness of a gale and the rapidity of lightning. Reese, feeling overwhelmed, suddenly launched a frenzied counterattack. Rather than remain suppressed and powerless, he resolved to fight back with all his might. Now you've gone too far, Eris thought gleefully. His opponent had initially been shaken by his teleportation, adopting a cautious defense, but now he could sense the tide of battle changing. The victory was merely a matter of time. As Rhys finally succumbed to his instincts, Eris teleported behind him, thrusting the celestial wolf spike towards his heart. In a moment of rage, Rhys realized his opponent had vanished from sight and instinctively lunged forward. But it was too late. The celestial wolf spike pierced through his energy shield and into his semi-transparent armor, penetrating 2 inches deep. Though the armor had briefly delayed the strike, it ultimately saved his life. Ah, the semi-transparent armor. You are a military man, Eris realized, understanding that his opponent was wearing the core department's protective gear, a privilege reserved for high-ranking officers and significant figures within powerful families. This revelation indicated that Rhys's identity was not simple. Chapter 41. Surprise attack, rescue. Now I see, Rhys thought, using the semi-transparent armor to deflect the blow, though he was still injured by the celestial wolf spike, blood pouring forth. However, the semi-transparent armor is not exclusive to the military. Various families possess some as well. Incorrect. It seems you possess a glimmer of hope, but now you must perish. Eris's eyes glinted dangerously as he surged forward once more. The game of cat and mouse was at an end. It was time to eliminate him swiftly to prevent any lingering complications. This time, Eris charged like a ferocious tiger, relentless and unstoppable, intermittently employing his teleportation ability, leaving varying degrees of wounds on Rhys's body with each strike. Whether by design or happenstance, the battlefield gradually shifted closer to Howren's hiding place. Rhys was drenched in blood, the relentless threat of teleportation looming over him. Had it not been for the semi-transparent armor, he would have perished beneath the first strike of the celestial wolf spike. Despite possessing Earth attribute inner energy, he had confidence in being able to contend against a higher-tier star-level opponent. However, he had not anticipated the opponent's extraordinary teleportation ability coupled with such a formidable weapon. He was biding his time, orchestrating a scenario for mutual destruction. Not far ahead, a figure lay in ambush. A mere star warrior of level 7 or 8 who had managed to evade detection by 2 star-level masters. Had it not been for his light brain scanner, none would have known of his presence. Possessing a mysterious technique, it was certain he was not a member of the Blue Skull Star Pirate Group, but rather an ally of the Coalition. Rhys intentionally retreated in that direction, feigning desperation. Rhys suddenly dropped his defenses, launching an audacious offensive that quickly forced Eris back a few steps. "You shall perish," Eris exclaimed as he teleported directly before Rhys, the celestial wolf spike plunging into Rhys's heart. Ready to withdraw swiftly, the last strike of a dying man could unleash tremendous power, a lesson learned through experience. To his dismay, Eris felt his celestial wolf spike become lodged within Rhys. Realizing the danger, he prepared to abandon the weapon and teleport away, but in that fleeting moment, he saw Rhys's right fist hurtling towards his left chest. Without a moment's hesitation, this punch undoubtedly harbored some sinister intent. There was no time left to activate a teleportation. I could only instinctively evade. I felt a searing, numbing ray pierce through my right chest. The opponent wielded a concentrated electromagnetic weapon, and I had let down my guard. Suspecting they were military yet failing to take precautions, before I could act, Rhys bellowed with the last vestiges of his strength. "What?" In that instant of confusion, a glimmering, sharp dagger emerged from his chest. "Is there someone else?" This was the last thought of Allers as the energy-infused blade pierced through him, shattering his heart in an instant, causing his head to explode with a deafening crack. His soul scattering to oblivion, Howren, with all his might, drove a blade into Allers' back, piercing through him, then struck down on Allers' head. The moment the palm crushed Allers' skull. An enigmatic azure symbol was drawn from some unseen force along Howren's left hand, vanishing instantly from his mind. An indescribable understanding surged from the depths of his soul, as if he had learned something anew. Howren momentarily paused, too flabbergasted to ponder further, withdrew the long knife, and hurriedly pressed both hands against the unconscious man to staunch the bleeding. Then, he scooped up the man who still bore the embedded wolf fang and sprinted away. Having sensed through the plant communication that several individuals were approaching, in less than 5 minutes since Howren's departure, Neil Dong arrived at the scene with 5 subordinates, only to find Allers sprawled on the ground. His brain matter splattered. "Captain, it's the revered Allers," one of the subordinates exclaimed as he turned over the fallen man, only to discover he was one of their own. "What?" Neil Dong gasped, alarmed. Even the untouchable revered had been slain by the enemy. What kind of master had infiltrated the second desolate star? His troubles had escalated. This second-tier revered Allers had treated the fifth-tier revered Lu Hao with respect, and now he lay dead within their base. Upon confirming the identity of the deceased, Neil Dong's mood plummeted from euphoria to despair. "Hurry, bring the body of revered Allers back to the base. You lot of hunters," he roared at his subordinates, who were on the brink of an explosive reaction. Howren circled around to evade pursuit, finally entering through the mine's entrance, laying the middle-aged man flat upon a large stone, casually shutting off the communicator on the man's wrist to prevent the base from tracking them through its fluctuations. A dagger-sized, entirely golden needle was embedded in the man's heart. Although he was not yet dead, it was merely a matter of time. If only he had the purple resin, it could save his life. Howren sighed. Before he could finish his thoughts, a sudden, excruciating pain struck his head. "The purple resin," he exclaimed, discovering the purple resin in his hand following the intense pain. Could it be an illusion? Rubbing his eyes with his right hand confirmed it. The resin was indeed real. What was happening? Was it possible that the dream he had experienced was genuine? Did a tower truly exist within his body, collecting all that had vanished? Howren pondered in astonishment. It was simply too incredible. He slapped his forehead. What am I thinking? I need to save this middle-aged man first. Carefully, he extracted the golden needle from the man's chest, sealing the blood vessels around the wound before removing the man's shirt. 8 grotesque wounds marred his torso, some exposing white bone beneath the shredded flesh. He rinsed the wounds with water from a jug, then crushed a leaf of purple resin, administering half internally and applying the other half externally. After half an hour, he finally sighed in relief, having successfully revived the middle-aged man. The purple resin emitted a faint violet glow in the darkness. Indeed, it was a miraculous substance. Howren glanced at the purple resin lying beside the stone. Contemplating how to place it back, he must have inadvertently uttered something or thought of it for the resin to have been absorbed into that tower. He mused softly to himself. After a prolonged contemplation, he recalled nothing significant, instead revisiting the dreamlike scene where he possessed no physical form or sight, yet could perceive everything. Right, with a mere thought, I could enter any level or space. Howren suddenly spoke aloud. "All right, let us give it a try." He sat cross-legged on the stone, envisioning the purple resin entering the black tower. Just then, a wave of dizziness and intense pain surged through him, more severe and prolonged than before. When the overwhelming sensations subsided, Howren discovered the purple resin had indeed vanished. Had it truly been absorbed into the black tower? A profound joy flooded him. His 3 dreams had all been real. The black tower, the sapling, the intricate green and yellow symbols were all within him. The black tower and sapling remained a mystery, yet the green and yellow symbols were undoubtedly his source abilities. It felt akin to acquiring gravitational power when he ambushed and killed revered Allers. Could he have obtained another source ability? Perhaps teleportation? The thought filled him with uncontainable elation, and as his heart raced, his seated form teleported 5 meters in an instant. He truly possessed the power of teleportation. He couldn't fathom why it had manifested within him. Overjoyed, he stood and attempted several more times. Realizing he could teleport a maximum of 10 meters, but could only do so 8 times before the ability vanished. How one cultivated this power remained a mystery. Surely, he wouldn't have to exhaust all 8 uses daily. Chapter 42. Revered Reese tonight had proven to be a cascade of surprises. First, he inadvertently realized that all 3 dreams were authentic, that a colossal space tower resided within him, housing the vanished purple resin, a red orb from the 3-headed giant snake, and rare high-purity metals. Next was the inexplicable acquisition of the extraordinary source ability of teleportation, followed by saving a mysterious life. Observing the tranquil visage of the enigmatic middle-aged man, it seemed he would require several hours to awaken. Howren sensed he would not be able to practice the source ability of plant communication outside the cave that night. He had a feeling that mastering this source ability to a high level would be no less formidable than any other. As he reflected on the potential benefits of the gentle energy that flowed into him while cultivating this ability, he recalled Aller's mentioning the wolf Fong during their combat. Howren's gaze fell upon the faintly golden needle he had discarded earlier. He picked it up. It felt incredibly heavy, possibly weighing dozens of kilograms. Strangely, it bore no traces of blood, suggesting it was a valuable item, as the revered Allers would not have used it as a weapon otherwise. Howren delicately ran his fingers over the spiral-patterned wolf Fong, thrusting it sharply into the stone wall. With a resounding thud, the Fong sank to the hilt, its sharpness astonishing him. If he infused it with energy, even the thickest steel would feel as soft as tofu against its edge. Teleportation paired with such a magnificent weapon was undoubtedly the perfect combination for ambushes. No wonder Allers had boasted about being able to contend with masters exceeding his own level. It was common knowledge that at the star-revered level, the disparity between each tier grew increasingly vast, making it exceedingly difficult to surpass even one level. The higher one ascended in this realm, the more crucial and scarce the advanced cultivation techniques and energy application manuals became. Higher-tier cultivation methods made it easier to break through barriers and achieve greater heights, while advanced energy application manuals served as ultimate weapons for overcoming opponents of superior levels. This was why various families found it easier to attract powerful individuals to their ranks. Aside from high-level cultivation methods and manuals, weapons were paramount. A singular extraordinary weapon could enable one to defeat foes of higher tiers. This wolf Fong was indeed such a weapon, and Howren gleefully toyed with it. With this Fong in hand, he could likely defeat the giant turtle lurking in the depths of the abyss. He suddenly recalled the orb inside the two three-headed giant snakes that had been devoured by that turtle. Such thoughts were fleeting, however, as Howren quickly returned to reality. The wolf Fong needed to be returned to the Black Tower. As he envisioned the Fong being absorbed into the Black Tower, it vanished without a trace from his hand, accompanied by an overwhelming wave of dizziness and pain that persisted for over half an hour before gradually receding. This reminded Howren of the day the purple resin disappeared, when he had also experienced inexplicable dizziness. However, that time had not been accompanied by pain. When the red orb from the three-headed snake vanished, he had endured dizziness alongside a headache for an extended period. The same was true for the disappearance of the 283 pieces of high-purity rare metals, yet nothing compared to the intensity and duration of the sensation he felt when the wolf Fong was absorbed into the Black Tower. The larger and heavier the object absorbed, the more intense the dizziness and pain became, lasting longer as well. Howren began to comprehend that such extraordinary occurrences came with a price. A rueful smile crossed his face as he reflected on this realization. To gain something, one must pay a price. To safeguard the unconscious, mysterious middle-aged man, Howren had no choice but to sit beside him and cultivate his inner energy. Though most of the energy flowing through his meridians was derived from external sources, it was all being utilized to refine his body. Consequently, the growth of his inner energy was exceedingly slow, with his physical form absorbing the energy he had painstakingly cultivated at every moment. Internal energy is a form of biological energy that humans transform through various cultivation methods. The exploration of internal energy within the human body owes its origins to ancient China, several millennia ago. Through the teachings of venerable sects and long-standing families, such as the Li, El, and Zhang clans of the present Galactic Federation, who have preserved their legacies for thousands of years. It is through the diligent research of numerous scientists specializing in biology, genetics, and biochemistry over many generations that the contemporary system of internal energy cultivation, known as star martial arts, has been developed. Within the military, various esteemed families and myriad lineages are fervently engaged in the research and development of weapons or devices that harness internal energy, aiming to enhance humanity's adaptability and survival capabilities amidst the perilous expanse of space. It is said that upon reaching the esteemed rank of Star Sovereign, one can temporarily resist a multitude of cosmic rays from the void. Several hours later, Howren, engrossed in his cultivation, sensed movement from a mysterious figure lying on a large stone nearby. It appeared that the purple resin had successfully repaired the individual's shattered heart, and he had awakened. Les awoke from his stupor, engulfed in darkness, unable to see even his own hand. He pondered whether he had met his demise. As he turned to sit up, he reached to touch the area where his heart had been pierced by the Sirius spike, only to find it bore but a faint scar, and miraculously, all the wounds on his body had healed. It seemed he truly had crossed into the realm of the dead. Otherwise, such a phenomenon could not occur. Was this the fabled hell? Les murmured softly into the abyss, yet the sensation felt so tangible, accompanied by the presence of pain, and his light brain remained functional. You are not dead, but it would be prudent not to activate the light brain. Lest the base detect its emissions, came the voice of a young man from the shadows, startling Les, who had intended to turn it on. Regardless of this person's prowess, in an unfamiliar environment, one cannot help but entertain thoughts they would typically dismiss. Acting upon impulses beyond their control, startled by the voice, Les instinctively launched an attack into the darkness from which it emanated. Despite being shrouded in darkness, Howran, endowed with night vision, swiftly retreated, surprised by the agility of this mysterious individual. Fortunately, having sustained severe injuries, he was exceedingly weak. Otherwise, he might not have evaded the previous strike. You are recently healed from grave injuries. It is best not to move recklessly, as it may cause your wounds to reopen and impede your actions. Howran remarked coolly, while internally remaining vigilant. Oh, my apologies, it was a natural reaction. Young man, did you save me? Les quickly grasped the situation, realizing that this hidden youth had revived him, leaving him in a state of astonishment at the miraculous substance that had snatched him from the clutches of death. Indeed, it would be wise for you to rest quietly or engage in cultivation, as it would greatly benefit your recovery, Howran stated before illuminating the area with a light, instantly flooding the cavern with brightness. Upon seeing Howran's form illuminated by the light, Les involuntarily gasped. The youth before him, though towering at nearly 6 feet, bore the countenance of a mere child, revealing his true age. Are you hungry? I have some roasted meat, Howran offered, fully aware of the implication behind Les's gasp, and he himself was also in need of sustenance. Thank you, I am indeed famished, Les replied, momentarily taken aback but quickly responding. I haven't eaten in over a day, and it seems my backpack is missing. I wonder if this young lad has salvaged it. Thank you for saving my life. May I ask your name? Les inquired as he accepted the roasted meat from the youth, which, although cold, emanated an enticing aroma, causing his mouth to water. You may call me Howran, the youth replied simply, before launching into the feast. Internal energy is also derived from food, and the process of refining it is the most direct method. I am Les, affiliated with a clandestine division of the Federation military. What of that individual? While devouring the roasted meat, Les introduced himself and inquired about the state of his adversary, presuming he must have sustained significant injuries. That individual? Ah, you must mean the esteemed Allers from the base. He has already perished, Howran replied, omitting the fact that he himself had dealt the fatal blow, believing that this self-identified military man named Les would be aware of such details. What? Oh, were you also captured by the Blue Skull Star Pirate Group? Les exclaimed in shock, realizing the immense effort required by a family to cultivate a star sovereign, and now he discovered that this young boy had managed to slay one. This revelation was rather significant and warranted immediate reporting to superiors. Observing Howran closely, he had noted that all the miners he had secretly monitored wore the star martial rings, while this light brain had estimated that Howran possessed a martial prowess of level 7 or 8. Yet, he felt that this peculiar boy was merely an ordinary individual at the initial stages. His light brain, however, was certainly not mistaken. There was something extraordinary about this youth. Yes, I was unwittingly caught up in their misfortune, and they brought me along, Howran replied with an innocent demeanor. Howran, given that you have reached level 7 or 8 in star martial arts, they should have secured you with a star martial ring. Why are you unbound? Les voiced his suspicion, recalling how he had only slightly wounded the star sovereign through a surprise electromagnetic strike, which had merely grazed his heart. Even if the protective shield of internal energy dissipated at that critical moment, it was inconceivable that this boy, at level 8, could breach the physical defenses of a star sovereign at level 2. Was his light brain malfunctioning? Unbeknownst to Les, Howran's physical strength had reached a terrifying threshold, a fact even Howran himself was unaware of. His internal energy had augmented his raw physical capabilities to an astonishing degree, which explained why an internally charged blade could pierce the flesh of a star sovereign. Uncle Les, did you say I have reached level 8 in star martial arts? Is that truly the case? Howran exclaimed, even addressing him as uncle, realizing that the captain had estimated his level based on the extension of his internal energy, which was merely a conjecture. However, the military man before him was a star sovereign, and his words carried considerable weight. Indeed, my light brain detected your presence even while you were lurking at the edge of the forest. Otherwise, I would not have drawn that allers towards you, Les remarked, feeling a wave of relief wash over him upon witnessing the youthful joy on how Rance-faced it seemed this intriguing child was unaware of his own martial prowess. Which was quite unexpected. As they continued to eat and converse, the atmosphere between them grew less formal, and their dialogue became more relaxed. Les learned from Howran about his journey to the desolate star and confirmed that 3 energy crystals had indeed been excavated from the mining site. It was remarkable that he managed to fulfill his mission under such circumstances while also discovering that Howran and his group of 16 were tirelessly searching for additional energy crystals. Chapter 43. A perfect match. Of course, there were many details that Howran did not divulge to Les all at once. More information would have to wait for the arrival of the captain and several senior members. Human nature can be treacherous. Although he had saved what appeared to be a kind-hearted and amiable figure in Les, it was prudent to remain cautious, as it is a fundamental principle of survival. Despite his young age, Howran's intellect rivaled that of any adult, though he lacked the experience and wisdom that come from age and time. When it came to matters he deemed appropriate to share, he spoke freely, but he kept to himself those things he believed were better left unsaid. Anyone who underestimated him as a mere child would be gravely mistaken. Uncle Les, you have 2 companions? Do you not? Howran suddenly inquired, recalling Allers's words, which suggested that the 2 companions might be in peril. How do you know this? Les asked, startled by the question. I overheard your conversation with Allers. Howran replied, taken aback by Les's sudden seriousness, as a palpable pressure emanated from him, which was somewhat intimidating. Oh, my apologies. Indeed, I have 2 companions. I wonder how they are faring. Les swiftly retracted his imposing aura, revealing a look of concern on his face, anxious about whether they had been compromised. Given what Howran had just mentioned, the base still had a formidable star sovereign at level 5. If they encountered him, his 2 subordinates, both only at level 9, would have no chance to escape. Uncle Les, you should rest. I am quite familiar with the 3rd mining area. Allow me to venture out and gather information. Howran offered, recognizing that this formidable uncle had inadvertently extracted much information from him. From the outset, he had been vigilant, yet he had still revealed more than intended. He realized he could not linger here for long, which was one reason for his eagerness to leave. He had not anticipated that conversation could be so nuanced. It was indeed an enlightening experience. Exercise caution, Les advised without elaborating further. He trusted that this young lad had his methods for surviving in the wilderness. Otherwise, he would not have remained alone in the cave. Les's instincts as a soldier told him that this boy was far from ordinary. Before exiting the cave, Howran returned Les's backpack and laser sword, assuring him that he would return only after dawn. Once outside the cave, Howran vanished into the shadows of the forest like a specter, utilizing the ancient trees to gather information about the 2 mysterious individuals within an hour. He learned that one had been captured while the other had been killed. Armed with this knowledge, Howran swiftly returned to the mountain where the cave was located, but did not enter immediately. Instead, he ascended to a familiar ancient tree to utilize every possible moment to cultivate his source energy, aware that compared to a star sovereign, he was still woefully vulnerable. As the 3 sons ascended in succession, Howran leaped down from the tree. After several hours of cultivation, he absorbed the verdant energy he had glimpsed in his dreams, undoubtedly a force connected to the realm of flora. This green energy seemed to bestow certain benefits upon his spirit. Each time he absorbed it, he felt invigorated and remarkably refreshed. After a brief wash, Howran sprang onto an ancient tree along the path that the team must traverse, waiting for their arrival. Before long, Tianjin, Asen, and a group of 15 emerged from the woods, chatting amiably in small clusters, clearly buoyed by the wealth of information they had gathered through the light network the previous night. Good morning, Captain and esteemed brothers, Howran greeted as the group passed beneath the ancient tree, leaping down from a height of several dozen meters. You've come to greet us all alone. Haven to you. Little brother? It must be quite lonely here. Tianjin chuckled, excitement evident from the news of the previous night. Captain, I have some good news, Howran replied, his face alight with a smile, which was infectious to those around him. Indeed, the base was quite lively last night, with an abundance of news, both good and bad, but still quite thrilling. Tianjin assumed Howran was inquiring about the information he had received, not thinking much of it. Ah, that is splendid, Howran said, Not minding the delay in sharing the news, he felt no urgency. Several more groups had infiltrated the second desolate star, and the base had lost a star sovereign the previous night. Beside him, Gu-man succinctly recounted the good news from last night. The unfortunate tidings were that 2 of the 3 mysterious individuals who had entered the third mining area were either dead or captured. As Baidwoki added, these individuals had presented a significant opportunity for their group, and it was disheartening to have lost 2 of them. However, fortunately, the strongest sovereign had slain the Allers sovereign. It seems little brother has good news to share with us. Asen remarked with a smile, but it must not be anything too urgent, as he wouldn't have waited here so early otherwise. Asen had long since begun calling everyone little brother, and from the looks exchanged among Qianjin and the others, he sensed an unusual admiration in their gazes, one of respect, equality, and gratitude. Although he had not witnessed any miracles himself, his intuition was rarely wrong. Additionally, Howren's pleasant demeanor and cheerful disposition were endearing, not just to him but to the entire team. Even the most difficult members to get along with. Brother Asen, you are truly impressive. Indeed, I have very significant news. Howren casually patted Asen on the back, having learned many social skills during this time. Are you implying that I, as captain, am foolish? Qianjin feigned seriousness, staring at Howren, though a hint of a smile betrayed him. The captain is even more formidable, managing to elicit my news without uttering a word. Howren replied, winking at Asen. The air erupted with laughter, igniting a long-missed sense of joy among the group, dissipating all the pent-up frustrations they had harbored. The atmosphere became instantly lively. Come on, little brother, tell us, said Taitu, approaching Howren, who was only slightly shorter than him. Last night, I inadvertently rescued the mysterious individual who had fought to a standstill with the Allers sovereign. His name is Reese, from a certain department of the Federal Army. He is currently in our mine. Howren recounted everything he knew in one breath. Expressions of unrestrained joy spread across the faces of the 15 men, astonished that they had inadvertently encountered this elusive individual, and even more thrilled that little brother had managed to save his life. After the excitement, Qianjin and Asen quickly conferred about the opportunity that lay before them, considering how to maximize their advantage, especially since they were dealing with a star sovereign-level powerhouse. Uncle Reese, our captain and several esteemed brothers have arrived. Howren called out loudly as they entered the cave, hoping to prevent the formidable Reese from misunderstanding their intentions. Oh, I thought you had gone to seek credit for your deeds. Reese emerged from a bend in the inner cave, a smile on his face. With his star sovereign-level cultivation, combined with the fortuitous consumption of half a piece of purple resin, he had remarkably broken through a long-stalled level barrier to advance to Star Sovereign Level 2 after fully recovering from his injuries. The debt of gratitude he owed was one he could never repay. Uncle Reese, you seem different today. Howren immediately noticed an unusual aura about Reese, tinged with a hint of trepidation. Haha, I must thank you, little brother. If you don't mind my age, you can call me Reese old brother from now on. Reese expressed his gratitude, feeling immensely thankful after a night of cultivation, having not only recovered but also advanced to level 2. Uncle Reese, your star sovereign status is immensely prestigious. I am quite content simply calling you uncle. Besides, it was merely a stroke of fate, Howren insisted, shaking his head. A peculiar scene unfolded between the two, one wishing to lower himself while the other resisted elevating his status, leaving the 15 onlookers momentarily sidelined. As the two held their ground, Qianjian cautiously stepped forward, bowing to Reese. Greetings, Star Sovereign Reese. I have an idea that I would like to propose. If I may, Dado, you are Qianjin, the captain of Little Brother's team. Do share your thoughts, Reese replied, his mood particularly buoyant today. He casually assessed Qianjin, noting his star martial level 9, but chose not to dwell on the interruption. Let us address each other as we prefer. It will make everyone feel more comfortable, Reese suggested, pleased with the idea. Greetings, Star Sovereign Reese. Asen and the others approached to pay their respects, surprised by the formidable aura emanating from the Star Sovereign, which instilled a strong urge to flee. Please, everyone, take a seat. I imagine you have matters to discuss with me, Reese said, lowering his imposing presence, appearing quite amiable. Since their efforts would aid him in completing his mission, he decided to grant little brother a favor. In the presence of Star Sovereign Reese, they chose not to conceal their intentions and spoke candidly. Qianjin and Asen exchanged glances, realizing they had to adapt their pre-planned strategy on the fly. I appreciate the straightforwardness of youth, Reese remarked casually. Reese had come to the third mining area seeking energy crystals. One of his companions had been killed and another captured by the Liu Hao sovereign the previous night. We aim to assist you in rescuing your companion and will do our utmost to help you find the energy crystals, hoping that you can take us all out of this desolate star when you leave. Chen Jin expressed all in one breath, fixing his gaze intently on Reese. On what grounds do you believe you can assist me in rescuing my companion? Reese inquired coolly, his heart jolting with an unexpected wave of sorrow. His two subordinates had been with him for many years, forming profound bonds, and despite being their commander, he regarded them as brothers. We have complete control over the base's light network and can incapacitate it at certain times. Chen Jin responded with unwavering resolve, revealing that little brother was their greatest asset. Oh, you have such a capable individual among you. Then let our cooperation commence at once, Reese responded, genuinely surprised to discover such a brilliant mind within their ranks. Without hesitation, he agreed, believing that reporting upward would pose little issue. Chapter 44. Searching for the crystal. Thank you, Star Sovereign Reese, Chen Jin and the others exclaimed with joy, having awaited this very affirmation. If it had been another faction agreeing so readily, they would have had to consider the truthfulness and efficacy of the statement. Yet Reese was a Star Sovereign level powerhouse from the military, renowned for his integrity. Everyone, please return to your tasks. I will report this matter upward tomorrow evening. It is imperative that we locate the energy crystals swiftly, for the longer we delay, the more factions will arrive. Complicating matters further. Reese's mission was to ascertain the veracity of the information, and now it seemed accomplished. If they could secure an energy crystal, it would honor the sacrifice of his fallen subordinates. His brothers, Star Sovereign Reese, there is one more thing. Each miner's Star Marshal Ring is equipped with listening, detection, and positioning capabilities. If you have dispatched companions to other mining areas, please inform them, Chen Jin casually added. And your Star Marshal Rings? Reese inquired, realizing why his three companions had been exposed to the enemies. Our Star Marshal Rings only possess positioning functions. The other capabilities have been disabled. There is no need for concern, Chen Jin assured him. Little brother, please prepare breakfast for the Star Sovereign and yourself. Join us after you've eaten. Having said this, Chen Jin led the way deeper into the mine. In truth, there was another crucial piece of information he had yet to disclose. The third mining area had the highest probability of containing energy crystals. Yes, Captain, I will be there shortly, Howard replied, already prepared with the ingredients for breakfast, 4 wild chickens and some form ginseng. After Chen Jin and the others departed, only Reese and Howard remained in the cavern. Howard quickly completed the preparations, burying the wrapped ginseng and wild chickens in the pit, gradually stoking the fire to roast them. Uncle Reese, last night I received information from the base's optical network indicating that several factions have already infiltrated the No. 2 Wasteland Star. It is believed that they will soon dispatch personnel to the number 3 mining area. Among the 3 mining zones, only our mining zone, number 3, has discovered energy crystals. As Howard prepared breakfast, he shared this knowledge with Reese, feeling it unnecessary to conceal anything since the uncle had promised to take him and his 16 companions off the Wasteland Star. Oh, only this mining area yields energy crystals? The revelation inadvertently disclosed by his younger brother was indeed significant. He could recall personnel dispatched to other zones, thus minimizing unnecessary casualties. While carefully preparing the ginseng stuffed chicken, Howard engaged in casual conversation with Reese. Soon, the aroma of the chicken wafted through the air. After breakfast, they agreed on a meeting time and place, and Howard set out to diligently search for energy crystals. Last night, as he traversed the entire mountain range, he had contemplated exploring the caves that subtly glimmered with a dark red hue during the day. Today, he decided to investigate one of those caves instead of conducting reconnaissance outside the mining area. After checking his equipment, long knife, backpack, multifunctional photon device, etc., he followed the route he had taken last night toward his predetermined destination. Ever since consuming the fiery red fruit given to him by Jifeng, his heat and temperature resistance seemed significantly enhanced. Before long, he passed the termination markers left by his group, and the temperature, soaring to around 60 or 70 degrees, posed no challenge to him. Once past the termination markers, the heat intensified rapidly. He encountered a handful of golden-armored beasts, collecting 10 pieces of high-purity rare metal in the process. Upon reaching the lowest turning point of his route, the multifunctional photon device registered a temperature of 167 degrees. There were a total of 6 entrances leading into the cave's depths, 3 of which occasionally flickered with dark red light. Howard carefully observed and chose the entrance that emitted the brightest glow and slipped inside. As he entered the cave, he immediately felt a significant rise in temperature. Activating his photon multifunctional device, he noted a 10-degree increase, dispersing his internal energy across his skin to withstand the escalating heat. Clutching his long knife, he ventured deeper into the cave step by step. The cave twisted and turned, sloping downward at a 30-degree angle. Waves of heat surged outward from the depths, and the air grew increasingly oppressive and dry, with the inhaled air feeling searing, almost as if ignited by sparks. Strangely, after walking for quite some time, he had yet to encounter a single ferocious beast. The visible or glimmered with a deep metallic sheen, confirming its extraordinarily high content. A glance at the instrument panel revealed a temperature exceeding 480 degrees and a depth of 2,000 meters. Howard had already pushed his internal energy to its limits, and from the depths of the eerily silent cave emerged a faint gurgling sound, reminiscent of boiling water. Since entering this cave, Howard had collected numerous mineral specimens, all exhibiting remarkably high content or appearing quite peculiar, totaling over 100 kilograms. He hesitated, debating whether to proceed or retreat. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to press on until he could no longer endure. After laboriously advancing another 50 meters, he finally reached his limit. The temperature had soared to 510 degrees at a depth of 2,010 meters. After lingering for a moment, he listened intently. Amidst the gurgling sounds, he discerned other noises, though he could not identify their source. Marking the spot, Howard reluctantly began his return. By the time Howard reached the turning point in the mountain's belly, 5 hours had elapsed and it was nearing noon. After some contemplation, he decided to head toward another exit, as he had never arrived there during daylight. In the pitch-black cave, the roars and footsteps of beasts echoed intermittently, and as he ascended, encounters with ferocious beasts increased. Any beast daring to attack him fell one by one, especially the gold-hunting beasts, whom he showed no mercy. Their speed and razor-sharp claws posed a significant threat to his team members, making their elimination imperative. Of course, he was equally ruthless against the golden-armored beasts, as they represented both credit points and adventure points. Once they escaped the Wasteland Star, Howard had already resolved to register as an interstellar adventurer at the Interstellar Adventure Guild, intending to exchange the rare metals for credit points and trade the points for several internal energy application manuals. After dispatching the last batch of golden-armored beasts, he acquired 13 pieces of metal and had also slain 12 gold-hunting beasts along the way. As a ray of sunlight broke through his line of sight, he had arrived at another exit. This exit was situated high upon a rock face, approximately 10 meters above ground, with the entire rock wall covered in climbing plants. The cave entrance was completely concealed by vegetation, making it nearly imperceptible unless one looked closely. Standing at the cave's mouth, he observed the slope below, where smaller plants had been ravaged by the crack-toothed beasts he had battled over a dozen times. Leaving behind a scene of devastation, he wondered what Jifeng had been doing during the day and where he had obtained the fiery red fruit he had gifted him. He resolved to inquire about it tonight, hoping to persuade Jifeng to take him to see it. If he could escape the number 2 Wasteland Star, he would earnestly study the ancient text compendium of Materia Medica recorded in the optical network, as such miraculous fruits were likely documented therein. Interestingly, the purple resin he had acquired was also discovered in the compendium of Materia Medica, but due to its ancient language, it was exceedingly difficult to read. He had only managed to peruse the foundational sections and a small portion of the chapter on strange objects, where the purple resin was briefly mentioned. It was now noon, with 3 suns, 1 large and 2 small, suspended in the sky, their scorching rays bathing the plants in the mountain range in vibrant green. Leaping from the cave, he prioritized addressing his bodily needs. This region was the territory of the crack-toothed beasts, devoid of other large predators. He swiftly hunted several unidentified wild game and set up a fire by a small stream in the forest, roasting the meat until it was golden and crisp, sprinkling some biological salt acquired with his points. He relished a delightful meal, and after lunch, he climbed an ancient tree to meditate on internal energy and source abilities, cleansing the restlessness of the morning with refreshing energy. Chapter 45. The Flame Cave. Jumping down from the ancient tree, Howard quickly returned to the cave entrance. Suddenly recalling the 23 pieces of high-purity rare metal he had obtained in the morning, he took them out from his backpack and, despite feeling dizzy and unwell, managed to store them in the Black Tower. This time, the pain was not as unbearable. He now possessed a total of 306 pieces, exceeding the captain's count by over 100, quite a substantial amount. He hoisted the mineral specimens he had set down at the cave entrance and re-entered the cave. Feeling a significant depletion of internal energy, he chose not to explore new mining caves in the afternoon, instead making a slow return through the cave, attentively tapping and knocking, collecting nearly 200 kilograms of mineral specimens along the way. By around 4 in the afternoon, he finally arrived back at the cave entrance, only to find that Uncle Reese had already departed. Dumping the 300 kilograms of minerals onto the ground, he began to break them apart piece by piece. "Little brother, you're back early," called the now fully recovered Guman from a distance, the camaraderie evident in his voice. Engrossed in breaking the minerals, Howren was startled by the sudden voice, quickly standing to greet them. "Captain, brothers, you're back. I was just working on these minerals," he replied with a smile. Having yielded little from his efforts except a few highly pure mineral blocks, it seems there isn't much to show for it, Qianjin remarked, patting Howren on the shoulder, sensing that his younger brother had grown taller. "He must be nearly 1.90 m now. Little brother, has Reese departed? Did he mention when he would return?" After some idle chatter, ASEAN and his group also returned, prompting Qianjin to inquire about Reese. "Oh, Uncle Reese mentioned he would return after making some arrangements, perhaps in 10 days or half a month. He set a meeting place and asked me to inform you all to closely monitor the incoming factions. Intensify the search for energy crystals and remain vigilant about changes at the base," Howren relayed Reese's instructions. "Indeed, we must expedite our preparations, and the rescue operation should commence soon. It would be best to act within the next half-month to rescue the companions of the esteemed one and shelter them within the mining cave. The situation is becoming increasingly tense and complicated, and it may exceed our expectations," Asun said anxiously. "Once all factions arrive, the base will undoubtedly become heavily fortified, leaving us little opportunity to act. Little brother, you must be ready to return to the base at any moment. Our actions will require your cooperation," Qianjin remarked after a moment's thought, recognizing that without Howren's assistance, rescuing the esteemed one's companions would be challenging. "Understood. I stand ready for your commands, Captain," Howren replied cheerfully. In truth, he had his own thoughts, wanting to rescue Miss Shauna and several elder sisters from this perilous situation as well, but he was uncertain how to broach the subject. He decided to gauge the possibility of this on their way back and, if feasible, inform Uncle Reese and the captain later. Once all 15 members had evacuated the mining cave, Howren swiftly hunted a few wild chickens and dug up some ginseng before returning. Efficiently preparing the 5 chickens as ginseng-stuffed chickens, he devoured 2 of them voraciously, taking a moment to rest before beginning his evening cultivation. As the moon ascended above the treetops, Jifeng arrived as scheduled, consuming one of the ginseng-stuffed chickens and playing a game with Howren for a while. Just as he was about to leave, Howren remembered the fiery red fruit. "Jifeng, where did you find the fiery red fruit you gave me last time? Could you take me to see it?" Howren cautiously inquired, knowing that such fruits were undoubtedly as valuable as the purple resin. With such a fruit, he could cultivate it in the space of his Black Tower. Growing various extraordinary plants, the snow-white creature, known as Jifeng, hesitated momentarily before nodding in agreement and swiftly darting into the inner cavern. Howren, filled with joy, promptly followed suit, soon arriving at the lowest turning point of the 2 mine entrances. Jifeng paused briefly for Howren, then turned and raced toward the left cave entrance, the very one Howren had entered earlier that day. It dawned on him that he had previously chosen a different tunnel, and without any second thoughts, he hurriedly followed suit. Channeling his internal energy to its utmost limit, Howren pursued Jifeng. Having prior experience in traversing such caves, he quickly adjusted his speed. With each few meters forward, the temperature rose incrementally, and before long, he felt overwhelmed, necessitating a reduction in pace. He retrieved his compact multifunctional photon device and noted the temperature had escalated to 515 degrees, 5 degrees higher than earlier in the day. Gritting his teeth, he pressed on for a few more meters, but when the temperature soared to 520 degrees, it felt as if he were being scorched by flames in a hurry. He marked his position, only to find that Jifeng had vanished from view. With little regard for the creature, he bolted back the way he came. Along the return journey, he dispatched several golden beasts. And by the time he reached the second mountain entrance, exhaustion consumed him, his body drenched in sweat. Without a moment's respite, he burst out of the cave and swiftly returned to the ancient tree where he typically practiced. Leaning against the tree, he activated his plant communication ability, quickly entering a state of cultivation, as his body craved the refreshing energy associated with flora to alleviate the heat and fatigue. Upon emerging from his communion with the plants, Howren felt revitalized. It appeared that his internal energy was insufficient to sustain him in his previous endeavor. The red orb from the three-headed serpent had yet to be utilized. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to wait a while longer, as dawn was still a considerable time away. Thus, Howren ventured forth once more, and indeed, he advanced a greater distance this time. When the temperature reached 530 degrees, he made another mark and retreated. In ancient mythology, there exists the Flame Mountain, and he decided to name this place the Flame Cave. Time, unnoticed, passed over 10 days as Howren persevered, each morning exploring the mines for crystals, and each afternoon and evening practicing various techniques: ethereal movement, ghostly steps, explosive fists, sinew-splitting hands, flicking legs, and whip legs. While cultivating, he continuously employed his gravitational source ability, delving deeper into the cave he had dubbed the Flame Cave, returning to practice, then re-entering, only to return once more to train. The rumbling sounds ahead grew increasingly louder, intertwined with other clearer sounds that resembled the growls of ferocious beasts. After 10 days of relentless advancement and cultivation, he had developed a resistance to temperatures of 800 degrees, yet he had still not reached his destination. Each day, his temperature tolerance progressed noticeably diminished, where he once advanced dozens of degrees daily. Today, he had only moved 5 degrees forward. It seemed that his cultivation method had brought his resistance to temperature to a plateau, necessitating a new approach. After retreating to cultivate, he decided it was time to use the red orb from the three-headed serpent, as it was his last resort. Reflecting on the red orb, Howren prepared himself for the impending dizziness and headache. Upon observing the orb in his hand, he was astonished to find he only experienced a slight dizziness before feeling fine. Could it be the continuous absorption of the green energy during this period? A wave of delight washed over him. If that were the case, it would be wonderful. Suppressing his exuberance, he steadied his mind and swallowed the red orb, wholeheartedly guiding the flow of his internal energy. Before long, the orb began to take effect within his abdomen, unleashing waves of energy that surged throughout his body like a volcanic eruption. Drawing from previous experiences and his remarkable pain tolerance, he managed to channel the explosive torrent for over 3 hours, redirecting a portion to his muscles, organs, and the majority into his vast meridians, allowing his internal energy to circulate at a rapid pace. Once again expanding his bodily pathways, It felt as though he had acquired a new source ability, and as he absorbed and directed the searing energy, an inexplicable sensation enveloped him, one he had encountered twice before. Now feeling familiar, sweat, mingled with dust and tinged with blood, coated Howren's body, and the fiery sensation in his meridians would not dissipate within mere hours. Paying no heed to the grime covering him, he swiftly exited the mine, returning to the ancient tree for the cool energy it offered, vital for restoring his damaged meridians. Once detached from his communion with the plants, Howren nimbly descended from the ancient tree. Feeling the immense energy coursing through his meridians, the fiery sensation had subsided, and he realized that his physical strength and power had ascended to a new level, brimming with boundless explosive potential. An indescribable sensation washed over him, as if he could perceive the jubilant delight of every cell within his body. This feeling was profound and mysterious. Employing the ethereal movement technique, he vanished like a wisp of smoke among the shadows of the trees. The third layer of the ethereal movement had been successfully cultivated. Only by merging the first, second, and third layers did he truly grasp the grace and agility of the technique. Chapter 46. The Lava Lake. Upon cleansing the blood and grime from his body, Howren marveled at how his skin appeared remarkably fair and supple, no longer frail-looking. Quite the unexpected benefit of the red orb from the three-headed serpent. Extending his hand, he activated the newly acquired source ability, conjuring a flame that danced upon his palm, astonishingly devoid of any sensation of heat. With a flick of his wrist, the palm-sized fireball flew towards a nearby tree by the mountain spring. erupting with a resounding crash as the entire tree ignited in an instant. Alarmed, Howren hadn't anticipated the sheer potency of the fireball. He rushed forward and delivered a powerful punch, cleaving the blazing tree to prevent a forest fire. Clutching his chest, he stared in disbelief at the ashes of the once mighty tree, a wave of relief washing over him. Thankfully, he had acted swiftly, or the consequences could have been dire. With several hours until dawn, he contemplated an immediate return to the flame cave. Resolute, Howren swiftly made his way back into the mine, navigating the familiar tunnels with haste toward the flame cave. Upon reaching the turning point once more, he plunged into the depths of the flame cave, yet this time, he scarcely felt the oppressive heat. He continued to channel his internal energy, quickly reaching the furthest point he had attained previously. Devoid of the usual unbearable scorching sensations, was this the effect of the fire attribute source ability? Truly, it seemed fortune smiled upon him. When the multifunctional photon device indicated the temperature had surged to 1,500 degrees, he finally felt the intense heat. With all his might, he circulated his internal energy to suppress the burning sensation. Ahead, a vast crimson glow beckoned, signaling the achievement of his goal. Advancing slowly for over 2,000 meters, he arrived at the entrance of the radiant red light, where the temperature had soared to over 2,300 degrees. An impulse to retreat surged within him, as sweat poured from his body and the heat became nearly unbearable. Every breath felt akin to inhaling flames. Yet, the target lay just ahead, and surrender was not an option. With only a few more meters to traverse, he decided to test his flame source ability. Extending his hand, he manifested the flame in his palm, immediately feeling the unbearable heat diminish significantly. Threads of warmth flowed from the flame into his hand, coursing up his arm and into his body. Howren realized that while utilizing source abilities during cultivation, he could absorb energy related to that ability. Elation surged through him. Did this imply that employing gravitational techniques during internal energy cultivation would yield energy associated with gravity? What kind of energy could that be? Energy from the Earth itself. The once insurmountable distance of several meters became trivial as Howren, cradling the flame, easily traversed the gap. Upon reaching the cave entrance, he was left in awe by the sight before him. At the cave's end lay a lava lake, a colossal expanse of molten lava, bubbling and churning, emanating a thunderous gurgle. Surrounding the lava lake, numerous dark openings dotted the walls, and the entrance where Howren stood was merely one among many. At the center of the lake, a small island emerged, upon which stood a solitary plant, about a person's height. Its fiery red leaves adorned with 3 greenish-blue fruits. They resembled the small crimson fruits that Jifeng had offered him, albeit in a different hue, suggesting they were unripe. Suddenly, a fiery red entity emerged from the lava and crawled onto the island. When it fully ascended, Howren could scarcely believe his eyes. It was the fire Qilin from ancient Chinese mythology. As a descendant of the Yin and Huang dynasties, he knew that dragons, phoenixes, and Qilins were legendary, auspicious creatures. And to witness one in the flesh was beyond his wildest dreams. He took a cautious step back, hoping to remain unnoticed by this mythical beast, and from the darkness of the cave entrance, he observed the lava lake and its surroundings intently. As Howren scrutinized the lake from the cave entrance, the fire Qilin's eyes scanned the area, seemingly detecting something unusual about the entrance. However, after a few glances, it lost interest, treating his presence as inconsequential. Fortuitously, having unwittingly consumed the 3-headed serpent's gallbladder, Howren had gained night vision, his sight vastly improved. Otherwise, amidst the radiant red glow, sweltering heat, and distorted air, visibility would have been utterly compromised. Apart from the solitary plant on the island, sparse red vines clung to the walls of the lava lake, and Howren's first thought was that any plant capable of surviving in such an environment must be extraordinary. He yearned to pluck the fruits, but was acutely aware that both the mythical beast and the searing lava posed insurmountable challenges. How did the swift wind manage to harvest the ripe, fiery red fruits? How did it traverse the expansive surface of the flame lake? Such mysteries truly baffle the mind. In the midst of profound contemplation, the flame in his palm suddenly vanished, and a fierce, searing heat enveloped him instantly. His internal energy began to accelerate its operation autonomously, forming a thin, crimson protective shield on the surface of his body that isolated the immense heat outside. as he keenly experienced the sensation of this internal energy shield. He was surprised that he could cultivate it at this moment. The captain had previously imparted the method for cultivating the internal energy shield to him, but no matter how hard he tried, he always fell just short of perfection. To his astonishment, it formed naturally in this critical moment. Indeed, danger can often ignite the latent potential within the human body, a truism that holds water. Unbeknownst to Howren, the internal energy shield could only be cultivated by those at the 9th level of stellar martial arts. Before consuming the red orbs from the three-headed giant serpents, his internal energy had only reached the 8th level, always just a step away. After consuming them, he naturally advanced to the 9th level, and coupled with his prior relentless efforts to cultivate, the internal energy shield manifested effortlessly. The internal energy shield consumed vast amounts of energy, making it unsustainable for long. To avoid wasting this hard-earned internal energy, Howren resolved to return swiftly to the front cave. As he turned, he caught a glimpse of a crystalline object reflecting red light in the flame lake. But upon a closer look, it vanished without a trace. There were indeed crystals in the flame lake, but whether they were energy crystals remained uncertain. Upon returning to the front cave, a ray of dawn light had already spilled into the cavern. Unbeknownst to him, he had been on the desolate star for nearly a month, and he too had undergone a profound transformation. In just a few days, he was to meet with Uncle Reese as previously arranged. The captain and the others were also intensely coordinating the rescue operation. It would likely commence in the coming days. During this time, he had discerned through the plant sensitivity that many mysterious individuals had arrived at the No. 3 mining area. On tranquil nights, shadows of enigmatic figures flitted about various mines. Whenever the captain and the others departed, Howren would block the entrance to the front cave with a massive rock. The rear entrance was generally hard to notice, especially at night, unless one could see someone entering or exiting. After breakfast, seizing the moment before the main group arrived, Howren attempted to put his earlier thoughts into practice. He sat cross-legged upon a rock, simultaneously cultivating internal energy and employing the gravity technique. Through diligent practice over this period, his gravity technique had reached 3 times its original strength, and the duration was steadily increasing. His hypothesis proved correct. While utilizing the gravity technique to cultivate internal energy, he soon felt a heavy, steady, and tranquil energy rising from the earth, seeping into his body with a familiar sensation. Indeed, it was reminiscent of the feeling he had when absorbing the ochre orb the captain had shot into his abdomen. Just as Howren was savoring this profound energy, he heard Gumin's voice calling from the cave entrance, little brother, little brother." Hastily retracting the gravity technique, he sprang towards the entrance, reappearing 6 meters away, pushing aside the massive rock that had blocked the cave entrance. Weighing several thousand pounds, the group filed in, seemingly unfazed. Howren's short absence had provided them with an abundance of surprises and astonishments, rendering them somewhat numb and sluggish. "Little brother, the central brain of the base was attacked yesterday. You must return tonight," Gumin whispered as he entered the mine. The others were not well versed in such matters. As an expert, he was merely a peripheral specialist, while the little brother was the true master of the super brain. "Oh, is that so? No need to worry. My core protective layer is not easily penetrable," Howren replied confidently to Gumin, believing that the adversary would not brazenly assault the central brain but rather strike at some point in the dead of night. After greeting the brothers who had just entered, Howren was pulled aside by Chunjin and Asan, clearly to discuss something of importance. "Captain, Brother Asan, are we ready? When do we strike?" Howren inquired eagerly. "Hoping to rescue Uncle Reese's companions before his return. Yes, we will act within the next 2 or 3 nights. Today, Brother Asan and I will detail the entire plan for you. You are the most crucial figure in the operation." Chunjin elaborated for over an hour, covering every detail of the mission, including contingency plans for failure. Chapter 47. It was you. After thoroughly explaining the plan and confirming that Howren had remembered all the details, Chunjin let out a sigh of relief, raising his head to observe the little brother, who was not much shorter than himself. He suddenly noticed that the little brother seemed different today. After a moment of contemplation, he realized that there was an intangible aura radiating from Howren, a presence unique to those at the 9th level of stellar martial arts, an aura that he himself possessed. A look of astonishment involuntarily appeared on Chunjin's face, struggling to believe the transformation. It was utterly remarkable. In just 4 months since their first meeting, 1 month ago, Howren had merely been a child who had just learned intermediate techniques. Yet in less than a month, he had evolved into a 9th-level stellar martial arts master. Never had he heard of anyone achieving such an extraordinary leap. Asan soon noticed Howren's transformation as well, and understanding Chen Jin's astonishment, he joined in the laughter. "Ha ha ha, you truly are remarkable," Chen Jin exclaimed, heartily patting Howren on the back, brimming with excitement as if he himself had achieved a breakthrough. "Indeed, you are impressive," Asan added, also patting Howren, his face alight with admiration. "Captain, what good news has you so jubilant?" Guman inquired, leaning in with curiosity. "Of course, it's good news. Indeed, the best news thus far. Don't you sense it?" Chen Jin replied mysteriously, his tone teasing Guman, who looked perplexed. "What good news can be sensed?" Howren, meanwhile, was advised by Chen Jin to restrain his aura, lest it be detected upon their return to the base. After this, Chen Jin called the other 15 individuals, and they split into 2 groups to continue searching for crystals, leaving Howren alone in the cave. "Restrain my aura? Do I have an aura?" Howren pondered, unable to comprehend the situation. Could it be that the captain and brother Asan also sensed the significant surge of internal energy within him? He speculated that perhaps the red orbs he consumed had indeed amplified his internal energy. But could others perceive it as well? It struck him as rather strange. This was easily remedied. He promptly sat down, allowing the energy in his meridians to flow gradually into his muscles and organs, enveloping all his cells in a sensation of warmth and comfort. While practicing the gravity technique and cultivating internal energy simultaneously, he directed most of the internal energy in his meridians for his cells to absorb. This method had been discovered by Howren long ago, yet he had never actively tried it before. To his surprise, an increase in internal energy could indeed be sensed by others. After 2 hours, feeling a sensation of soreness and fullness throughout his body, he ceased the internal energy infusion, realizing that his muscles could not absorb energy indefinitely. There was a saturation point within a certain time frame. He needed to find something to do to expend the internal energy he had absorbed. Engaging in strenuous activity would maximally deplete his energy reserves, and thus, Howren devised a plan. He slung on his backpack, grasped his long knife, and set out to scour the mines, as there were still many he had yet to explore, perfect for releasing his pent-up energy. Initially, he had feared encountering ferocious beasts. Now, he was more concerned about not encountering any. Utilizing his ethereal movement technique, he glided through the mines like a gust of wind, sweeping through 18 caves in a single morning, slaying over 30 golden-horned beasts and annihilating 2 small groups of nearly 60 armored beasts. Accumulating 44 pieces of high-purity rare metals, when he finally paused, he found himself at the exit of another mine. His body splattered with faint blue blood, resembling a garment stained unevenly. He set down his backpack, retrieved a set of work clothes, changed out of his soiled attire, and took a deep breath. Rising from the ground, he pulled out several pieces of highly concentrated, or he had found deep within the mines. Extending his palm to activate his flame source ability, a flame immediately flickered to life in his hand. He placed a smaller piece of, or within the fiery sphere, and it ignited, leaving only a tiny amount of metal after a short while. After refining nearly 100 kilograms of ore, he had extracted only a few grams of high-purity rare metals, and at that moment, Howren's flame source ability was depleted. Surely, there must be more than this. The metal content appeared exceedingly high, yet he realized that extracting over 10 grams was a daunting task. After storing the 45 pieces of high-purity rare metals in the Black Tower, Howren endured yet another bout of immense suffering. However, he felt that the pain was worth it, considering it an investment of significant credit points. Who would care about a little pain? With this thought, the ache in his head seemed to dissipate. After an exhausting morning and an unanticipated half-day of metal refining, he was left with profound disappointment, feeling disheartened about the refining process, his stomach grumbling incessantly. He dashed out of the cave, swiftly disappearing into the forest. After lunch, he ascended a towering ancient tree for over 4 hours of cultivation in broad daylight, calming his restless mind before returning to the mine. He felt a newfound steadiness within himself. Surely, this should suffice. Upon reuniting with Chen Jin, Asan, and the other 15, they exchanged reports on their respective situations before departing the mine in groups. To prevent others from directly interacting with Howren, Chen Jin and the other 7 surrounded him, ostensibly to protect him but in reality to isolate him. Upon reaching the base, Guman assisted Howren in feigning injury as they returned to his room, where dinner was brought to him. Once in his room, Howren immediately sat in front of the light brain, reviewing all the events that had transpired at the base during his absence. After a meticulous analysis of the attack originating from the light brain terminal below yesterday, it remained unclear which specific terminal had initiated it. This method of attack is the most commonly employed tactic by light guests. However, it is ineffectual in the face of one's own presence, with a meticulous approach. The attack was traced back to the entertainment hall's second floor, specifically the servants' lounge. Swiftly, the information from the light network was utilized to extract the list of servants in the lounge along with their pertinent files, methodically eliminating each name until only Shauna remained. It was her, the prodigious young lady from the Parlous family. Currently, the only star-level figure in the base was El Hao, according to records of his nocturnal activities. Tonight or tomorrow night would be his time to patrol. Thus, Howren intended to leverage the base's surveillance system to keep a constant watch on him. The moment he departed the base would signal the time for action. 12 screens of light sprang to life on the light brain, monitoring all comings and goings within the space. Gu Man was tasked with overseeing these screens, while Howren replaced the saved star marshal rings, unlocking light card key, fingerprint, and iris with his own. He also substituted the key, fingerprint, and iris for the cell containing Uncle Lacey's accomplices. With all preparations complete, he awaited El Hao's departure. Before long, Chun Jin and the others returned with the dinner for two, sharing their actions in detail with the captain and the older brother, all eager and ready for the night's mission. As the clock struck 8, the lights in room B4-16 were turned off early, leaving only the sound of 8 poised individuals breathing in the otherwise silent room, aside from the 12 screens. Time flowed quietly. 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock passed, yet El Hao's figure was absent from the screens. When midnight struck, El Hao still had not made an appearance. As the clock chimed past midnight, Shauna sat at the light brain in the servants' room on the second floor of the entertainment building. Flanked by 6 or 7 lithe women in nightgowns, their subtle allure enough to drive one to madness. After much effort, she had penetrated the light network, aiming directly at the core of the central light brain, but encountered significant difficulties. Thankfully, she had managed to sever the connection last night just in time to avoid being traced by the central system. Cautiously, Shauna issued a command for the lurking light worms to breach the core layer. Just as she did so, an alarming message flashed across the light brain, causing her to gasp in shock. "Good morning, Miss Shauna, a new day has just begun, and preparations are underway." Shauna quickly traced the source of the message, only to discover it originated from the central light brain. When had they become aware of her presence? She had always been exceedingly cautious, yet had not anticipated being detected the moment she attacked the core. "Is Sister Tiffany nearby?" At that moment, the system displayed another perplexing message. "Little brother Howren," Tiffany exclaimed, recognizing the only person in the vicinity who would address her thus. "Who is this little brother Howren?" Shauna, sensing no malice from the other party, turned to inquire. "The little boy you saw last time, who is roughly your age," Yaga interjected, recalling that she was one of the women present during their last encounter. So he was a light guest. No wonder he appeared so frail, having yet to reach even level 7. A twinge of jealousy stirred in Shauna, her tone slightly sour, harboring an underlying animosity. Indeed, he is only 16 and has yet to graduate from the junior academy. "I believe he just passed level 4, Winsman reminisced fondly, imbued with a sense of care. "Sister Yaga must have guessed who I am." Another message popped up from the system. "It truly is little brother Howren." Several voices gasped, an unmistakable thrill coursing through them. "I have learned of Miss Shauna's identity from the Light Network. There is now an opportunity to assist you all in escaping the desolate star. From this moment on, please remain vigilant regarding the light brain. When I send a message, please open the rear window. I can rescue one person from the base each time. Kindly deliberate on the order of escape, and approach this matter with a calm mindset." The system made no jest this time, directly stating its intentions. For a moment, everyone exchanged glances, unable to believe that such a windfall had befallen them. After a brief silence, it was ultimately Tiffany who spoke up. "I believe Shauna should be the first." Everyone understood Shauna's unique position. Only she could expose their identities to the outside world. Her status would be sufficient to convince the Federation, thereby offering all their unfortunate sisters a chance to collectively escape. "If you agree, please raise your hands." Except for Shauna, All 6 others raised their right hands, realizing that any one of them escaping individually would hold little weight, lacking the persuasive power to rally support. Only Shauna possessed that capability, making her the most likely to succeed in the first escape. Logically, the astute little brother Howren should comprehend that he could only rescue one among them. Yet he subtly placed this harsh reality before them, trusting their decision, and they would not disappoint him. The hope of life is a stark contrast to a life devoid of hope, and an astonishing transformation occurred in the demeanor of the 8 individuals in the room. After sending the message, Howren turned to Chen Jin, expressing regret. "Captain, I'm sorry that I truly wish to help them. They need assistance more than we do. You've done well." Chen Jin reassured him with a pat on the back. "As long as it's within our capacity, I won't hesitate to offer help." As time gently flowed during their wait, it was not until 3 o'clock in the morning that Chen Jin and the others decided to abandon their vigil, allowing the 7 to change and rest. "Ladies, please rest. Staying up late will harm your radiant skin. The operation may take place tomorrow night." Howren sent off the message with a smile before heading to bed. The following morning, the entire crew of B4-16, as per usual, boarded the transport ship to the number 3 mine. While only 7 returned in the evening, it was customary for some to remain behind at the mine. Nothing peculiar. Once the captain and the others departed, Howren swiftly finished his dinner, checked his equipment, a long sword, a backpack, and a full black outfit. As night fell, Howren was fully prepared, making his way toward the base. Needing to cover several hundred kilometers in a few hours, possibly encountering formidable beasts along the way, which posed little challenge for him. Now 3.5 hours later, Howren reached the forest on the outskirts of the base, awaiting the signal to act. Sitting on a branch of an ancient tree at the forest's edge, he kept an eye on the base's signals while diligently practicing. After 2 hours of anxious waiting, the time was finally set at 12:30 midnight when the signal finally appeared. The outer electromagnetic net would automatically cut off energy supply for 45 seconds 30 seconds after the signal was sent. This was the shortest time for the backup energy source to activate. Howren leapt down from the ancient tree like a wisp of smoke, racing toward the electromagnetic fence with lightning speed. In reality, it was unnecessary to sever the main energy supply to enter, but to avoid exposing his newly acquired teleportation ability, he opted for this arrangement during the operation. Approaching within 3 meters of the electromagnetic fence, he teleported into the base. That moment, all monitoring systems along his path were replaying the footage from the preceding several seconds. As long as he was not detected by the guards, he would be fine. Following the meticulously planned route from the light brain, he deftly evaded the guards, rapidly closing in on the secure room for unlocking the Star Marshal ring. He quickly input the password, verified the fingerprint and iris, and passed through 3 security gates, finally securing the unlocking light card. He swiftly exited, weaving left and right, employing the ghostly technique of Star Marshal Level 9, akin to a specter, eluding wave after wave of patrolling guards, saving his teleportation for critical moments. After navigating through several layers of password, fingerprint, and iris checks, Howren entered the high-security detention room, waking the nearly unconscious Wu Ziqiang. "I am here to rescue you, sent by Uncle Lei Si. You must follow my instructions," he stated, using the light card to unlock the Star Marshal ring and tossing it to the ground. He then retrieved a cloth strap from his backpack, securely binding the man to his back, checking everything was in order. A gentle pat on Wu's back lulled him into a deep sleep, aiding in his recovery, a technique learned from the split tendon school, remarkably practical. Exiting the high-security detention room, he signaled a success gesture to a monitoring point and swiftly made his way to the rear of the entertainment hall. Upon reaching the rear window of the room where Shauna and the other 8 servants were, he noticed the window was already open. He signaled toward the window, and a shadow immediately leapt down. Just as the figure was about to hit the ground, Howren swiftly caught them. It was indeed Miss Shauna, confirming his earlier assessment. The older women had chosen to let Shauna leave first, which was the optimal outcome. "Miss Shauna, you need not speak. Let me first unlock the Star Marshal ring for you. Please allow me to hold your hand or wrap my arm around your waist during this critical moment. I may have to be somewhat impolite," he quickly explained as he unfastened the ring from around her neck. From the voice that emanated through his mask, Shauna discerned that the individual was quite young, likely not much older than herself, and could not be the boy Howren, who had only reached Star Marshal Level 4. Yet, given his dexterity in catching her, he must possess at least Level 8 or above. Grasping Shauna's hand, he approached a monitoring point and signaled an OK gesture once more. In 20 seconds, the electromagnetic net would again cut off energy supply, and 30 seconds later, it would reconnect. Utilizing a mere 20 seconds, Howren, accompanied by Shauna, stealthily approached the vicinity of the electromagnetic net, silently counting the seconds in his mind. Upon reaching the count of 23, he declared, "Let's go," with his left arm encircling Shauna's delicate waist. He swiftly made his way toward the electromagnetic net. As they neared its edge, merely 3 meters away, he propelled himself upward with a nimble push of his toes, effortlessly soaring into the air alongside her. In less than 10 seconds, they leaped to the top of the electromagnetic net. With another powerful thrust, they descended from the dizzying height of several dozen meters. In that fleeting moment of landing, he unleashed the ethereal phantom technique, vanishing in a series of flickering movements into the dense forest 1,000 meters away. Once they were safely within the trees, Howren halted, gently releasing Shauna. "You've just undone the Star Marshal Ring-S clasp. Take a moment to rest. We have hundreds of kilometers ahead of us." "Are you the younger brother Howren mentioned by Tiffany?" Shauna inquired, as a distinct, masculine scent wafted toward her nostrils from their recent close proximity. She was certain that the young man before her was indeed youthful, yet he bore no resemblance to the boy she had first encountered. Firstly, he was several centimeters taller, and secondly, he appeared to possess a prowess of at least level 8 in star martial arts, details that did not align with her previous understanding. "Yes, that information was conveyed by me," Howren replied succinctly, drawing a long blade from his waist with his right hand. "All right, we must set forth. The sooner we reach the mine, the safer we will be. Please grasp my left hand," he instructed, addressing the dazed Shauna. "All right," Shauna responded, momentarily stunned by the reality before her. A boy slightly younger than herself, a remarkable light traveler, a prodigy of at least level 8 in star martial arts. How overwhelmingly powerful, in the presence of this boy, her own so-called genius seemed utterly insignificant, a stark reminder that there are always greater heights to aspire to. "Let us go," Howren urged, firmly clutching Shauna's right hand as they began to sprint through the perilous, shadowy forest, gradually increasing their pace. Shauna, though reluctantly extending her legs, struggled to keep up with Howren's rapid strides, often tripping over the entwined foliage at her feet. It was too fast. Even with her full recovery to level 7 in star martial arts, she could not match his speed, especially after being suppressed for a year by the Star Marshal Ring. "Why apologies? But we must reach the mine before dawn," Howren remarked, swiftly lifting Shauna into his arms. With a surge of energy, he activated the ethereal technique once more, gliding through the impenetrable darkness of the forest. "What kind of technique is this?" Shauna marveled at the fluidity and grace of their movement. Feeling as if she were floating through the air, devoid of any jarring sensation, it was as if she had transformed into a spirit wandering through the night, freely drifting above the trees and flowers, the only sound accompanying her being the whisper of the wind. Suddenly, a fearsome beast surged forth from the shadows with a deafening roar. Shauna gasped as she beheld the monstrous silhouette, its enormous eyes gleaming with a predatory glint. A foul stench assaulting her senses. In an instant, she felt a flash of light before her eyes, droplets of something wet splattering against her face as her form soared past the still-standing beast. Channeling her internal energy into the blade, it shimmered with brilliance. She realized Howren was at least level 9 in star martial arts. A wave of humiliation washed over her. This boy had decisively shattered her pride. He was not merely human. He was a creature of extraordinary capabilities, undeniably a monster in his own right. Howren, with 2 individuals in tow, navigated the darkness with agility. The night belonged to the beasts. Their territory filled with lurking dangers. It was best to evade them. If unable to do so, a swift strike would be their fate, as the ferocity of their slaughter could intimidate most beasts. After 4 hours of relentless combat, having dispatched over 30 beasts of various sizes, both Howren and Shauna were drenched in the blood of their foes. At last, they reached the mine, where Howren quickly pressed against an ancient tree. Lowering Shauna and using his right hand to brace himself against the trunk, activating his energy source. "What's wrong?" Shauna asked, concerned that the boy beside her was on the verge of collapse. Grasping his left hand with both of hers, "Yes, nothing. I'm merely fatigued," he replied, withdrawing his hand from the tree. "No one has ventured to this mine before. Let us proceed. We have arrived. Howren stated, leading Shauna toward the mine's entrance. Chapter 49. A feast for the eyes upon entering the mine. Howren blocked the entrance with a massive stone before guiding the disoriented Shauna deeper into the dark cavern. Can you see? She asked, feeling the warmth of his large hand, which unexpectedly instilled in her a sense of safety. To her astonishment, she realized that the usually bold Shauna was afraid of the dark, and she felt her inquiry was both unnecessary and childish. I am very familiar with this place, Howren replied, pondering that admitting he could see would paint him as a monster. This girl was indeed quite amusing. Thank you for rescuing me. Please just call me by my name. No need for miss, I shall call you Howren too, if that's all right. Shauna gradually acclimated, becoming more talkative. Very well, Miss Shauna, he replied, momentarily forgetting, oh, I apologize. Just Shauna. Howren was unaccustomed to conversing with girls. Had it been in the past, he might have blushed profusely. He who is behind you, who has remained silent all this time. Who is he? Shauna queried. Noticing the quiet figure. Oh, he is a soldier. I've put him to sleep for convenience, Howren explained as they finally entered the cavernous depth. He gently set Shauna's hand free, carefully laying the soldier, named Wu Ziqiang, upon a stone surface. Shauna, please wait a moment, Howren instructed before retrieving a lantern and some roasted meat he had concealed among the crevices of the rocks. As he ignited the lantern, the cavern was instantly illuminated, allowing Shauna to regain her sight. She exclaimed, startled. What is it? Howren asked, taken aback as he noticed Shauna pointing at him, her face a mask of terror. Suddenly, he comprehended the cause of her fright. You look the same, he chuckled, realizing that the dim blue blood of the beasts had transformed him into a fearsome apparition. This is a set of mining clothes. They're clean. Please change in the inner chamber, he said, tossing her a set of his work attire and gesturing for her to take the lantern. After a moment's hesitation, Shauna took the clothes and the lantern, retreating to the inner chamber to change. Howren tended to Wu Ziqiang's wounds, cleansing them with water and applying ointment from the base. Fortunately, they were merely superficial injuries, and he believed that with a few days of rest, the soldier would recover well. He had successfully saved the man. Shauna's startled scream echoed from the inner chamber. Without a moment's thought, Howren dashed inside to find Shauna holding her servant's attire in front of her chest with her left hand, while her right hand held the lantern, illuminating a small, snow-white creature with bright, curious eyes. Shauna screamed again upon seeing Howren rush in and quickly switched off the lantern. Do not fear. That is my friend. Wind Shadow, Howren reassured her, his gaze inadvertently drawn to her figure, suddenly aware of the situation, and he felt his face flush in the darkness. Shauna felt her cheeks grow warm, grateful that she had turned off the lantern quickly. Otherwise, she would have been utterly embarrassed. Unbeknownst to her, Howren's eyes had lingered on her figure for several seconds, an image likely etched into his memory forever. Once assured that he had left, she turned the lantern back on and swiftly changed into the mining clothes. The scent of the boy enveloped her, and she found it surprisingly pleasant, causing her to blush once more. After calming her racing heart, Shauna realized the lantern was still in her possession and quickly returned to the cavern's core. Placing the lantern upon a protruding rock. Now, Wu Ziqiang had regained consciousness, and upon realizing he was in a cave, he visibly relaxed. Thank you, Is Major Reese not here? He inquired. Oh, Uncle Reese will take a few more days to arrive. Focus on your recovery, Howren replied softly. Are you hungry? He asked, suddenly aware of his own hunger. Please, if you have food, I haven't eaten in several days. Some water would be ideal. Wu Ziqiang responded weakly. Very well, Howren said, turning to fetch his water flask and presenting it to him. Shauna, would you like some roasted meat? He asked, offering a large piece to Wu Ziqiang before handing a smaller piece to Shauna. Thank you. I'm a bit hungry, Shauna acknowledged, accepting the meat and taking small bites. Here, Wind Shadow, this is for you, Howren said, offering a sizable chunk to the small creature, before indulging in a large piece of roasted meat himself. After a night of frenetic running, nearly 1,000 kilometers, he felt thoroughly exhausted. This little creature is adorable. Do you keep it as a pet? Shauna inquired, her eyes fixed on the snow-white beast as she chewed. It's named Wind Shadow, signifying speed like the wind, and it's my friend, Howren replied, glancing at Wind Shadow. Isn't that right? Wind Shadow? Squeak, squeak. The creature responded, nodding enthusiastically. It understands you? Shauna exclaimed, astonished by the creature's cuteness and its fluffy white fur. Indeed, it is quite intelligent and comprehends our words, Howren elaborated, recalling how he had been equally startled by the little creature's abilities. There are many wondrous things in this world, that's so? Let me try. Little cutie, your name is Windshadow, correct? Would you come to your sister? Shauna beckoned, extending her arms to welcome Windshadow. With a few excited squeaks, Windshadow leaped onto Shauna's palm. The fellow is truly devoid of humanity. Despite possessing a feminine charm, Howren muttered silently, he had expended considerable effort, offering numerous skewers of meat before the creature leapt into his grasp. Was the allure of a beautiful woman equally effective on a small beast? This lecherous wind, it seems he can indeed comprehend my words, Shauna exclaimed joyfully. As dawn approached, let us seize the moment to rest, she suggested, observing the wind hopping around her. A wave of jealousy surged within Howren inexplicably. Indeed, you ought to rest properly, Shauna immediately replied. Allow me to take you to a place where you can relax. With that, Howren led Shauna towards the cave where the elder brothers were resting. After settling Shauna, Howren returned to the heart of the mountain, taking a seat within the cave to immerse himself in the cultivation of gravitational source abilities and inner energy. With no external means to enhance his inner energy, he needed to utilize every moment to accumulate it. Meanwhile, Wu Ziqiang in the cave also struggled to sit up. Having just consumed a bit of water and some roasted meat, he had regained a semblance of strength and vigor. After removing the star martial ring, his inner energy gradually began to recover, yet proactive cultivation remained the optimal method for healing and restoration. The boy in the darkness, with his long and steady breaths, revealed himself to be a master, undoubtedly not inferior to Howren. Although he was unaware of the relationship between this boy and the esteemed Commander Reese. Anyone entrusted with a task by the extraordinary Commander Reese was certainly not ordinary in the same cave. Shauna extinguished her miner's lamp and sat cross-legged upon a clean large stone. The inner energy that had stagnated for a year began to flow gently through her meridians. The year-long, wretched existence as a slave had completely rounded her once sharp and piercing personality. Filled with arrogance and pride, leaving her only gazing at the stars, that boy had utterly vanquished her, revealing that without the family's prestige, she was utterly powerless, lacking even the ability to protect herself. She possessed an innate talent for cultivation, along with a family environment that was immensely superior to her peers, allowing her to stay far ahead of them. She had always taken pride in this, considering it her capital and a rising star within her family. Yet, when she ventured out alone for a bit of fun, she unexpectedly encountered the vile star bandits. Fortunately, her significant identity spared her from the humiliation suffered by Tiffany and others. Furthermore, having faced a creature that was 1,000 times stronger than herself, all of this ignited a hidden desire for strength and an unwavering belief in her ability to never yield. Chapter 50. The phantom figure. As the three entered a state of cultivation, the expansive cave once again fell into silence and darkness. Time flowed relentlessly like an hourglass, when sunlight finally filtered through the cracks in the stone, illuminating the entire cavern. Howren awoke from his meditation, discovering that the wind had silently departed. Rising quietly, he took the large water pouch and exited the mine, stepping into the warmth of the rising sun. Feeling an inexplicable sense of exhilaration, he glanced towards the base, pondering whether it was in chaos at that moment. Rushing to the foot of the mountain where a spring bubbled, he quickly washed up, filled his water pouch, and with remarkable speed, caught 5 wild chickens and dug up a few ginseng roots before returning to the cave. He made sure not to disturb the two who were still in their cultivation. Entering the designated kitchen cave, he skillfully prepared the ingredients for ginseng stuffed chicken, then kindled a fire to roast it. The ginseng stuffed chicken required slow cooking. The longer it simmered, the better the nutrients from the ginseng would meld with the chicken, resulting in a fragrant, tender dish that was smooth yet not greasy. While waiting, Howren practiced the split tendon technique taught by Bartle in the compact kitchen space. This intricate skill required a thorough understanding of the human body's muscles and bones, honed through extensive practical experience. Thankfully, his knowledge in various fields, including a deep understanding of human anatomy, made mastering the split tendon technique feasible, otherwise it would have been particularly challenging. The full name of the split tendon technique is the split tendon and bone dislocation hand, which necessitates a comprehensive grasp of the body's meridians, tendons, muscles, bones, and acupoints, intertwining numerous disciplines such as physiology and kinesiology. Thus, it can be said that the split tendon technique is not merely a manual for inner energy application, but also a treatise on human bioengineering. With movements that involved rubbing, pressing, splitting, twisting, grabbing, and slapping, how Rand danced within the kitchen cave, his hands, arms, and elbows forming a myriad of magical postures, while his swift, ghostly footwork left countless phantoms in the cave, in a corner of the kitchen cave. Shan Na was captivated by this eerie spectacle in such a confined space. His ghostly movements were a stark contrast to the graceful, fluid motions from the previous night, revealing a different kind of lightning-fast mystery, akin to a ghostly shadow that was impossible to grasp, dazzling to behold. Shan Na, you are awake? Breakfast will take a little while longer, How Ran announced, unbeknownst to him, as he turned to tend to the fire. He felt a sudden warmth on his face, noticing how Shan Na's oversized clothing accentuated her figure humorously, leaving him struggling to suppress a laugh. Oh, I forgot to mention, the third cave to the left of the exit of the cave where you rested is the bathroom. The water for washing is inside the cave, but for bathing, you'll have to wait until evening. There's a spring at the foot of the mountain, How Ran informed her while gathering some firewood, sharing essential information about their living conditions in the cave, as they might be staying for a while. Is this mud lump our breakfast? Shan Na asked curiously, noticing the 5 large mud balls in the fire pit. Yes, it's called ginseng stuffed chicken, an ancient delicacy, How Ran replied, growing increasingly experienced in preparing it, with the elder brothers praising his culinary skills. Where's the chicken? Shan Na inquired, puzzled. Having lived a life of privilege, she was unfamiliar with cooking. It's inside the mud, he explained, recounting the origins of the dish. What is a beggar? Shan Na asked, her confusion evident. How Ran was completely taken aback by the young lady from the Paulus family. How to explain? After a moment of thought, he replied, it's a profession akin to the interstellar adventurers of today, scavenging what others have discarded. Yet internally, he added, truly, I am in awe of you. Oh, I see. That old beggar is remarkable. Able to create such a delicacy, Shan Na mused, imagining the beggar as a figure of great esteem, as she admired interstellar adventurers, which was why she had ventured out alone to experience life. Upon hearing this, How Ran felt beads of cold sweat form on his brow. Remarkable, creative. This was born out of desperation and hunger, a mere accident of a starving soul. Shan Na, the ginseng stuffed chicken will be ready soon. You haven't washed up yet, have you? Could you check if our commander has awakened? How Ran casually suggested, but inadvertently caught sight of a certain alluring sight as he glanced at Shan Na. Causing his face to flush with heat, he quickly urged her to leave before he lost control. All right, I'll take a look, Shan Na replied, completely oblivious to How Ran's unusual demeanor, and she strolled away, unconcerned about the oversized clothing that could easily reveal more than intended. Oh my, this is more intense than the blood of a 3-headed giant serpent. How Ran took a deep breath, trying to calm the turmoil within him. He retrieved the 3 ginseng stuffed chickens from the fire, repositioned the others, and placed the fragrant mud balls into the cave's heart. Good morning, Uncle Ziqiang. How Ran greeted as he entered the cavern, finding Wu Ziqiang looking much restored and sitting on a stone, evidently having washed up, yet Shan Na was nowhere to be seen. Thank you, How Ran, Wu Ziqiang said, rising to meet the young man. He found it hard to comprehend how this lad had rescued him from such heavily guarded quarters. Especially when he had also saved another person. It was truly unbelievable. Good morning, Commander. Shan Na chimed in as she approached, greeting Wu Ziqiang. What a beautiful young lady, Wu Ziqiang marveled, having not noticed her beauty the night before. Upon closer inspection, she was indeed a natural beauty. I'm not a child anymore. I'm almost 17, Shan Na retorted, slightly displeased, quickly defending herself. Oh, so you are a 17-year-old young lady, Wu Ziqiang chuckled heartily. In the Federation, the legal age of adulthood is 30. Your remark was quite amusing, revealing your youthfulness. Howren hastily turned around, and the smile on his face was impossible to conceal from the fiercely arguing Miss Shauna. Shauna suddenly felt her own age misreported, her frustration having nowhere to vent, just as she caught sight of Howren's beaming expression as he turned away. Howren, you still dare to smile? You're even younger than I am. Do you consider yourself an adult? Shauna exclaimed angrily at him. I'm not smiling, and besides, I never claimed to be an adult, Howren replied, struggling to suppress his mirth while maintaining a serious demeanor, though the smile lingering on his face betrayed him. You claim not to be smiling, yet you are. Do you think I can't see through you? Shauna felt a mix of helplessness and exasperation, tinged with a hint of childishness. With Shauna's playful banter, the previously awkward atmosphere among the three began to dissipate significantly. Their hunger combined with the delicious ginseng beggar's chicken resulted in the trio devouring all 5 exquisite dishes. Chapter 51. Investigating the internal traitor after breakfast, the trio felt a newfound familiarity, especially after the earlier commotion, which had drawn them closer together, creating a more congenial atmosphere. Captain, our younger brothers have returned. The cave entrance is open. They were idly chatting when suddenly, indistinct voices drifted from the cave entrance. It's the captain and the brothers, Howren exclaimed, immediately rising and hastening toward the cave. Before long, more than 10 individuals entered, each tall and imposing, exuding an air of calm confidence. Although clad in miners' uniforms, their formidable presence was unmistakable. Greetings to Brother Ziqiang. Among the stars, we are all brothers. Racism has long since vanished. The vastness of the cosmos renders humanity so small, yellow, white, or black. We are all human. Each race possesses unique strengths that, when united, amplify our power. A consensus reached millennia ago. Moreover, the elite of the military indeed dwarfed the mere dozen individuals present. Addressing them as brothers felt far more intimate than calling them superiors. Thus avoiding any sense of unfamiliarity, Chun Jin stepped forward to pay his respects. This is our captain, Chen Jin, and this is Captain Arson. Howren introduced each individual to Wu Ziqiang. Greetings, Brother Ziqiang, they all acknowledged him. Expressing gratitude, Wu Ziqiang clasped his fists together, noting the impressive demeanor of the young men before him, who were truly worthy of the title kings of interstellar adventure. This lovely young lady must be Miss Shauna, Chen Jin remarked, turning to the radiant girl with sparkling eyes who was observing them. Greetings, brothers. I'm not a child. I'm slightly older than Howren, so just call me Shauna from now on, she declared, cleverly using Howren as a shield against disclosing her age. Oh, is that so? Then we shall call you Shauna from now on. They spoke with a hint of caution, aware that her status far surpassed that of mere interstellar adventurers. Of course, if you don't believe it, just ask Howren, Shauna asserted, feeling a surge of confidence, her voice rising slightly. The older gentleman, having already been informed of Shauna's identity by Chun Jin, merely exchanged knowing smiles with Howren, refraining from making jokes that might embarrass the young lady. Captain, what's the situation at the base? Howren inquired, eager to know the developments there. Perhaps our plan was too flawless. The base hadn't discovered that Brother Ziqiang and Shauna had left when we departed. Chun Jin laughed heartily, exclaiming, it's exhilarating to realize that we rescued them without anyone knowing. Captain, something's gone awry. The inmates in the high-security cell have vanished, Neil Dong, who had been on duty all night, exclaimed as he leapt from his bed upon hearing the communication device blaring in his room. What? He shouted into the mic last night. Master Lu Hao went to the first mining area to catch bugs. But I was on duty in the central control room, and everything was calm. How could anyone have escaped without a trace? Just as he had reported to the master that everything was normal, he now discovered that a person had gone missing. What an embarrassment! Anxiously, Neil Dong rushed to the central control room. Not long ago, Master Allers had been killed at the third mining area, and just when they had managed to capture an infiltrator, they had now lost them again. Upon bursting into the central control room, Neil Dong found Master Lu Hao sitting with a grim expression, while department heads kept their heads bowed. Report, Captain. Miss Shauna from the entertainment hall on the second floor has also escaped. The supervisor from the entertainment hall announced on the huge screen in the control room. Check the surveillance records from last night and examine the activity range of the mining personnel star rings. Send someone to inspect the high-security cell in Shauna's room. 2 living individuals cannot simply disappear underground. Even if they did, we should have been able to monitor it, Lu Hao commanded, his tone firm yet measured. His countenance dark but devoid of any visible rage. As his orders were issued, personnel hurried to comply. Lu Hao didn't spare a glance at Neil Dong, frustrated that such a blunder could tarnish the reputation of the Blue Skull Space Pirate Group. He couldn't fathom the thoughts of his usually astute nephew. In less than a month here, they had lost the energy master they had painstakingly recruited. It was known that the family had invested vast resources to elevate Master Allers to the second level of star respect. The ancestor had even forged a divine weapon for him, capable of swiftly eliminating experts of levels 4 and 5. Most importantly, his heavenly-grade source ability of teleportation could assist the family in ways no one else could. It was shocking that he had met his demise here. What was initially perceived as a straightforward task had spiraled into complexity. The infiltrator who killed Allers must be a super expert of that caliber, there was no doubt about it. This family had only recently discovered the galaxy, and since the wormhole was controlled by them, it should have been impossible for anyone to enter. Yet, how had so many infiltrators managed to slip through? It was utterly confounding. Before long, everyone returned to the central control room, bringing with them 2 unfastened star rings and a disconcerting piece of information. What? The light card used to unlock the star ring has been stolen. Neil Dong nearly shouted, incredulous. How is that possible? Only I had access. Even Master Lu Hao couldn't enter. Strangely, there were no records in the central computer of anyone accessing the secure room or the high-security cell. As if both the prisoner and the light card had vanished into thin air, a staff member added, "We checked last night's surveillance system. Everything was normal, and the electromagnetic grid showed no issues." Another worker reported, all expressions filled with disbelief. "I just checked the GPS functionality of all registered mining personnel. Their activities were all normal," the supervisor of mining personnel reported, seemingly neglecting to mention Howren's name. "Report to the center. We have discovered traces of the escaped prisoner," a voice called from the patrol personnel on the screen. "Let us go see who possesses the skills to whisk someone away undetected," Lu Hao said in a low voice, leading the way to where the traces had been found. Shortly after inspecting the traces, Lu Hao returned to the central control room with all the department heads. The footprints were evident, yet every location they passed should have left traces in the surveillance system. However, there was nothing, which conclusively indicated that there must be an insider involved. Otherwise, such an escape would have been impossible. Furthermore, this individual must have possessed significant authority or controlled the entire light network. Anyone who could access the computer or light network was a potential suspect, broadening the scope of the investigation considerably. Anyone who had access to the computer must submit a detailed written report of their activities from last night until this morning to me by this afternoon. Also, connect me with the Space Defense Center. The rest of you may disperse, Lu Hao ordered, feeling overwhelmed. He had always focused solely on cultivation and never anticipated that the situation would become so complicated, which left him quite vexed. The director of the Space Defense Center only fueled Lu Hao's ire further. The comprehensive construction status of Abandoned Star No. 1 and the full-scale development of the Northern Hemisphere of Abandoned Star No. 2 meant that numerous interstellar ships passed through the only wormhole into this galaxy each month, making it impossible to prevent determined individuals from infiltrating. What was most infuriating was that this so-called space defense could not monitor the entirety of the planet's space. It was merely a makeshift emergency response team. According to the information he had gathered, if the base acquired another energy crystal, it would be his alone. They could provide no assistance. It was then that Lu Hao understood why the family had sent him to oversee the base. Based on millennia of human experience, energy crystals could not be mass-produced on a planet, 3 to 5 at most. Now, 3 had been discovered on this planet, but whether there were more remained a mystery. However, this was the territory of the Lu family, and no one could prevent clandestine activities. In truth, Lu Hao's role was merely to serve as a deterrent, as the family had never anticipated that news would leak so swiftly. Typically, those who operated in the shadows would never dare to assassinate high-ranking members of the family. It is essential to understand that the number of individuals at the federal star sovereign level will undoubtedly not exceed 3 digits. No one anticipated an unexpected turn of events. The inexperienced Howren managed to slay a member of the L family who held the title of Star Sovereign. Fortunately, only Reese was aware of this incident, as Howren had not informed even the captain and his team. Chapter 52. The Crimson Vine. Ziqiang, Brother Ziqiang, and Shana. The 2 of you may need to remain in this mine for a while longer. During this period, your meals will be taken care of by your younger brother. This is our work uniform and some essential living supplies obtained through our points. It is best not to leave the mine. If anything arises, let your younger brother handle it, Chen Jin said, handing them several sets of work uniforms and some necessary miner's supplies. The younger brother's barbecue skills are quite impressive, and his ginseng stuffed beggar's chicken is a true specialty. I trust you have already had the pleasure of tasting it, Ison remarked, inhaling deeply with a look of bliss. The group erupted into laughter, and just the mention of the ginseng stuffed beggar's chicken made their mouths water. Indeed, it is a culinary marvel, the flavor still lingering on my palate, Zicheng praised enthusiastically. Yes, it is the most delectable dish I have ever tasted, Shauna added, her gaze inadvertently shifting to the shy boys standing nearby. Seemingly a bit bashful, brothers Zicheng and Shauna, make yourselves at home. We must commence our work now. With that, the 16 individuals split into 3 groups and ventured deeper into the mine. Uncle Zicheng, Shauna, please take the opportunity to rest well. I have blocked the cave entrance with a massive rock, so do not venture into the inner cave until you have fully recovered. I will return on time to prepare food for you, Howren stated after checking his gear and heading towards the inner cave. Following the familiar path through the mine, Howren swiftly arrived at the flame cave. There was no need to expend energy searching elsewhere. His priority was to prolong his stay by the lava lake to devise a plan to acquire the red crystals within. The most effective approach was to cultivate his internal energy while harnessing his fire source abilities at the edge of the lava lake, allowing him to absorb fiery energy to enhance his body's fire resistance while concurrently refining his fire source skills. Seated 3 meters from the lava lake's entrance, Howren cradled a fireball in his left hand, concentrating fully on guiding his internal energy's flow. Threads of fiery energy coursed from the flames through his arm and into his body, with some absorbed by his muscles and bones, while the rest merged into his meridians. While simultaneously cultivating both his fire source abilities and internal energy, Howren's gaze remained fixed on the roiling surface of the lava lake, occasionally noting the fire chelan ascending the island within. Once his fire source energy was depleted, he swiftly dashed from another exit of the mine to the ancient tree where he practiced, alternately refining his plant communication abilities and internal energy. After exhausting his plant communication abilities, he returned to the mine to clear out any ferocious beasts, and thus, the morning passed quickly. Carrying 2 freshly skinned gold-hunting beasts, Howren returned punctually to the mine's entrance at noon. Discovering Uncle Zicheng and Shauna diligently training to restore their internal energy. Once he prepared the roasted meat for lunch, he invited Uncle Zicheng and Shauna to join him. After their meal, Howren disappeared once more into the inner cave. By the 4th day of their stay in the mine, Wu Zicheng and Shauna had devoted themselves entirely to training, fortunate that their meals were provided for them. Their injuries and internal energy recovery were progressing favorably. Chen Jin, Ison, and the other 15 members ventured out daily at dawn and returned at dusk, dedicating all their time to searching for energy crystals, yet to no avail. The base seemed to have grown considerably quieter, but information relayed through the light brain indicated that mysterious individuals were increasingly infiltrating the number 2 desolate star. Howren operated like a machine each day. Aside from preparing food for the 2, he trained in the flame cave by the lava lake in the morning, afternoon, and late night, while practicing in another cave during the early morning and late night, filling his schedule to the brim. He had also grown more familiar with the beautiful Miss Shauna, though he prioritized his training over friendships. Each evening, he would spend an hour playing games with Howren, with the remainder of his time devoted to her beauty. Over the past few days, Shauna had repeatedly requested to accompany Howren, but he had declined, citing her incomplete recovery as the reason. Not that Howren was indifferent. Rather, he had made commendable progress in his training and had discovered several red crystals. Eagerly preparing for the next steps. After dinner, he exchanged greetings with Uncle Zicheng and then waved to the huffy Shauna, who was engrossed in her game with Jiqing, before leaving the cave. Humph, it's always like this, disappearing without a trace. Shauna huffed through her nostrils, casting a glance at Howren's retreating figure. Am I not as captivating as that dark cave? It's infuriating. Uncle Zicheng, don't you think that person is rather inconsiderate? The captain instructed him to look after us, yet he is seldom around, showing his face for only a few minutes each day. Shauna vented to Wu Zicheng. From that day onward, she began to address Wu Zicheng as uncle and Chen Jin as captain, while referring to the others as big brother. Little Shauna, it is we who are being inconsiderate. Howren is the most hardworking and diligent individual among us all. Have you not noticed that although he always wears a smile, there is a hint of fatigue in his eyes? He spends every day in a haze of busyness and training without taking a moment to rest. Such a boy is rare to find. We should treasure him, he concluded with a hearty laugh. Wu Zicheng was unaware of Shauna's background but recognized her childish antics as a sign of her frustration, indicating her deeper concern for the exceptionally talented boy before her. Thus, he often teased her in jest. Uncle Zicheng is always like this. I won't speak to you anymore, Shauna exclaimed. Her cheeks flushed as she hurried off, cradling Jiqing to her sleeping quarters, feeling a strange sensation within her. Countless outstanding young men surrounded her at the academy, each eager to please her, yet she had never regarded them as anything significant. However, with Howren, she felt an inexplicable mix of affection, jealousy, gratitude, curiosity, and more. Yet, she genuinely enjoyed being in his presence, even if it was just for a fleeting hour each day, harboring a longing to see him again. Is he handsome? Not particularly. The boys she was accustomed to were far more striking. Is he tall? Even less so. Many towering figures surrounded her. What is happening to me? Shauna pondered. Jiqing, do you know where that insufferable fellow is now? What is he up to? Chirp, chirp, Jiqing called out several times, nodding in affirmation. You know? Shauna inquired casually. Chirp, chirp, he nodded again. Can you take me to him? Shauna suddenly wished to see what that detestable boy was doing behind her back. Chirp, chirp, Jiqing called out before shaking his head. You rascal, you must be in cahoots with him. Shauna playfully poked Jiqing's little head, feigning annoyance. Howren quickly arrived at the lava lake. After several days of observation, he noted that the fire Qilin disappeared every other day. He was unsure where it had gone. Today, the fire Qilin was absent, and his task was to gather some vine-like grasses growing on the walls of the lava lake, conveniently located about 20 meters from his cave entrance. The temperature above the lava lake hovered around 2,800 degrees Celsius. Howren had tested it yesterday. His internal energy shield could last approximately 15 minutes, which was nearly sufficient. Concentrating his internal energy into his fingertips, he forcefully plunged his hand into the smooth lake wall, using it to support his body. In just 5 minutes, Howren reached the small vine-like grass, swiftly uprooting the entire plant and placing it into a backpack shielded by his internal energy. The return journey took a mere 3 minutes, but the other locations were too distant for his energy shield to sustain him. At last, he procured one plant. Releasing his internal energy shield, he sat at the cave entrance, engaging in fire source cultivation. Once his fire source energy was exhausted, he returned to his training cave. After calming his emotions, Howren retrieved the vine-like red grass from his backpack, plucking a branch and swallowing it. Moments later, a surge of warmth erupted from his abdomen, quickly absorbed by his internal organs, barely reaching his meridians. It seemed to have some effect. Realizing that the red vine plant did not contain excessive energy, he decided not to worry further. With that thought, Howren consumed the entire plant. Within half an hour, he had completely absorbed the fiery energy of the red plant, which paled in comparison to the fiery red fruit. Just as he was savoring the experience, a sudden pain gripped his stomach, intensifying rapidly. Oh no, I need to use the restroom. Clutching his belly, Howren dashed toward the cave entrance. Chapter 53. I'll accompany you in the bath after his urgent trip to the restroom. Howren returned to the cave, feeling as though he had undergone a complete transformation. His entire being felt remarkably transparent, as if he could sense the very air around him. Truly astonishing. It appeared that this red vine-like grass not only contained a substantial amount of energy but also possessed purifying properties for the body. The sensation was simply marvelous. He resolved to intensify his training and strive to unearth more red grasses. Standing within the cave, he contemplated the characteristics and techniques of the leg springing maneuver, emphasizing the importance of speed and the need for explosive power. With concentrated internal energy, he could move as swiftly as lightning, generating an overwhelming force. It was said that those who mastered this technique to a profound level could produce an effect akin to an explosion of internal energy. Howren's feet moved with unparalleled swiftness, kicking in all directions, sometimes high, sometimes low, occasionally straight, and at other times diagonal. They varied in length, sometimes short and sometimes long, soaring or abruptly changing course. Wherever his feet could reach, his shadow was present, and the flexibility of his legs was astonishing. Shauna stealthily tiptoed past Uncle Ziqiang's training cave, gradually making her way towards Howren's training cave. Having gone several days without bathing, she felt a distinct odor clinging to her body and thought of going outside for a wash, with only that foul fellow in her mind. Alas, that wretched fellow was still immersed in training. As she approached Howren's cave, Shauna heard the sounds of rapid footsteps, the rustling of clothes in the air, labored breathing, and the scattering of pebbles. Standing quietly at the cave entrance, she prepared to wait until Howren paused before entering. The sounds within grew increasingly louder, likely because he was accelerating. It was truly rare to witness such diligence from this foul fellow. Shauna remained outside the cave for a good half-hour. But he showed no signs of stopping. Did this guy not fear colliding with the cave walls? In the pitch darkness, where one could not see their own hand in front of them. It was indeed quite peculiar. Curiously, Shauna approached the cave entrance but hesitated to step inside, fearing that Howren might inadvertently strike her in the obscurity. All she could hear was the whistling wind within, and she could see nothing in the inky blackness. If she were to practice in such an environment, she feared she would collide with the walls within seconds. Truly a strange person. Shauna, why are you standing at the entrance? Howren suddenly noticed her wide-eyed silhouette, holding a miner's lamp and intently listening for something. He slowed his pace and inquired. Can you see me, Howren? Shauna quickly turned on the lamp, astonished by her own question. I sensed you, he replied with a chuckle. I didn't expect you to actually be standing at the entrance. Howren, maintaining his composure, told a white lie. Humans truly possess such an ability. Who could say for certain? You can sense me? What does that imply? Is it a connection of minds? Shauna felt an inexplicable joy rising within her. Of course, you are standing right at the entrance, Howren responded with a half-joking smile. I haven't bathed in several days, and I have this unpleasant smell, Shauna said, somewhat embarrassed, for it was indeed a difficult topic to broach. Dio, you want me to accompany you for a wash? Howren immediately interjected. Are you out of your mind? Who wants you to accompany me for a bath? Shauna retorted playfully, her face flushing a deep crimson. If not to bathe, then what is your intention? Howren asked, slightly perplexed. It is indeed to bathe, Shauna reiterated, exasperated by this dense fellow. Then you want me to accompany you for a bath? Howren teased again, implying this was her true intention. Are you out of your mind? No, I am going to bathe, Shauna exclaimed, struggling to articulate her thoughts, her face a bright red, annoyed by his apparent feigned ignorance. Understood, you will bathe, and I will accompany you. Isn't that the same as me accompanying you for a bath? Howren felt his head spinning. It was all the same in his mind, yet the back and forth was truly dizzying. Yes, I will bathe, and you will accompany me, but you are not bathing, Shauna finally clarified, feeling a wave of relief within her. Indeed, that is what I meant. Not that I will bathe with you. Howren still seemed a bit confused, questioning if that was indeed her meaning. You foul fellow, are you trying to drive me mad? Shauna was nearly mortified. This dense fellow truly had no grasp of the meaning behind I will accompany you for a bath. Nearly at her wits' end, Shauna stormed ahead, lamp in hand, truly annoyed with this insufferable fellow. Uncle Ziqiang, I am accompanying Shauna for a wash. Howren felt it necessary to inform Uncle Ziqiang as they passed his cave, offering a polite acknowledgement to Wu Ziqiang. Upon hearing this, Shauna fumed, stomping her foot and rushing towards the cave entrance. Truly a hopeless case. Shauna, slow down, Howren called after her, chasing after her. Pfft. Ha! Wu Ziqiang struggled to stifle his laughter, but ultimately succumbed, nearly bursting with mirth. This little one was indeed quite dense. He had heard their entire exchange and had been holding back laughter for quite some time. Removing the massive stone at the cave entrance, Howren swiftly emerged, instantly blending in with the surrounding flora, employing his plant communication ability to ensure no one was nearby. Shauna, you can come out now. He beckoned, inviting her to emerge from the cave. Oh, what a beautiful night, Shauna exclaimed, instantly forgetting her earlier frustrations as she stepped outside after being cooped up in the cave for 4 days. Follow me, Howren softly instructed, leading her towards the mountain spring at the foot of the hill. The shadows of the trees danced under the moonlight, creating an atmosphere of profound tranquility in the distance. The occasional roar of a beast echoed, casting a shadowy pall over the mountain range, instilling a sense of eeriness. Shauna hurried to keep pace with Howren, staying close behind him, though not worry, there are no large beasts in this area. Howren unconsciously grasped Shauna's hand, whispering reassuringly as he held her hand. An unfamiliar warmth surged within Shauna, a sense of comfort enveloping her. We've arrived. This section is a bit wider and deeper. After you finish, just call for me. I will wait over there. Howren gently released her hand, speaking softly. Oh, don't go too far, Shauna said, her eagerness evident as she spotted the clear mountain spring, feeling an urgent desire to wash after several days. Watching as Howren gradually faded from view, Shauna quickly removed her clothes and placed them on the bank before diving into the depths of the cool spring water. Leaning against a large tree, Howren utilized his source ability to connect with the surrounding plants, closely monitoring the vicinity of the spring. The refreshing energy coursed through him, entering his body where he leaned against the tree. A sensation utterly delightful. Could he possibly wield two source abilities simultaneously? Howren pondered. If successful, he could absorb 2 or even 3 different energies at once, thus accelerating his training progress. With this thought, he divided his focus to activate his gravitational source ability and, to his surprise, succeeded. The two source abilities could indeed be employed concurrently. Before long, a dense and steady energy surged from his feet, flowing into his body. Though the energies were but faint traces penetrating his being, they still exceeded the internal energy he typically derived from solitary practice. In his perception of the plants, Shauna appeared as a hazy, pale red figure, though her movements were still distinguishable from her actions. It was clear she was joyful and excited, splashing about in the water, unwittingly reminding him of the delicate form he had glimpsed one fateful night. Howren quickly shook his head, banishing the inappropriate thoughts from his mind. There was still a long road ahead. Shauna was not the girl he should be contemplating. She was a distant star, beautiful yet unattainable. Chapter 54. The Frog and the Swan. Casting aside these unrealistic thoughts, Howren immersed himself in his training when suddenly, 2 incredibly swift figures intruded upon his watch. They moved faster than the last 2 he had encountered, even surpassing the speed of both Reese and Allers. The only one faster than Allers was the revered Lu Hao. This was a dire situation. Shauna was still frolicking in the water. Realizing this, Howren swiftly activated his teleportation ability, appearing at the stream's edge. He quickly snatched Shauna's clothes and dove into the water, pulling her down to the depths. Just as they submerged, the 2 figures reached the stream's edge, one of them leaping effortlessly across the 10-meter-wide stream with a mere push from his toes. Brotherly, why the need for stealth? The figure who had caught up called out loudly from across the water. Oh, it seems Brother Lu has already recognized me. The figure at the front, who had crossed the stream, also halted, turning to face Brotherly. The 2 stood across the stream, unaware of the rippling surface beneath them. Shauna, suddenly ambushed, was taken aback and prepared to retaliate, only to find herself embraced tightly by Howren, who was signaling upwards with his hand. Beneath the radiant moonlight, 2 dark figures stood on either side of the stream, faint sounds emanating from the water's surface. They had arrived so abruptly and swiftly. It had only taken a few seconds from the moment Howren dragged her under the water. However, an intense warmth began to envelop her. As a body, she felt the heat radiating from the boy holding her tightly. Shauna dared not look at the boy who held her so closely, casting a furtive glance to find Howren staring intently at the water's surface, his face calm and focused, listening intently to the sounds emanating from the water. Devoid of any expression that could be deemed disrespectful, as Shauna gradually calmed her racing heart, 2 deep, resonant male voices reached her ears from the surface. Brother Lu, it has been 30 or 40 years since we last met. Has it not? I never imagined you would have broken through to Star Sovereign level 6. That is indeed commendable. The first dark figure chuckled, though his smile carried a hint of disappointment and melancholy. Indeed, it has been decades. Brotherly, have you remained at the peak of level 5? The second dark figure inquired, surprised. Once one reaches Star Sovereign level, the first 3 levels are relatively easy to cross. But from level 4 onwards, each level becomes increasingly difficult to surpass. It took me over 30 years to ascend from level 4 to 5, so one can only imagine the challenge of progressing a single level. The Li family is no less distinguished than the Lu family, both possessing a rich heritage spanning millennia. It is hard to articulate. I heard that the Lu family has discovered energy crystals on this planet, and I happen to be traveling in this direction. My family sent me to investigate, but I never expected to run into you, Brother Lu, today. The shadowy figure continued, straightforwardly stating his purpose for being there. 3 fire element energy crystals have been discovered, albeit they are rather small. This was found in the mining area, and as a result, the L family has suffered the loss of a second-level star venerable. It remains unclear which faction is responsible for this act, and it has been a long time since they last intervened. Just as I took charge, trouble arose. Should I uncover the identity of the perpetrator, I shall not hesitate to flay him alive, the individual behind me declared vehemently, indicating genuine anger. Since I have already received the news, Brother L, I shall not intrude any longer. We shall meet again at the Centennial Exchange Conference in 3 years. The figure in front announced before darting away without a backward glance. Observing the silhouette vanish like lightning, the person behind seemed to sigh softly before disappearing as well, leaving behind the still water surface and the cold moonlight. 2 individuals on the water were leisurely chatting, while the 2 beneath the surface were in dire straits. Shauna had long since reached her limit, her eyes rolling back as her legs began to thrash. Noticing this, Howren swiftly transferred the air from his mouth to Shauna's eye in that moment. The 2 young individuals found themselves in an awkward yet exhilarating predicament. However, this breath would not sustain them for long. Shauna desperately drew in the air from Howren's mouth, and he too was on the verge of collapse, feeling the sting of her bites on his tongue, blood mingling with the air they shared. Finally, once both had vacated the depths, Howren dared to breach the surface, holding the nearly unconscious Shauna as they gasped for fresh air. He swam them to the shore before gently placing her down. I will wait for you over there. I'll leave my clothes on the shore. Call me when you're done, he said, not daring to look back as he hurried away. What a scoundrel. Taking advantage and then fleeing, Shauna mused, having realized who L, mentioned earlier by Lee, was, the 5th-level star Venerable L Howe, an elite expert. A rarity even in her own clan. It was no wonder Howren had leapt in to assist. Otherwise, she would have indeed faced capture or worse. Reflecting on how Howren had held her bare body in his arms while she desperately clung to his mouth, an inexplicable restlessness stirred within her. She struggled to recall the sensation of her first kiss, her thoughts muddled. With no desire to wash, she quickly donned her drenched clothes, feeling the chill envelop her. All right, Shauna called out softly, realizing how uncomfortable the wet fabric felt against her skin. Here I come, Howren replied, his heart racing as if he had committed a grave misdeed. Anxious about potential reprimands, those circumstances had dictated his actions. Yet to Shauna, it felt unjust. Noticing Shauna in her oversized, drenched attire, a pang of heartache stirred within him. He quickened his pace, gently taking her hand, transferring his internal energy through their touch. Shauna was taken aback. This scoundrel had unexpectedly grasped her hand. A wave of warmth surged through her, rapidly drying her wet clothes, bringing an immense sense of comfort that brightened her spirits considerably. Thus, hand in hand, they walked silently beneath the forest's shadows, a peculiar feeling blossoming between them, unspoken yet palpable. Like seeds sprouting in fertile soil after a rain. Upon returning to the cave, Howren quietly escorted Shauna back to her quarters, wishing her good night before departing swiftly, his rational mind insisting that they could not continue down this path. As he turned to leave, a hint of melancholy flickered in his eyes, unnoticed by Shauna, who suddenly saw in this boy a captivating charm. He was like a luminous star that had emerged from her 16 years of darkness, guiding her and illuminating her life. Uncle Ziqiang was right. She must seize this opportunity to take control of her own destiny. Back in her cave, Howren immersed himself in intense training. By a stroke of fortune, he had advanced to the 9th level of star martial arts within a mere few months, primarily relying on external factors to hasten his progress. Now, he needed to utilize every moment to solidify his foundation and absorb the essence of the profound techniques imparted by his older brothers. Uncle Reese had advised him that the secret to internal energy lies in its essence rather than quantity. The most effective techniques are often the ones one is most adept with. He had seemingly mastered several applications of internal energy, perhaps enough to last him years before they could truly become his own. Shauna was the girl who had captured his heart at first glance. Yet she stood on such lofty heights, he felt like a toad in a deep well. Although the beautiful swan had fortuitously fallen into his depths, she would ultimately soar to the skies. Always just out of reach. Unless one day, this toad could transform into an eagle, soaring high and perhaps claiming dominion over the skies. The journey was still long ahead. Humanity, enhanced through genetic modifications, now averaged lifespans of 200 years. He had only just begun, and opportunities lay before him, dependent on his ability to seize them. Chapter 55. The first time a night of cultivation seemed to have smoothed over last night's turbulence, leaving no apparent reactions on the surface, yet it had planted the seeds of enduring life in the hearts of 2 young souls. In Wu Ziqiang's eyes, it felt as though something had transpired between the 2 last night. Though he found it elusive to grasp, Uncle Ziqiang, Today is Uncle Reese's return day. How is your recovery? He asked, tearing into a delicious ginseng chicken while chatting with Wu Ziqiang. I've nearly recovered. How could I not appreciate the ginseng chicken that little handsome Howren brings every day? He replied with a smile, glancing at Shauna. In just a few days, the three cohabitants had grown as familiar as family. Humans are peculiar creatures. Some forge bonds in mere days while others remain strangers after years or decades. Relationships often hinge on mutual understanding. As the saying goes, 1,000 cups of wine are few for a confidant. Yet a single phrase can be too many for a stranger. Indeed, I've gained several pounds in just a few days. All my hard work to lose weight is now in vain. I'll have to start over, Shauna lamented, casting a reproachful look at Howren as if he were the source of her troubles. Coughing, Howren nearly choked on her words, wondering who could devour ginseng chicken with more ferocity than two grown men. Only to find himself accused. Is there any justice left in this world? Ha ha ha. You're simply a little monster, Wu Ziqiang chuckled, having laughed more in these few days than in the past several decades. Why are you staring at me? If you don't want to eat, then give it to me. I'm still hungry, Shauna retorted, finishing her ginseng chicken and asserting her point with confidence. For the sake of your slender figure, I shall commence making you a separate wild mushroom soup starting tomorrow, Howren declared, feigning seriousness, only to burst into laughter immediately after. Who are you making it for, little brother? Just then, Brother Gumin entered, followed by a dozen burly men, all smiling and greeting Wu Ziqiang, instantly filling the cave with chatter and warmth. Once acquainted, the previous formality dissipated, and they teased Howren for his earlier words, leaving him blushing and unsure of where to stand. His youthful shyness on full display. Howren, you said you would take me mining today. You can't sneak away alone, Shauna suddenly exclaimed, as if fearing his refusal, her eyes glinting with mischief. What? When did I ever say that? Howren was taken aback, bewildered by her accusation. Brother Gumin, look, he.s. denying his own words. Shauna quipped, grabbing a feathered arrow. Little brother, a man must honor his word. One cannot go back on his promises, Gumin chided, having unwittingly become a pawn in Shauna's game, his expression earnest. Thus, after the dozen brothers set out, Howren took Shauna with him, bidding farewell to Uncle Ziqiang as they ventured into the mountains. Shauna trailed behind, relishing the chance to tease this scoundrel for the earlier incident. Howren, however, felt a sense of impending failure. It seemed today's plans would not come to fruition. Since she had followed him, he decided to show her around. With her 7th-level star martial arts skills, he would let her hunt a few golden beasts, allowing her to experience the cave's wonders while also providing her with some real-world practice, an opportunity she likely had not encountered before. Shauna, we may encounter some golden beasts ahead. Practice a bit. Don't panic or hesitate, he said, handing her his knife and explaining the beast's characteristics and weaknesses. All right, Shauna exclaimed, excitement coursing through her veins. She had never slain a fierce beast before. Though she had observed countless battles, after more than 2 hours, they finally spotted a golden beast in the cave ahead. The beast noticed them as well and charged forth. Shauna, the golden beast is charging. Are you ready? Howren whispered to her. I see it. I'm ready, Shauna replied, her fear replaced by exhilaration. All right, I'm moving aside with that. Howren swiftly stepped behind Shauna, allowing her to confront the rushing beast, with her hands gripping the knife. Shauna crouched slightly before launching herself forward, her blade slicing through the air as she and the beast collided. At the outset, Shauna displayed a certain unfamiliarity with the blade, nearly falling victim to the clutches of the golden beast on several occasions. Each time, Howren discreetly employed his gravity technique to momentarily suppress the ferocity of the creature, allowing Shauna to narrowly evade danger by mere inches. Gradually, she acclimatized to the beast's speed and began to unleash her inherent prowess. Before long, she reversed her initial disadvantage, executing each strike with increasing deftness and swiftness. Truly, as a descendant of the god of war lineage, she became emboldened with every encounter, her elegance and gallant demeanor shining through. With a crisp crack, after over an hour of intense combat, Shauna delivered a decisive blow that felled the golden beast. Sweaty and flushed, Shauna radiated a sense of triumph. Though fatigued, her spirits soared as she reveled in the thrill of having slain a ferocious beast through her own strength. Well done, Howren approached, his eyes brimming with admiration. For your first performance, it was commendable. Although somewhat awkward, the martial arts of the Palace family are indeed extraordinary. Your footwork, agility, and combat techniques are distinct from all I have encountered, exuding an unstoppable momentum that is both fierce and graceful. Elated, Shauna perceived genuine admiration in Howren's gaze. Far removed from any insincere flattery, this sincerity was akin to the respect she received from her family elders. To honorably serve under the illustrious Miss Shauna is indeed a privilege, and to be fortunate enough to become her lunch is an honor you should cherish, he jested as he approached the lifeless golden beast, comically offering a prayer before seizing it. Well, the hunt is complete. Mississippi, are we ready to depart? With a giggle, she was pleasantly surprised to discover this seemingly stoic individual had a humorous side. Today had proven to be one of her most joyful days. Since I am in such high spirits, consider yourself lucky. We may return now. Having accomplished their mission, Howren murmured to himself as he heard Shauna's laughter. Please mount, miss, he gestured with a flourish, adopting the demeanor of a steward from a bygone era. You carry me, she declared, leaping onto his back and wrapping her arms tightly around his neck, bursting into peals of laughter. What a self-inflicted predicament! This young lady truly knew how to take advantage of a situation. Howren thought to himself, deciding to indulge her whim to ensure her happiness. Are you secure, miss? This steed shall gallop forth. As he positioned his hand behind him, it inadvertently brushed against Shauna's soft form, sending a ripple of sensation through him. The girl atop him shivered at the touch, feeling as though his hand was a fiery brand against her, igniting a restlessness within. You naughty fellow, always touching. Utilizing his ethereal agility, Howren glided through the serene cavern like a gust of wind, allowing Shauna to experience the swiftness of a tempest and the grace of a lightning flash. Chapter 56. The two light guests in the depths of the cavern. Wu Ziqiang, stretching his limbs, suddenly sensed a whirlwind approach, and in an instant, two overlapping figures materialized before him. Uncle Ziqiang is here too, Howren remarked, veering into the cavern to find both men observing him with amusement. Surprised? Or is it unusual for me to be here? Wu Ziqiang inquired with a playful grin. Shauna is a bit fatigued. I've been carrying her, Howren replied, somewhat sheepishly, astonished to see Uncle Ziqiang here, of course. Shauna, are you too exhausted or too comfortable to dismount? Wu Ziqiang asked jovially. Absolutely comfortable. It's smoother than a spaceship ride. If you don't believe me, let Howren carry me again, Shauna gushed, lost in her delight. Oblivious to Howren's bashful demeanor. That is your designated seat. Uncle, shouldn't he take it? He chuckled, delivering a light-hearted jest. You're at it again, Uncle, Shauna teased, her cheeks flushed with joy, her expression adorably coy. The day passed swiftly amidst their banter. Finding joy in hardship, a lifestyle that Shauna cherished, tonight marked her rendezvous with Uncle Reese. Howren had dined early and spent over an hour training in the flame cave, only returning to the ancient tree when his source energy was depleted. This time, he did not train atop the tree, as that would yield no earthly energy. Instead, he sat against it, employing both plant and gravity source abilities, feeling the cool and dense energies flow into him from behind. He had previously inquired with Brother Chenjin whether it was possible to absorb external energy to enhance one's internal capacity, to which the answer was uncertain. However, he had indeed been able to absorb external energies, 3 distinct types, each feeling unique. The energy drawn from plants was soothing and tranquil, that from flames was searing and explosive, while the energy from the earth was heavy and stable. Additionally, through orbs, red fruits, and crimson vines, he could absorb various energies, rendering his practice distinct and unparalleled compared to Brother Chenjin and others who relied solely on self-cultivation. This internal energy cultivation method learned from dreams was extraordinary and unique, and he resolved to remain cautious, ensuring no one else discovered it, and to maintain a low profile. Even more astonishing was the presence of a mythical tower within him, akin to the Tower of Kingly from Legends, with vast space to store items, truly bizarre. Even more outrageous was his ability to absorb other source abilities, all of which transcended current scientific understanding. Through his connection with plants, he monitored the area where he was to meet Uncle Reese. Feeling a sense of urgency as midnight approached, just as he anticipated, a figure shot forth from the designated meeting spot, landing swiftly and disappearing into the shadows of the trees. It must be Uncle Reese, Howren thought, vanishing like lightning beneath the trees, and shortly thereafter, two figures stealthily entered the mine. "Uncle Reese has returned," Howard exclaimed as he entered the cavern, the space instantly illuminated. "Greetings, Major. Lieutenant Wu Ziqiang reporting. I failed to complete the mission. Please mete out punishment." Wu Ziqiang stood at attention, executing a perfect military salute. "Family should not stand on ceremony outside. Please, sit." Reese, taken aback yet pleasantly surprised to see that Chen Jin and the others had indeed rescued Wu Ziqiang, gestured for him to relax. "Miss Shauna, it's a pleasure to meet you." Shauna hurried over to bow, confident that following Howard's lead would not lead her astray. "Shauna? The genius of the Palace family?" Reese inquired, intrigued that it is rather peculiar for the talented young lady of the Palace family to venture away from home and mysteriously disappear for over a year. The family issued a simple interstellar announcement, requesting that no harm befall Shauna and urging her to return upon seeing it. Oh, think, this prodigious girl from the Palace family had inadvertently been captured by the Blue Skull Star pirate group was indeed surprising. "You flatter me, Uncle Reese. Compared to this scoundrel, I am but a fool," Shauna humbly replied, feeling somewhat diminished by Howard. Reese smiled slightly, casting a glance at Howard and noticing his transformation in just half a month. "You've reached the 9th level of star martial arts. It is only at this level that one can truly be considered a master. Howard is a prodigy. None can compare," Reese remarked with genuine admiration, recognizing him as a genius among geniuses. "Shauna, is this little sprite on your palm your pet?" Reese inquired, astonished by the sight before him. A 16-year-old 9th-level master, a being that seemed to rival a star beast, yet appeared so diminutive that, "Oh, you mean Windstorm? He is Howard's friend, and of course, mine as well," Shauna replied, lifting Windstorm to her face for a gentle rub. "Chirp, chirp, chirp," the tiny white creature vocalized, nodding in response. It seemed that even if it were not a star beast, it could not be too far from one, Reese mused, casting another glance at the composed Howard. A formidable combination of prodigy and potential star beast. "Little brother, may I ask you something? If it is inappropriate, feel free to decline." Reese suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. The term little brother caught both Wu Ziqiang and Shauna by surprise. A major referring to someone as little brother carried significant weight, elevating Howard's stature in their eyes. Shauna, having been astonished since her first sight of Reese and witnessing Wu Ziqiang's salute, understood that a high-ranking military figure, such as a major, would not casually refer to an ordinary person as little brother. It was astonishing that such an eminent military figure would regard this scoundrel with such respect. "Oh, Uncle Reese, feel free to ask." Howard's heart raced. He hoped the inquiry would not pertain to his internal energy cultivation, as he could not afford to reveal that, among your group, who is the light guest capable of cracking the central light brain of the base. Reese's face remained impassive, betraying no emotions or intentions. It was understood that one who could dismantle the light web set by the L family and successfully control it would undoubtedly be a superlight guest, someone whose departure would attract the interest of all major factions. Howard was taken aback by the unexpected nature of the inquiry, feeling cold sweat trickle down his back. "Is it difficult to answer?" Reese noted Howard's uneasy expression, realizing the gravity of the matter at hand. "Not that it is difficult to answer, Uncle Reese. It is simply that it is not a matter at all," Howard replied, his expression revealing the truth. Shauna perceived the situation, understanding that it was indeed not a matter worth discussing, as everyone was already aware. "How so?" Reese queried, puzzled by Howard's response that it was not a matter at all, which seemed perplexingly difficult to articulate. "The foul fellow is indeed the one you are looking for," chuckled Shauna as she pointed at Howard while speaking to Reese. "Little brother, is it you?" Reese could hardly believe his eyes. This younger brother was anything but ordinary. He was extraordinary. Without a formidable expert stationed at the base, it would be quite easy to break through. "If I don't, Shauna will surely manage it in the coming days," Howard stated with an air of tranquility. "Shauna is also a light guest." Reese was taken aback, utterly astonished by the unexpected revelation of not one, but two light guests. Compared to that foul fellow, Shauna was but a novice. However, she remained remarkably humble, for there is always a higher peak to scale. She simply had not encountered one until now. Chapter 57. Separation for reunion. This simplifies matters considerably. Howard's background is known to me. I shall arrange for his identity to be secured, and in the future, I can call upon him as needed. Reese mused, his mind beginning to race. Such a rootless talent must be utilized by the military, and as for Shauna, she is beyond my reach for now, but judging by the way the girl speaks. Her relationship with this little brother is quite special. Perhaps I should discreetly inquire further. Little brother, you sure know how to keep your secrets, even from your elder brother. Reese laughed heartily while calculating the implications of this younger sibling before him. Do not blame me. Uncle Reese has never inquired about me, Howard replied with a sheepish grin. It is not as if I could introduce myself as a light guest to everyone, especially when I am uncertain whether my abilities even qualify as such. It is my elder brother's fault, haha. Regarding your matters, I have already consulted my superiors. Including Shauna, there are a total of 17 individuals to be divided into 3 groups, with 8 individuals in each group for extraction. After all, this is the territory of the Liu family. We cannot be too ostentatious. Reese finally addressed the topic of concern for Howard. Uncle Reese, how long will there be between each group? Howard inquired, hoping to clarify the situation for reporting back to the captain and the others. About a month or so. The first group of 8 will arrive at our spacecraft tomorrow night and will depart the following morning. The second group 1T be able to leave until a month later, Reese explained at a leisurely pace. Uncle Reese, are we not searching for the energy crystals? Howard suddenly asked, realizing that under their current plan, finding the crystals would be impossible. If we can find them, that would be ideal, but my mission is already complete. My only task is to extract all of you. As for everything here, it will be concluded. Reese had nothing to hide, for they were all essentially part of his inner circle. Uncle Reese leaving with Uncle Ziqiang today? Howard asked, concerned for Shauna's safety in this place. Yes, Reese replied succinctly, embodying the soldier's straightforward demeanor, devoid of unnecessary embellishment. Will it be possible to take Shauna with us today? Howard directly requested, not mincing his words. Certainly. We initially planned to take you along, but you will have to wait until tomorrow for your extraction. The craft will arrive at 2 a.m., which is just an hour away. Prepare yourselves, I still have matters to discuss with Ziqiang. After a glance at Howard, he discerned no visible reaction. Shauna, please go to your cave and prepare. I will join you shortly. With that, Howard ventured into the inner cave. The situation had unfolded too abruptly. He had hoped to unearth another red vine in due time, but now he would have to make do with the purple resin. Shauna, bewildered, was unsure what she needed to prepare. Ultimately, she felt a sudden turmoil within her, not expecting the impending separation to arrive so swiftly. Upon returning to her sleeping cave, Shauna found herself at a loss. Sitting there in a daze, Shauna, are you ready? Howard soon arrived at her cave. What is there to prepare? Shauna felt a pang of sadness. Shauna, I have a favor to ask of you, Howard suddenly said, revealing that he would not be departing with the first group, as there were still matters that tethered him here. As long as I am able to assist, I am curious about what this foul fellow requires. Please help me take some items with you, and then exchange them for credit points, transferring those points to my father's account. Aside from you, no one else should be aware of the origins of these credit points. I am surely reported dead on Yinhuang's star, my identity erased. Even if I manage to escape, I will have to procure a new identity and will not reappear in my parents' lives. I trust you understand the implications. Howard explained in one breath. I asked this all. You want to be joining us then? Shauna felt it was an overreaction, insignificant in the grand scheme of things. I might leave with the last group. There are still some things to attend to. Trust me, there is no danger, Howard reassured her. Knowing well her worries, he appreciated her concern, but his plans would remain unchanged. The boy before her revealed his capability and charm in moments of gravity, qualities that no other boy she had encountered possessed. These are 16 pieces of high-purity rare metals, obtained from slaying the mutated golden armored beast. With these, you can exchange them at the Adventurer's Guild for approximately 1 million credit points and around 100,000 adventurer points. Of course, you are well aware of the utility of adventurer points. You are just enough to register as an interstellar adventurer. The points are yours, Howard concluded as he handed the 16 pieces of metal to Shauna. Do not embezzle the credit points I earned at the cost of my life. Once I am out, I may seek your aid, so do not turn your back on me, Howard jested with a smile. Though a hint of sorrow lingered in his eyes, which Shauna, sensitive as she was, could not help but notice. There certainly must be more than just a handful of points as your reward for my assistance. Shauna joked, attempting to lighten the mood, avoiding the weight of impending separation. And of course, I have prepared a reward, Howard remarked, producing an item from his pocket. A small leaf, radiating a mysterious violet glow, appeared in Shauna's palm. Unmistakably extraordinary. Consume it now and do not mention it to anyone. During this time, you must intensify your training, and you will experience unexpected surprises. I have used 3 out of 5 of these leaves. And while it pains me, they are ultimately material possessions, he advised. Eat it? Shauna was taken aback, the leaf shimmering with an alluring violet hue, initially mistaking it for a remarkable keepsake rather than something edible. Yes, consume it. Trust me, Howren urged, his demeanor serious. This is a naturally occurring spirit item. I have not tasted it myself, but it has revived 3 individuals. Uncle Reese has even managed to break through to Star Sovereign Level 2. Attesting to its remarkable efficacy, I wonder if the other 2 will experience surprises from their training. Shauna placed the violet leaf into her mouth, chewed once, and swallowed, but felt no immediate sensation. All right, remember to train whenever you have the time. Howren reassured, relieved to see her consume it, knowing that such an item must remain concealed. Subsequently, Howren shared his parents' names, his younger brother's name, their federal identity holographic number, address, and other pertinent information with Shauna, ensuring she had noted everything down. In return, Shauna provided her own holographic number. The Galactic Federation holographic number serves as everyone's communication number, identity number, bank account number, spacecraft pilot number, and more, urging Howren to memorize it diligently and reminding him to seek her out once he escapes. Howren, it's time for us to depart. Shauna, are you ready? Reese's voice echoed from outside the cave. Uncle Reese, is it already 2 a.m.? Howren, accompanying Shauna, scratched his head in disbelief. Indeed, there is no need for farewells. We will meet again soon. You need not see us off, Reese replied with a smile. Uncle Zichong, Shauna, take care. Goodbye as he escorted the trio to the cave entrance, watching the 3 departing figures and the occasional glance back from Shauna. A sudden feeling of solitude surged within him. Without the bittersweet pangs of parting, there would be no joyous reunions. Separation is merely a prelude to the next encounter, for emotions require the test of time and space to blossom into resplendent flowers. Once the 3 were gone, Howren sealed the cave entrance and quietly slipped away to the ancient tree where he usually trained, practicing for 3 to 4 hours before returning to the cave. Now, every action required utmost caution, as the number of mysterious figures was increasing by nightfall. Howren maintained a rigorous training routine, never faltering, gradually building confidence while becoming more composed and reflective. Otherwise, he would not have only brought back a handful of high-purity rare metals for Shauna. Nearly 1 million credit points would be a substantial fortune for their family. And he believed that once his parents received this windfall, they would no longer need to toil for a living. Chapter 58. Alone, Howren recounted Reese's instructions from the previous night in detail to Chen Jian. With 15 individuals in Asen's group, they would decide on the 7 members for the first batch. The atmosphere in the cave turned somewhat somber. Escaping this place had always been everyone's dream. And they all understood that the sooner they departed, the safer they would be. Asen, what do you think of this arrangement? The first batch will consist of the 7 members from my group. Excluding myself, that I will remain behind to leave with the last group. Chun Jin sought Asen's opinion, having spent nearly a month together, where they had forged bonds akin to brotherhood. Sounds good. Let's proceed this way. As for who will leave in the final batch, we can decide that later. It is still too early to make such determinations, Asen acknowledged, understanding that he could not voice any dissent. Captain, it is most suitable for me to remain. I have saved Uncle Reese. It is not that we distrust him, but this arrangement would ensure he fulfills his promise. Moreover, with my current abilities, I can survive here. Howren recognized the concerns of his companions. If he were to leave first and Reese did not uphold his commitment, there would be no consequences for him. Glancing around, Howren sensed a palpable lightness among his comrades, confirming that he had made the right choice. Everyone is like brothers, sharing the same thoughts and feelings. Here, in front of all my brothers, I wish to express what is in my heart, which is what I most desire to convey at this moment. If I could leave this place, Howren would be like a blood brother to me, Asen. At this moment, Asen is filled with excitement, as the younger brother dispels the doubts in everyone's minds, placing himself in danger for the sake of all so that we may escape. That is what true brotherhood is. In an instant, emotions surged, fueled by the younger brother's noble cause, the bond of brotherhood, the desire to flee from peril, and the hope for a broader future. Younger brother. Will you return to Yinhuang number 8 star after you leave? Knowing that you will be among the last to depart, separated from us by perhaps 2 or 3 months, we will then be able to seek you out. My identity has surely been deactivated, and returning like this would likely endanger my family. I will start anew under a different identity. As for where that will be, I shall decide after I leave. I have not yet made up my mind, Howard contemplated, certain that he would not return home, but he had no concrete plans for where to go. He could only take it one step at a time. I have noted down the pertinent information of all you esteemed brothers, and I will contact you once I am outside. After all, apart from you, I know no one else, and I will need your assistance. Howard smiled. This was the truth in his heart. He already harbored a thought, but chose not to elaborate. That evening, Reese arrived as scheduled, respecting Howard's decision, and took away Chun-Jin and the 7 others who had removed their star marshal rings. They also agreed upon the time and place for Reese's next visit to pick up more people. The disappearance of Chun-Jin and the others shocked the base, prompting an increase in surveillance on the mining personnel. It was not until half a month later that the restrictions began to ease. Just as the controls were relaxed, Asen's group vanished without a trace once more, leaving those in charge helpless. Last night, Uncle Reese discreetly sent someone to take Asen's group of 8 away. The once bustling mine now stood empty, leaving Howard alone. 5 months had passed since he was abducted, and it had been a month since Shauna had departed. He wondered if she had returned to her family. In the year 4016 of the Galactic Era, in June, Shauna, the granddaughter of Hausen, the contemporary head of the Palace family, one of the 9 great families that had been missing for over a year, returned. The Palace family immediately issued an interstellar announcement, condemning the Blue Skull Space Pirate Group for abducting and detaining Shauna for an entire year, demanding the release of 68 women held captive on a secret planet by the Blue Skull Space Pirate Group, along with detailed information about these women, and publishing a list of over 800 adventurers who had been secretly captured and forced into mining by the Blue Skull Space Pirate Group. Naturally, Howard was not among the adventurers. In a moment, the Blue Skull Space Pirate Group became the most infamous and reviled pirate organization among the Federation, prompting the Galactic Federation, under pressure, to include the Blue Skull Space Pirate Group on the first list of targets for suppression, and to demand their release or the normal redemption of the detained individuals through an interstellar announcement. Houghton City, located in the 3rd Ring District of Yanhuang No. 8 Star, is a residential area established by the Li family for the first batch of builders on this planet. Howard's home lies within this district. C. 15-08 B. 20-08 is Hao Gang's residence. 5 months ago, Howard's eldest son, after finishing his classes at the junior academy, was returning home on a hover vehicle when it exploded, resulting in his immediate demise. Hao Gang and his wife were utterly heartbroken, taking 2 months off to grieve at home. They brought their second son, Hao Jie, who had been staying with his grandparents, to live with them. Unexpectedly, his wife became pregnant again. After discussion, they decided to keep the baby. Today is Saturday, and since his wife needed care, Hao Gang returned home from the construction site yesterday. The 3 of them slowly began to heal from their sorrow. Being Saturday, they all slept in a bit longer, and after breakfast, they stayed home watching television. At that moment, Hao Gang's light brain notified him of a new message. Hao Jie, could you check what the message is for me? Hao Nan, not wanting to get up, asked his son, assuming it was just another boring advertisement. The 10-year-old Hao Jie, being quite sensible, quickly dashed into his father's room, took out the wrist-mounted light brain, and upon checking, exclaimed, "Dad, it's a notification from the Interstellar Bank about a change in credit points. It says today, 100,000. Oh, wait, 1 million credit points have been deposited." "What? How much?" Hao Gang, thinking he had misheard, asked again. "The Interstellar Bank credit point account has received 1 million credit points today." Hao Jie reiterated, "Jie, bring it to me. Let me see if you've miscounted the zeros." Hao Gang felt it was impossible. His son Howard's 20,000 in compensation had already been received, so it was unlikely there would be such a large influx of credit points. "Monty, it's true." When Hao Jie handed the light brain to him, Hao Gang examined it closely, and indeed, there was 1 million credit points deposited. "Let's video call the bank and find out who made the mistake. Someone might be in a hurry," Monty suggested. "This is a significant sum. It must be a transfer error." "All right, I'll make the call," Hao Gang said, and he activated the video screen to connect with the Interstellar Bank. The bank confirmed that the large amount of credit points had been transferred to this account without error, and the source was legitimate, although they could not identify who made the transfer, reassuring him to use it freely. The bank's words filled the couple with immense joy. Could it be that their son from the afterlife had sent this to them? The colossal surprise had yet to fade when, on Sunday, another 1 million credit points arrived. After checking through the video call, it turned out to be from an interstellar adventurer named Chen Jin, with no accompanying message. Within a month of returning home, Shauna advanced from Star Marshal Level 7 to the brink of Level 9, once again becoming a shining star of the palace family. Everyone who knew her was astonished by her transformation. She had become even more beautiful and radiant, shedding her previous arrogance and spoiled demeanor. Her training had become incredibly disciplined, diligent, and earnest, establishing her as a leader among the younger generation. "Father, you called for me?" Roger gently entered his father's study, approaching his side and softly speaking. "Yes, I wanted to ask about Shauna's situation." "What can you tell me?" Howson raised his head, observing his second son, who was steady yet lacking in ambition. However, he had given birth to a wonderful daughter. Aside from her training, she had visited the Adventurers Guild, registered as an interstellar adventurer, and exchanged the rare metal she had acquired for 1 million credit points and 100,000 points. However, that 1 million credit points had been transferred out without a trace, and she had frequently contacted a military major and several high-ranking interstellar adventurers, Roger reported cautiously. His daughter had indeed changed dramatically. Displaying remarkable maturity, do not pursue the trace of the transferred credit points. It is not necessary. Send her to the Intermediate Star Marshal Academy without sending anyone for protection.as for her connections with the military and high-ranking adventurers. That is natural. After a year away, she should have made some friends. Conduct a discreet investigation into these individual circumstances without alarming anyone. "You may go," the wise elder stated, acknowledging that the granddaughter's fate was now unpredictable. This ordeal was merely a turning point in her destiny. Everything should be allowed to progress naturally without force. Chapter 59. The red crystal from the day Shauna departed until Asen and the others evacuated nearly 2 months later. Howren dedicated the vast majority of his days to cultivating in the flame cave, utilizing the fiery source ability to absorb scorching energy to temper his body, effectively enhancing his thermal resistance. Now, Howren could withstand temperatures nearing 3,000 degrees simply by circulating his inner energy throughout his body. Taking advantage of the fire unicorn's intermittent disappearances every 2 days, he harvested over 30 red vine plants from the magma lake wall. Aside from consuming a few of those he had collected earlier, the rest were sent into the Black Tower space for cultivation, reserved for future use. Since Shauna's departure, the swift wind had remained by Howren's side for the most part, only disappearing for an hour or two at fixed times each day. An intriguing phenomenon was that whenever the fire unicorn was present, it would keep its distance, as if it were afraid of the creature. During these 2 months, Howren's inner energy grew rapidly, with most of it absorbed by his body, leading to a significant increase in his physical strength, though he could no longer gauge the exact extent. Except for the slow growth of his teleportation source ability, the other 3 source abilities advanced by leaps and bounds. His plant communication source ability had reached a level where he could perceive various external phenomena through the plant's perspective, albeit not with the high clarity of a screen, yet it was still quite remarkable. His gravity source ability had surpassed 5 times normal gravity, while the fire source ability could instantly melt a few kilograms of ore, resulting in a daily increase of around 10 small pieces of high-purity rare metals. He estimated that there should now be nearly 900 pieces in the Black Tower space, although he had not counted them meticulously. The slowly growing teleportation source ability had only expanded to a range of about 15 meters, usable around 10 times daily in the first 10 days or so. Howren infiltrated the base again, stealing his personal light brain and Uncle Ziqiang's military light brain, along with a laser sword. Transfer all the useful light insects from your luminous brain to the military-grade optical brain you have successfully deciphered, and erase all the data pertaining to Uncle Ziqiang. After all, he will easily reapply for everything once he returns. This will henceforth be your exclusive optical brain. The military personal optical brain is nearly 100 times more advanced than a standard civilian model, boasting formidable capabilities, including an integrated recharging electromagnetic particle weapon, currently the most cutting-edge personal armament. Just a few days after Asen and the others departed, this mine was discovered by other miners in no time. They flocked to the site, forcing Howren to retreat to another exit. Fortunately, this exit conveniently lay within the territory of the crack-toothed beasts. The journey through the tunnels to reach this alternative exit required enduring temperatures exceeding 100 degrees. Thus no miner had yet managed to traverse that path, allowing Howren to occupy the mine's other exit alone. The only significant inconvenience was acquiring water, necessitating a lengthy detour. However, with the large water pouch in hand, it was not too frequent an endeavor, and 2 days, the time agreed upon with Uncle Reese, would arrive, yet Howren still had not devised a method to extract the crystals from the magma lake. The vertical distance from the mouth of the flame cave to the surface of the magma lake was nearly 30 meters, which posed no challenge for Howren now, but the temperature of the magma surface and the impossibility of standing on it constituted the greatest obstacles. Today marked the day the fire Cheelin vanished. After exhausting his flame source abilities, Howren concluded his training and rose to gaze at the magma lake. How could he procure a crystal from the lake? He pondered, scratching his head and murmuring to himself. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The swift wind called out a few times, pointing towards the magma lake with its tiny paw. Swift wind, are you curious about the crystal I mentioned? Howren asked with a smile, having come to regard Swift Wind as akin to a human companion. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Swift Wind nodded, chattering excitedly. All right, I will show you, Howren responded. Recently, he had inadvertently concentrated some internal energy into his eyes, significantly enhancing his vision. Focusing a trickle of internal energy into his eyes while staring at the magma lake, he discovered that the red crystals were not visible at all times. They were exceedingly rare. He supported Swift Wind in his palm and remained vigilant for what felt like half an hour. Swift Wind, look, right there, the red material reflecting the light. Finally, he spotted a crystal rolling up with the magma. Pointing it out, before his words faded, Swift Wind had already darted out, moving like lightning in the blink of an eye. A white figure soared over the magma, only to return instantly to Howren's palm. A small, fiery red crystal, roughly the size of a pinky finger, was dropped into Howren's hand. A wave of heat surged into his palm. Ouch, that's hot, Howren exclaimed, shaking his hand and letting the fiery crystal tumble onto the stone floor. To his shock, he noticed a slight burn on his palm, accompanied by a stinging pain. Swift Wind, you did wonderfully, Howren exclaimed joyfully, leaping with excitement. He had not anticipated obtaining a crystal so easily. After a moment, he retrieved the red crystal from the ground. Although it still bore warmth, it no longer posed any danger to his hand. He carefully examined it, uncertain if it was indeed an energy crystal. But anything that could exist within the magma was surely not ordinary. How wonderful it would be to test it. Suddenly, it dawned on him that his military personal optical brain could scan energy entities. He recalled having scanned himself not long ago, revealing his status as a level 9 intermediate in Star Martial Arts, a distinction of military grade. He quickly activated the energy scanning function on his optical screen, which indicated that the energy of the red crystal exceeded the maximum scanning capacity, rendering it unmeasurable. Indeed, it was an energy crystal. How splendid, Howren exclaimed, clenching the crystal tightly in his hand, overwhelmed with excitement. Utilizing his military optical brain's energy scanning capabilities, he spent the entire day in relentless pursuit, discovering 2 more crystals, with the help of Swift Wind. Of course, to acquire 3 crystals in a single day was utterly unimaginable. Unfortunately, he would be leaving tomorrow night, and for the next 2 days, the fire Cheelin would remain at the magma lake. Without Swift Wind's assistance, it would be impossible to obtain any more red energy crystals. With a tinge of regret yet boundless exhilaration, Howren departed from the flame cave. Sitting cross-legged at the entrance, cradling Swift Wind in his hands, he gazed up at the starry night sky. Tomorrow night, he would leave this place that had transformed him, and a surge of inexplicable emotion welled within him. Swift Wind, I will be departing this planet tomorrow. Will you come with me, or will you remain here? He spoke gently, tinged with a hint of sadness. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Swift Wind seemed to communicate something, and after a few chirps, it darted away like a flash, vanishing into the woods. Swift Wind belonged to the forest. This was its home. It seemed he had been overly ambitious. Though a wave of melancholy washed over him, he still wished for Swift Wind to live joyfully. Humans have their lives, and beasts have their paths. Each form of life possesses its unique way of existence and habits. Gazing at the night sky, he thought of his father, mother, and younger brother, who must have drifted into dreams by now, along with his loving grandparents. He wondered how many tears they had shed for him, how much sorrow they felt. Looking at the stars above, he silently contemplated his thoughts. Who says youth lacks homesickness? How should he navigate the path ahead? Should he lead a life of quiet simplicity, or should he seize the opportunities bestowed upon him by the heavens to bravely forge ahead, enriching his life with vibrancy and passion? Dazed, he sat at the cave's entrance, allowing the starlight and moonlight to wash over him. The events of his life since he could remember played out in his mind like a film. As dawn approached, Howren unexpectedly fell into a deep sleep, perhaps the first restful slumber he had experienced since arriving on this desolate planet. When sunlight bathed him, the songs of birds in the forest roused him from his slumber. Upon opening his eyes, he felt an unprecedented sense of lightness, clarity, and tranquility. A new day had dawned, and from this moment on, he would face any challenges with courage, filling his life with passion and vibrancy. Chapter 60. The Crystal Seal. After breakfast, realizing today might be his last here, he decided to gather some scarce items from the city. The only valuable thing he knew of was the mature ginseng, which he had consumed quite a bit of over the past few months. Throughout the morning, he unearthed over 100 stalks and stored them in the Black Tower space, along with some unfamiliar herbs and flowers. The afternoon was spent in training, but Swift Wind did not appear the entire day, leaving Howren feeling somewhat disoriented, as if something essential was missing. After dinner, Howren tidied up, though there was little to organize. He wore his military optical brain on his wrist, tucked his laser sword into his pocket, hung the water pouch at his waist, and left everything else in the cave, as those were items he could not carry. Just as he was about to leap from the cave entrance, a white figure shot in from outside. "Swift Wind, you've come!" Howren exclaimed joyfully, relieved that his companion had arrived to see him off. Without it, he would have felt quite sorrowful. "Chirp, chirp, chirp," Swift Wind called out, pointing towards the cave's mouth before darting out quickly. Without a second thought, Howren followed. This time, Swift Wind did not vanish instantly but moved leisurely from one tree to another, as if guiding Howren to a specific location. After traversing several mountains and crossing multiple streams for an hour, they arrived beneath a steep cliff. Swift Wind led the way up the cliff. "How high it is," Howren thought, observing the outward-leaning cliff. Looking at Swift Wind, who chirped encouragingly, he couldn't help but smile wryly. "How on earth will I climb this?" Following Swift Wind, he ascended nearly 3,000 meters before reaching an entrance large enough to squeeze into. Could this be Swift Wind's home? The entrance was obscured by numerous vines, and Swift Wind had already disappeared into the dark opening. Shortly after, he heard Swift Wind's chirping from within, urging him to enter. Gritting his teeth, Howren crawled inside, only to discover that after just 5 or 6 meters, he emerged into a chamber approximately 15 to 16 square meters in size and 3 meters high. Slowly standing up, he took in the entire cave. Where did Swift Wind go? He wondered, suddenly realizing his companion had vanished. He noticed a fist-sized hole in the left wall of the cave. "Swift Wind," Howren called out, guessing that the little creature had crawled into that small opening. After surveying the surroundings, he found the cave to be quite dry, with nothing inside except a pile of unknown fruit pits in the right corner, which seemed particularly out of place. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Sure enough, Swift Wind's head peeked out from the small hole, its tiny paws cradling several sparkling crystals. "Are those for me?" Howren gasped in surprise. Upon closer inspection, he saw 3 crystals. 1 yellow, 1 red, and 1 blue. 3 more energy crystals. Swift Wind chirped a few times, shaking its little head, and extended its paws toward Howren, offering the crystals. "Swift Wind, if you come with me, I'll keep these crystals safe for you." In an instant, Howren understood Swift Wind's intention and felt a surge of joy. He truly cherished this little creature. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Swift Wind nodded happily. After Howren accepted the 3 crystals, Swift Wind returned to the cave. Could there be more? Howren mused aloud. Before his words could fade, Swift Wind emerged once again, this time presenting 3 yellow crystals. In no time at all, it had produced a total of 26 crystals, 18 red, 4 yellow, and 4 blue. While scientists across the Federation toiled tirelessly to find energy crystals, this little creature had managed to acquire 26. A truly enviable and maddening feat. 26 crystals were collected by Howren over 13 instances within the confines of the Black Tower space. In the final 5 or 6 attempts, he experienced overwhelming dizziness and headaches. After resting for a while, he prepared to return with Jifeng. Ji, Jifeng chirped while pointing at a pile of fruit pits in the corner of the cave. Surely you can't expect me to take that pile of fruit pits as well? Howren exclaimed in shock, fearing for his life. If he collected everything, he might be left with only half of it. Jifeng swiftly darted towards the pile, causing the fruit pits to scatter, revealing a fist-sized square crystal seal where the pits had been. Jifeng pointed at the seal and then at Howren. Oh, so there's a treasure hidden among those fruit pits. I must commend you. Is this a gift for me, or am I to safeguard it for you? Howren chuckled, stepping forward to grasp the crystal seal. Jifeng called out a few times, then nodded affirmatively at Howren. Is it truly a gift for me? The seal was exquisitely crafted, adorned with intricate, arcane patterns, exuding an ancient charm that resonated deeply. Jifeng climbed onto Howren's arm, nodded after a few more chirps. Howren, enduring intense pain, stored the crystal seal in the Black Tower space and rested for over an hour to recover. It seemed prudent to avoid taking it out unless absolutely necessary. The pain was unbearable, and he had wisely refrained from storing the laser sword. With Jifeng by his side, Howren returned to the ancient tree where he usually practiced. Leaning against it, he settled down to enter a meditative state, employing two types of source abilities. Firstly, to utilize his waiting time efficiently, and secondly, to alleviate the dizziness and headaches caused by the Black Tower. Moreover, this state allowed him to monitor anything entering his vicinity continuously. Curiously, Uncle Reese, who was supposed to appear at midnight, did not show up. Had something unfortunate occurred? Otherwise, he would certainly have come to fetch him. Suppressing his anxious thoughts, Howren waited until dawn, yet Reese was still absent. Clinging to the hope that Reese was merely delayed by some matter, Howren continued to wait for 3 more days, but still, no one arrived to collect him. During this time, a few individuals passed through his surveillance zone, but none were Reese. Surely, some mishap had transpired. He hoped Reese was safe. Given that Reese had encountered an unforeseen incident and might arrive late, Howren decided to wait 2 more months. If no one came by then, he would have to devise his own means of departure. His fate must lie in his own hands. While fully immersing himself in his training, he also utilized his light brain to scan the Yinjiang Lake every 2 days. It seemed as though his fortune had run dry. In 2 months, he had only acquired 7 crystals, yet among them were 2 yellow ones. Now, he possessed 8 red crystals and 2 yellow ones, combined with Jifeng's 26, totaling 36 crystals. Over the span of 2 months, aside from the necessities of life, he dedicated all his time to training. He had mastered all 30 forms of the explosive fist taught by Brother Yuli's. Especially the last 5 forms, each more powerful than the last, capable of shattering rocks and trees as if they were mere toys. His skills in the spring leg, whip leg, and splitting tendon hand had also become remarkably proficient. Regrettably, he could find no one to practice against and had to abandon that endeavor. The ghostly movement technique was also fully mastered. Even in daylight, when applied with full force, he could only see a faint shadow. At night, it was utterly imperceptible, truly deserving of its name. The most surprising development for Howren was the 4th layer of the ethereal movement technique. During training, it felt particularly awkward, and its effectiveness paled in comparison to the first 3 layers. Clearly, a harmonious technique was essential. One day, while playfully chasing Jifeng, he inadvertently executed the 4th layer's steps and found himself soaring into the air. After countless reflections and attempts, he discovered that the 4th layer required internal energy to circulate through his legs and feet's meridians to achieve levitation, albeit at a great energy cost. After waiting for 2 months without any sign of Uncle Reese, Howren concluded he must take matters into his own hands. With the 4th layer of movement mastered, he resolved to take the nameless little tree bearing several unripe fruits with him before departing. To leave this planet, he would have to traverse from the southern hemisphere to the northern hemisphere. Only by reaching the northern hemisphere would he have a chance to blend in with the interstellar ships departing from the second barren star. Fortunately, Uncle Ziqiang's military light brain contained comprehensive geographical information about this planet. The water area of the second barren star was less than a quarter of the entire planet, with vast land mostly covered by primitive forests. Before humanity arrived, it was a world ruled by ferocious beasts. This mining base was located in the northern hemisphere of the planet, near the equator, with the nearest developing city over 13,000 kilometers away. At his pace, it would take at least 3 to 4 months, potentially longer if he encountered delays. Before leaving, Howren planned to accomplish 2 tasks. Firstly, to harvest over 100 red vines from the walls of Yinjiang Lake, and secondly, to stealthily dig up the nameless little tree bearing a few unripe fruits while the fire Qianlin was absent. Both tasks were completed successfully within a day. As the sun set, Haoran, accompanied by Jifeng, floated away under the cover of darkness. The following morning, when the mining workers flocked to the site, they discovered the entrance to the mine spewing forth red lava, engulfing the entire cave. Believing a volcanic eruption was imminent, the workers at Mining Sector 3 panicked, and none dared to return. Haoran, guided by his light brain, made his way northward, traversing mountains and rivers. During the day, he employed a triple gravity technique while utilizing the ethereal movement to hasten his journey. With Jifeng by his side, few beasts dared to challenge them. Jifeng had developed a penchant for ginseng and wild chickens. Wherever they went, anything resembling a mature ginseng was swiftly detected by its keen sense of smell and promptly added to Haoran's black tower. Any unknown flowers and herbs that Jifeng pointed out were also collected by Haoran, alongside the valuable herbs he recognized, all of which were harvested and planted in his space. 18 night, he practiced two types of source abilities, dedicating time to the flame and teleportation abilities, only ceasing when both were exhausted. Enduring the elements, he encountered numerous bizarre beasts along the way, successfully defeating many that dared to provoke him. After enduring countless hardships and spending over 5 months, he finally reached the city currently under construction, which he temporarily named Hawa. Over the course of 5 months traversing the equator from the southern hemisphere alone, he had cultivated his skills and matured significantly, transforming into a tall, stable young man standing at 1.90 meters. The childishness that once adorned his face had vanished, replaced by a handsome, sunlit demeanor. His transformation was so profound that even Chen Jin would have difficulty recognizing him. Now, his sleeves and pant legs had shrunk, and perched upon his arm was a comical white creature that resembled a circus clown at first glance. Moreover, he was clad in mining attire, and it was imperative to obtain a proper outfit once night fell. After more than a year of initial construction, Hawa City had begun to take shape. 8 out of the 15 districts of the Three-Ring Road served as temporary residences for the builders. Consisting of standard box-type light-structured houses. As darkness fell, Haoran arrived at this place. Most of the builders were at Star Marshal level 5 or 6, with very few at level 7. For these ordinary young people, earning credit points to sustain themselves was of utmost importance, followed by finding promising career paths to learn and secure initial professional certifications, gradually advancing to higher qualifications to better enjoy life and the conveniences brought by technological civilization. Having borrowed 2 suitable outfits from various homes, Haoran changed clothes and set off once more towards the city where interstellar ships came and went. A month after Haoran's departure from the mine, Reese once again entered Mining Sector 3, only to be met with the grim news that the cave where Haoran had been was consumed by lava. Unable to believe this reality, he searched the area for over a month. Leaving in deep sorrow and self-reproach, little did he expect that his 3-month delay would lead to such an unimaginable event. The prodigious talent capable of soaring to great heights had met his tragic end due to an unintentional oversight. A moment of concealment could not shield the truth forever. Reese ultimately shared this dreadful news with Chen Jin, Arson, and Shauna. This revelation left Shauna utterly heartbroken, mourning the boy she had longed to reunite with, who had now silently departed, gone too soon. Having evaded man-made disasters yet unable to escape the wrath of nature, as if the heavens were envious of his talent. Overwhelmed by a profound sense of loss and immense sadness, Shauna set off once again, arriving at Yinhuang Star 8. She spent several months at the primary Star Marshal Academy in Haonan City, uncovering every detail of Haoran's life, unable to fathom the reality of his fate. The prodigy, regarded as a genius among geniuses, is renowned within the academy. Yet, apart from his close friend Steve, nearly everyone else in the class looks down upon him, viewing him as a source of shame. He has become the subject of mockery within the institution, a pitiful figure who endures relentless bullying. A frail boy too timid to even utter a word. After casting a distant glance at Haoran's parents and younger brother, he returned to the intermediate Star Marshal Academy with a heart heavier than before, dedicating every moment to his training. Only through this relentless pursuit could he find a semblance of tranquility, allowing him to forget the boy who had left an indelible mark upon his heart. In the year 4016 of the Galactic Era, in October, the Blue Skull Space Pirate Gang responded to the Federation's announcement. consenting to exchange captured hostages for a ransom. By November, the palace family had paid the requisite sum to secure the release of the women listed in the preliminary announcement and escorted them home. In April of the Galactic Era 4017, the city of Yani on planet Paya, designated YHBL A1001 and governed by the palace family, welcomed back their most outstanding child. He is Howren, who, after graduating from the Junior Star Martial Academy 3 years prior and achieving level 7 in Star Martial Arts, has returned to visit the uncles, aunts, and younger siblings of the Gratitude Orphanage that nurtured him for 16 years. Having undergone a remarkable transformation, he has grown significantly taller. Upon entering, he accurately calls out the names of every staff member and his many younger siblings. Sharing the experiences of his 3-year journey with the matron, Aunt Amisha, and revealing his future plans. Aunt Amisha, with tears of joy in her eyes, was overwhelmed with happiness the year prior. She had mourned the news of Howren's disappearance when the starship he was aboard was attacked by space pirates. She had even taken the initiative to cancel his identity hologram. Little did she expect that this child had managed to escape a dire fate and return. It was evident that he had endured unimaginable hardships. Emerging far more mature. After spending over 10 days at the orphanage and re-establishing his identity hologram, Howren bid farewell to Aunt Amisha, the uncles, aunts, and his younger siblings, setting forth on a new journey. Having escaped from the second desolate planet, Howren refrained from contacting anyone, including Reese, Asen, Chen-Jin, and Shauna. Instead, he sought out another individual with the same name and nearly identical identity among the millions of missing persons in the Galactic Federation. Differing only by 2 years in age, perfectly aligning with his current circumstances, he painstakingly fabricated an account of his experiences during the year of his disappearance and meticulously gathered information about everyone connected to him, leading to the aforementioned reunion. Thus, his new identity bore no flaws. His next destination was Planet Palace 2, designated YHBL A1988, where Shauna was studying at the prestigious Athena Intermediate Star Martial Academy, not far from the planet where Chen-Jin and Reese resided. Howren's ambition was to enroll in the most renowned intermediate martial arts academy on Planet Palace 2. As he had much knowledge yet to acquire as for his future plans, that was a matter for another time. Chapter 62, Level 9 Certification. Wanching City, the largest and most prosperous city on Planet Palace 2, serves as the primary docking port for interstellar spacecraft. The 4 major interstellar guild headquarters are situated here, along with the planet's most esteemed academy, the Star Aero Martial Academy. Having been missing for a year, Howren's identity hologram was cancelled by Aunt Amisha, and his newly reissued hologram contained only basic information such as DNA, iris scans, and a few essential accounts. All other data needed to be re-verified. After fleeing from the second desolate planet, he utilized his light traveler abilities to earn his first credit points. Lacking a personal account, he applied for an anonymous universal light card, transferring the points into his designated account only after his identity was reinstated. To date, he had nearly exhausted his credits, with only 5,000 remaining, a sum insufficient to last long in the exorbitantly priced Wanching City. The first step required him to authenticate his martial arts level, as only those at level 7 or above could register as interstellar adventurers, who in turn could sell rare metals at market value through the Adventure Guild in exchange for credit points and adventure scores. Extending his hand, he summoned a hovering taxi. Where to, handsome? The driver, a boy not much older than Howren, exuded a sunny disposition and appeared quite conversational. To the Star Martial Guild, Howren replied with a slight smile, relishing the feeling of returning to the crowd, light, pleasant, and genuine. All right, please take a seat, the driver said just as the vehicle trembled gently, ascending into the virtual lightway with impressive skill. Are you heading to the Star Martial Guild for level certification? The driver, Wilk, inquired casually, glancing at Howren's confident reflection in the rearview mirror. Yes, this is my first visit to Wanching City. Are there any famous or lively areas I should know about? After disembarking from the starship, he hurried to the Star Martial Guild. Although he had gathered some information online, nothing compared to the insights of a local. Welcome to Wanching City. There are indeed many well-known and bustling spots, but the most famous ones are the Star Aero Martial Arena, the Wanching Adventure Trading Hall, and the Star Aero Light Armor Exhibition Hall. Visitors to Wanching City can forego other attractions, but these 3 places are a must-visit, Wilk proclaimed with pride as he spoke of Wanching's most popular destinations. The hotel? Howren's interest was piqued. After all, He was still a young boy. Regardless of his mental maturity or martial prowess, he could not suppress his innate curiosity and zest for adventure. The Star Arrow Martial Arena, originally the competition grounds of the Star Arrow Martial Academy, has gradually evolved into the largest martial arts arena in Wanching City. Hosting daily tournaments, IT is renowned for its rapid pace, featuring both masked and unmasked competitions, the most captivating being the masked matches, where combatants risk their lives in a brutal contest. The underground gambling scene surrounding these matches adds to its allure. Wilk's expression shifted uneasily as he spoke of the masked matches, as if the very notion had unsettled him. And what about the Wanching Adventure Trading Hall? Howren, captivated, recalled that to truly integrate the martial arts teachings from his brothers, he needed practical experience, a point his brothers had emphasized repeatedly. The Wanching Adventure Trading Hall, colloquially known as the Taba Market, is a name that resonates throughout the city. Every interstellar adventurer visiting Wanching City frequents this venue, where they may trade an array of bizarre items acquired during their adventures. Ordinary individuals may also enter, as they might stumble upon treasures themselves. Wilk's enthusiasm surged as he elaborated on the Taba Market, his words flowing like a torrent, though much of it seemed to stem from hearsay. Regardless of the origins of Wilk's information, Howren listened with rapt attention, refraining from interrupting. "Hey, we've arrived at the Star Martial Guild. Next time you ride with me, I'll share more stories," Wilk said as they reached their destination, swiftly exiting the vehicle to open the door for Howren. "Thank you, my friend. Riding with you was truly worth it." "I look forward to our next encounter," Howren replied, feeling fortunate to have met such an engaging conversationalist. With numerous tasks ahead, having a knowledgeable local companion would prove invaluable. After settling the fare, they exchanged contact information. Stepping out, Howren gazed up at the towering skyscraper before him, nearly 200 stories high. The imposing golden letters of the Star Martial Guild exuded an air of grandeur and authority. "Greetings, Mr. Howren. Welcome to the Star Martial Guild. Please select the category of service you wish to process." A synthesized female voice greeted him as he entered the lobby, and a holographic screen appeared before him. Howren quickly scanned the options and tapped on Martial Arts Level Certification. It was remarkably convenient. The Martial Arts Level Certification Hall is located on the 57th floor. "Please take the left elevator number 2, the holographic voice instructed once more as the screen vanished. Upon reaching the 57th floor, Howren exited the elevator, where a service attendant greeted him. "Hello, Mr. Howren. Please follow me." The attendant led him swiftly to the Martial Arts Level Certification Hall, where a dozen young men and women awaited. Howren was assigned to Station 16. Only those at Level 7 or above could obtain certification at the Guild, while those below Level 6 were required to certify at the Junior Star Martial Academy. Observing the 15 individuals in the waiting area, engaged in hushed conversations, he realized they were students from various intermediate martial arts academies in Wanching, including 2 girls from the Star Arrow Intermediate Martial Academy. To verify a Level 7 or above, 3 tests were required: an internal energy scan, a strength test, and a speed test. Only those who met the criteria in all 3 areas would be deemed to have achieved the specified level. "Number 16, Mr. Howren, please proceed to Internal Energy Scan Room 3. A voice called from the waiting area as a service attendant escorted him to the designated room. "President, we have discovered a 19-year-old with an internal energy scan reaching Level 9. A report echoed from the fully transparent office on the top floor, where Nicola was reviewing the day's news from Wancheng. The internal energy scanner on the 57th floor had just made its announcement. It was noteworthy that achieving Level 8 after graduating from an intermediate martial arts academy was already a remarkable feat. Please send over the test images. Additionally, the images for the next 2 tests should also be transmitted in real time." Upon hearing this, Nicola felt as though he had stumbled upon a treasure. It had been a long time since he had encountered such a young Level 9 Star Warrior. He wondered how the other 2 tests would fare. The results of Howren's internal energy scan instantly astonished the 15 young men and women awaiting their tests, all of whom were there for Level 7 Star Warrior certification. Suddenly, a super expert with Level 9 internal energy had emerged. And astonishingly, he was of a similar age to them. They could hardly contain their surprise, their eyes fixed on Howren as he exited the internal energy scanning room. "How is this possible? He looks about our age," exclaimed a girl, covering her mouth in disbelief. "Indeed, we only have 3 seniors in our academy who have reached Level 9. This is truly remarkable. I wonder which academy he belongs to," another girl whispered. Howren glanced at the girl. She was from the Shingi Intermediate Star Warrior Academy, and he mused quietly to himself, only 3 out of tens of thousands in a level 9 academy? That seems incredibly scarce. Ignoring the murmurs of the young boys and girls, he nodded at them before returning to his seat. After waiting for a while, it was finally time for the strength test. This test consisted of 2 parts, one measuring pure physical strength and the other assessing actual strength. May I inquire what the qualifying standard is for pure physical strength at level 9? Howren asked the testing staff before the assessment began. 600 kilograms for level 7, 1,000 kilograms for level 8, and 3,000 kilograms for level 9, the testing staff quickly replied, as this was common knowledge for those coming in for the test. Who would have thought that someone with level 9 internal energy would be unaware of this today? How odd. Oh, thank you. After speaking, he took the Star Warrior ring and placed it around his neck. He then positioned himself beneath the strength apparatus, slightly squatting, gripping the push rod with both hands, and gradually exerting force. As he observed the values on the screen rising continuously, he only gently released the push rod once the value reached 3,500 kilograms. Nicola, at the top level, was also taken aback. The pure physical strength test necessitated an explosive upward push using all one's strength, testing the peak explosive power of the arms. Yet this 19-year-old was steadily pushing upward, with the values rising steadily rather than surging upward all at once. Upon reaching 3,500 kilograms, the young man surprisingly maintained a calm demeanor, with little change in his heart rate or breathing. What did this indicate? This young man was controlling his testing strength. By estimation, his pure physical explosive power could possibly reach between 5,000 to 7,000 kilograms, comparable to that of a level 1 or 2 star sovereign. It was utterly astonishing. He noted the testing staff staring at him in disbelief. Howren felt somewhat perplexed. He had merely exceeded the standard by 500 kilograms. The standard for actual strength was set at 8,000 kilograms, yet Howren again gradually raised the push apparatus's value to 9,000 kilograms before stopping. Immediately arrange for his third test, the speed test, Nicola instructed. This is truly astonishing. Such a young prodigy is rare even among the 9 great families. I must bring him into our fold. The third speed test was also divided into pure physical speed and actual speed. Sure enough, this anomaly once again inquired about the testing standards and precisely controlled his performance to meet the criteria. Chapter 63. Adventure Guild. Nicola promptly retrieved Howren's basic information from the hall's central computer upon his entry, only to discover that he did not hail from one of the 9 great families or any prominent clan or conglomerate, but rather from an orphanage on a very remote planet. This was truly astonishing. There exists a rule within the Interstellar Star Warrior guilds. Anyone certified by a guild belongs to that guild. Only registered and certified Star Warriors from a guild may participate in friendly competitions between guilds. Moreover, as a Star Warrior's strength increases, the points registered to their guild also rise, thereby determining the rankings among various guilds. Send this young man to the top. I will personally assist him in registering and issue his badge. Nicola instructed the staff below. Greetings, Mr. Howren. You have successfully passed the Level 9 Star Warrior certification. Allow me to guide you in registering and collecting your badge, said the service attendant, leading him to Nicola's office on the top floor. It seemed he was receiving special treatment. Upon entering the expansive, transparent office, Howren began to understand that in this era, strength was revered. Being a level 9 Star Warrior placed one among the ranks of super experts, especially at such a young age. Young man, please take a seat. I am Nicola, the president of the Interstellar Star Guild in Wanching City. I am delighted to witness the emergence of such a young level 9 powerhouse within my guild. It is an honor to invite you to my office and personally assist you with your registration. Nicola stood up and welcomed Howren with immense warmth and enthusiasm. It is a pleasure to meet you. President Nicola, your kindness touches me, and I appreciate your compliments, Howren replied with proper decorum, reflecting his good upbringing. Please hand me your light brain. The guild will install a dedicated registration photon module for you. You will subsequently be able to enjoy the benefits of guild membership, accept commission tasks, and redeem points for various services provided by the Interstellar Star Guild. Our registration photon module can also network with those of the Adventure Guild and other major guilds. Provided you agree to this, Nicola explained while swiftly entering the registration information into the guild's central computer and adeptly installing the dedicated registration photon module. You will need to wait a moment. Your personal badge is currently being produced. Please have some tea, Nicola said, handing Howren the light brain with the installed photon module and taking a seat opposite him. President Nicola, You may simply call me by my name. Everyone addresses me that way. This is my first visit to Wanqing City, and I will surely need your guidance in many areas, Howren remarked, somewhat uncomfortable with the formal address. Very well, Howren. Your visit to Wanqing is not solely for certification, is it? If you require any assistance, please feel free to ask. I will not let you down as long as it is within my abilities. Nicola spoke with charm and approachability, making it easy to sense his sincerity. After graduating from the Junior Star Warrior Academy, I have traveled extensively. Over the past 3 years, I have recognized many of my shortcomings. My purpose in coming to Wanqing is to prepare for the entrance examination for the Xingyi Intermediate Star Warrior Academy in July, and to enrich my knowledge. As a newcomer, I genuinely hope to request your assistance in acquiring a spacious, tranquil independent villa not too far from the academy. Howren understood that seeking the other party's help at a certain level was a sign of mutual respect and a good way to express sincerity. I will personally help you select a villa that meets your satisfaction, and the price will also be agreeable. This may take about 3 days if you have no other plans during this time. You may temporarily stay at the guild's guest house. My nephew is currently studying at the Xingyi Intermediate Star Warrior Academy, and he can accompany you around. Nicola expressed his delight, knowing that gaining the friendship of a level 9 powerhouse was a matter of prestige. Although he was also a level 9 expert, the boy before him exuded a comforting presence that inspired a willingness to assist him. Before long, the staff delivered the badge, which Howren casually placed in his pocket. He believed that true strength was not signified by a badge, and he felt no need for such display. After some light conversation, he politely declined Nicola's offer for accommodation, wishing instead to explore the area himself, as he had ample time. Furthermore, he needed to visit the Interstellar Adventure Guild to update the registration information he had from 3 years ago, and to liquidate some rare metals for credit points to purchase the villa. After exchanging light brain numbers with Nicola, Howren rose to leave, as he had many matters to attend to and needed to act swiftly to complete them all today. I appreciate your warmth and selfless assistance, Howren said, shouldering his travel bag as he bid farewell to Nicola and exited the Wanqing Interstellar Star Warrior Guild. Upon arriving at the Adventure Guild, he summoned a hovering taxi, stepped into the back seat, and brought up a holographic screen from his light brain, carefully analyzing the specialized photon module implanted by the Star Warrior Guild. Remarkably, it would be impossible to crack its encryption without a super-large light brain. After browsing through the public display information of the photon module, which was divided into several sections, one for name, Star Warrior level, certification test time, and related data, another for total points, exchange points, and rankings, and a third for task publication, reservation, and completion statistics, Howren noted that the tasks were organized by planetary units under default conditions, though they could be rearranged based on task criteria. This is quite impressive, Howren mused as he perused the list of the top 500 Star Warriors and the task information. Noting the sheer abundance of tasks available, most of which seemed relatively easy to IT, was no wonder that interstellar adventurers were so prevalent now. Before long, he arrived at the headquarters of the Interstellar Adventure Guild in Wanqing. Upon disembarking, he was met with an overwhelming aura of grandeur, igniting a surge of excitement within him. Stepping into the grand hall, he found it bustling with activity, filled with a cacophony of voices yet remarkably orderly. An impressive blend of chaos and harmony. Hello, Mr. Howren. Are you here to publish a task or to register as an interstellar adventurer? Just as Howren was feeling somewhat lost, a service attendant approached him with a sweet voice. Oh, I'm here to register as an adventurer, Howren replied, a mix of curiosity and unfamiliarity evident in his tone, for this was his first visit to the Adventure Guild. Please proceed to window 1 to verify your identity, and then register at window 2. The service attendant was somewhat astonished, remarking on how impressive it was to reach Star Marshal level 7 at such a young age. After swiftly completing his identity verification, Howren arrived at window 2 to register. When the terminal at the window scanned his Star Marshal level, the staff member emitted a gasp of surprise. A level 9 powerhouse at just 19 years old was indeed a rarity, as one might encounter only a handful in a decade. Could you please tell me where I can find the public task handover and points exchange? Howren inquired after completing his registration. Esteemed Mr. Howren, those of Star Marshal level 9 and above have dedicated personnel in the Adventure Guild responsible for task handover and exchange. Please hold on for a moment while I contact the relevant department. The staff member replied, swiftly connecting to the specialized department. Before long, a service attendant escorted Howren to the designated area for task handover and exchange for level 9 powerhouses. Upon entering the small hall, conversation abruptly ceased, and numerous sharp gazes fixated on Howren, an air of overwhelming intensity enveloping him. Meeting the astonished stares, Howren offered a smile and followed the service attendant closely. It was impressive how they could control their aura and project it at will. He realized that his journey was still long, with much to learn. Compared to these level 9 powerhouses who had steadily climbed their way up, he felt he lacked many years of accumulation and experience. I wonder which family this prodigy hails from, achieving level 9 at such a young age. It must be a renowned family. A voice reached Howren's ears, followed by murmurs of speculation. Esteemed Mr. Howren, may I ask which type of task you wish to hand over? As soon as he sat down, the staff member responsible for task handover approached him. Oh, it's high-purity rare metals, Howren replied, producing 100 metal pieces from his pocket and placing them on the table. So many? The staff member exclaimed, promptly extracting professional equipment to measure the purity and weight. In total, it amounts to 1,265 grams. According to the guild's task pricing, at 5,200 credit points per gram. That results in 52 adventure points, totaling 6,578,000 credit points and 65,780 points in adventure points. The staff member, having rarely encountered such a large quantity of credit points for a single task exchange, was meticulous in reporting the figures, fearing any miscalculation. Little did he know that these metals represented merely a fraction of the young man's collection. All right, I'd like to exchange some points for items, Howren expressed, eager to acquire some internal energy application techniques, hoping to discover ones that piqued his interest. Very well, the credit points have been transferred to your personal account. Here is the list of items available for exchange with guild points, the staff member said, quickly displaying a list on a holographic screen. The list revealed 16 categories, including internal energy cultivation techniques, internal energy application techniques, exotic techniques, star map information, rare plant distributions, information on rare interstellar creatures, and individual weaponry and equipment. Howren perused the selections for a full half-hour, discovering a transformation technique among the exotic techniques, albeit noted as a fragmentary text, requiring an astounding 30,000 points. With a curiosity-driven mindset, he selected it. He also chose an unnamed technique for concealing one's aura, which only required 1,000 points. This was the technique he genuinely desired, while the transformation technique was merely a passing interest. Having never truly used individual weaponry, he recalled his elder brother Chen Jin mentioning that during interstellar explorations, the most commonly used and effective weapons were particularly powerful individual weapons. He exchanged some points for a laser gun and a set of standard interstellar adventure gear, spending a total of 18,000 adventure points. Chapter 64, The Unfortunate One. After settling the accounts, Howren realized that the weapons he had exchanged points for required a Galactic Federation weapon usage qualification certificate to be wielded. However, this could be arranged through the Adventure Guild, albeit necessitating a month of basic firearms knowledge and safety training, followed by a qualifying test to obtain the certification. Reluctantly, he enrolled in the individual weapon training, recognizing this as a skill he sorely lacked. During his time at the Junior Star Martial Academy, he had never anticipated becoming an interstellar adventurer, let alone the need to handle individual weapons. Thus, he had never paid it any mind and had not pursued it. After registering, he requested the Adventure Guild to store his weapons and standard adventure gear in a rented safe deposit box, making it considerably more convenient and secure to retrieve them during task exchanges, as keeping them at home could pose risks. Esteemed Mr. Howren, the Adventure Guild has established a dedicated task channel for all level 9 powerhouses. The credit point rewards and adventure points are significantly higher, albeit with increased danger. I have opened it for you, and the training is quite rigorous, so please ensure your punctual attendance. The sessions will be held daily from 8 to 11:30 in the morning. Starting tomorrow, the staff member emphasized. Thank you, I will remain vigilant, Howren replied. Having left the Adventure Guild, he realized it was already noon, and his stomach began to grumble, with his pet, Swift Wind, chirping insistently in his backpack, indicating it was time to let him out. Swift Wind, can't you rest for a while? Howren sighed, reluctantly allowing Swift Wind to peek out from the backpack, granting him a breath of fresh air. This little creature was incredibly eye-catching. His mere presence would undoubtedly attract the attention of beauties and children, often leading to requests for him to be transferred or purchased. Consequently, Howren had learned to keep Swift Wind tucked away in the backpack in public spaces, forbidding him from emerging without permission. When we arrive at the restaurant, you must not chirp excessively, nor nod or shake your head. You can only eat quietly, understood? Howren reiterated. Ahead lay the Kaji Wanfu shopping plaza, the largest venue for leisure, entertainment, and dining in Wansheng, and he aimed to avoid any further trouble. After establishing the rules with swift wind, Howren resumed his journey to Kaji Wanfu shopping plaza, which, as the largest city on Planet Palace 2, was bustling with activity. Today being Sunday, the plaza was especially crowded with people. The first to third floors were dedicated to shopping, while the fourth to sixth floors were for dining, and the upper levels were reserved for leisure and entertainment. Howren decided to address his hunger first before purchasing some daily necessities, as he intended to reside there for several years, eventually seeking a grand hotel until he found a satisfactory villa. Ascending to the fourth-floor restaurant via the elevator, he found the vast dining area filled with a cacophony of voices, and after considerable effort, he located a small, two-person table tucked in a corner. This little nook contained only two such tables, one of which was already occupied by two youths engrossed in their meals. Setting his backpack on the table, Swift Wind promptly jumped out and perched on Howren's shoulder. Surveying the surroundings, pressing the order button on the table, a menu holographic screen appeared, and he quickly scanned it, ordering 5 dishes and a soup, which deducted 90 credit points from his account. The prices were exorbitant. He recalled that during his time at the junior academy, a meal would cost only 3 or 4 credit points, and 90 credit points could cover several days' worth of living expenses. After placing his order, he had to wait a few minutes for the food to arrive, so Howren pulled up a small holographic screen from his personal terminal to check if any messages had come through. Previously, he had posted a request for ancient texts related to herbs and medicine on the light web, specifying that the older, the better message popped up from someone named Walder, stating that he possessed an ancient family heirloom, the Huayin medical canon, and sent over 3 pages from it. He promptly opened the 3 pages, confirming they were written in ancient script from a bygone era. Fortunately, after returning to the Galactic Federation, he had dedicated significant effort to studying various ancient scripts, yielding fruitful results. The first page was an introduction, while the second and third pages contained random excerpts. It seemed promising. Howren quickly replied, offering 3,000 credit points to purchase it. And after sending his message, he casually browsed through other information. "May I sit here?" A cheerful female voice suddenly chimed. "Oh, please do," Howren replied absent-mindedly, his attention captivated by several articles regarding Shauna, not noticing the girl opposite him frowning slightly. "No manners whatsoever," she muttered under her breath as she hurriedly ordered 2 dishes and a soup, then pulled out a portable makeup kit to touch up her heavy makeup. It turned out that those older sisters had been redeemed by the Palace family. Howren meticulously read through the news and updates related to Shauna's release, feeling a sense of happiness for them. As expected of one of the 9 great families, their influence was substantial, and their resolve commendable. This must have been orchestrated by Shauna herself. Suddenly, Howren felt a strong desire to see Shauna again, as it had been nearly a year since their last parting. He wondered if she still remembered him or had long forgotten. "Sir, your order is ready. Please enjoy." The service attendant's voice jolted Howren from his reverie, revealing that the food had already been delivered to his table while he had been too engrossed to notice. "Thank you," Howren said to the waitress, casting a glance at the young lady across the table who was still busy with her makeup. He then picked up an empty plate specifically for himself and placed a portion of each of the 5 dishes onto it, setting it aside for Swift Wind, who had developed a fondness for human delicacies, even more so than Howren himself. Swift Wind chirped excitedly, leaping down from Howren's shoulder to feast at the edge of the plate. Howren then began to eat on his own. Food was the source of cultivating inner energy. At this stage of his growth, combined with his diligent nightly training, his consumption was considerable, and without any worries about credit points. There was no reason to deprive himself of nourishment. It had been a year and 4 months since he was abducted last year, and perhaps due to years of cultivation, his height had surged from a little over 1.7 meters to an impressive 1.93 meters. His appearance had undergone a significant transformation. He believed that now, without his own words, not a soul would recognize him. What a cute little beast! A 6 or 7-year-old girl passing by caught sight of the dining wind and stopped, staring at him with wide eyes. "Xiaoya, don't disturb the big brother while he's eating. Let us go." A lady quickly pulled her daughter away. "No, I want to see." The little girl pouted, refusing to budge. "Xiaoya, listen to your mother, and I'll buy you one," the lady coaxed her daughter. Fortunately, the young man was engrossed in his meal, seemingly oblivious to the fact that his daughter was nearly lying on the table. "Miss, your dish has arrived." A waitress brought the food for the girl across from Howren. He shifted his own dishes aside, taking up a large portion of the table, having ordered so much. Thankfully, the girl opposite had only ordered a dish and a soup. Just as he moved, the little girl reached out to touch Wind, enjoying his food, jumped in displeasure, narrowly avoiding the small hand, and chirped a few sounds at her. Howren was about to soothe Wind when he suddenly sensed 3 piercing gazes sweeping over him. At Howren's level of cultivation, even the slightest aura could trigger his awareness, let alone 3 pairs of eyes filled with murderous intent. Gently patting Wind, it was evident that Wind also sensed the subtle hostility. Quickly glancing over, the 3 casually dressed young men seemed indifferent, but the glint in their eyes and their barely concealed pressure could not escape his notice. Their focus was not on him, but on the 2 individuals behind him. Surely, he thought, he wouldn't be the unfortunate one to encounter such trouble while simply dining. Howren could only feel speechless. "Little sister, listen to your mother. That is how a good child behaves." Howren restrained the instinctive aura he had just emitted and smiled at the little girl. "Xiaoya, listen to the big brother, he has time to go home. Your father might already be waiting for you." The lady patiently coaxed her daughter. At that moment, the 3 young men who had been slowly approaching suddenly accelerated towards them, drawing short guns concealed beneath their arms. Howren felt the air shift behind him as a figure swiftly darted forward, grabbing the lady standing beside him and shielding her. Another figure swiftly scooped up the little girl. Pointing a gun at her head, in an instant, the restaurant descended into chaos. Bowls, plates, and dishes clattered to the floor as the crowd surged towards the exit, screams echoing throughout. The girl opposite Howren curled up under the table, hands over her head, while the little girl in the grasp of the young man wailed, calling for her mother. "Don't do anything reckless. Release the hostage and surrender." One of the armed men shouted at the 2 assailants. To Howren's surprise, these 2 ruffians were so alert that they had managed to capture 2 hostages. "Haha, trying to capture me, you foolish wolves. If you come any closer, I will first kill this little girl and then blow up this restaurant." One of the criminals laughed maniacally, a brutal scar stretching from his left forehead to his right cheek, a testament to his savagery. In this interstellar age, such injuries could be healed easily, suggesting he had deliberately left this mark. "You, hands on your head, sit inside. Hurry, or I'll blow your head off." Howren had just turned his head to discern the identities of these 2 men when another young man, nearly 2 meters tall and holding the mother hostage, barked at him. Howren glanced around. It seemed these 2 intended to take hostages and escape amidst the chaos, leaving the 3 armed young men in a surprisingly passive position. He exchanged a glance with Wind and discreetly gestured. Slowly, he stood up with his hands on his head. Just then, Wind sprang into action, a flash of white darting through the air, followed by 2 piercing screams. Howren dashed forward, grabbing a chair behind him and swinging it with force at the heads of the 2 criminals. The 2 ruffians, who had been preparing to walk out of the restaurant, suddenly felt a sharp pain in their hands, causing their guns to slip from their grasp. Before their screams could fade, they were struck from behind, collapsing to the ground. Howren discarded the chair, feigning panic as he scooped up the little girl and pulled the stunned lady along. At that moment, the 3 plainclothes officers rushed in and secured the 2 downed criminals. The entire incident unfolded in less than 3 minutes, leaving the hall's patrons bewildered and unable to comprehend what had transpired. "Mommy, Mommy!" the little girl cried out. Howren noticed that the previously dazed lady had fainted. Collapsing towards the ground, he quickly reached out to catch her, discreetly channeling a bit of inner energy into her back. Chapter 65. The light armor creator. Thus, a hostage situation erupted unexpectedly and concluded just as swiftly. Leaving a dining crowd in shock, the lady, slowly regaining consciousness, finally grasped the events that had transpired and recognized the young man supporting her as her savior. "Thank you, young brother, for rescuing us." The lady clutched her daughter and expressed her gratitude profusely. "We appreciate your assistance, but we must trouble you to return to the station to provide a statement." One of the plainclothes officers approached, presenting his badge respectfully. "We have other matters to attend to." "You only need to obtain a copy of the restaurant's surveillance footage," Howren politely declined, thinking it a thankless and time-consuming task, especially since the officer's incompetence had already endangered innocent civilians. "Sir, Since you assisted in capturing 2 dangerous criminals, you will be rewarded handsomely. We want to keep you. Please provide your identification number, and we will ensure that the reward is deposited into your personal account. Another officer explained courteously, subtly gesturing for the earlier dazed officer to step forward. If the lady lodged a complaint, all 3 of them would face consequences. Oh, Howard transmitted his identification number, knowing that the restaurant's losses would be reasonably compensated. He decided it was best to leave quickly to avoid further complications. Miss, are you feeling better now? Let us go. Howard gathered his belongings. To comfort the frightened little girl, Wind had already jumped onto her hand, playing with her, while the girl who had hidden under the table had long since mustered the courage to leave. Yes, the lady felt weak all over, still shaken by the earlier events. Though she hadn't completely recovered, it was best to leave promptly. She followed the young man who had lifted her daughter, slowly making their way out of the restaurant. Once they exited and took the elevator to the square, the lady finally regained her composure. She quickly connected with her husband through her personal communicator, asking him to pick them up, reflecting on how a simple meal could turn into such a harrowing experience. Hurry to Ji Fu Square to pick us up. We were held hostage in the restaurant by criminals, but thankfully, that young brother helped us escape safely. Come quickly. As she spoke, the lingering fear was evident in her voice. What? You're not hurt, right? You and our daughter stay there. I'm coming right over. Her husband's voice was urgent, clearly alarmed by her words. Okay, we'll wait for you at the fountain in the center of the square. Hurry. With that, the lady felt a sense of relief. Xiaoya, come down. Don't let the uncle carry you anymore. She took her daughter from Howard's arms. The little girl, clearly enamored with the handsome young man's pet, seemed to have recovered faster than her mother, almost forgetting the earlier ordeal. Miss, everything is fine now, and you are safe. So I will take my leave, Howard said, noticing that the mother and daughter had regained their composure. Uncle, can you wait until my daddy comes before you leave? I'm afraid the bad guys will come after me again if you go. The little girl suddenly pleaded softly. Seeing her pitifully adorable face, Howard was reminded of his younger brother. Since he had no urgent matters, he decided to stay a little longer. All right, I will wait for your father to arrive before leaving, Howard agreed, turning to observe the bustling square filled with people. Thank you, young brother. You don't sound like a local, the lady smiled humbly, grateful to have encountered a good person. Since entering society, everyone seemed too busy to acknowledge each other. Even the neighbors across from her apartment rarely exchanged greetings. And the sense of community felt quite thin. I'm from Payaxing, here for my studies, Howard replied truthfully, ensuring that his new identity remained flawless, especially in such trivial matters. Oh, you're also from Payaxing. Which city are you from? Upon hearing this, the lady's face instantly radiated an extraordinarily bright smile, for she had unexpectedly encountered a fellow compatriot from the same planet. As the saying goes, when countrymen meet, their eyes brim with tears. Despite having traversed to Wansheng City and Paralos for several decades, she had never before met anyone hailing from her home world. Yani City, dear sister, you two are from Pyastar? Howard inquired, reflecting on the fortuitousness of their meeting. Pyastar and Paralos too were separated by several star systems, indeed a considerable distance. I am also from Yani City, from the Grateful Orphanage. Upon hearing this, the lady leapt up in joy. It was indeed a remarkable coincidence that they both originated from the same city. Sister, you are from the Grateful Orphanage? I, too, am a product of that very place. Howard realized how incredibly serendipitous this day had become. What? Your brother also came from the Grateful Orphanage? Is it true? The lady suddenly embraced Howard, tears streaming down her cheeks in sheer happiness. As they conversed, Howard discovered that Beige and her husband, Evans, were both from the Grateful Orphanage as well, having departed Pyastar 22 years prior. After many years of wandering, they finally settled in Wansheng City on Paralos 2, marrying and welcoming their daughter, Xiaoya, only after their lives had gradually improved in recent years. While they were engaged in lively conversation, a male voice suddenly interjected, Honey, are you all right? Darling, you've arrived. Beige stood up and rushed to embrace her husband, a fellow orphan with whom she had grown up. Everything is fine. Our little brother is still standing by, the man assured his wife while casting a somewhat embarrassed glance at Howard. Honey, today we owe it all to little brother Howard. Otherwise, I truly cannot fathom where Xiaoya and I would be right now, Beige remarked, releasing her husband and gesturing towards Howard. Thank you, Howren. The man approached and bowed respectfully in gratitude. Having met Brother Evans, despite his own identity being fabricated, Howren felt an overwhelming sense of warmth. Honey, did you know that little brother Howren also came from the Grateful Orphanage? He just arrived in Wansheng City today to study at the Intermediate Star Shining Martial Academy. Can you believe it? Beige exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Really? Just arrived? You must not have a place to stay yet. Come to my brother's house. It's small, but you can stay, Evans said, initially surprised, then filled with joy. Howren was taken aback by the warmth displayed by these two older siblings. Somewhat dazed as they led him to their home, a modest 30-square-meter apartment in the 5th ring. Xiaorong, could you prepare some dishes? I'd like to share a drink with my brother. I'm just so happy. Evans eagerly instructed his wife upon returning home. Before long, Beige had prepared a feast, and the four of them gathered around the table to celebrate this unexpected reunion. Amidst clinking glasses and lively exchanges, they delved into conversation, eventually discussing Evans's profession. It turned out that he was a mech technician, a career with promising prospects and a commendable salary. Howren felt a surge of delight, for he had not anticipated that Evans was a mech technician, a field in which he himself excelled. It seemed they would surely have much to discuss in the future. Brother, I've just recently qualified as a level 1 mech technician. I've only just entered the field and have so much to learn. What major are you planning to pursue at the Star Shining Martial Academy? Evans expressed, reflecting on the immense effort he had expended to achieve his current level of qualification. My primary focus will be mech creation. But I intend to dabble in other subjects that pique my interest, Howren replied candidly. This was indeed his primary objective. Encountering someone from the Grateful Orphanage felt like a twist of fate. Moreover, Director Amisha had mentioned that she would later direct the recent graduates to seek him out for guidance. What? Your primary focus is mech creation? That's an exceedingly rare and exceptional talent. Evans exclaimed, astonished, as if a lost child had finally found their way home, his eyes sparkling with newfound hope. As they continued to drink and converse, Howren gradually learned about the challenging journey that Evans and Beige had endured over the past 22 years. He held deep admiration for these two who had emerged from the orphanage, contrasting their experiences with his own 16 years of blissful existence. It was Howren's first time consuming such a large quantity of alcohol. Although he had the ability to dissipate it instantly through his internal energy, he chose not to, considering it a unique life experience. Thus, he succumbed to intoxication. Chapter 66. Instructor Lei Ting in a drunken stupor. Howren once again found himself within the depths of his soul, in the space housing the ancient Black Tower. He circled the tower a few times, taking in its antiquated elegance, which imparted a sense of steadiness, grandeur, solemnity, and tranquility. He felt as though the space surrounding the Black Tower had expanded slightly, with a flowing gray mist enveloping the area, rendering the tower partially obscured. Each visit to this place evoked different feelings. Where exactly was this within his own body? This was already the 4th time he had come here, and he was determined to scrutinize it thoroughly. This realm was not one he could visit at will. When would he be able to claim dominion over his own territory? With a focused thought, Howren entered the grand hall of the tower's first level. A small sapling was shrouded in a translucent gray mist, appearing almost like a flower seen through fog. Surrounding the gray mass were 4 enigmatic symbols of various colors, floating gracefully. Howren recognized that the green symbol represented the source ability to communicate with plants. The red symbol signified the source ability of fire, the yellow indicated gravitational control, and the azure purple symbol represented the ability to teleport. After escaping from the barren star, Howren had diligently researched source abilities online, discovering that they were initially referred to as special abilities, later dubbed anomalous powers. These were a distinct capability arising from mutations during human evolution. Presently, humanity's understanding of source abilities remains limited. Perhaps he was the first to realize that these abilities manifested as mysterious color symbols. Among the 4 symbols, the green one shone the brightest, followed by red, then yellow, with the azure purple being the dimmest. This was understandable. Brightness indicated a greater source ability, while darkness indicated a lesser one. He surmised that his ability to communicate with plants could last for several hours, whereas teleportation could only be executed a mere 10 times within a day. After examining the walls of the ancient tower, the indistinct shapes within appeared to shimmer in and out of view, giving an elusive impression akin to seeing flowers through fog. It was difficult to discern anything specific. Thus, Howren concentrated and transitioned to the second level of the tower. He entered the medicinal garden, where the 2 leaves of purple resin he had utilized had regrown anew. The red vine plants, originally found around the Lake of Flames, had been cultivated separately. There were hundreds of them. The rest consisted of peculiar plants transplanted from the second barren star, including several hundred wild ginseng plants that had been specially cultivated. He committed their shapes to memory, intending to investigate them further when time allowed. He also observed a small tree that he had surreptitiously taken from the center island of the Lake of Flames, which bore 8 small green fruits, uncertain of when they would ripen. Certainly a valuable find. Exiting the medicinal garden, Howren ventured to inspect his storage space. He found a crystal imprint, 36 energy crystals, 1,216 pieces of high-purity rare metal, and a conical weapon. Regrettably, retrieving items from this space was excruciatingly painful. He yearned for the day when he could easily access them. Lost in pleasant thoughts, a peculiar force suddenly yanked him out of his reverie, accompanied by a very familiar voice resonating in his ear. Upon opening his eyes, he found that dawn had broken. It was his light brain ringing, his alarm clock. He raised his wrist to check the time. 7 o'clock. Thankfully, he had set the alarm, or he would have been late for the first day of training. He quickly sprang up, realizing that he had drunkenly fallen asleep on the sofa bed in his brother and sister-in-law's living room. "Little brother, you're awake. The toiletries are all prepared for you in the bathroom. I was going to wake you at 7:30, but it seems you've set an alarm," Beige said with a smile as she stepped out of the room. "Brother, sister, I'm leaving now. Starting today, I'll be in training for a month, and my schedule is quite tight. Accommodation has already been arranged, but I'll visit you and show you whenever I have the chance." Howren quickly washed up and exchanged contact information with Beige and Evans. It was already 7:30. He hurriedly departed for the Adventurers Guild. It was his first day of training, and he could not afford to be late, lest he leave a poor impression on the instructor. "Little brother, do visit us when you have time. Keep in touch," they called after him. Though they had spent less than a day together, having come from the same background, they had already embraced Howren as a brother. "Understood. Please head back. Xiaoyao is still at home." He waved goodbye as he boarded a taxi headed to the Adventurers Guild. Rushing into classroom B525, he discovered he had arrived quite early. The spacious classroom housed only 5 or 6 individuals. Howren chose a seat at the back, hastily unwrapping the breakfast he had bought in his rush, shoving it into his mouth with little grace. It was an embarrassing first impression, but the experience had been worth it as he had once again entered the Black Tower. Who was this uncouth fellow, eating breakfast in class without a shred of decorum? A voice, though not loud, was audible to those present. The other 4 turned to look at him, their faces etched with disdain. Howren cast a fleeting glance, and the sound came from an extraordinarily beautiful girl seated in the front row, clad in a pale blue coat that exuded an air of considerable value. Her hairstyle was exquisitely distinct. The other 3 young men and 1 woman appeared equally impressive, yet they sat apart from one another, maintaining an aloof demeanor, each seemingly embodying the notion of superiority. Who could these individuals be? They were either immensely wealthy or of high status. Disregarding them, he hastened to consume his breakfast, a tea that moment. A female officer adorned in a crisp military uniform and bearing a serious expression entered the classroom. She was strikingly graceful and composed. Howren quickly noted the insignia on her shoulder, a major. Goodness, she was so young, likely at least a deputy battalion commander. Checking the time, it was precisely 8 o'clock. Could this young beauty be the instructor? She appeared scarcely older than himself, perhaps in her 20s. The beautiful instructor strode directly to the podium, surveying the 6 individuals present. "I am Lei Ting, the instructor for this training class organized by the Adventure Guild. Originally, there were 5 participants, but an additional one has joined. In order for us to successfully complete our respective tasks, I would like each of you to introduce yourselves in detail, starting from the front row. Chi Bai Li, a second-year student at the intermediate Xingyi Xingwu Academy. Star Martial Level 7. Enan Na, a second-year student at the intermediate Xingyi Xingwu Academy. Star Martial Level 7. Yakubu, a third-year student at the intermediate Xingyi Xingwu Academy. Star Martial Level 7. Lei Ting, I believe I need no introduction. The 4th young man stood up. Cha Dingya, I understand your main objective is not here. The priority is for everyone to become acquainted, Lei Ting said. Her gaze sweeping over the 6 attendees it seemed the first 4 were all from the same academy. Surely not all of them. She already possessed the information on the first 4. They were all heirs of the illustrious Wansheng family. Then there's no need for introductions. They are all from the same academy, well known in their circles. Let the last row introduce themselves, Cha Dingya casually remarked, glancing at Hao Ran with a smile. Cha Dingya, you seem to be itching for trouble. Show some decorum and be quick about it, or else, the instructor interjected with a light scoff. All right, Cha Dingya complied hastily. I am in the 3rd year at the intermediate Xingyi Academy. Star Marshal Level 7. He sat down immediately, appearing genuinely intimidated by the instructor. Ke Fu, a 4th-year student at the intermediate Xingyi Academy. Star Marshal Level 8, he stated, emphasizing his level with a proud glance at the others. Hao Ran, as the handsome gentleman just mentioned, I am but a humble newcomer, preparing to enter the intermediate Xingyi Academy. I hope to receive your guidance, he said with a smile, completely ignoring Cha Dingya's remarks. In his view, he was indeed a novice, and this truth did not touch upon any fundamental issues or boundaries for him. Such trivialities held no weight in his heart. Quite the novice indeed. Chi Baili murmured under her breath once more. Novice, Inan Na echoed quietly. Upon hearing this, Cha Dingya's eyes brightened, and he involuntarily turned to look at the so-called novice, smiling at Hao Ran. A 19-year-old level 9 powerhouse, exuding remarkable charisma and possessing an immeasurable future. And no wonder, the guild has placed him in this elite training class for the affluent and noble, Lei Ting mused inwardly with admiration. Now that we are all gathered, this is fate. I hope you cherish this opportunity and refrain from calling anyone a novice. Though he does not mind the term, I would prefer not to hear it again, she stated, taking an interest in the young powerhouse who chose not to disclose his star marshal level. This training class lasts for 1 month. My plan is as follows. We will begin by understanding the types of individual weapons, their performance parameters and characteristics, followed by practical exercises, emphasizing practice over theory. Lei Ting wasted no time with superfluous words. These young masters and ladies were all elite figures from the intermediate Xingyi Academy. Despite their affluent backgrounds, they were not to be underestimated. The morning session involved 3.5 hours of intense learning, with only one brief break. Lei Ting conducted the class with professionalism, and although the volume of material was substantial, it was presented in a well-structured manner, with the 6 students displaying great seriousness. That will conclude today's session. We will continue tomorrow, Lei Ting announced, switching off the holographic screen. Her military demeanor unmistakable. Lei Ting, are you treating me to a meal? Cha Dingya said, hands in his pockets, suddenly adopting the demeanor of a carefree neighborhood youth as he approached the departing instructor with a cheeky grin. Sure, I invite everyone. You foot the bill. How does that sound? Lei Ting's expression shifted instantly, transforming into that of a friendly older sister, her smile both teasing and enigmatic. All right then, you tightwad, Cha Dingya whistled as he sauntered away. Goodbye, instructor. The other students filed out, bidding farewell to Lei Ting as they departed. Chapter 67. The Villa Instructor, it's a pleasure to meet you. I look forward to your guidance. Hao Ran stepped forward to greet Lei Ting as he exited. The beautiful instructor was not only professional but also captivating, standing there like a breath of fresh spring air, uplifting one's spirits. Mr. Hao Ran, I hope to seek your insights as well. Are you truly preparing to enroll in the intermediate Xingyi Academy? She inquired, her respect evident for the 19-year-old powerhouse, a rare talent even in the military. Lei Ting felt hesitant to be presumptuous before someone younger yet more accomplished than herself, despite her role as the instructor for this training class. Just call me by my name, instructor. At that moment, Hao Ran's holographic communicator chimed, indicating an incoming call. Oh, pardon me, I need to take this, he said, his heart leaping at the sight of it being President Nicola. Could it be news regarding the villa? He quickly turned away, connecting the call. Hello, President, Hao Ran greeted. Hao Ran, where are you now? The villa has promising prospects that align perfectly with your requirements, though the price is a bit steep. Would you like to visit the site and discuss it in person? President Nicola spoke with the warmth and ease of an old acquaintance. That's wonderful news. Thank you. I will come to see you right away. Let's have lunch together, Hao Ran replied, pleasantly surprised by the swift progress. Great. See you soon. Nicola concluded the call, then promptly connected to another. Instructor, I have a matter to attend to, so I must leave. See you tomorrow. Hao Ran said as he ended the call, turning back to Lei Ting with an apologetic air. All right, see you tomorrow, Lei Ting replied politely, nodding. Watching Hao Ran stride away, Lei Ting pondered thoughtfully. This young man exuded a calm and composed demeanor, markedly different from his sunny, boyish exterior. His youthful visage belied the gravitas and sophistication of a mature gentleman, a harmonious contradiction. Upon returning to the top floor of the Wansheng Xingwu Guild headquarters, Nicola and a young man were already waiting. As soon as Hao Ran entered, the two approached him eagerly. Hao Ran, come here. Let me introduce you to a young man. Nicola gestured towards the young man beside him. Hello, Mr. Hao Ran. I am Morse, Nicola's nephew. I am currently a second-year student at the intermediate Xingwu Academy. It's a pleasure to meet you. The young man promptly introduced himself. We'll soon be classmates. Just call me Hao Ran. I look forward to your guidance. Hao Ran extended his hand and shook Morse's. Unbeknownst to Nicola, introducing his nephew to Hao Ran on a whim would later propel Morse to become the head of the largest mecha group in the Great Galactic Federation. Emerging as one of the most prominent business figures within Hao Ran's commercial empire. Young people should connect more. Nicola chuckled heartily, delighted by the immediate rapport between the two young men. Seeing his nephew as the most promising of the younger generation in the family. Once they were all seated, Hao Ran inquired about the villa. President, can you provide more details about the villa? Morse, please prepare 3 cups of tea. Nicola instructed his nephew before adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses. The villa is located near the largest forest park, Athens Park, on the 4th Ring Road, covering an area of 1,600 square meters with 4 floors, including a basement. The living area is nearly 1,000 square meters, and it is equipped with comprehensive facilities. The price is 15 million credit points, which is somewhat high. And there is an additional condition. One of the owner's relatives will be coming to Wansheng City and may require a stay of 3 to 5 months. Nicola relayed all the details in one breath. Take a look at the real estate footage that was sent over. If you're interested, we can arrange a site visit. The price is unlikely to change significantly, but I will negotiate further. Nicola concluded, projecting a large holographic screen that displayed the villa's footage in the room. This villa is part of a mid-range community with 8 independent houses, built against the mountain backdrop, adjacent to the Athens Natural Forest Park. With Yama Lake in front, characterized by a tranquil and serene environment, rich in natural beauty. Very impressive. It seems I will also need to purchase a hover vehicle. Hao Ran mused to himself, thoroughly satisfied with the villa. What do you think? If you're not satisfied, I can inquire further, Nicola asked, noticing Hao Ran's contemplative silence. Very good. I am quite pleased. Thank you, President. Let us finalize the deal. I will visit this afternoon. Hao Ran confirmed decisively. Content with the property? Well, as long as you are satisfied. Is there an issue with the funds? Nicola inquired once more with concern. It's not a significant problem, is it? I'll visit the Adventurers Guild this afternoon to sell a few items. At that moment, Hao Ran's spirits were quite elevated, and he spoke with a light-hearted demeanor. In fact, the Xingwu Guild has a task system similar to that of the Adventurers Guild, and their listed task items are priced slightly higher here. So it would be more convenient to conduct business here. Nicola mused briefly before articulating his thoughts, though it was evident he was encroaching on the Adventurers Guild's trade. Oh, that certainly sounds favorable and quite convenient. Saving me the long trip to the Adventurers Guild. Can we proceed now? Hao Ran noted the underlying implications, yet it was indeed much more convenient for him, especially since the listed prices were somewhat higher here. Let us have some tea. I'll have Morse take you. He is very familiar with this place. The cunning Nicola silently praised Hao Ran for his articulate expression, as he had managed to grant Nicola a significant favor, while framing it as if he were doing Hao Ran a service. All right, I appreciate your assistance, Senior, Hao Ran said joyfully as he picked up the tea prepared by Morse. After sharing a few minutes of casual conversation over tea, Morse promptly escorted Hao Ran to the Guild's task handover point before returning to his uncle's office. Morse, make sure to learn from Hao Ran diligently. At such a young age, he has already reached level 9. Calm, composed, and humble, treating others with peace and courtesy. Nicola continued to extol Hao Ran while seated. Uncle, I will, replied Morse. The level 7 member of the Xingwu Guild, with a calm demeanor. Meanwhile, at the task exchange point, the staff were excitedly calculating credit points and guild contributions, as this month's bonus would not be insignificant. It had been a while since they had received a bonus, and the guild leader was truly remarkable for having appropriated such a substantial resource from the Adventurers Guild. In total, there were 216 blocks of high-purity rare metal, weighing 2,615 grams. Our guild's listed price is higher than that of the Adventurers Guild, at 5,260 credit points per gram, with contributions at 56 points per gram. The total exchange amounts to 13,744,380 credit points and 146,328 contribution points. The credit points have already been deposited into your personal account, and the guild contributions have also been credited to your Xingwu Guild account. It is rare for someone to exchange such a substantial amount of credit points and contributions at such a young age as a level 9 powerhouse. The staff was astonished after glancing at Howren's registration information. Thank you. May I inquire what can be exchanged for these guild contribution points? Howren pondered, curious about the offerings of the Xingwu Guild. Hello, as a level 9 registered member, you can check the exchange items through your light brain, the staff patiently explained, realizing that this individual was still unaware. I only registered yesterday and Haven T had the chance to examine the details. Thank you. Howren felt a bit embarrassed, having been intoxicated the night before and busy all day without time to look. After leaving the task exchange point, Howren returned to the top-floor office, where Nicola led the three of them to a well-frequented hotel for lunch. After a brief rest, Nicola took the two young men to the villa area behind Athens Park in the fourth ring. The entire afternoon was spent bustling about, finalizing all the paperwork to transfer ownership of the villa named Jingwan, which spans 1,600 square meters, into Howren's name. At last, he had a place to settle in Wansheng. Chapter 68. The breath concealment technique. That evening, Howren treated Nicola and his nephew to a meal to express his gratitude. After seeing them off, he hailed a taxi back to the Jingwan villa. The villa was fully furnished, equipped with all necessary living essentials, allowing one to move in without needing to add anything. Howren was quite simple, possessing only a small backpack containing 2 sets of clothing and a few daily necessities. His primary task was to reset the security system. Originally, the villa had 6 identification light cards, but the previous owner had taken one, a condition agreed upon during the purchase. Howren designated the 3rd floor as his private living area, setting it to be recognized by retinal and fingerprint scans, while the other 2 floors, the basement and the villa's front door, were set to be accessed via light card recognition. Unfortunately, the original owner had taken the smart robot, leaving Howren alone in the villa. He performed only a preliminary setup of the security system, intending to redesign it thoroughly when time permitted. The current system was too rudimentary, easily bypassed by someone with slightly higher skills, thus posing a security risk. The 2nd floor encompassed over 300 square meters, featuring a spacious bedroom, a large living room, a gym, and a bathroom. The most satisfying aspect was the transparent roof design of the 3rd floor. The villa operated on 2 energy systems, solar and electrical. During the day, the intelligent system controlled a fully covered high-efficiency solar energy absorption device on the roof, while at night, the color of the transparent roof could be adjusted according to the owner's mood. Choosing to reside on the 3rd floor allowed Howren convenient access to the forest behind the villa, facilitating his entry for training, as only the forest could help him hone his abilities in plant communication and gravitational manipulation. After slightly organizing the 3rd floor to his liking, Howren sat cross-legged on the living room floor, contemplating his future plans. Today is May 10, 2017 in the galactic calendar. The admission examination for the Intermediate Starry Night Martial Arts Academy takes place every year on July 15th, which means there are just over 2 months left. Aside from morning training sessions, the rest of the time is free, and he must make the most of it. Having been in Wansheng for 2 days, he registered as a member of both the Intergalactic Xingwu and Adventurers Guilds. Should he also register with the Intergalactic Energy Master Guild? After much deliberation, he decided against it for now, as he already possessed effective methods for cultivating energy abilities and didn't he wish to expose his skills, potentially inviting unnecessary trouble. As for the Intergalactic Mecha Guild, he would wait until he acquired a mecha before registering. There was no rush. Now that he had secured a home and discovered an excellent training location, it was time to resume evening training. The next step was to utilize the afternoons and evenings to participate in the masked arena competitions at the Starry Night Martial Arts Academy. This would not only hone his martial skills and abilities in a fierce environment, but also allow him to earn some credit points. During his free time, he would explore the Wansheng Taobao market to familiarize himself with the city and take on nearby tasks to see if he could persuade Morse to obtain an access card for the Starry Night Martial Arts Academy library. Having settled on his next course of action, Howren felt a sudden lightness as he resolved to first study the transformation technique and breath concealment technique he had exchanged for using his points. Lest they vanish from his personal light brain in half a month, which would be a waste of his credits. He retrieved the transformation technique from his personal light brain, and a screen popped up. The entire text of the transformation technique, originally 36 pages, now consisted of only 22 pages, missing 14 crucial pages. It was indeed a fragment, and a severely incomplete one at that. After investing over 30 minutes, Howren thoroughly memorized the over 2,000 words and 5 illustrations, sensing that someone had deliberately left it incomplete by tearing away the critical diagrams of the energy meridian circulation. Although this also meant some of the operational formulas were lost along with the illustrations, the textual formulas were still fundamentally intact. Otherwise, it wouldn't be termed a fragment, but rather a useless piece. For others, the fragment of the transformation technique would be utterly worthless, but for Howren, it was entirely different. He had inadvertently obtained and successfully cultivated a vast energy meridian circulation technique from a dream, which was extensive and intricate, akin to an additional circulatory system within his body. Now, he merely needed to patiently explore it. He was confident he would eventually figure it out, albeit it would require considerable time. Fortunately, the individual had not torn away all the illustrations, which inadvertently provided many essential references. Using the 5 illustrations would save a significant amount of time. He decided to retrieve the breath concealment technique as well, spending a little over 10 minutes to imprint the 7 pages of text and 2 illustrations into his mind. This was not too difficult, and the explanations were relatively straightforward. After committing it to memory, Howren grasped the concept in less than 2 hours. The breath concealment technique essentially involves suppressing one's own aura. When cultivated to a high level, one can achieve a state akin to a stone, halting all bodily activities and emitting no trace of breath, resembling a lifeless entity. Advanced practitioners can sense the cultivation level of others based on the aura they emit. As different levels of cultivators radiate distinct auras, much like the clarity and distinction among the colors red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. Howren could now clearly sense the cultivation levels of others. Levels 5 through 9 of Xingwu, as well as level 1 of Xingzuan, each distinctly different. With careful perception, he could easily discern them. This identification required a wealth of experience and numerous references. The intergalactic era is one of extreme individual expression, particularly among the youth, who would love to display their levels on large badges pinned to their chests. Hence, the Xingwu Guild's level badges became a trend. Anyone reaching level 7 or above would invariably wear one. Only someone like Howren, an anomaly, would think contrary to this and choose to conceal his aura, unwilling to flaunt his level, which is also why he did not reveal his level during self-introductions and training sessions. His personal military light brain possessed the capability to scan and ascertain the Xingwu levels of individuals within a 50-meter radius. Howren took special care to analyze this functionality. It determined levels by scanning the energy auras emitted by individuals, capable of identifying ranges from level 5 of Xingwu to level 5 of Xingzuan. The technique of breath control is deemed to be remarkably inconsequential within the realm of the Adventurers Guild, thus meriting a mere 1,000 or so points. In stark contrast, the fragmented manuscript of the transformation technique commands a staggering 30,000 points, underscoring its value. However, Howren perceives the profound significance of breath control. That phrase about cultivating it to the utmost depths, akin to a stone, allowing one to halt all internal activities as if lifeless, is indeed a life-saving secret at critical junctures. Naturally, his inclination towards the practice of breath control aligns with his reserved, humble, and steady character, intricately linked to his 17 years of life experiences. With his eyes fixed on his nose on his mouth, and his mouth on his heart, Howren sat cross-legged in the living room, immersed in the cultivation of breath control, while his personal holographic device scanned every half hour, recording the results. After 4 hours, Howren concluded his training as scheduled and reviewed the scan results from his personal device. Taken aback to discover that, within just 4 hours, his aura had diminished from the high tier of Star Marshal level 9 to the mid-tier. It appeared that the cultivation of breath control indeed had some effect on his internal energy management. If this technique held such capabilities, it would be immensely valuable. Unbeknownst to Howren, within the Adventurers Guild, the practice of breath control was a gradual mastery of one's own body, from controlling internal energy to commanding every muscle and bone, ultimately governing each cell within the body. A technique of profound depth. It was merely a misconception that this unnamed technique was solely for the purpose of concealing one's aura, leading to its designation as breath control. Chapter 69. The shield. Recognizing the immense utility of breath control, Howren resolved to practice it for several hours each day, feeling as though he had stumbled upon a treasure. He also attempted to train in the transformation technique, sensing a subtle connection between it and breath control. Following this intuition, Howren employed breath control to refine his transformation technique, discovering it to be more effective than his previous trial and error. After 2 hours of training, Howren slipped out of the 3-story villa like a phantom and darted towards the forest behind the mountain. The cultivation of internal energy was fundamental. Both breath control and transformation technique were supplementary practices, and he had not ventured into the forest for training in quite some time. Early the next morning, Howren stealthily returned to the 3rd floor of his villa, invigorated by a night of training. He slung a small backpack over his shoulder and exited the villa, facing the mountain and overlooking the lake. The morning air was refreshingly crisp and humid, invigorating the spirit. The only drawback was the absence of public transportation or taxis in the vicinity. He chuckled to himself, pondering whether a villa worth millions of credit points would lack a private vehicle. This led him to contemplate the necessity of acquiring a hovering vehicle for commuting. Jogging down the winding path, he soon reached the lakeshore, and after a leisurely run of 10 minutes, he arrived at the bus station. Since he had risen early, he indulged in a lavish breakfast, spending dozens of credit points, and wondered if he had undergone a significant transformation. He hailed a taxi and arrived at the Adventurers Guild shortly after 7. Familiarizing himself with the guild took about 10 minutes, and he made it to the training classroom just 15 minutes before 8. Good morning, Howren greeted as he entered the classroom, noticing that 2 ladies had already arrived, quietly browsing the holographic network. He politely acknowledged them. Good morning, Kibblai replied, lifting her head to see Howren, her tone markedly different from the previous day. After the training concluded yesterday, she had curiously checked the Adventurers Guild front desk and was astounded to learn of the 19-year-old level 9 powerhouse. The ever-proud Kibblai felt a tumultuous wave of emotions. If she considered herself the elite among the younger generation, then this 19-year-old Howren was the pinnacle among them. In comparison to him, she felt diminutive, having previously belittled him as a mere country bumpkin. Fortunately, this formidable individual, only a year her senior, exhibited commendable composure. Thus, upon seeing Howren today, she greeted him without harboring any grievances. Secretly admiring his extraordinary demeanor, Inanna merely scoffed, yet internally pondered how the once arrogant little peacock had turned polite, which struck her as exceedingly peculiar. Surely, she thought, she couldn't have developed feelings for this country bumpkin. That would be a significant misjudgment. Howren was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the proud girl who had insulted him just yesterday would now return a courtesy with a smile. He nodded in response and made his way to the seat he occupied yesterday. Good morning. I see you didn't bring breakfast today, Chadya remarked as he entered, noticing Howren smiling at him. Morning, of course not. I want to repeat the same mistake twice. Besides, even a country bumpkin in the city must evolve into a refined leopard. This is about keeping up with the times, right? Howren replied cheerfully, finding Chadya quite amiable. Chadya chuckled at it. Seems our country bumpkin is ready to make a grand leap into becoming a refined leopard in just one day. Are you truly prepared to join our academy? This isn't something you can achieve with mere words. It requires tangible proof. Of course, I've always had good fortune. Perhaps I'll manage to get in, Howren responded, detecting a hint of sincerity beneath the jest. Good luck, Chadya said over his shoulder as he settled into his seat. Before 8 o'clock, the other 2 students arrived punctually, and the morning consisted solely of theoretical lessons, with only one break throughout. Tomorrow marked the final theoretical class, and beginning the day after, they would engage in practical training. Everyone should prepare their sportswear, Lei Ting announced, concluding the day's training. The good students are truly exceptional. The pace has accelerated significantly. In the past, theoretical classes would take at least a week, but this time, we'll finish in just 3 days. Lei Ting swiftly gathered her things and prepared to leave when a sharply dressed man holding flowers entered the room. Xiao Ting, these are for you. Shall we go for lunch together? The 6 students, already standing, looked on with curiosity. It was quite the surprise to see a boyfriend pursuing the instructor here. Huiyue, please address me by my name. I have no interest in flowers, and I already have plans for lunch, Lei Ting replied coldly, her demeanor unyielding. Though, if your date arrives, I will disappear at once. How does that sound? Huiyue responded with a grin. Unfazed by Lei Ting's frosty words, exuding the confidence of someone seasoned in the field. Ah, our esteemed young Master Hua is quite the romantic today. Why aren't you with Miss Shidiki? Chadya quipped, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Mind your own business, you little brat. Hua Yuewei snapped back, his earlier charm evaporating as he glared at Chadya. Look, your true colors are showing. With a disposition like yours, you dare to pursue Sister Lei Ting? You merely a toad dreaming of eating swan meat? Such delusions, Chadya retorted, undeterred by Hua Yuewei's ire. You? Hua Yuewei shot a furious glare at Chadya, his temper flaring, yet feeling helpless. Are you still here? Ive already mentioned I have lunch plans, Lei Ting reiterated coldly. Xiao Ting, I've said that as long as your guest arrives, I'll vanish without a trace, if no one shows up. Let us eat together, shall we? Hua Yuewei's demeanor shifted, adopting a gentlemanly facade. Haoran, will you treat me to lunch? Have you made a reservation? Lei Ting suddenly turned to Haoran, her eyes glinting with mischief. Haoran was momentarily taken aback. It was evident that she intended to use him as a shield. Why had she chosen him? He unconsciously rubbed his head, preparing to respond, feeling as though he were being pushed into a corner. Don't use a child to deflect. It's blatantly obvious, Hua Yuewei remarked, his patience wearing thin. Who says it's obvious? I stated this morning that I'm treating the instructor and all of us to lunch. Look, we're about to leave together now, Chadya interjected earnestly. Haoran, where's the restaurant booked? Kufu, maintaining a calm demeanor, turned to inquire, clearly displeased with Hua Yuewei's audacity to pursue their instructor. It was booked yesterday. At Wanfu restaurant, 6th floor, Haoran replied, realizing that everyone seemed to share a disdain for Hua Yuewei. You all have guts, Hua Yuewei seethed, throwing the flowers to the ground in frustration before storming off. Laughter erupted in the classroom, as this unintentional spectacle had significantly bridged the gap between the 7 individuals. Haoran, the 6th floor of Wanfu restaurant, right? Let us go together, Chadya suddenly suggested. What? Haoran blinked in confusion. Are you having lunch? We made an agreement earlier. How can that not count? Chadya insisted, his expression serious. Indeed, everyone heard it. Kibalai chimed in, supporting Chadya's claim. Oh, how forgetful of me. Getting carried away made me lose track. Instructor, esteemed ladies and gentlemen, please do grace us with your presence for a meal, Haoran replied smoothly, recognizing that it would be delightful to gather together and foster camaraderie among those who had previously regarded one another as untouchable elites. Chapter 70. The name of the Phantom farce, a gathering thoroughly shattered the estrangement among the 7 individuals. Although they had yet to reach the status of friends, their conversations had undoubtedly increased. The meal lasted for over an hour, and after exchanging farewells of see you tomorrow, they each went their separate ways. Haoran returned to the villa after purchasing an abundance of fruits, while Jifeng remained at his own residence. In such a vast space, complemented by the forest behind the villa, Jifeng was quite content to stay at home, having felt stifled in his backpack during this period. Upon arriving home, Haoran discovered that Jifeng had not yet returned, so he connected to Beija's holographic communication to inform her that he had settled in and planned to visit her in Xiaoya in a few days. After a brief chat, he ended the call. After a moment's thought, he initiated another holographic call to Grandma Amisha, the head of the Gratitude Orphanage, to update her on his recent circumstances and share details about his encounters with Beige, Evans, and their family. Upon learning that Haoran had met children who had left the orphanage over 20 years ago, Grandma Amisha was elated and subtly requested that he look after Evans and his family, considering they all hailed from the same orphanage family. Relying on one's parents at home and friends when venturing out, Haoran, having taken on the identity of someone from the orphanage, felt compelled to shoulder certain responsibilities. Moreover, since Evans and his wife regarded him as a brother, he felt a significant bond with their family, providing a sense of warmth and connection that alleviated feelings of loneliness. Given that transportation in this villa area was rather inconvenient, Haoran decided to purchase a hovering vehicle. However, this meant he would need to enroll in hovercraft driving training. He quickly settled on a mid-range hovercraft, the Mercedes S8000, which came at a steep price of 330,000 credit points. Yet, the Mercedes brand boasted a glorious history spanning thousands of years, even predating the establishment of the Galactic Federation, making it the top-tier smart hovercraft in the current Galactic Federation. He also registered for the fastest driving training course available online. Scheduled for the afternoons from 2 to 4 o'clock, he estimated that it would take at least a week, which was a significant time saving compared to other courses that required 1 to 2 months. Checking the time, he realized it was only 1 o'clock, so Howard decided to browse the holographic network for news and updates on Shauna, the most talented girl from the Palace family, a 17-year-old 9th-level powerhouse. The most dazzling genius holographer. Goodness, the accolades were abundant. A simple search for Shauna yielded countless pieces of information, leaving Howard astonished. He focused on recent images of Shauna, noting her cold, melancholic, and sorrowful demeanor. Was this truly the lively and spirited Shauna he remembered? How had she transformed so drastically? The contrast with previous images he had found was striking. Viewing these pictures, a pang of heartache surged within Howard. What could possibly have caused her once cheerful nature to become so despondent? It had been more than a year since they parted ways, and he had not contacted Lacey, Chenjin, Shauna, or any of them in the 4 to 5 months since escaping from the desolate planet. He wished to quietly begin anew, believing that he could reconnect with them when the time was right, especially since their holographic communication numbers were firmly etched in his memory. Taking a deep breath, Howard turned off the holographic screen, realizing it was almost time. He dashed out of the villa area and hailed a taxi to the driving training center, opting to skip theoretical lessons and dive straight into practical training. 2 hours passed swiftly, and for someone who had never touched a hovercraft before, Howard felt a sense of accomplishment and growth. His agile physique, exceptional reflexes, and remarkable learning ability enabled him to progress rapidly. Compared to piloting a light armor, driving a hovercraft felt like child's play, and controlling it was even simpler. Exiting the driving training center, Howard was elated. His physique had undergone a qualitative leap. He was no longer the same Howard he once was. Now, he possessed unparalleled talent for control, and perhaps becoming a light armor warrior was not so distant after all. He decided to visit the Starry Arena to familiarize himself with the procedures for entering the arena competitions. Possibly needing to register. "Sir, are you going to watch the masked underground arena matches?" The taxi driver casually inquired, as most patrons of the Starry Arena were typically drawn to the bloody underground events, which also offered monetary rewards. However, the entrance fee was exorbitant, making it inaccessible to the average person, yet the venue was perpetually crowded. "Yes, just to take a look." "Are they held every day?" Howard casually asked in return. "Twice a week on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, with at least 2 matches each time, and sometimes even 5 or 6, the taxi driver recounted excitedly, reminiscing about his own visit. "I went once. It was bloody and brutal, either death or severe injury, but absolutely thrilling and adrenaline pumping." Howard, curious about the betting system, inquired further, considering how it might relate to his future income. The public betting has no house edge and no odds. It's entirely based on luck, completely transparent. As for any underground betting, that's beyond our knowledge, the taxi driver replied with a chuckle. "Are you considering trying your luck, sir? If that's the case, there's hardly any profit to be made. If there were a house, there'd be a chance to earn some money," Howard mused. "Sir, we've arrived. 50 credit points, please," the driver announced as they reached their destination. The Starry Arena was a circular structure that, in comparison to the surrounding skyscrapers, appeared remarkably stout and solid, akin to a colossal beast lurking within the city, emanating a natural aura of ferocity, with a faint scent of blood in the air. Entering the competitor's reception area, a service attendant approached him. "Good day, sir. How may I assist you?" "I wish to participate in the arena matches. Could you provide me with more details?" Howard inquired. The Starry Arena comprises both public challenges and underground masked matches. Let me first explain the public challenge matches. There are 2 types. One where you challenge ranked experts on the Interstellar combat leaderboard, and the other is an open duel match. "And what about the underground masked matches?" Howard interjected. "The underground masked matches also fall into 2 categories: life and death duels and blacklist challenges. A life and death duel occurs when 2 individuals have unresolved conflicts and come to our arena to settle them. However, such duels are rare, happening only once or twice a year. The main event is the blacklist life and death matches," the attendant explained patiently. The Starry Arena hosts thousands of blacklist experts, ranging from 7th to 9th levels. It is fair, brutal, and bloody. Immense risks yield equally substantial rewards. For each victory, the prize money varies based on your level, and you replace your opponent's ranking, causing them to drop a position, all while maintaining absolute confidentiality. The minimum membership period is 1 year. The attendant continued with great detail. Winning a match as a 7th level contender nets 500,000 credit points, as an 8th level contender, 5 million, and as a 9th level contender, 20 million credit points. These figures represent the blacklist member rates. If you choose not to become a member, the prize money is halved, making the matches less about competition and more about risking one's life. Howren ultimately decided against joining the membership, valuing his freedom and the lack of constraints it afforded him. The service attendant promptly led him into the VIP room, verified his identity and level, completed the necessary paperwork, and collected a deposit of 100,000 credit points, which was mandatory for every challenger. Esteemed Mr. Howren, I will be your sole point of contact moving forward, responsible for arranging your future matches and related matters. You may now choose a nickname for yourself. Your first challenge will be against the 9th level blacklist contender, the service attendant said with warmth and professionalism, displaying great attentiveness. Phantom that I shall start from the very last. Howren suddenly recalled Shauna's words from that morning, where she described her form as akin to that of a phantom. The name slipped from his lips effortlessly. Very well. Your first match is scheduled for this Friday evening during the final bout. We eagerly await your performance, the service attendant concluded, guiding Howren to exit through a designated passage. Chapter 71. The Serpent's Heart and Eye. Upon leaving the Starry Arena, Howren explored various areas of the Grand Arena, discovering that tickets for the underground masked matches required purchasing several days in advance. The prices ranged from 3,000 credit points for the lowest tier seats to the VIP section. With a full capacity of 50,000 attendees, it was evident that profits were substantial. Howren marveled internally at how lucrative such an enterprise was, realizing why every planet boasted a grand arena. This business model not only fueled the fervor for cultivation among individuals but also, albeit gruesomely, contributed to enhancing the overall physical prowess of humanity. As he wandered, lost in thought, an hour slipped by unnoticed. He decided to complete his exploration of the arena before heading to the Wanching Interstellar Adventure Trading Hub to peruse the night market, especially since he was already out and about alone. With this intention, Howren followed the flow of the crowd out of the Grand Arena and casually found a restaurant to satisfy his hunger. Nowadays, Howren indulged in hearty meals, as his cultivation relied on the nutritional intake converted into internal energy. Without external aids for cultivation, his progress had slowed to a crawl, akin to that of a snail. Furthermore, since escaping from the desolate planet, he had been constantly on the move, lacking a suitable environment for training, resulting in minimal advancement in his internal energy. I have always yearned to assess the extent of my sheer physical strength, yet opportunities have eluded me. During the last Star Marshal level certification, I did not exert my full capabilities. I merely crossed the threshold and ceased. When the chance arises, I shall undoubtedly seek to measure it. Upon disembarking from the vehicle and entering the Wanching Adventure Trading Hall, I was struck by the scene before me. It resembled a colossal marketplace. However, the conditions here far surpassed those of any ordinary market. The cacophony of voices was significantly louder, filled with the exuberant shouts of vendors and the spirited haggling of customers, creating an atmosphere of unparalleled liveliness. As I wandered from booth to booth, I was truly astonished by the peculiar items on offer, over 90% of which I had never even heard of, let alone seen. Hey, young man, come take a look. These are rare treasures. A 7th-tier adventurer noticed my curiosity. This is a Millennium Snake Gallbladder, the only one of its kind, obtained from a 1,000-year-old giant serpent on the nameless wild star Snake Island. It is undoubtedly a Millennium Snake Gallbladder, came a voice from ahead. The mention of the Millennium Snake Gallbladder piqued my interest. After all, my own night vision had been inadvertently cultivated by consuming the gallbladders of 3 giant serpents. If this truly was a Millennium Snake Gallbladder, it might hold some value for me. Is it genuine or not? Inquired a boisterous middle-aged man, his expression one of skepticism. Take a closer look. I have many snake gallbladders here. This particular one is a golden yellow, twice the size of the others. I even have footage of its extraction, the adventurer explained, retrieving a holographic screen from his personal device. On the screen, a massive serpent, as thick as a water barrel and over 20 meters long, was depicted amidst a fierce battle. More than a dozen armed adventurers surrounded the giant serpent, which attempted to flee but ultimately met its demise. The footage concluded only after the gallbladder was harvested and the serpent's blood collected, indicating that these adventurers were seasoned professionals in serpent hunting. Didn't I tell you? Such a thick giant serpent must be at least 1,000 years old, perhaps even several thousand. The starting price is 300,000 credit points. The highest bidder will obtain it, the man declared, setting the base price. I squeezed forward, realizing that this stall specialized in serpents, with a plethora of gallbladders, blood, and skins on display. The golden millennium snake gallbladder was encased in a transparent box, while the blood and gallbladders were sealed in bottles, each adorned with price tags ranging from hundreds to tens of thousands of credit points. Brother, this is too expensive. 100,000 credit points. I want this gallbladder, regardless of whether it is truly a millennium one. What do you think? At that moment, a portly middle-aged man began to haggle. After a brief calculation, I estimated that purchasing all the gallbladders would require approximately 130,000 credit points, while acquiring the giant serpent's blood would amount to 300,000 credit points. Having sold 2 batches of high-purity rare metal for nearly 20 million credit points, I had already spent 15 million on a villa and 330,000 on a hovercar, and just deposited 1 million. Thus, I still had around 600,000 credit points left. Far from sufficient, I decided to observe further. There was no rush. It was merely the beginning. I remained silent and stepped back into a quieter area to connect with Nicola. Hello, President. This is Howren. I have another favor to ask, I greeted, succinctly addressing the matter at hand. Howren, what can I assist you with? Nicola replied with a warm smile. I encountered something potentially useful at the Wanxing Trading Hall that I wish to purchase. But I estimate I will need 3 million credit points. Unfortunately, I do not currently possess that amount in my account. Would it be possible for you to lend me 3 million? I promise to return it tomorrow. I confessed, feeling somewhat embarrassed for imposing upon him. Of course, no problem at all. I will transfer the funds to your account immediately. However, I must advise you to be vigilant when making purchases at the trading hall. Do not fall victim to scams. Nicola readily agreed, cautioning me to be careful. Thank you so much. I will exercise caution. I will visit you again tomorrow afternoon. I expressed my gratitude, fully aware that 3 million was no trifling sum. Nicola's efficiency was remarkable. Within a minute of ending our communication, I received the 3 million credit points in my account. Returning to the stall, the crowd had not diminished. The price of the Millennium Snake Gallbladder had risen to 200,000 credit points. Yet it had not yet reached the base price set by that man of 300,000. Excuse me, does this stall have all the snake blood and gallbladders available? I inquired once more, pushing my way to the front to speak to the man who was still haggling. Oh, little brother, are you looking to purchase all the snake blood and gallbladders? He quickly surmised. Indeed, if you could offer me a discount. I would like to buy everything, I stated calmly, estimating a potential reduction of 20,000 credit points. Old 2, tally up the total for all the gallbladders and blood. We have a major buyer here. The man exclaimed with delight, calling to his companion. Did you all specialize in hunting giant serpents, or did you merely stumble upon Snake Island? I asked, unfazed by the earlier discontent displayed by the haggler. We accidentally wandered into Snake Island, where serpents abound. There are likely many more giant serpents like the one we fought earlier, but the place is perilous. We lost a comrade this time, which was a heavy price to pay. The man replied, yet his eyes bore no hint of sorrow. That will be 310,000 credit points in total, Old 2 soon announced after calculating the value of all the gallbladders and blood. Little brother, if you truly wish to buy, I can offer you a flat price of 280,000, the man proposed after a moment's thought. All right, I won haggle this time. 280,000 credit points it is. In the future, if you have more gallbladders, please contact me directly. I will only purchase snake blood from serpents as large as the one we just fought, and I hope for a better deal next time. I replied, not wishing to linger on the matter. A few million credit points were not significant to me now. If my assumptions were correct, the value of what I was acquiring could not be measured solely in credit points. Excellent. We will have a new shipment by mid-August, and I will notify you as soon as it arrives, the man said, clapping me on the shoulder with enthusiasm. After swiftly completing the transaction and exchanging our holographic contact information, I hailed a taxi to transport the numerous seal bottles and boxes of snake gallbladders and blood to my home. The memory of my previous experience, consuming the gallbladder and drinking the blood, was still vivid in my mind. After a refreshing shower and a brief rest, I swallowed the Millennium Snake gallbladder and drank a bottle of snake blood, then seated myself in the living room, channeling all my internal energy. Although the expected surge of heat did not manifest, after more than an hour, I felt a warmth spreading from my abdomen, gradually radiating outward into my meridians. At that moment, I carefully guided this warmth into my eyes. And as the energy coursed through them, they sparkled momentarily with fleeting silver glimmers. The eyes and the mind are the most vulnerable parts of the human body. Despite my previous experiences, I remained cautious. Slowly directing the energy into my eyes, as the warmth entered, I experienced immense pressure and pain in my eyes, with my vision momentarily filled with dazzling lights. Only after the energy had fully infused my eyes did I gradually withdraw my focus. After another half hour, my eyes had completely recovered, and I opened them. Indeed, my vision had improved slightly. The previously dark world appeared more vivid. My efforts had proven effective, and I wondered how remarkable my eyesight might become if I persisted. The snake, gallbladders, and blood, purchased for 280,000 credit points, would last me over a month. I would seek to gather more when the opportunity arose. With a thought, I activated my teleportation ability. Vanishing from the living room. Tonight, I intended to practice transformation techniques, breath-holding techniques, and internal energy exercises, with a tightly packed schedule ahead. Chapter 72. Valley of Heroes. Time passed swiftly during my training. After completing the transformation and breath-holding techniques, I had already crossed past midnight. I continued with my internal energy practice, simultaneously honing my plant communication and gravity source abilities, which allowed me to absorb strands of external energy related to both plants and the earth. The energy associated with plants greatly benefited my mental faculties, while the energy from the earth effectively enhanced my physical strength and power, insights I had garnered over the past year of training. At 6 o'clock in the morning, my personal device reminded me to return to the villa. I practiced my body movements, boxing techniques, and leg techniques. After freshening up, it was precisely 7 o'clock. I arrived at the classroom just a few minutes before 8. Perfectly timed. Today, I was the last to arrive. Upon entering, I found Chadya and the other 5 already present. Hello, beautiful, good morning, handsome. Everyone is quite early today, I greeted with a smile, the events of yesterday having eased the tensions between us. Good morning, Mem. Good morning, they responded in unison as I returned to my seat, letting out a sigh of relief. My schedule had been too tight, and I was fortunate there was no traffic. Otherwise, I would have surely been late. It seemed I should arrange for them to send the car to the villa earlier in the future. Good morning, everyone. Lei Ting arrived punctually at 8, offering her greetings. Good morning, instructor. The 6 of us echoed in perfect harmony, as if we had rehearsed it. Before we begin class, I would like to address some personal matters. I am grateful for everyone's tremendous support yesterday. I would like to treat you all to lunch today. I hope you will all grace me with your presence, Lei Ting announced, placing her teaching materials on the podium and scanning the room with a smile. Of course, no problem. Chadya led the enthusiastic agreement. Absolutely, I added, echoing their sentiments. Today marks the final day of theoretical classes. After completion, there will be an immediate assessment, and I believe everyone should be able to pass. However, Lei Ting's expression suddenly shifted, reverting to her usual stern demeanor as she resumed her meticulously rigorous teaching. The class schedule was tightly packed, with only a brief 5-minute break before entering the testing phase. All 6 participants successfully passed the test, with Howren and Kibelin achieving perfect scores, while the other 4 scored above 90. During lunch, Howren suddenly inquired of Chadya whether the training would interfere with the classes at the academy. You only need to check in at the academy each day, and as long as you complete the assigned learning tasks and pass the periodic exams. It doesn't matter if you're at the academy or elsewhere, Chadya replied, recalling that Howren was still in the preparatory class, which made his ignorance somewhat understandable. The intermediate academy is entirely different from the junior academy. Everything relies on one's own efforts, and cultivation demands a significant amount of time. Although the academy does not impose strict requirements, everyone's schedule is quite tight, except for those prodigies. Kibelin interjected, stating that after spending a couple of days with Howren, she found this young powerhouse surprisingly easy to get along with, lacking any pretentiousness. One might mistake him for just an affable neighbor. What level of star martial arts are you at? Peak level 7 or level 8? Inanna, another talented individual, suddenly asked. Oh, I'm about the same as you all. You should be able to sense it, Howren replied casually. The cultivation methods of these privileged youths must be quite advanced, as their auras felt rather condensed. My sensing is similar. The aura is very clear, Kafu chimed in, claiming to be at level 8. Though he might seem like a simpleton, his character and cultivation are commendable, making him rather agreeable and magnanimous. He presents a rather paradoxical impression. Pretty much, the more you feel it's similar, the greater the disparity, Kibblin thought to herself, grateful for having taken precautions to inquire, or else only the instructor would have been aware. With your current cultivation level, you should have no issues qualifying for our academy in terms of star martial prowess. Just prepare more for the theoretical part. If you need our assistance, feel free to ask. Jacob remarked calmly, setting down his utensils. Thank you. I will strive to do my best. Howren immediately stood up, clasping his fists in a universal gesture of respect to everyone present. Suddenly, a loud shout interrupted the atmosphere. Hey, those guys over there. Moments later, a group of 7 or 8 young individuals with brightly colored hair and lion wolf tattoos on their arms approached their table. Lioma, they must be the ones. The leader of the group boldly pointed at Howren and his companions. Indeed, it's them. Recognizing people is my strong suit. I can't be mistaken, the youth named Lioma affirmed. Which mad dog is barking? It's ruining our meal. Chidea was not one to shy away from confrontation. It was audacious for anyone to brazenly bully them. You bastard, are you looking for trouble? 2 youths shouted as they charged forward. Even a lapdog dares to bark? Has the world truly changed? Jacob rose, clapping his hands and pulling out a chair. The leading brute raised his hand, signaling his underlings to halt, and approached slowly, unperturbed, surveying the now standing Chidea and Jacob. You've provoked someone you shouldn't have. We'll take care of this. We'll beat you 6 into a pulp. If you're afraid of offending someone, go apologize. Otherwise, we'll settle this according to the rules. Let us arrange a time to resolve this without resorting to petty insults in public like a bunch of street thugs. All right, Saturday morning works. Everyone should be free then. Meet at 8 Ring Hero Valley, and don't bring that lapdog along to avoid embarrassment, Kafu remarked languidly, lounging in his seat. Okay, Saturday morning. I hope you bring a few more punching bags. The leading brute concluded, waving his hand as he left with his companions. Instructor, you don't need to go. It's not worth it. Huawei is clearly trouble, and we should deal with these guys before confronting him. Humph. It's fortunate we didn't seek trouble with him, but he has come looking for us. Let's give him a severe lesson. Kafu stood up, displaying a fierce and arrogant demeanor, a quintessential young master. Yes, Saturday it is that I'll break their legs. It's been a while since anyone dared to tread on my toes, Jacob exclaimed excitedly, clearly relishing the prospect of confrontation. It's been a long time since I've had a good fight. What do you think, Kibblin? Inanna's expression soured at the thought of being turned into a punching bag, a disgrace she couldn't fathom. If her father knew someone dared to treat his precious daughter this way, who knows what would ensue? Should she inform him? Of course, she had seen her fair share of arrogance, but never had anyone so blatantly threatened to turn her into a pig's head. This matter arose because of me. So I shall resolve it. Lei Ting stood up, realizing that her role as a shield had inadvertently escalated the situation. These young ladies and gentlemen were not to be trifled with. It was crucial not to provoke anything serious. Sister Lei Ting, this matter is no longer your concern. If we can't handle such a trivial issue, we might as well crash into a wall and perish, Chidea interjected, expressing the consensus that if they wish to rid themselves of Hu Yuewei, they should prepare for Saturday as a collective. All right, Saturday afternoon. Let us gather in the classroom, Lei Ting decided, understanding the need for a bold move, as her father maintained strict control, and her brother was no different. Howren, are you going to express your stance? Inanna pointedly directed her gaze at Howren, who had remained silent throughout. Of course, I'll follow the instructor's lead, Howren quickly replied, adopting a subservient demeanor. The leading brute only appeared to be at peak level 8. If no true experts were involved, he would merely engage casually. Such trivial matters were hardly worth serious effort. Chapter 73. Guild Exchange. After 3 days of classes and 2 gatherings, the once proud young masters and ladies began to form a tighter bond due to Hu Yuewei, eventually becoming the famed 7 champions of the Milky Way Federation. To ensure coordinated actions, the 7 exchange communication numbers, allowing for constant contact before excitedly departing the dining hall to return home. Though each of these young elites was exceedingly proud, they shared a remarkable upbringing, quality, and character. Externally aloof and reserved, internally they burned with fervor. They possessed the merit to be considered the cream of the younger generation. Notably, Kibblin and Inanna displayed exceptional prowess, rivaling even Jacob and Chidea in the academy. Just as they exited the dining hall, a communication arrived. It was Halachi, the agent for their blacklist challenges. "Hello, Halachi. What brings you to me now?" Howren inquired upon connecting the call. "Hello, Ghost Shadow. The upper management has reviewed your profile and has decided to increase your fees and promote you prominently. Also, I forgot to mention yesterday, you still need to select your mask. Are you free to come by now?" Halachi explained. "All right, I'll be there shortly." Howren noted that he had a little over an hour and should be able to make it without issue. Curious about the fee increase. Shortly thereafter, Howren arrived at Halachi's office, where she had prepared tea. "I apologize for making you come again. Please enjoy some tea." Halachi welcomed him. Numerous 9th-level experts had come before, but they all ultimately fell in the arena. This time, however, she had taken on a 19-year-old 9th-level expert, who clearly was not motivated by monetary gain but rather by the desire for self-improvement. "Thank you, Halachi. How much has the fee increased? Are the masks available for selection?" Howren cut straight to the point, eager to conclude the matters without delay. Previously, non-contract members received 50 of the fees, but the group has increased your share to 65. If you perform exceptionally well, your percentage will increase by 5% for each victory, Halachi responded, indicating that the upper management's decision was partly due to her efforts, although she did not mention it. "That sounds good. Can I select the mask now?" Howren felt a surge of happiness. Each 5% increase represented a significant sum of credits. "All the options are here. You can choose. Each mask will come with a simulated image of you wearing it," Halachi stated, as a large holographic screen appeared before Howren. Ultimately, he chose a black ghost mask, with the outfit provided by the Starry Arena, relieving him of any additional concerns. "Your opponent is the giant bear. IVE sent you the footage of his last match. Review it thoroughly. Knowing your enemy will greatly aid you," Halachi added just before Howren departed. "Thanks, see you Friday night," he concluded as he exited through the dedicated passageway. The 2 hours of driving training swiftly passed, with the coach astonished by Howren's exceptional performance. T.O. an outsider, one might easily mistake him for a seasoned veteran of hovercraft operation, despite this being merely his second encounter with a vehicle. After the conclusion of the training session, Howren suddenly remembered the matter of borrowing money from the previous night. With a slap to his forehead, he nearly let the opportunity slip away, promptly hailing a vehicle to rush to the headquarters of the Star Marshal Guild. Familiar with the route, he arrived at the VIP exchange room, where he redeemed 200 units of high-purity metal, bringing his account balance to 14 million credit points, and his Star Marshal Guild points approached 300,000. Meanwhile, Nicola was in his office, reviewing various statistical reports that were being transmitted from below. At that moment, his assistant's intercom chimed in. "President, Mr. Howren has arrived." "Ah, please let him in," Nicola replied with a smile. Appreciating the young man's reliability. "Come in," he beckoned, and shortly after, Howren entered the office, guided by the assistant. Nicola stood up to greet him warmly. "President, I apologize for interrupting you again," Howren expressed with sincere regret. "Not at all. Spending time with young people rejuvenates me. I feel invigorated," Nicola chuckled heartily. "You two chat. I'll prepare some tea," the assistant said briskly as she set about brewing tea. "How did the training go?" Nicola inquired naturally after they were seated, recalling Howren mentioning his qualification training for individual weapon usage during their last meal together. "The theoretical portion just concluded, and starting tomorrow, we will focus entirely on practical training." "The instructor is very professional," Howren replied with a smile. "It's quite thoughtful of you, President. It seems you remembered my brief mention. 3 days of training, and the theory is already complete. Did everyone pass the theoretical test?" Nicola asked incredulously, finding the speed astonishing. "There are only 6 of us in this training session. Apart from myself, the others are all students from the Intermediate Star Marshal Academy, and they all passed," Howren explained with a grin. "So it's an elite training class then? They must all come from prominent families. I imagine it might be difficult to get along," Nicola mused, quickly grasping the situation and chuckling softly. "Actually, they're all quite pleasant. I feel we've gotten along well," Howren responded lightly. "Mr. Howren, President, please enjoy your tea." The assistant brought in the tea. "Thank you," Howren replied, accepting the cup gratefully. Sipping his tea, and once the assistant had exited, Howren set down his cup and said, "President, thank you. I'm now transferring the 3 million credit points I borrowed from you yesterday." "Very well. It seems you've become quite prosperous during your 3 years of adventures." "Impressive indeed," Nicola exclaimed, having noticed the guild's exchange records while reviewing the data reports. After completing the transaction, Howren added, "President, Do you have some time later? Let us invite Morse and gather for a chat to express my gratitude. That sounds perfect. I have something I'd like your assistance with as well. We can discuss it over dinner, Nicola readily agreed. I'll contact Morse now. Howren swiftly connected with Morse. Hello, Howren. Morse greeted enthusiastically on the other end. Morse, I'd like to invite you to dinner tonight. Are you free? Howren got straight to the point. Of course. I'm thrilled to receive your invitation. Where shall we meet? Morse responded with excitement. I'm currently in your uncle's office. Come over and we can head out together, Howren informed him before hanging up. Oh, Howren, what did you purchase last night on Tabaugh that cost so much? Nicola suddenly recalled, inquiring. Snake gall and snake blood. I heard from an ancient text that they can enhance vision, so I thought I'd give it a try, Howren replied, half-jokingly, feeling a tinge of embarrassment for his extravagant expenditure. Howren, your willingness to spend 3 million credit points just to validate a single line from an ancient text is quite audacious. Nicola remarked with genuine admiration, recognizing that while 3 million was not an enormous sum, he himself would hesitate to spend it so frivolously. Howren chuckled sheepishly, realizing he had indeed indulged a bit. As they sipped their tea and engaged in casual conversation, Morse soon arrived at the office, bringing a lively atmosphere. After checking the time, the trio departed the office and quickly arrived at a hotel, requesting a private dining room. Once they had enjoyed a substantial meal, Nicola broached the topic he had mentioned earlier in the office. Next week, the Star Martial Guild from Athens on Planet Palace 1 will be visiting Wanching City for an exchange. Featuring several competitions, I would like to ask for your assistance, if you wouldn't mind? Oh, President, you truly flatter me. I fear I might embarrass you, Howren responded, quickly realizing Nicola's intentions. This was a grand opportunity for him to shine. However, declining would be ungrateful, so he felt a bittersweet smile forming within. Let us consider it settled then. I knew you would assist me. I'll keep you informed, and let us raise a glass to that. Nicola lifted his glass towards Howren, signaling a toast. Thank you for your kindness, President. I raise my glass to you. And let us include Morse as well. Together, we shall meet the esteemed experts of the Athens Star Martial Guild. Howren included Morse in the toast, as a gesture of gratitude towards Nicola. Chapter 74. The Huayin Medical Canon. A couple of bottles of wine were nothing significant for Howren and Nicola. They could easily handle a few more if they wished. However, indulging excessively would merely be wasteful. Upon returning home, slightly tipsy, Howren immediately spotted Jifeng perched on a pillar at the entrance of the villa. Watching him intently, Jifeng, you've finally returned home, Howren exclaimed. Chirp, 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 Jifeng called out a few times before jumping onto Howren's shoulder and then onto his head, chirping excitedly. The villa's smart terminal scanned Howren's optical account information, automatically opening the door which closed behind him as he stepped inside. Jifeng, how have you been these past few days? I've prepared plenty of fruit for you. I hope you've noticed, Howren said as he walked. Feeling delighted at Jifeng's return. Chirp, 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 Jifeng chirped in response. You must return every evening. This is our home, and we need someone to guard it against intruders, understood? Howren instructed as he gently set Jifeng down from his shoulder. The familiar ringing sound chimed, and Howren glanced at his wrist to see an unfamiliar message. Hello, I am Howren. Who might you be? He answered. Mr. Howren, I am Waldo. The Huayin Medical Canon has been sent to your optical account. Please check it, a male voice replied. Oh, thank you. Howren recalled having transferred 3,000 credit points previously, and only now was he receiving the medical text, which explained his earlier sense of forgetting something important. Tossing his bag onto the table, he checked the transaction records and confirmed the arrival. He had simply overlooked it. Pulling up a light screen, he found the Huayin Medical Canon, spanning over 1,200 pages. Fortunately, he had devoted some time to studying ancient texts and languages. Otherwise, it would have been quite challenging to comprehend the material. During his studies at the Intermediate Star Martial Academy, he had once breached the optical network of an ancient family. Retrieving a substantial medical text, the Compendium of Materia Medica, which also contained 3,000 pages written in archaic script, earning him a 500-year-old Ziji Lingchao, IT, seemed he would need to dedicate some time each day to thoroughly read both ancient medical texts to broaden his knowledge. Additionally, he had to properly identify the plants he had excavated and transplanted into the Black Tower last time, as there were indeed numerous tasks at hand. Flipping through the Huayin Medical Canon, he stumbled upon a section detailing a health regimen known as the 5-animal play, comprising 5 sets: tiger, deer, bear, monkey, and bird, with a total of 30 postures. This appeared quite promising, so Howren took a moment to memorize the 30 postures, considering when he might practice them. After taking a refreshing shower and chatting with Jifeng for a while, Howren commenced his evening training. Only through persistent effort could one achieve a qualitative transformation from quantitative change and potentially break through to the Star Sovereign rank. Having ascended from Star Marshal level 5 to level 9 in less than 3 months, he had now stagnated at level 9 for over a year, showing no signs or sensations of breakthrough. Howren understood that such a rapid progression was not something to be rushed. Others spent decades or even a century to reach level 9. His own 3-month ascent was already a miracle. Establishing a solid foundation was crucial, and he had skipped many essential learning processes during his rapid rise. Now was the time to reinforce his fundamentals, which was one of the reasons he sought to enroll in the Star Arrow Martial Academy, where the largest library, the best, most experienced instructors, and an excellent environment for exchange awaited him. Everything he required. Especially now, as Howren was at Star Marshal level 9, breaking through to the Star Sovereign rank signified a qualitative leap and a transformative period. A single step could potentially double his lifespan and elevate him to the ranks of superlative experts. Every citizen of the Galactic Federation receives a free injection of the life gene No. 1 serum upon reaching the age of 16. This not only enhances various aspects of their physical abilities, but also extends their lifespan. Following the injection, the average lifespan reaches 150 years. Generally speaking, the higher the Star Marshal rank, the greater the lifespan. According to statistical data from the Galactic Federation, beginning from Star Marshal level 6, every rank breakthrough adds an additional 10 years to one's life expectancy. To ascend to the esteemed Star Sovereign level, one must possess a lifespan of no less than 300 years. The longevity beyond this tier remains shrouded in mystery. For Howren, whose actual age is merely 17, such considerations are far from his current thoughts. Establishing a solid foundation and striving for an early breakthrough to the Star Sovereign level is his primary concern. Within the confines of the Black Tower space, the crimson vine plants exhibit the ability to enhance one's physique. Howren has consumed dozens of these plants within the desolate Star's mine, yet the effects have diminished with each subsequent ingestion. Ultimately, he could only feel a slight warmth, rendering the red vines ineffective for him. Now, Howren contemplates whether to consume a leaf of purple resin to further augment and improve his constitution. With this thought in mind, he sits cross-legged in the living room, summoning the purple resin from the Black Tower space. He carefully plucks a leaf and gingerly places it into his mouth, swallowing it whole without chewing. Before employing his teleportation ability to vanish from his location, seated at the base of a grand tree, he channels all his inner energy through his meridians. In no time, a refreshing coolness surges from his abdomen, flowing like a gentle stream throughout his body, effortlessly navigating to every part of him. Suddenly, an idea strikes Howren. The purple resin possesses unique properties. Why not guide some of this cool flow into his eyes? With this notion, he diligently directs the soothing streams into his eyes, savoring the sensation as they nourish and transform his vision. The days are filled with busyness, leaving only the night for cultivation. Thus, Howren dedicates every evening to his training. At precisely 6 in the morning, he concludes his exercises, seamlessly teleporting back to the third-floor living room of his villa, where he practices his body techniques, boxing, and leg techniques, finishing just in time for his morning routine. Today's agenda is packed. Weapon practice in the morning, driving training in the afternoon, and a challenge against a level 9 blacklist expert at the Star Warrior Grand Arena in the evening. After breakfast, Howren arrives punctually at the Adventurers Guild classroom, only to find he is the last to arrive. 5 beautiful women and handsome men are engaged in fervent discussion. Good morning, everyone. What a lively gathering. Who's treating us? Are you from the underworld? Such significant news, and you are unaware. Inanna scolds Howren for interrupting their conversation. Oh? What kind of news could possibly be so shocking that the entire city knows about it? Howren inquires, surprised, while making his way to his seat. A level 9 expert known as Ghost Shadow is challenging the blacklist at the Star Warrior Grand Arena. The arena is buzzing with promotions. It has been ages since anyone challenged a level 9 blacklist, Jacob exclaims, initially excited but then displaying a hint of regret for arriving too late to secure tickets. Don't the Star Warrior Grand Arena host 2 matches every week? Howren queries, puzzled by the excitement over a level 9 challenge, which he thought occurred regularly. It's been a long time since a level 9 expert has challenged the blacklist. Lately, It's only been level 7 and 8 challenges. Which pale in comparison? Shardinia interjects. Howren, have you seen the promotions? The level 9 Ghost Shadow is truly formidable, Kibalai casually remarks, aware that Howren himself is a level 9 expert, yet surprised that Ghost Shadow is so close to them. Hee hee, I live a bit off the beaten path, Howren deflects, feeling a bit bewildered. Suddenly, he has become a figure of news in Wanqing City, albeit incognito. Is everyone eager to see the match? He asks, a whimsical thought crossing his mind. Of course, can you get tickets? Inanna seems particularly antagonistic towards Howren, targeting him with each remark. Glancing at the reply from Halachi on his light brain, Howren smiles mysteriously, sensing that Inanna appears to have a bone to pick with him. Earlier, Howren had sent a message to Halachi, inquiring about the possibility of acquiring internal tickets. Halachi's response indicated that challengers are entitled to 8 complimentary VIP entry tickets. Inanna, if you treat everyone to lunch today, I will do whatever it takes to secure a VIP ticket for you, even if it means resorting to theft, Howren retorts sharply. Kibalai gasps, quickly chiming in, lunch is on me. I'll take the VIP ticket. You're just bragging. If you can get me a VIP ticket, I'll cover everyone's lunches from now on. Dio, you have the ability? Inanna challenges, her head held high like a bullfighter. Everyone listens intently, but Howren playfully asks, who else wants a ticket? Just one meal in exchange. Howren chuckles inwardly, deciding to play it up a bit more. If this works out, their future lunches would be secured, if that's the case. Count me in, Kafu says leisurely. Me too, Shardinia and Jacob chime in simultaneously. Kibalai, can I advance my lunch payment? Howren queries, turning to her. Of course, just ensure the tickets are submitted before entry, Kibalai assures, exuding confidence as if the tickets are already in hand. Prompting the other 4 to exchange incredulous glances. Is there really no risk? Good morning, everyone. What's going on? At that moment, Lei Ting strides into the classroom, noticing everyone fixated on Kibalai. Good morning, instructor. I'm treating everyone to lunch. And they're just a bit skeptical, Kibalai quickly replies, sensing she might have overstepped. Splendid. From today onward, we'll change venues, so follow me, Lei Ting says without further thought, feeling much lighter in spirit, as if she had aged a decade. They discover genuine weapons, and the excitement is palpable, allowing them to forget the morning's events. After all, it's all in good fun. Yet, only Kibalai ponders why she trusts Howren so implicitly. Could it be due to his status as a 19-year-old level 9 powerhouse? The morning passes in a flurry of excitement, despite only engaging in disassembly training without live-fire exercises yet. This does not diminish their enthusiasm for real weapons. The Adventurers Guild maintains stringent training protocols for individual weapon qualifications. As they pertain to the life of each adventurer, individual weaponry is the most basic means of self-protection for adventurers and their companions. Clearly, when it comes to disassembly, the boys possess a natural advantage. Howren, Jacob, Shardinia, and Kafu's speed surpasses that of Kibalai and Inanna significantly. However, the 2 girls' speed is remarkable in Lei Ting's eyes, surpassing that of some seasoned veterans in the military, owing to their exceptional memory and dexterous hands. Observing the 6 individuals competing against one another, Lei Ting can't help but smile inwardly. They are all elite figures, with a competitive spirit far exceeding that of ordinary individuals. Alright, that will be all for today. We'll continue tomorrow. The disassembly training will last 6 days, so don't rush, Lei Ting announces. This is far more exhilarating than sneaking around at home, Shardinia exclaims, setting down his weapon. Indeed. Where shall we dine today? Let's vote. Kibalai claps her hands, seeking to rally everyone. Are you serious? Someone might find themselves in a tight spot? Inanna chimes in, seemingly in good spirits while supporting Howren. Isn't it the month-long lunch costs that are causing you heartache? Kibalai retorts, mocking Inanna for her earlier fervor, only to backtrack now. The whims of a woman's heart are as elusive as a needle in the ocean, she muses, momentarily forgetting that she too is a woman. Finally, they settle on a star-rated hotel, reserving a spacious private room. It is only then that Lei Ting comprehends the events of the morning. Howren, you are not pulling their leg about the tickets. Are you? With such influence, how could you possibly acquire VIP tickets? One ticket could pay for several of our meals. Lei Ting jokes with Howren. How can you, instructor, not believe in me? That truly hurts. Don't you wish to see it? Howren feigns a hurt expression. While the group continues to tease Howren, a voice emerges from the doorway. Good day. May I inquire which of you is Mr. Howren? That would be me, if you hadn't arrived soon. I might have dug a hole to escape, Howren replies dramatically. This package is from your friend. Please take a look. The young man promptly hands over a small package. Thank you. Howren accepts the package and returns. Could it possibly be the VIP entry tickets? Inanna asks, eyeing the package as its size resembles that of tickets. Let us find out, Howren exclaims, tearing open the small package to reveal several exquisitely crafted items that resemble invitations. Ah! A chorus of astonished gasps fills the room as disbelief washes over them. Even though Howren's family possesses considerable resources, acquiring VIP tickets at this moment typically requires high-priced purchases from others. The first ticket goes to the esteemed Miss Kibbleye for her trust in me, the second to our beautiful instructor, and the third will be used to secure our lunches for the month ahead. Howren declares, handing the third ticket to a still surprised Inanna. Instinctively accepting the ticket, she gazes at it in a daze, realizing that it is indeed a genuine VIP entry ticket. Hey, Howren, we had an agreement this morning. Remember? 1 meal for 1 ticket. Chardinho exclaims in a sudden panic as Howren halts in distributing tickets. Indeed, we are all in agreement, Jacob quickly remarked. Oh, remember, there are a total of 8 tickets, right? Howren chuckled, distributing one to each of the 3 eager young men. Just then, Howren's communicator chimed, and as one might expect, a friend called him, requesting assistance later that evening. Naturally, he could not join them for the viewing. The message on the communicator was from Morse. And with a bit of cooperation, he could secure 2 more tickets, a delightful stroke of luck. After their meal, everyone joyously returned home, while Howren handed the remaining 2 tickets to the ecstatic Morse, who had rushed over like a rocket. After 2 hours of driving instruction in the afternoon, Howren noticed the time was still early, only 4 o'clock, and dinner was yet to come. He called for a car and returned home. Eager to explore the villa he had purchased in Jingwan, he had yet to truly appreciate it, and now seemed the perfect opportunity. The 3rd floor housed a single suite, boasting an expansive bedroom, a living room, a study, a practice room, a workspace, and a smart bathroom, clearly designed with the owner in mind, luxurious and extravagant. On the 2nd floor, there were 4 independent suites, each complete with a bedroom, living room, study, workspace, and bathroom facilities. Each family could reside quite comfortably, with a shared hall that was equally well furnished. The 1st floor contained 2 variably sized living rooms, 2 independent suites, and a maid's room, all equipped with essential amenities. The basement was designed according to standard storage specifications. Howren did not scrutinize each room, deeming it unnecessary. As he wandered, a sudden thought struck him. Was he being overly extravagant? He recalled that his parents and younger brother lived in a modest dwelling of merely a few dozen square meters, while he resided alone in a luxurious villa spanning nearly 2,000 square meters. A wave of nostalgia washed over him for his loved ones on a distant planet, and a profound sense of loneliness enveloped him. Seated in the 3rd floor living room, Howren was lost in memories, feeling an emptiness within, as if he were the only person in the world. Time slipped away unnoticed until the sound of chirping startled him. It was Jifeng returning home, leaping onto his shoulder. Jifeng, you're back. You've been by my side for over a year. Thank you, Howren whispered to the little creature as he cradled it gently. Suddenly, the familiar chime of his communicator interrupted the moment. Lowering Jifeng, he raised his hand to see it was Halachi. Hello, Howren. The Blacklist Challenge begins tonight at 8 o'clock, and you're in the 2nd match. You need to be there and ready by 8. It's currently 6, so you have 2 hours, Halachi's voice conveyed. All right, I will arrive before 8, Howren responded, surprised to realize he had been sitting for over an hour. Chapter 76, Shadows of Ghosts. After shaking off his earlier gloom and taking a refreshing shower, Howren reminded Jifeng not to venture outside that evening before departing the villa. With ample time at his disposal, he leisurely sought out a fine restaurant for a satisfying meal, the delightful food and the warmth of the staff dispelling his earlier melancholy. Strolling amidst the vibrant lights reflecting off the towering skyscrapers, he contemplated the experiences of the past year and his future aspirations. The extraordinary black tower that transcended current scientific realms and self-awareness, the remarkable cultivation techniques, the celestial essence of Ziji, the legendary fire Qilin, and the enigmatic creature Jifeng. Everything had unfolded within him over the past year. To protect his parents, he had concealed his identity and led a solitary life in a foreign land. Was it solely for their sake? Howren incessantly questioned himself, seeking answers to safeguard his family, protect his loved ones, and uphold the friends around him while pursuing higher realms. Was that not enough? A sense of clarity washed over him. Life was akin to drawing circles, the greater one's abilities. The larger the circle, encompassing more people, leading to greater joy. With this realization, Howren felt an immense lightness within, as if his very cells were vibrating with boundless energy. Suddenly, an ephemeral flash of inspiration struck him. Was it the shadow of the Black Tower? Arriving at the starry arena, it was already 7:40. Howren entered through the designated passage, where Halachi awaited him. Howren, you've arrived. You seem in excellent spirits tonight. Seeing you ignites a sense of fervor within me. You will surely triumph over the giant bear. Thank you. I share that sentiment, Howren replied, smiling without a hint of modesty. Have I shown you the footage of the giant bear? Halachi inquired casually, intrigued by the confidence radiating from this young man. I haven't seen it yet. I initially intended to, but I thought it might take away the thrill. Trust me, Howren asserted, clenching his right fist to convey his conviction. Confidence is commendable, but understanding your opponent is essential. Let me brief you on the giant bear's record, so you know what to expect. Halachi filled a glass with water, settling down to share. Although the giant bear ranks 100th on the 9th level blacklist, that does not imply he is the weakest. His nickname, the Bloody Giant, speaks volumes. Standing at 2 meters 2, he possesses an incredibly robust physique. His punching power reaches 15,000 kilograms, likely due to some specialized physical cultivation technique, rendering him exceptionally resilient. Halachi took a sip of water, continuing, "Oh, fascinating. I didn't anticipate my first challenge would be against a physical powerhouse. 15,000 kilograms. I wonder just how far he has honed his body. I must admit, I am quite eager," Howren mused. The giant bear boasts a record of 283 fights, with victories in each. Known for his brutality in tearing opponents asunder, he is the most vicious contender on the 9th level blacklist and holds the best record, commanding a staggering 35 million credit points per match. Is there an underground betting market? Howren suddenly asked. Indeed, but only high-ranking individuals can participate. If you wish to join, I can arrange it, Halachi replied, intrigued by Howren's unwavering confidence. What's the current betting line? I have 15 million credit points to wager on my victory. Upon hearing this, Howren felt a rush of exhilaration. There was indeed an underground betting market for the matches. It appears to be 1-3, with most not favoring you, Halachi stated gravely, concern etched on her face. Halachi, wager all you can on my victory. It's a guaranteed win. Howren dismissed her concerns, seeing the odds as an opportunity for greater profit. All right, I have over 1 million credit points, but I can only place the bet in your name. Halachi, visibly moved by Howren's confidence, decided to risk her entire fortune. As Howren conversed with Halachi, Kibalai, Inanna, Jacob, Chadianya, Kafu, and Morse had gathered together. Morse, you know Howren. Where has he gone? Chadianya inquired curiously, realizing Howren indeed had quite an acquaintance. It turns out the peer he mentioned is you. He got caught up with something, leaving me with a rather fortunate opportunity. Morse grinned, clearly pleased with his luck at being in the VIP section. The first match features a 7th level blacklist challenge. Not particularly thrilling, but it has been a while since a 9th level match occurred. The giant bear always leaves his opponents in bloody tatters, Jacob chimed in. The ghost shadow, by its name, seems to be speed-oriented, whereas the giant bear is strength-oriented. I wonder how the match will unfold. Kibalai and Inanna speculated eagerly. Howren, 16 million credits have been wagered, and the odds are now 1-4 to its almost time for you to take the stage. So change and prepare, Halachi returned, her excitement palpable as her heart raced with the thrill of investing her years of savings. All right, Howren replied, entering the inner chamber to don the special outfit prepared for the ghost shadow, essentially a combat suit tailored for the arena. Ladies and gentlemen, the exhilarating and brutal challenge is about to commence. Let the excitement surge. The host stood upon the grand stage, raising his fists to ignite the atmosphere, and the 50,000 spectators erupted in a chorus of cheers. With his arms raised high, the host ran around the arena, roaring in enthusiasm before returning to the center, where he signaled for silence. Now, let us welcome the challenger, the bloody giant bear. Make some noise. Giant bear! Giant bear! The thunderous roar of the crowd filled the arena as a towering figure, over 2 meters tall, donned a bear mask and a blood-red cloak, strode purposefully onto the stage. At that moment, massive screens illuminated the arena, replaying gruesome scenes of the giant bear tearing apart his opponents. The colossal bear, the colossal bear. The sound surged in waves, overwhelming the entire arena with its thunderous roar. As the crowd erupted into frenzied cheers on the grand stage, the colossal bear suddenly cast aside its blood-red cloak, radiating a soft golden glow. Its form swayed as it unleashed a series of advanced star martial arts techniques, flowing like water, culminating in a ferocious roar before striding purposefully to one side of the arena. The host pressed his hands down once more, restoring silence to the arena. Now, let us welcome the challenger. Ghost Shadow, to the stage with our wildest cheers. Ghost Shadow, Ghost Shadow. The echoes of his name reverberated through the air as the crowd erupted once again, dressed in a black ghost mask and a black and silver star martial attire. Hao Ran swiftly appeared on the platform. Upon ascending the stage, Hao Ran's first task was to showcase his prowess. Remembering Halachi's advice, he decided to demonstrate the phantom body technique, having mastered its 4th level months prior. With the resounding shouts of Ghost Shadow reverberating through the arena, Hao Ran began to execute the phantom body technique, transitioning from slow to fast. Moments later, the center of the arena was filled with his afterimages. Resembling a true ghost, a sudden hush fell over the crowd, leaving only the sound of heavy breathing, as all were captivated by the spectacle. Ghost Shadow, Ghost Shadow. The crowd's cheers erupted once more after a brief silence. Rising to a fever-pitched eye in a massive monitoring room, dozens of staff members were diligently calculating Hao Ran's instantaneous speed and related data. His speed had already reached that of sound, with heart rate, blood pressure, and internal energy operation only slightly elevated compared to before the match. The fluctuations of internal energy were at the initial 9th level. The staff reported the detected data one by one, pondering over his potential attack power and whether it could penetrate the colossal bear's defenses. "This is going to be a tough challenge for the colossal bear," murmured a middle-aged man seated in the center of the hall. "Calculate his attack power using Ghost Shadow's maximum speed combined with initial strength," instructed another middle-aged man. Shortly thereafter, the staff calculated the attack power to be 14,000 kilograms. If I recall correctly, the colossal bear's maximum attack power is 15,000 kilograms, just shy of it. However, a teenage 9th level expert should possess more than just exceptional speed, remarked a slightly older MA. As the afterimages on the stage dissipated, Ghost Shadow stood calmly at the center, amidst the thunderous chants of his name. The host once again pressed down with his hands, bringing the crowd back from their fervor. Before the battle commenced, voices of anticipation surged as the host, Ghost Shadow, and the colossal bear had already stirred the 5,000-strong audience. As we approach this exhilarating moment, please prepare your heart-saving pills and place your lucky bets on your favorite hero. The countdown begins. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, commence. The host retreated from the grand stage as the words left his lips. Ghost Shadow and the colossal bear charged from opposite ends of the stage. The soft golden light flickered once more from the colossal bear as the thunderous sound of its heavy footsteps echoed throughout the arena. The bear's golden fist surged with energy, striking towards the approaching Ghost Shadow, internally mocking, "You are far too arrogant, kid. Not even utilizing your protective internal energy. Allow me to finish you with a single blow." With a resounding crash, Ghost Shadow's fist struck first, colliding with the bear's, producing a deafening sound akin to two steel balls crashing together. Their first encounter was an unyielding clash, mesmerizing the 50,000 spectators and all present in the monitoring room. The agile Ghost Shadow, known for his speed, engaged the golden glowing bear in a fierce physical contest, using a standard intermediate star martial arts technique. Punch after punch collided with explosive force as Ghost Shadow, nearly 2 meters tall, faced off against the bear, which towered nearly 20 centimeters above him. Yet, the ferocity of their battle was awe-inspiring. Exchanging blows, Ghost Shadow adeptly avoided his opponent's strengths while matching the colossal bear tit for tat, creating a stark contrast between the bear's radiant golden form and Ghost Shadow's smaller, subdued figure, igniting the crowd's fervor anew with shouts of Ghost Shadow echoing ever louder. Simply exhilarating, utterly thrilling, immensely satisfying. Did we capture every moment? Let us not miss a single detail, have you noticed? Ghost Shadow hasn't even tapped into his internal energy, relying solely on raw physical strength to match the colossal bear blow for blow. I've lost 20,000 credit points, but what a glorious defeat it is. This is the mark of a true master. Did you see that? The colossal bear's expression has grown serious. The ease of the beginning has vanished. Moreover, it seems the bear's punch speed has diminished somewhat. To withstand the bear's golden flame fist with an intermediate star martial arts technique is already remarkable, even if it's primarily defensive. Yet, it appears he hasn't utilized his internal energy. How could that be? A middle-aged man in the monitoring hall mused. Indeed, the intermediate star martial arts technique is quite standard, and employing it against the bear's formidable golden attacks is quite a challenge. How Ran must rely on speed to compensate for the technique's shortcomings. Gradually increasing his strength. Though he is currently on the defensive, he has discerned the intricacies of his opponent's technique and is subtly memorizing it. However, the bear's technique must be paired with a corresponding skill. Let us hold out a bit longer and learn this technique fully before attempting a counterattack. How Ran resolved internally, mindful not to reveal too much in this first match. A moment of carelessness had already exposed the phantom body technique. But fortunately, it was an accidental acquisition from Brother Dracula, and few would recognize it. Even Dracula himself might not identify it immediately, as he had not fully mastered it either. This fellow is truly extraordinary. To withstand my golden flame fist with mere physical strength is remarkable. Although I am on the offensive, the strength of his punches is gradually increasing. Is it time to unleash my ultimate move, Flames of Heaven? The bear's fury intensified with each passing moment, growing more volatile, and the power of the golden flame fist surged correspondingly. Yet, this would lead to a temporary loss of emotional control, a trait that had earned the bear its notorious moniker. Ghost Shadow seems to be adopting a new technique. It resembles my golden flame fist. Aside from the absence of flames, it truly mirrors it. He must be attempting to learn my technique. How amusing. The bear chuckled to himself, convinced that without the appropriate energy pathways, Ghost Shadow could never master it. Look, Ghost Shadow has indeed adopted the bear's golden flame fist, countering it blow for blow. What an incredible display. Surely, he cannot rely solely on intermediate star martial arts techniques. As the battle raged on, the crowd erupted in cheers, the shouts for Ghost Shadow and the colossal bear rising to new heights. As How Ran executed the golden flame fist, he felt his internal energy shifting along a new pathway. Allowing it to flow freely, he sensed the energy's fiery surge, recognizing it as the pathway of the golden flame fist. This newfound rhythm allowed him to execute the technique with greater ease and fluidity. Yet, he also felt a burgeoning sense of aggression, a side effect of the technique's energy pathways. It was no wonder the bear's emotions were spiraling out of control. This technique, while potent, bore a risk to its wielder. Though his own explosive fist technique also influenced his emotions, the impact was far less severe. Unbeknownst to How Ran, while others might take years or even decades to master a technique and open its energy pathways, he had naturally achieved this through sheer luck and innate ability. His internal energy flowed freely through an extensive network of pathways, far exceeding the norm for his level, on the grand stage. The two fighters resembled brothers in arms, sharing similar techniques, speed, and strength, as they soared and crashed against one another, their punches slicing through the air with a piercing whistle. The soft golden light surrounding the bear distorted the air, casting shifting shadows around them. The only difference was that while the bear appeared frenzied, Ghost Shadow remained remarkably calm, his punches gradually emanating a faint silver light, harmonizing beautifully with the bear's golden glow. The specter known as Guaying is truly a rare and extraordinary being, having transformed the golden flame fist of the great bear into the silver flame fist, its potency undiminished. A remarkable feat indeed. The middle-aged men in the monitoring room fixated their gazes on the screen, observing Guaying's progression from awkwardness to mastery as silvery light emanated from his fist. The great bear is about to unleash his ultimate move. One of them cautioned, uncertain if Guaying could withstand such a formidable technique. Just as the words left his lips, the great bear leapt high into the air, his entire body descending as a colossal golden radiance began to coalesce around his fist, resembling a giant golden sphere hurtling towards Guaying. This must be the final technique of this martial art, Howran thought, not flinching as he bellowed, "Explode!" A crimson light sphere shot forth from his fist with lightning speed, colliding directly with the immense golden sphere. With a thunderous explosion, Both the Great Bear and the Golden Sphere were sent flying over 20 meters, crashing heavily to the ground. He shouldn't be dead, right? I only used a fraction of my strength, Howren mused, swiftly darting to the Great Bear's side. He was alive. Howren could still sense his breath, though his right arm was utterly obliterated, and his left leg was shattered, leaving him a mangled heap, unconscious. Chapter 78. Starlight armor tear him apart. Tear him apart. Suddenly, a voice rang out, soon joined by many others, until the entire arena echoed with a singular chant. Standing beside the bloodied Great Bear, Guiying scanned the crowd, noting Chi Billy and others in the VIP section joining in the frenzied roar. Guiying, you may heed the audience's call to rend the Great Bear asunder, yet you also possess the power to spare his life. Should you choose mercy, half of his fortune will be transferred to you, the host interjected, leaping onto the stage. I have no penchant for dismemberment, Guiying replied coolly, striding purposefully towards the edge of the arena. Following Guiying's challenge against the Great Bear, the host pressed his palms down and ultimately declared, Guiying emerges victorious. Guiying, please hold on, I have a question. One that resonates with all 50,000 spectators. Will you challenge again? The host inquired loudly, as the audience fell silent, awaiting Guiying's response. Next Wednesday, I shall challenge the 99th on the blacklist. Guiying turned slowly, surveying the audience as he pronounced each word deliberately. Instantly, his declaration reverberated throughout the venue, while Howren retreated through a designated passage back to where Halachi awaited. Howren, you were incredible. You defeated the Great Bear with the golden flame fist. I'm going to be rich, Halachi exclaimed, throwing her arms around him in joyous exuberance. A release of her newfound fortune, Howren stammered, somewhat flustered, for Halachi was undeniably a stunning beauty, around 27 or 28. At the prime of her youth according to the Galactic Federation's standards. After a moment, as Halachi regained her composure, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, realizing how her handsome companions had helped her amass a fortune of 4 million credit points, an amount that would take decades of labor to earn. Hee, opportunities for wealth will come aplenty. Arrange for me to challenge the 99th next Wednesday. I need to change quickly, as I have matters to attend to tomorrow, Howren stated calmly. And the host mentioned that half of the Great Bear's personal fortune will be transferred to me. Make sure to handle that. You know my account details, Howren added as he prepared to leave. Understood. The Great Bear's assets are considerable. Half should amount to several billion credit points. I will ensure it is processed swiftly, Halachi replied, astonished by how effortlessly her companion had accrued such wealth. Exiting through the designated passage, Howren soon returned home, anticipating a restful weekend. Jifeng is so well behaved. Keeping watch at home, he thought, embracing Jifeng and planting a kiss on him. Today had indeed been fruitful. Aside from earning a substantial sum, he had also mastered a new martial technique. All right, I'll take a shower now, he said, gently placing Jifeng down before rushing into the bathroom. After a refreshing shower, his mind wandered to the martial art he had learned that evening. The explosive fist technique circulated internal energy centered around the heart meridian, while the technique he had just acquired revolved around the lung meridian. Both techniques wielded great power but also influenced one's emotions. What could be the connection between them? The night slipped away, and at 6 o'clock, he returned to the third floor of the villa, practicing his movements and footwork for over 2 hours before finally pausing. With some free time in the morning, he decided to visit Xiaoya. After changing clothes, packing a small bag, and having a quick bite, he was about to call a vehicle to head to the beggar residence when his communication device chimed. It was Morse. Hey, Howren, good morning. It's such a pity you missed yesterday. I ran into some classmates from your training class, and they all happen to be from our academy. 2 of them are in the same grade as me, both young ladies and gentlemen. Morse chattered energetically, still riding high from the excitement of the previous night. I am just about to visit my sister's house, and this afternoon, I have plans with instructor Chadianya and others. Howren casually responded to your sister in Wanching City? I happen to have the morning free, if it's convenient. Could I join you in visiting her? Morse inquired, eager to avoid idleness at home. All right, I'll wait for you at the first stop outside the villa district. Hurry up, Howren urged, pondering what gifts to buy. Feeling a twinge of anxiety as he had never done such a thing before long, a hovering BMW arrived beside Howren. Get in, Howren, Morse called from inside the vehicle. Let us head to the nearest market. I need to buy gifts for my niece, Howren informed Morse. The two of them filled the BMW's trunk with an assortment of snacks and toys for children, each purchasing an equal share. "Here we are," Howard said, projecting a small screen from his communicator to show Morse the address previously entered by Evans. "Wait a minute, this is a civilian district. Does your sister live here?" Morse asked. Astonished, knowing Howard resided in a villa worth nearly 20 million credit points. His sister surely should not be lacking. "Beggar and I hail from the same orphanage. I only stumbled upon her the other day." "Did you think I was born with a silver spoon in my mouth like you?" Howard chuckled. "What a stroke of fate that you two siblings met in a city of billions." Morse marveled, pondering the improbability of it. In less than half an hour, they arrived at the civilian district. "Beggar, are you home?" "I've reached your neighborhood," Howard called out. "Howard, we're all home today since it's a day off. We'll come down to meet you shortly. Honey, my little brother has arrived." Before she could finish, the house erupted into a commotion, and the communication abruptly ended. "Which floor? Shall we head up directly?" Morse queried. "This is a civilian district. There are no hovering vehicle pathways above." "Let us get down," Howard replied, opening the door and stepping out. "Little brother Howard, uncle," as Howard and Morse opened the trunk to retrieve their items. Three voices rang out simultaneously. Beggar and Evans stared in disbelief. When had their little brother befriended such affluent companions? A BMW hovering vehicle was worth at least several million credit points. Vehicles like these were typically driven by the elite. "Xiaoya, come here. Uncle and this gentleman have brought you many gifts," Howard exclaimed, turning to address the somewhat dazed Beggar family. "Morse, let me introduce you," Howard said, noticing Evans' family approaching with some hesitance. "This is my sister Beggar. This is brother Evans, who, like me, comes from the same esteemed family, and this adorable one is Xiaoya," Howard introduced with a smile. "Hello, sister Beggar, brother Evans. I'm Morse, a friend of Howard. You can just call me by my name from now on." Morse smiled as he stepped forward to introduce himself, exuding no airs of entitlement. "Hello, Morse. Please look after my little brother," Beggar responded, somewhat awkwardly, yet earnest in her greeting. "Haha, your words have made me blush," Morse chuckled. Squatting down to present a gift, "This is for the lovely Xiaoya. Please accept it." The five of them, arms laden with gifts, entered Beggar's modest home, filling the 30 square meter space with lively chatter. "Beggar, hurry and buy some groceries," Evans urged his wife. "Sister Beggar, no need for that. I've been busy these past few days, and today I finally have time to visit you and brother, as well as treat you to a meal." "We'll eat out for lunch," Howard interjected quickly, managing to dissuade them from their initial plans. Finally seated in the small living room, they engaged in casual conversation. "Brother Evans, have you been busy lately?" "The Starlight Armor Company, which manufactures our light armor, is currently dealing with products that are on the verge of being phased out. The prices are high, yet sales are scarce, and without new products in development. The company faces financial difficulties. I've heard the owner is considering selling the company, and our maintenance department is quite idle. With little to do, I'm uncertain how much longer the company can sustain itself." Evans expressed his concerns. "The Starlight Armor is up for sale?" Howard's mind raced. This represented a rare opportunity. "Brother Vince, regardless of who possesses the Starlight Armor, it requires a capable person to manage it." "You need not worry," Howard reassured, as a thought swiftly took shape. "The research and development, as well as the upgrades of the armor, pose no issues. However, a talent who understands management and operations is essential. It is disingenuous to claim there are no worries. Let's not dwell on that. Little brother, what are you up to now?" "The entrance examination is scheduled for July 15th. Where are you currently residing?" Evans shifted the topic. Chapter 79. Suspicion and Nana stared blankly at the luminous screen before her, struggling to comprehend the astonishing reality. How Ran, 19 years old, and already at the 9th level of Star Martial Arts. After the excitement of last night, she inquired with her father, who informed her that the VIP seats are usually reserved for contestants, internal personnel, and prominent figures, kept for unforeseen circumstances. The more Inanna pondered, the more she sensed something amiss. Early in the morning, she had gone to the Adventurers Guild to investigate, only to uncover such astonishing information, which explained why she was included in the specialized training class of 5. Furthermore, the moment the shadowy figure was called by the host and turned around, an unintentional gesture mirrored how Rant's casual movement. Securing a VIP ticket without attending the event, coupled with that seemingly inconsequential action, left Inanna in disbelief at her own deductions. How could this be possible? Yet, These clues undeniably pointed to that conclusion. With that thought in mind, she glanced at the time. It was 11 o'clock. Inanna promptly dialed Hao Ran's communication device. "Hello, gorgeous. What brings you to contact me?" Came Hao Ran's teasing voice from the other ENDI in the past. Had Hao Ran spoken to her in such a tone, she would have scoffed heavily, muttering about his lack of decorum. However, now it felt entirely justified, a demeanor befitting a ninth-level powerhouse. "Oh, fulfilling my promise. How could I forget? Let me treat you to lunch," Inanna replied with a light chuckle, maintaining her composure. "Really? But I am treating my sister's family to lunch today." "You can take care of dinner," Hao Ran replied with a smile, bemused by Inanna's sudden friendliness. "That won't do. You wouldn't want me to appear untrustworthy, would you? How could I hold my head high then? Here's a suggestion. Where are you now? I'll treat you and your sister's family," Inanna thought to herself, secretly seeking to validate her suspicions. Regardless of the accuracy of her deductions, Hao Ran was undoubtedly extraordinary. "It's Inanna," Hao Ran whispered to Morse. He then turned to seek Berg's opinion. "Sister Berg, a friend insists on treating us. Should we let her join? Silly brother, she's your friend. Is there any need to consult your sister?" Berg replied with a smile. "This young lady is a true ice queen, exceptionally proud, the daughter of the head of the Wanqing Scout Group." "Hao Ran, you're impressive," Morse remarked, giving him a thumbs up and a knowing glance. Upon hearing Morse's words, Evans was taken aback. The Scout Group is the dominant force in the realm of Wanqing armors, a name that resonates throughout the entirety of planet Paulus-Tude. How did my little brother become acquainted with such influential figures? "Where are you? Send me the address," Inanna called out, her impatience revealing the temperament of a young lady. "Dear lady, is there really a need to rush for the invitation?" All right, I will send you the address." Hao Ran replied, hanging up before swiftly transmitting the location. Within seconds of sending the address, another communication pinged in, and upon checking, it was Kibalai. "What's going on today?" "Hello, beautiful Kibalai," Hao Ran replied, feeling somewhat helpless. "I wonder what has gotten into all these lovely ladies. Thank you for the ticket yesterday. How about lunch on me?" Kibalai proposed. Having pondered the previous night and grown increasingly suspicious, could that shadowy figure really be Hao Ran? "I am at my sister's place. If you wish to treat, just come over, I'll send you the address." Hao Ran preferred brevity and repeated the location. "Kibalai?" Morse inquired, testing the waters. "Who else could it be? Everyone seems eager to treat me. This is quite strange," Hao Ran responded, feigning exasperation. "Do you know who she is?" Morse pressed. "I don't know, but she is certainly not ordinary," Hao Ran replied candidly, as they were all children of prominent families. "The daughter of the CEO of Wanqing Taba Group. I'm truly impressed," Morse exclaimed, as if defeated by Hao Ran, wearing an expression of resignation. "Xiaoya, could you go down with your uncle to greet two ladies?" Hao Ran gently suggested to Xiaoya, who was nestled in Berg's embrace. "Xiaoya, go with your uncle," Berg encouraged with a gentle nudge. "Uncle, can you let my pet play with Xiaoya?" Xiaoya timidly asked. "Why didn't you bring him this time?" "Jifeng isn't my pet. He is my friend. I'll bring him next time for you to play with." "All right." Hao Ran finally understood why Xiaoya had been eyeing his bag. It was in search of Jifeng. "Uncle, you mustn't deceive me. You must bring Jifeng next time to play with me," Xiaoya exclaimed, bouncing over to hold Hao Ran's hand. "Hao Ran, the time is nearing. Why not head down together? I just made a reservation at Hongya Hotel." Morse also stood, noting that it was already 11:30. "All right, Sister Berg, Brother Vince, let us head down together." Hao Ran realized how swiftly time had passed. It was already past 11. As the five descended, two red hover cars whirled in like a tempest, neatly aligning behind Morse's BMW. The Mercedes XX 8000, a top-tier ladies' sports car, caught Hao Ran's eye. If memory served correctly, it was valued at around 6 million credit points, almost double the cost of his own Mercedes. Truly, she hailed from an affluent family. Berg and Evans behind him were equally astonished. How did my little brother forge connections with such prominent figures? Is he genuinely here to study? You ladies arrived quite punctually. IVE reserved a table at Hongya Hotel. Hao Ran greeted the two women before ushering Berg's family into Morse's vehicle. During the ride, Hao Ran discreetly communicated with Berg and Evans, pondering the peculiarities surrounding the two ladies. Women are often more perceptive. Had they perhaps noticed some subtle clues? "Morse, what direction are you pursuing at the academy?" After concluding his clandestine communication with Berg and Evans, Hao Ran casually inquired. "Business, trade, operations, and management. What about you?" Morse succinctly replied before returning the question. Light brain, light armor creator. Will you return to your family business after graduation? Howran asked, intrigued. Not yet. I want to carve my own path after graduation. It won't be easy, though, but your majors are all in high demand. Finding a job should be straightforward, Morse reflected, realizing that amidst a plethora of family members, the competition for talent was fierce, and she felt her development might be better pursued independently. Among all these industries, which do you find most promising? Given the relatively brief time spent with Morse, Howran sensed her sincerity, devoid of the ostentation often characteristic of noble families. I have the utmost faith in the light armor industry. We are in an era of interstellar development, and light armor stands as the most promising individual equipment for exploration, Morse elaborated, delving into the intricacies of light armor technology, propulsion systems, and energy supply systems, demonstrating her profound expertise in the field. Morse, if I didn't already know your focus was in business, I would have thought you were an expert in light armor. Evans exclaimed from the back seat, astonished. Ha ha, Brother Vince, this is merely information necessary for managing the light armor industry. It doesn't touch on the technical aspects. Morse chuckled in response. I in the light armor sector. A company must meet two essential criteria to stand out: leading-edge technology and excellent operational management, Morse stated, effortlessly articulating her domain of expertise. For over 10 minutes along the route, Howran and Berg's family listened intently to Morse's insights on business, as a plan began to crystallize in Howran's mind. Ultimately, lunch was hosted by Howran, with Kibalai and Inanna quickly warming up to Berg and Xiaoya, resembling the adorable little sisters next door. Kibalai and Inanna subtly probed into Howran's background, while the well-prepared Berg and Evans adeptly navigated their inquiries. Having entered the workforce at 16, the Berg couple had amassed considerable life experience, making them well-equipped to handle the two young ladies, who inadvertently revealed much about themselves. The pair's demeanor in the restaurant left Morse feeling exhilarated, discovering that these two ice queens possessed such endearing qualities. She marveled at Howran's unique ability to influence them so rapidly. If word of this spread through the academy, it would undoubtedly create quite a stir.